thinking we had a healthy 3-month-old little boy. All of a sudden, he had this super serious cancer. It was heartbreaking. He had chemotherapy until he was just under a year old, and at that point, he was in remission.
Went that way for a year and then relapsed February of 2023, and here we are 1 year later, finishing up treatment, hopefully.
The research is extremely important. The treatments that they're developing here get shared with all the doctors to help treat children worldwide.
It's contributing something like one more piece of the puzzle to curing this horrible disease. We all want the same thing. We all want our children to live, have long, meaningful lives.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone. Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With the Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We got Shay, we got Potsy, we got you for a 3-hour ride on this Feel Good Friday with open phone lines for you at 312-332-3776. Our phone number. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube. YouTube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Like, share, and subscribe. Everything we do on YouTube. And on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Well, my partner, David Kaplan, goes to Wrigley Field. And he goes to see the Chicago Cubs get the job done against the Pittsburgh Pirates. You're out there, Cap. And it's a great time to be out there because when you go through the turnstiles, you know what that means? Oh, Pirates in town. Automatic win. A dub. Let me go here and stride through the turnstiles and the concourse. Hi, everybody. Looking forward to this victory. Take that. And you sit down and you watch the Cubs once again find a way to win a baseball game.
They found a way, had a great time out there. Great time. Had a little dinner across the street with my wife and my sister-in-law. It's her birthday, sister-in-law birthday. Happy birthday, Veronica. We're going again today. Sat in the right field bleachers. Mm-hmm. Dinner at Swift & Sons, over to the ballpark. We get to the bleachers, and it's 5 minutes of 7. Game starts at 7:05. I'm like hustling them along at dinner. I'm like, ladies, we're not going to get seats in the bleachers, and I don't want to stand in the back. And Veronica and Mindy looked at me like, you're with us. We'll be fine.
Okay.
It's normally the other way around. Just follow me.
Yes.
We get there, and a little opening over there, right there, and they only want to sit in right field.
Okay.
I'm like, let's go in the left field bleachers. Nope, we're going in right field. Okay. We get there. Guy stands up. Oh, ladies, let us make. And I'm right behind them.
Yes. Pardon me.
And they're like, yeah, he's with us too. And he slides over. Okay. Next thing I know, I'm in this intense baseball conversation. There's a bunch of 20-somethings behind who listen to Kap and J Hood.
Wow.
Is Hoodie as funny off the air as he is on the air? Yes, he is. 100%. And then we start talking. They were more like Shay. They're dropping analytics on me. Oh, the 2-1 count. This guy's 82%. He's going to. I'm like, oh, stop.
Okay.
I deal with that every day, 7 to 10.
Ah!
With Shay Norling.
I don't mind it on the show. I just don't want to hear that at the ballpark.
Pete Crow Armstrong lines one right by us for the home run.
Oh, wow.
2-run jack. And then a home run for Seiya.
Yep.
And those of us that had the run line, we're feeling good.
Sure.
Until Brad Keller has to hit a guy and then walk in a run. It's 3-2.
Sure.
and we couldn't do anything offensively to expand on the lead. But in the 8th inning, one of the young men sitting behind me goes, "Hey, Cap, Palencia's coming in for the 8th." And here he comes. What do you think of this move? I turn around, I look, I go, well, 2, 3, 4. Brian Reynolds, really good hitter. Okay, Horwitz. Didn't know Horwitz was going to be a 3-hole hitter, but he was.
I guess I have to schlep to the plate. Huh?
That's it. That's it. And here comes Palencia.
Yeah.
And he goes, "What do you think of that?" I said, "If this works, I'm going to give Craig Counsell all the credit in the world that he looked at the lineup and he went 2, 3, 4. I'm going to use my most high leverage reliever." And so I'm got my arms crossed. I'm standing there watching this. Bam! There we go. Now who are we closing with? Pomerantz? He had pitched an inning the day before. Presley? Cubs win.
That's it. That's it. He goes with Presley.
Well done.
Yeah, absolutely. Presley comes through in the 9th for his 5th save of the season. So what you like about that, Cap, is that you have several guys you can go with now to close games. You love that type of flexibility.
Yep.
Guys you can depend on.
It was outstanding. And I was playing something for you guys off the air. After the game, he was talking, I believe, with Elise Menaker from Marquee.
Yes.
And he said, "I got embarrassed in front of the Cubby faithful." Isn't that what he said, Shay? Cubby faithful, he called him?
Yeah.
Yes.
And the rest, and all of baseball, when he gave up, 8 runs or 9 runs?
Yeah.
He said, "I went to Ian Happ," and he tells this whole story. We have it. It's super cool to see the veteran leadership, the teammate camaraderie help him get back to where he is. And give me a blueprint of how I face people. And he's been outstanding. And last night in the 9th, worked out. 3 up, 3 down.
However, Cap, there's one other story from the game yesterday of the 3-2 victory. And there's nothing like a good celebration between teammates. You know, Seiya Suzuki had a very good game and had a good day, and the Cubs had a good day.
Yep.
However, Justin Turner, Cubs veteran,
My guy.
had some fun with his teammate in the dugout yesterday, but he didn't expect this kind of prank to attract as much attention as it did. So, I mean, look, Turner was named the fan of the game for the Marquee Sports Network in that broadcast. And so there's a celebration between Seiya Suzuki and Justin Turner. Turner's down the steps in the tunnel, right? And there's Seiya Suzuki doing his little dance because apparently Suzuki and Turner have a thing, or the Cubs and Turner have a thing. And so, Turner's down the steps. Marquee shows Seiya Suzuki celebrating a little dance, and then they move the camera down the steps, Cap. And what do we see from Justin Turner? Go, you're a radio guy. Describe what that is. Go ahead.
There's Cubs veteran, bench bat, first baseman, backup third baseman, Justin Turner, the 40-year-old, providing great leadership. You see him there. There's something hanging between his legs. And it looks to be a prosthetic ball sack. And I don't mean baseballs.
Well, that's a good description.
So it wasn't like the umpire bag hanging from his nether regions.
It looked like a Halloween costume pair of testicles.
I see. And with those testicles that you just mentioned, we saw Turner dancing.
Correct.
Moving around.
As they were swinging.
Yes. Just moving around his hips?
Yes.
Moving
at the bottom of the stairs.
Yes.
That lead to the tunnel to the clubhouse.
Yes. Moving the ball sack around.
Correct.
In a little dance.
That's
what he was doing.
All right, I'm just going to get ahead of something. Can we find a different word to use? Because I can already see the text from Zetterman. Please stop saying that.
That's what it is.
It's a ball sack.
That's what it is. No, what do you mean?
There's a website called Ball Sack Sports.
Yeah. What do you mean? What's with him?
I mean, I didn't say nuts.
He's got some grapefruits.
Look, listen, man. Listen, if we're not going to have fun on the show, I'll go home and watch Gunsmoke. I got no problem going home.
Right, the antenna still works for Gunsmoke.
Seriously.
Bonanza.
The idea that we're going to be silenced, you and I. Silence.
Not going to happen.
That's not going to happen on this show.
That's correct.
So whatever slings and arrows you're going to get from, the Jayhawk, that's on you. But we're going to have fun on this side of the glass. I don't know what the hell you guys are doing. Can we use a different word than balls? No, because exactly what we're describing what we saw.
Correct.
We saw a man with a ball sack.
And so I see this. I get home from the game. I obviously didn't see it in game.
Yes.
Get home from the game. I'm on my phone as I do every night. And every night I was like, your phone is so bright. Can we go to sleep? And you have to get up early. And then I'm going back to the game today, and then I'm going to see the County Crows tonight. It's like a long day, but it's cool. And I said, hang on a second, hon. You got to see this. Look at this video, and I show it to her. She's like, oh, and I'm sure that will be on your show tomorrow. I said, yeah, I'm sending it to the guys right now, and I guarantee you Hoodie's going to want to lead with that because I do too. And she's like, men, I just don't understand the humor in that. And I said, that's because you're the wet blanket of comedy. That's what remember I said to you over the winter, I said to Jed Hoyer when we had him on, you need to get like a Kevin Millar from the 04 Red Sox, like somebody that keeps everybody loose.
That's right.
And he's like, you don't just go into free agency and go, well, there's starting pitchers, relievers, left fielders, center field, comedy guys. He goes, it's organic. It has to happen.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? PCA is a loose, swag type guy. Mm-hmm. He goes, and Justin Turner has turned into that.
Yeah.
And so when he's at the bottom of the stairs, he's not expecting the long arm of Marquis to stick their beak into something that was not out on the field. It was down the stairs. What are you doing?
That's on Marquis.
Yes.
That's completely on Marquis because what we're supposed to see is the dugout. But this is when keeping it real goes wrong. A little bit too much access, right? Oh, what's Sale looking at? Well, he's looking at Justin Turner. And just a flash of Turner would have been fine. But if you notice, Cap, as I have it right here in front of me, take a look at this. I'll give you the instant replay right here. Saya's right there, and he's doing like the little moving the shoulders around, showing Turner. That's been fine, right? No, you kept showing Turner, and all of a sudden, here come the ball sack. Here it comes. See? That's the problem. If they just would have showed like a flash of Turner before he was able to unveil.
You couldn't see it.
Right. But no, they just had to keep showing it. Thanks, Mike's Hard Lemonade, because that was a sponsor. It's right there in the left-hand corner. Thank you, Mike's.
And I thought it was hilarious.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But you know what? If anyone's offended, like the White English tea there, if anyone's offended by it, can I just tell you, Cap? You don't keep showing what's going on privately. The dugout actually is for the players.
Correct.
But now you've seen the camera being a little bit too intrusive. So now you get what you deserve. And you got a quiet Boog and JD laughing in the booth.
Right.
You had silence for like 30 seconds after that because they were rolling, laughing at that situation.
Cracking up. And if anyone out there, I would love to know if you're offended by that. And if so, why? Well, there's children watching. Guess what?
They had no reason to put that camera down there.
Agreed.
Dugout, fine. Now, you want to go all the way up in the tunnel? Want to go into the locker room, too? Watch the guys naked? It's cable, so I guess it's okay. No. Keep your beak out of it, Marquis. I know there's executives there that just are they're so tight, you can't even get a grease pea up there now, Cap. They are tight. I can't believe we showed that. Who made the direction on that? Who? No one told you to put the camera down there.
Right. Like, I think it's great. I've done TV for 35 years. And I know how the process works. I'm not the director. I'm not the camera guy. But I know how the process works. Give me a shot of four, tight four. All right, go to 5. Give me the wide shot. All right, back to camera 1. Okay. I don't know who the director was in there. I have an idea.
Yeah.
Not going to reveal his name because he's a friend. I got to find out first.
Corneo. Yeah, go ahead.
It's not Joe Corneo. Those days have passed.
It's not Corneo down there?
It's not.
How about Arnie?
No, Arnie's dead. He's dead.
Okay.
He's dead. Okay. But I guarantee you that the director is locked in on doing his job. He's got, 10 monitors in there.
Yeah.
And when Arnie was alive, one of the monitors had to be kept on either the horse racing channel or whatever game he had a bet on.
Mm-hmm.
That's a true story.
That's great.
He's like, yeah, keep that camera right there on Belmont on the TVG channel. I need to know if my horses won.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he was the best. And he's locked in on going, all right, give me a shot of the starting pitch. All right, give me the camera shot. All right, give me center field. Center field. And then they go, dude, did you just see what was on camera? No, I didn't. I'm going shot to shot. He's doing his job. And it was a ball sack. Prosthetic.
Family
hanging,
jewels.
Family jewels hanging between the legs of Justin Turner.
His huevos.
Yes. And the best is when Saya comes over and he's doing the little dance.
So good. So you know what that is.
So good.
I know what Saya was doing, and I know what Turner was doing. I know exactly what was going on there. And it was fun. And so I guess Marquis was struggling to find a fan of the game.
Mm-hmm.
They could have shown the Kaplans out there in the bleachers. It would have been much more
so
tame.
They did on the video board.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know this.
Yeah.
And a girl is sitting next to me, and she leans in front of me, like she's literally like in my lap almost.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like,
Huh?
Hey, what's going on? She's like, we were on the video board.
Oh.
Yeah. I had no idea. My wife's like, probably looking at your phone. I'm like, okay, maybe I was. I was checking the scores. The hockey game was going on. I had that on my phone. So.
Just constant ball busting.
Yeah.
Can't you just enjoy the game?
Yeah, and while we're watching the game, Veronica's like me, eternal optimist. My wife, not so much.
Yes.
She thinks she's the voice of reason.
Uh-huh.
And that people agree with her. PCA is at the plate. There's a man on. PCA is up, and he swings, and I think he swung and missed, or he took a strike. She's like, this guy, he's going to strike out again. Bam, the next pitch.
Oh,
right
man.
into the bleachers where we're at. And I just turn and go, you're never going to learn.
Especially with this team. 42-27, I'd be optimistic too.
Rolling along.
Yeah, things are starting to really work out well for this Chicago Cubs team. And again, it's just by different ways. There's another chapter in the book, Cap, another chapter. Craig Counsell, fine manager, Chicago Cubs.
Correct.
Decides to go with Palencia and then Presley.
Yeah, he went to Palencia in the eighth because he's facing 2, 3, 4. McCutchen, Reynolds, and Horowitz.
I guess I have to come to the plate.
One of these things is not like the other
Horowitz.
two. McCutchen, pretty good.
Yeah.
Reynolds, highest paid player on the team.
Yeah.
Very good.
And Horowitz.
Horowitz.
Guess I have to go up here and swing the bat. I guess so.
That's it. Good on my back.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 our phone number. If you were there at Wrigley Field, got a chance to watch the Cubs beat the Pirates 3-2, we'll be able to take your phone calls. Also, again, if you saw this thing go viral with Turner revealing something we did not expect.
Correct.
So if you got a chance to see that, we'll get your thoughts as well. Some thoughts from the fine manager of the Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell, and also what Cap was talking about with Presley and the postgame, working with Hap. You'll hear that coming up next as well. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Outside temperatures are finally hot. And when it comes to making your home or business comfortable this summer, I recommend you go with my friends at Automatic. Their motto is, we make people comfortable. Yes, every HVAC company strives to make people comfortable, but they take it a step further. They make sure their clients are comfortable throughout the entire process. They offer fair upfront pricing, no gimmicks, clean, courteous technicians who aren't pushing sales, just real solutions. Trust me, Steve Stahork and the guys at Automatic, my guys, get it right. Visit Automatic.com. That is @Omatic.com. Smokey.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
The Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney continues. Hey, it's Shane Orling. Come out to Four Shadows on Ashland and Diversey in Chicago tomorrow night. Mick Ultra is the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and they're inviting us out to watch the Chicago Fire FC take on Nashville and play some foosball. Someone will win a messy Mick Ultra jersey, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Let's raise an ice-cold Mick Ultra at Four Shadows tomorrow night at 7. Please drink responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6814. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6814. 800-575-6814.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BODY to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BODY to 321-321. That's BODY to 321-321.
Kap and J Hood are back.
And you know this, man.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Justin Thomas has literally, he just missed from 2.5 feet. It kicked left. He left himself, I don't know what, 18 inches? Mm-hmm. Missed again. And now tapped it in for a 7. He's +9.
Yes.
Fuel your jet up, kid. Weekend's over.
As we talk about the U.S. Open here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's hoping that you can have a great Friday and a great weekend. Your job is to update us on what's happening with the U.S. Open.
I will. He was literally 2 feet, and he 3-putted. 2 feet!
Mm-hmm.
He is, look at him walking off like just shaking his head. That's one of the best golfers in the world.
Yep. So let's take a look at that leaderboard, Cap.
Give you the leaderboard on the U.S. Open has J.J. Spawn, who has not teed off yet. He'll be an afternoon tee time today.
My man.
J.J. Spawn is your leader at 4 under par. That held up from yesterday morning to still be the leader with a first round 66. Brooks Koepka is -1 today through 3, and now he is tied for second with somebody named Tristan Lawrence, who I've never heard of. They're both 3 under. Sung Jae Im is -2. He's on the course. Siwoo Kim is also -2, and then a huge group. Rory McIlroy, who was leading at one point when you and I were here yesterday.
Yes.
All the way back into the positive numbers, and he is way down the leaderboard.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, and your guy, Ludwig Oberg, who was playing very well, came in at +2.
See, it's just
6 shots off the lead already.
Ridiculous course. So we'll keep you abreast of what's going on. We rarely have live sports on our morning show here, so we're just going to keep you up to date on what's going on with the U.S. Open.
That course is insane. The last time they played the U.S. Open there, Angel Cabrera won it at +5. +5.
Which is just, again, as long as you win, it doesn't matter, but it's just like the idea that some of these golfers, especially that shot we just saw, it shouldn't look like me out there, 3 and 4 putting at the hole. It shouldn't be looking like that.
Right.
These are pros.
We were literally talking, he was 2.5 feet, and he 3-putted it. It's like, what is going on up there? Minwoo Kim, Minwoo Lee, sorry, he is on the tee right now.
Yes.
He literally is +6. He made a short putt. Now he's hung up in the rough again.
All right.
He just made a putt, and he turned, and what did he do? He put up the number 1 finger.
Yes.
I'm number 1, and he was laughing.
Yeah, you're number 1, all right.
Yeah.
Horrible golf. That's what we're seeing right now with some of these guys. We turn now to the fine manager of the Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell. Craig was talking about on PCA's home runs, and he's proven them wrong. Just listen to this.
I mean, I think just the natural, what you've seen in 30 years of baseball says, it's hard to hit balls for home runs. He's proven me wrong.
It's literally insane. Did you see where that pitch was?
Yeah, I watched.
That is the 9th highest pitch this year hit for a home run. Sarah Langs tweeted that from MLB. Dude, it is nowhere close to the strike zone. It's like up in his eyes.
Yes.
And he tomahawked it out.
The power is just amazing from PCA. The power is there.
This thin, wiry dude, unbelievable, man.
So, Shay, may I just ask, can you just open the door a little bit for shot or no shot? Is there a PCA?
The answer is yes.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
All right, I look forward to that. I know that there because
answer is yes.
Because of what happened yesterday, I thought that the door would be ajar to a PCA question. We will get that.
I think today is going to be the day I finally get a shot out of both of you.
Okay.
I believe today's the day.
Now, see, for once, I did not spoil it. I did ask the question first. So there's your 35-minute tease for the PCA question on shot or no shot. Okay, I just thought I'd ask.
There you go.
PCA yesterday talking to Elise Miniker.
All right, your home run. Normally you're a guy, you tell me you don't want to chase too high in the zone. You swung at one even earlier in the count, you fouled off. Take me through that at bat and what you're thinking.
He's got a sneaky heater. He's got a tough low slot, and there was a lot of emphasis on being on time for the heater, and if I swing and miss at a slider early in the count, oh well, but JT kind of walked me through that, and then just a lot of conversation. It helps a lot of the time, so yeah.
Is that what you were guys talking about when you're looking at the iPad?
Yeah, I was just wondering if I was late the at-bat before, and he was nice enough to check it all out, and then we chatted about it after, yeah.
4 times now, you and Seiya Suzuki have homered in the same game. What is this competition we have going on? How do you feel about it?
I told him the other day, if he hit a homer, I have to hit a homer, so it's only right, but he's swinging a really good bat, and he's been huge for us. That insurance run was massive. Give our pitchers a little break, only going out there giving up 2 runs. That was a big 3rd run for us.
When you saw it, were you like, of course?
Yeah, shocker. The script was flipped a little bit. It's usually me catching up to him, so yeah.
Well, we just heard from the guy in Chicago, Cap. You witnessed the guy.
I did.
Well, I mean, listen, Caleb Williams, we're hoping that he has a tremendous sophomore season in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
But, again, all I'll see is production every night from this kid. Every night. And everyone's talking about him, Cap. This is not a Chicago story. It was like, well, maybe.
You are correct.
Cap, everyone's talking about him. I mean, you would think it's about Tucker, it's about Seiya, it's about the Cubs. They're talking about him being the face of this.
Correct.
That says something.
And there are good players. Kyle Tucker's a really good player. Yeah. He's probably the most talented player they have in terms of what he's done in his career and all of that. But there's a guy like Javi was here. He had swag. Was he the best player at times? No. That was when they were in their prime. Bryant, Rizzo, those guys were putting up the lion's share.
Yeah.
Javi was good, but he had the swag that everybody loved. PCA's the same way. So after we got off the air yesterday, I went to go buy a birthday present for my sister-in-law. I went to Clark Street Sports. I walk in, I see my buddy Art, who owns it, and we're talking about, I'm like, yeah, she wants a Sosa jersey. I got her a Sosa, the light blue, the City Connect for this year.
Yeah.
And I said, who's the most popular? He said, oh, it's not even close. He said, every single time PCA does something like noteworthy, home run, diving catch, game-winning hit, whatever it is, he said, all I have to do is look on our orders that night, and they just start coming in. PCA, PCA, PCA. He goes, it's 8 PCA for every one of everybody else. He said, I've never seen anything like this.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
That's crazy. But again, Cap, we're waiting for Caleb because we think eventually that's going to be Caleb. But right now, and Shay, you haven't been on the street yet. I guess it's been too chilly to be out on the street. But when it gets warmer, that whole man in the street thing that you want to do, I mean, to me, right now, he captures the imagination of the Chicago sports scene.
He does.
PCA, because, again, it's a very talented team. But when you get this acclaim across the country, like, hey, have you seen this kid? You see the potential of PCA. You see what he's doing, like, because it comes out of nowhere. It makes it special when you have someone where you know his vitals. He's very good in the outfield and he can steal bases. But then the power on top of that too, he's becoming a complete player. He really is.
He's on pace to join a club only 6 players in history are in.
That's insane.
Like, I think we're at a point where, Cap, if we had the conversation we had a couple weeks ago about who the biggest star in Chicago is, I'm sorry, it's PCA.
It just is.
He's a national figure.
Is that because the Cubs are really good? Or
because he's really good.
Oh, I'm not saying he's
and
not.
because the team is really good.
But is it because the Cubs are really good, first place, 5.5 up in the division, that everyone's like, well, that dude's going to be in the All-Star game and that team's going to the postseason if they stay healthy? Is that why? Like, if the Cubs were, what did you say they are, 42-27?
Yeah.
Okay. What if they were 27-42? Up the track in the division, but he was having the same type of year.
Well, he's
not as big a story.
We would admire him like we admire Paul Skeens.
Correct.
That's the difference.
Correct.
Like, we know that the Pirates are terrible at 28-42 this morning, Cap. But we see Skeens and we go, wow, look how tremendous he is. Look how he's going to be one of the faces of the All-Star game. And we'd say the same thing for PCA. If the record was flipped, we would admire what PCA is doing. And by the way, that'd be like my team, the White Sox. It would be like, you know what? When the Cubs are good, that guy is going to be the catalyst of it. That's how we would say it this morning. Correct. If it was flipped.
Correct, but it would not be, welcome into Sports Center here on ESPN. I'm talking national.
Yeah.
Here we talk about it. National, we would not be saying that. Do you agree?
I think that he'd get a spot on Sports Center. He just wouldn't be A block.
He'd get a spot,
down
but
the
not
line
all the time like he does.
Well, I mean,
let's go to Wrigley Field. Pete Crow Armstrong on first. He steals second. He steals third. He scores on a ground ball. That makes A block.
And we've seen Skeens there every now and then too.
Yeah, because he's amazing.
Because he's a pitcher.
Pretty much every time he pitches.
Yeah, because he's a pitcher and he's really great.
Shay, you're going to the game today?
I'm going to try, yeah.
You're going to try. I am going.
Yep.
Okay, if I said to you, it's not going to affect the outcome of you're not a Cubs fan, but for me, it's not going to affect the outcome of the race in the big picture when we get to the end of the season. But you could watch Paul Skeens throw a perfect game today. Would you rather that if you were a Cubs fan, or would you rather the Cubs bludgeon him and you don't see history?
If I'm going to watch Skeens, like, it's, again, I'm an objective viewer, I'd like to see Skeens weave a gem. I think that'd be cool.
It just won't happen today, though, unfortunately, for Skeens.
You think the Cubs beat him?
Are you out of your mind?
I hope so.
I'm just going by history so far. Now, it can go both ways. It could be Skeens being able to readjust to what he did not do against the Cubs last time out at PNC Ballpark, or the Cubs have the scout on him. All right, just wait for your pitch. Just wait. And then, bam, a couple of runs, and then you get in that bullpen, and you're definitely going to win the ball game. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
I mean, you can win. I would bet the Cubs today, even with Skeens on the mound, because if Skeens goes 6 1/3, you still get in that bullpen and win.
Are they favored today?
I'll check right now, but I'm looking at Skeens against the Cubs. Jesus, is he good?
Well, his first start of his career was against the Cubs. I think his first 2 starts of his career.
Yeah, the first one was
not good.
He gave up 3 earned runs in 4 innings. The second one was the 11 strikeouts in 6 innings, no hits, and he got yanked. He has a 2.88 ERA and 32 strikeouts in 25 innings pitched against the Cubs.
Yeah. Now the last start was, I think, May the 1st.
Yeah, that's correct.
And May 1st. He was locking him down.
Yeah.
Dansby Swanson takes him out of the ballpark, and the gates opened.
Yes.
Game over.
Yeah. So if it's me, that's what I'm doing. I'm betting the Cubs.
You're betting the Chicago National
Cubbies
League
are minus 120 today.
Cubbies are
Pirates
favored.
at even odds.
It's
down the middle.
It's
50-50.
Well, Potsy, it's the Pirates being bad, and it's the opportunity for you to get in that bullpen and do some damage if you're the Cubs. That's how I look at it. But here's the thing. Skeens is great. I've got the Major League Baseball package. If I'm a Cub fan, let him be great against someone else. Even though I've got a ticket.
Right.
So it's twofold, and we'll talk about it coming up, but it's twofold today for you, your viewing pleasure. We'll talk about it coming up next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood.
I'm proud of you fellas. You all kept your head on a swivel, and that's what you got to do when you find yourself in a vicious cockfight.
Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Hey, let me tell you about the single best personal injury, rideshare injury, medical malpractice attorney in Illinois. He's won all the big awards. Everyone knows that is the GOAT. He's Howard Enkin.
Yeah, he is one of the leading filers of injury cases in Illinois. Distinguished Service Award recipient, American Association for Justice member, and rated a super lawyer 10 years running.
That's Howard Enkin, Enkin Law. And when you call there and you want to talk to Howard, he calls you back. That's the guy who you get on the phone, right, Hoodie?
That's exactly right. And that phone number, 312-6-million. 312-6-million. He returns your phone call. You need help. You're looking for answers. It's Howard Enkin. Injury law made personal. That's Enkin Law. Potsy.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
How much is the Chicago Bears franchise actually worth? For the first time in recent memory, that calculation is in the works. That's because the estate of late Chicago investor Andy McKenna is exploring a sale of his minority stake in the team. McKenna, who died in 2023, had combined with Aon founder Pat Ryan back in 1990 to buy an almost 20% share of the Bears. Bloomberg reported Ryan likely has a right of first refusal to acquire the stake of his longtime partner. But pricing that interest calls for a valuation of what the entire team is worth. That's an important data point for the McCaskey family as it navigates succession following Virginia McCaskey's death and considers selling an interest in the team to private equity investors to help raise money for a new stadium. Industry publication Sportico last year pegged the Bears' valuation at $6.4 billion. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
The Kap and J Hood Morning Show is brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you can earn 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details. Potsy.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Kap and J Hood are back.
I want to thank both you guys, man, for the great season of Bears information. And I just want to say I appreciate you guys, and I love the show.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you till 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. Waddle Silvy at 2:30, right into White Sox baseball as they take on the Texas Rangers. Black and Abdallah on their YouTube channel, youtube.com. Look for Black and Abdallah right there. As we keep you company here on this Friday morning, we will have Shot or No Shot coming up at 8 o'clock. Twofold, the reason why that you're going to the game today, Kap. One is to see your beloved Chicago Cubs try to take it to 43-27 on the season with a victory, but also to be able to see an ace like Paul Skeens.
And an ace like Cade Horton.
Well, let's just be careful now. Hold on.
Some people on this show appreciate his ability to maybe be an ace. Others, maybe they have a big D on their hat, are willing to cast him off for a nearly 37-year-old pitcher.
Okay, you don't have to do that. The man is working hard.
I made some calls to some MLB people, not media, and I said, hey, would you trade Cade Horton for Chris Sale? He goes, what are you, out of your mind? No. Multiple guys told me that. They go, okay, that might be the dumbest question you've ever asked. I said, it's not me. His name is Shane Norling. His name is Tyler Aki. I know it's Aki.
Why'd you do that for?
Because that's what Jurko called. You and Aki out of your flipping minds.
Yeah, I don't think so. But that's fine. MLB people can disagree. MLB people thought Lucas Giolito would be an ace. MLB people get stuff wrong. Like it's fine. MLB people are doing their jobs. They should be worried about their futures. Most of the guys you asked, I imagine, are not on a final year of a contract with a team that has an uncertainty in right field going forward and could win the World Series this year. I just think the context is a little different. Sorry.
Whatever. You didn't have to out his name, by the way, Kap.
Who?
You.
Who did I out?
You just said that you talked to your sources and said, it's not me, it's a man named Shane Norling that brought this up.
He said it on the radio
That's
at the
fine.
golf course the other day.
Yeah, tell Jim Bowden I don't want to hear it anymore.
Tell Jim to stick it up his...
I said it wasn't a media type.
Wait a minute. Well, he is, and he isn't, though. He also is a fine general manager once upon a time.
For two teams.
Yes, it's one of Cap's sources. So besides his left and right eye, Jim is his third eye on baseball.
Wow.
So I think that's pretty clear. But that's the reason why you should go, Kap. It's interesting as a fan because we can go back to all-time greats in their rookie season, like a Dwight Gooden, right? The Cubs take on Dwight Gooden at Wrigley Field.
Yep.
Of course, the Cubs beat the hell out of Gooden in that first game. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Were you even in the ballpark?
I was there.
You were there?
Tuffy Rhodes took him deep.
Yeah.
I was selling beer.
Yes. Dwight Gooden, everything you read in Sports Illustrated, all of the Mets, oh, my God, wait until you see this fireballer from the Mets. I'm like, okay, let's sit down and watch it. Oh, God. Bam. The Cubs beat him down. Bad. It was, and so this is why it's going to be interesting for you, because this will be the first time you've seen Skeens in person.
Correct. I'm looking forward to it. Really excited. And to watch Cade Horton hopefully match him pitch for pitch. Sure. That will be super, super cool.
This is where Major League Baseball is going to kick their own ass, because you get a matchup like this, like someone that is the genuine article in Skeens and an up-and-comer like Horton. This might be a gem today.
It could be.
Yeah. And then,
it could also be like an hour 50.
Oh, yes.
If they're both locked in. I think the key to beating Skeens today, the key is grinding up pitches. If you're going to swing at the first pitch, you better do something with it.
Yeah.
I want to see him. Oh, God, here we go. Another 3-2 count again? Wow, Skeens is at 75 pitches in the fourth.
Mm-hmm.
Getting him out.
Just be patient if you're the Cubs.
That's it.
Just be patient. You get your pitch.
That's it.
Or if he wears out, as far as pitches thrown, then you get into that bullpen, the woeful Pirate bullpen, that'll be all.
That's it.
That's how that works. You feel like you're taking on a little bit of a team that's a little bit above AAA, that Pirate team. And they got some proud veterans on there now. They just don't have enough talent. Again, there's some bad teams, man. It's always going to be the same. We just talked the other day about the Cincinnati Bengals and how cheap they are, and the same thing here with the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's crazy.
Right. But then you look at Tampa. They don't spend any money, and they're always relevant. Always.
Yes.
And the owner of the Pirates, always irrelevant. By the way, one of our fine listeners has a great idea for you and I.
Okay.
This is Zachary Dillman. He wants us to do a Turner's Testicles night presented by Kap J Hood. First 500 fans who go to the Cubs game receive a limited edition autographed ball sack.
I think that's a great idea.
Isn't that great?
Let's get sales on that.
He said player bobblehead night is old news.
Yes.
Turner's Testicles night presented by Kap J Hood.
You go out there today and you tell me someone's going to have some kind of testicle thing.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be out there in the streets.
Yeah.
Turner's testicles?
That's it.
Turner's testicles. Yeah. I'll take 2.
And at the Colorado Rockies game I took Brett to, they have Rocky Mountain oysters.
Yeah.
Aren't those bull testicles? They sell them at the concession stand. You eat them.
Yes.
Look them up, Shay. I'm positive I'm right. I didn't eat them.
All right, Carm. You don't have to tell them to look it up.
Yes, Rocky Mountain oysters are bull testicles, commonly deep fried and served as a regional delicacy
at the Colorado Rocky game. So why don't the Cubs have limited time offering? Malnati's has the Buffalo chicken pizza. They could have Turner's testicles.
They're not going to do that. They are not going to. Just think about what you're saying. That they're going to invite everybody into the stadium to eat Turner's
Midwest oysters. Yes.
My goodness. Turner's Midwest
Crane
pearls.
Kenny, you're welcome. Get on it.
Along with Cliff Floyd, I am Cole Wright, and here we are. By the way, we've got a whole new item here. Turner's testicles. How about that, Cliff Floyd?
Can you just hear the usher, the vendor guy walking up and down the sections?
Yeah, banging on the case, the metal box that keeps them warm.
Family jewels here.
Who wants family jewels?
Who wants the family jewels? Big balls here. Big balls. I'll take 2. Thank you. Right over here.
And some hot mustard, please.
Yes, please. Go ahead. All right. You got your card? Beep.
And
Thank you very much.
Justin Turner's head on the side of the cart?
Yes.
Yes.
Balls? Turner's balls. 2, please.
Fried Midwest oysters here.
There we go.
That's what I'm telling you.
There we go.
Turner's oysters.
Baseball time is here again. Turner's testicles.
Turner's Midwest oysters. There you go. I'm going to be on the field before the game, do my media responsibilities before I go in the stands. I'm going to approach him and say, dude, let's partner on a deal here.
Oh, my God.
And I'll see if I can get Malnati's Tastes of Chicago to ship them around the country to Cub fans.
Text your wife that. See what she thinks.
So
I would love to hear Mindy's response to you saying Lou Malnati should do a Turner's Balls special.
Turner's Midwest Oysters.
She's going to hate that.
Justin Turner's Pearls, brought to you by Lou Malnati's. Like, what are you doing?
Big old balls. Big balls here, Turner.
She already told you she didn't even think it was funny. You're going to get her in on a
She
promo.
has no sense of humor. I'm going to call Mark Malnati. I'll go right to the top.
Let's not do that. Let's just not do that.
Mark, I got a great idea.
I like, by the way, the idea that you had Shay look that up. Good. Nice of Carm to step in. I don't know why Carmen DeFalco's here all of a sudden. Look it up, boys. Big balls. Look it up. Rocky Mountain oysters. I don't know. Look it up, boys. Is it oysters? Is it balls? Is it what? Stop asking. Wait for the answer. Christ. Carm. Jeez.
Back after this.
I don't know, York. I don't know. I'm with you. I don't know. I don't care.
Daniel Rudy says Hoodie can now say at the end of the spot, sign my balls.
That's exactly right.
Instead of Howard Aiken, sign my balls.
That's exactly right. Sign my balls. There you go.
Perfect.
Turner's balls. Right here. Something that I don't think you've ever seen before on a golf course. You haven't seen it. I know I haven't seen it. What happened yesterday on Kap and J Hood.
This is Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Tomorrow morning at 11. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers are back home for Father's Day weekend. Friday night is Princess Night, topped off with post-game fireworks. Saturday is Alzheimer's Awareness Night, plus another dazzling fireworks show. Then celebrate Father's Day with a 1 p.m. Sunday game featuring a Boomers baseball cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom this Father's Day weekend.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything from installation to paperwork. That means no hassle, just brighter lights, lower bills, and real savings. And your utility provider may cover up to 70% of the project cost through available rebates. Call now or visit ulasaves.com to schedule your free lighting savings assessment. That's ulasaves.com.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Pour has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canty here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows, binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on Warm Weather Vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take a shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5HEshot.com for full details and rules to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
You probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business? There is Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Simply select a time, and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Potsy.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Kap and J Hood are back.
We're putting the band back together. The nerve center of a great rhythm and blues band.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Getting up to 79 degrees today, 63 right now, and cloudy skies. Kap, we saw something that we rarely see in golf. I know I've never seen it in person on a golf course. I don't think you have either. Man, there is nothing like something rare in golf, like we saw yesterday from Patrick Reed.
This just happened at the fourth. Patrick Reed at his second from 286 yards away. Unbelievable. He doesn't even know that he dunked it now. Yep. A two, Patrick. Boy, talk about a rare one. Fourth albatross in U.S. Open history since they really started keeping records. I mean, there was nothing fluky about this ball.
Absolutely not. Right down the flag. It's over the brow of a hill. That's why he couldn't see it. He couldn't maybe see the top of the flag. Oh, the chair. The chair is what's going to tell you, Patrick. Absolutely in the hole.
Kap, Patrick Reed hit an albatross. Could you tell the audience how rare that is and what that is?
Okay, so this is the list of albatrosses ever scored in any of the four major tournaments. There have only been 4 in U.S. Open history, 4 in Masters history, the Open Championship, because the conditions in Europe, you could literally get on a tee and it's, we'll call it 475 yards, and you look and go, well, the wind's behind me. That I can hit whatever and get there.
Yeah.
And guys do all the time. You can get a fluke that way. That happens. But what he did yesterday, oh, my God, that is so rare to make a 2 on a par 5. The most famous albatross in golf history, in my opinion, is the Gene Sarazen. We weren't alive. It was in 1935.
Yeah.
But it was in the Masters on hole 15 in the final round. It basically won him the green jacket. He made a 2 on a par 5 on 15 with those old clubs, the little wood persimmon heads. Johnny Miller had a famous one in 1972 that we didn't watch, but he did. But this one yesterday was flipping insane.
For those that don't know, what does that look like? That is a hole-in-one and two bounces?
That is on a par 5, knocking it in 2.
Yes. And that's exactly because Reed's thinking it's 3. It's like, no, it's 2. He didn't know. He couldn't see it. He didn't know.
He hit it. And again, 280-some yard second shot. These guys are amazing. They can get on. I've watched them, 290 yards, and I'm watching certain guys hit iron and get to the green. I'm like, that's insane. That is insane.
So I'm clear, you've never seen that playing golf?
Never.
On a
I've
golf
seen
course.
hole-in-one multiple times. Not mine. I've never had one, but I've seen guys make hole-in-one in the groups I've been in. Super cool for them. I have never seen somebody put one in. I made an eagle the other day in our event.
Yep.
And I was over the moon. That was, for me, that was amazing. That was all luck. This, 280 whatever yards, I think 286 you said?
Yeah.
And it bounces on and goes in for a 2 on a par 5. That's incredible. It's 3 under par on a single hole. But if you do that on a par 4, we call that a hole-in-one.
Yes.
So it's always on a par 5.
The rare albatross.
That is incredible.
It's like, and that's why we watch sports. To see things you haven't seen before, I haven't seen in a long time. I hadn't seen that before, Cap. At least not live as I was watching yesterday. Like, wow, that's pretty good for Patrick Reed.
The only other one I remember, Happy Gilmore. Mr. Gilmore did that not nearly an hour ago.
Oh, my God. Shot or no shots in 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood.
It's Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000. Watch the show on Twitch.
If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great. Okay?
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, the most experienced FUE hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest. My patients are men, women, young and old with all hair types. I lost my hair in my 20s. I tried everything. I know what works for each individual, and when you see me, you will have exceptional natural results. I know you have many choices, but go where all the doctors go for hair restoration, where experience and expertise matters, not just the bottom line. Visit DrYatesHairScience.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Summer's coming fast. Don't let old windows wreck your comfort or your energy bill. Window Works has been Chicago's trusted expert for over 30 years with custom windows and doors built to fit your home, style, and budget. No shortcuts, just factory certified pros and flawless installs. Right now, buy one window, get one free. But hurry, the deal won't last long. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to lock in your free consultation. That's pound 250, keyword Waddle, and do it now.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4-million.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I say him and I shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I say him and I shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. Still to come, we'll hear from Jesse Rogers, the latest on the Cubs and the White Sox in the MLB weekend. That's at 8:35. But first, shot or no shot. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys. Happy Friday. How we feeling?
We're good, man. Always blessed to be here with you guys. Hope Jay Moore's enjoying his day off. Nice to have Smokey with us. And ready to go to Wrigley today. Looking forward to it.
Hope it doesn't rain on.
Well, as long as Butler does her job, doesn't drop the ball, we'll be fine.
It's only Butler, huh? What about the rest of the meteorologists around here?
Skilling? He retired.
Not Skilling.
Steve Baskerville?
Nothing on Cheryl Scott, huh? She's not blamed for any of it? When the weather's bad? Not her, huh? Just Tracy.
Look, I like Cheryl. Very nice person. This is a Tracy show. This is Tracy's real estate right here.
Okay, it's Tracy's baby.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, just one person blamed for the weather. Not Demetrius Ivory. No one else, huh?
I'm not going to do that to Demetrius.
Just Butler.
Butler.
Okay. Okay, well, it's supposed to, again, the rain's supposed to be south, of course. So I think you're going to be okay.
South Shore going to get that soaking?
All the time. All the time we get rained on.
Thank
you. Of course. It's just part of being on the south side.
Appreciate it.
We turn now to Shay Norling with the Friday edition.
All right, last night, PCA smoked 90-mile-an-hour pitch at his eyes into the bleachers for his 19th home run on the season. He remains on pace for a 40-40 season. In fact, a 40-50 season, and still leads the National League in wins above replacement as we now enter the dog days of summer. It's mid-June. This dude is not slowing off an MVP pace. He's not slowing off a 40-40 pace. Shot or no shot, you are ready to come to my side and say Pete Crow will be a 40-40 player.
He's got what, 18?
19.
19. Pete Crow will be a 40-40. I'm going to say no shot because he's going to finish like in the mid-30s. He'll come close.
I really thought today was the day. I'd get him. I really thought today was the day I'd get him on my side of the fence.
Ah, man, he's just so hot. Well, watching the way he's been playing as of late.
It's unbelievable.
So I will ride with you, Cap. I'll ride with you. I will just say no shot, more like 35 and close to 50. The stolen bases seem like it's very easy. His singles are doubles now. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how good he is in that aspect of the game. I'm still concerned about his on-base percentage. I am.
Okay, it's 305 right now.
That's not good.
No, it's not.
It's not good enough when you are a guy who tries to make sure you're on base to use your legs. It's got to be better.
Yeah, but numbers can, as you know, because we work with Shay, numbers can work in your favor. Like, how's the 4.1 WAR, Shay? That work for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll tell you another thing. The strikeouts, like people get all hot and bothered about striking out a ton, and he's a free swinger. It is what it is. I wish he'd walk a little more.
Yes.
But I don't really care about strikeouts if you're doing damage when you make contact. And he's doing damage.
He is, but you've got to get on base more. You've got to use your legs. He has to walk more. He does.
He's on pace right now for 45 home runs if he plays 161 games.
And that's awesome. And I love it.
I think he's going to hit 40. I think we're at that point. Like the sapping of power that would have to happen over the final 2/3 of this season.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm going to say no shot now. I'm looking at the stolen base numbers though, and I'm looking at 50 for stolen bases. That's what I'm looking at, Cap. Is that too far out over my skis?
I don't think it is, but he has to get on base more. You've got to walk. I love that he hit that pitch that was 9,000 inches above the strike zone. I mean, go back on social and look at Sarah Langs from MLB. She's a great stat person, and she posted where that pitch was. It's like, huh? Like, how did he do that?
What if the on-base percentage going up means the home runs go down? Is it a worthy trade-off?
Yes.
I mean, well, here's the thing. Look at where he is in the lineup, Cap. He's in a power position in the lineup. I asked you when Hap went down with the injury, would you be comfortable with Pete Crow at the top of the lineup? And you say, okay, for the time being, you said. You didn't think that would be a long-term solution. If you want him on base more often, you know he's going to give you, if it's not home runs, he's going to give you base hits and he's going to steal second. I mean, back in the day, that's a leadoff hitter. That's Bob Dernier, but only Bob's didn't have the power of Pete Crow.
Correct.
Right? Or, how many guys in the past? Juan Pierre and other guys that's been leadoff guys.
Yeah, they weren't like this guy.
Yes, with the power and the speed.
This kid's freaky strong. It's unbelievable what he's doing. But he has to get the on-base percentage up to be sustainable, in my opinion.
I mean, but
love him.
Well, how would you do that if you keep him in the lineup in the same spot? He's in the same spot. All he's trying to do is slug, man.
But just be a little more selective at time. Because eventually, you're going to face, whether it's Paul Skeens or Jacob deGrom or anybody that comes up along their schedule, and you're like, wow, those guys are just at a different level, man. You get to the postseason, you're not going to tomahawk some of those pitches out.
I know you don't want to hear this, but he's still a baby.
He is. He's 23. and everything. I got to know him. I went to South Bend when he was there, interviewed him. Did another thing with Joe up at Obvious Shirts, Joe Johnson. Did a sit-down with him and then Cubs prospect Matt Mervis. And I'm like, this kid's too good to be true. He is awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome guy. And I love what he's doing. I just believe he's going to have to be able to utilize on-base percentage to use his legs.
Okay. I like the 4.1 WAR, I'll tell you that.
It's tremendous.
Yeah.
But that would be a tweak that I would love to see. A little bit more selectivity so that you're like, oh, this dude's on base again?
You know these kids, Cap. First pitch they see, dead red.
Wham!
Yep. I mean, because you know why? They're afraid to work the count.
Mm-hmm.
You know why? Because they feel like, oh, if I let this first ball fastball go by, I'll never see a good pitch again. Everything's going to be off speed, off the table. I'm going to be swinging and missing. I'm going to fail. But the pitch that they want, they're going to try to drive.
That's what Counsell said about Skubal after Tigers Cubs. He was like, we got to go up and swing at the first pitch. And it's a double-edged sword because if you don't, you're down 0-1, and good night, you've lost the at-bat. If you do, you're going to face him for 8 innings because he's going to throw 80 pitches. But, like, when you're facing elite pitching, it's kind of what you have to do.
You have to grind. You got to look up and go, all right, Skubal shut us down for 6, but he's done. You have to be able to, when you get an opportunity, kill it. But you can't expand your zone all the time. It does not work.
I just think he hits for so much power, and the bat has so much pop that clearly isn't going away. I'm cool with him going up and swinging.
Let's talk about this a little bit later on, but we got more to go. Go ahead.
There are some rumors in the NFL that the Jaguars could cut running back Travis Etienne. New front office drafted 2 running backs this offseason. Presence of Tank Bigsby from a season ago. He's already in the room. And Etienne coming up against the end of his rookie contract. A little more expensive. Shot or no shot? If Travis Etienne gets cut, the Bears should bring him into the running back room.
Is he healthy?
Yeah.
Is he hot?
He was hurt last year, but he's healthy right now. It's just a case of new front office doesn't really like him. They didn't pick him. He's at the end of his rookie deal. You know how running backs are in this league?
How old is he now?
Double check, but I would think 26. He's been really productive behind a horrible offensive line in Jacksonville.
Yeah, I would absolutely tell you that one would be smarter than like a Nick Chubb, who's had multiple big-time injuries. Good player. He's probably seen his best days. J.K. Dobbins, good player. But you tell me there's a 26-year-old? But if he's that good, I wouldn't understand why Jacksonville would move on at this late stage.
I think that's a shot. I definitely would consider bringing him in, that's for sure. I think my favorite part about this is Potsy turning around, looking at Shea and saying, oh, really? Potsy, you're supposed to know the news of the day.
No, I'm a big ETN guy, so I didn't hear that news. I was surprised.
Well, it's not like news. It's rumors and speculation because they have 4 running backs in the room, and he's the one who's closest to coming up against the rookie extension or the option on the 5th year. Like, he's just become expensive, and this front office didn't pick him.
He struggled, too. And Tank Bigsby was great last year. Or he was fine, solid, better than what ETN was.
But it's not news, Cap.
Well, it's not. I'm just saying there's not a report out there that's like the Jags will cut Travis Etienne.
I got one right here in front of me. I got a Jags blog in front of me saying that. I'm just telling Potsy, I just thought it was funny for him to turn around like the dog.
Look,
and just like, what did you say?
Yeah. Some tea leaves are not hard to read. You get a new front office that drafts 2 running backs. The oldest one in your room is probably gone.
I would say that's a shot. That's something I would consider. By the way, a classy by Nick Chubb, by the way, to write a letter, maybe it was on social media, thanking the Browns or wherever he came from. Where did he come from?
The Browns.
The Browns, yes. He thanked the Browns organization.
That's classy.
Yeah.
Totally agree with you. That's classy.
All right. What else do we have, sir?
All right, the Florida Panthers last night held a 3-0 lead at the end of the first period, but Edmonton, led by an excellent Leon Draisaitl, stormed back, erased the deficit, won 5-4 in overtime to tie up the Stanley Cup Finals. Florida had a chance to take a commanding 3-1 lead. Instead, 2-2 tie in the Stanley Cup Finals. Shot or no shot, Florida choked.
I'm going home. No, they did not choke. My God. You're the same guy that's telling me Connor McDavid might pass Gretzky in your world as the greatest single player in the history of the sport. Leon Draisaitl is top 5 players in the sport. They're in the Stanley Cup Final because they're a really good flipping team. My God. No, it was not a choke. Just like that not pickleball, the tennis tournament the other day.
Yes.
Was not a choke. Number 2, Carlos Alcaraz, beat number 1. He was down 3 points. It was not a choke.
5.5 hours, and he choked it away. Long tennis, like from 9 to like 2:30 on Sunday. Unbelievable. Unbelievable tennis, I'll tell you that right now. But here's the thing, Cap. I mean, Stanley Cup final. Understand what Shea's saying now. This is a big stage. Stanley Cup final. You're up 3-0 at home, and then you relinquish it, and it's 3-3 after 2. What happened there? And then after that, Florida did not answer the bell in overtime. I mean, I don't know, Cap. I don't know. If it's not a choke, what do you call that?
They got a late goal to tie it to get it to overtime.
Uh-huh.
Is that Edmonton choke? So do we have a double choke? Shea?
Pardon the expression?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, double gag.
Yes. But then again, Florida up 3-0 at home, though. Tough spot.
It's not a gag. These are great players. My God. They got beat. It's a really good freaking Edmonton team and a really good Florida team. They didn't gag.
As I told you, I believe that Edmonton's going to win this series in 6. I'll tell you what, if that does happen, there's going to be a lot of white kids named Leon. I'm just telling you, Cap.
That's a good one.
I mean, I'm just telling you.
Most popular baby name in Edmonton, Canada.
Leon.
What?
I mean, Leons are usually, I don't know.
I'd like you to meet my boyfriend, Leon.
How's it going? What? Leon, is it? Nice black name that you have there. I mean, the Leons that we know
Who are
are
your
just
parents?
Are usually aligned with
Mary Frances and Richard.
These people are just aligned with, people
They were
on
big Oilers fans.
Curb Your Enthusiasm. That's
Correct.
usually where you find a Leon, doesn't it? On a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode? Isn't that where you can find a Leon?
Correct.
The guy that's singing in the guest house
Tremendous.
behind Larry David's home?
That's it.
Okay. And now, Leon Draisaitl. I asked you, and you failed to tell me that list of white Leons.
I couldn't come up with them other than Draisaitl.
It's like, I'm just telling you, it's going to be a popular name now.
In Canada, for sure.
I mean, just telling you, man. Edmonton's good. And by the way, guys like Carmen and guys like Shea, they're going to be right. If McDavid is able to win a championship, because that's the number one thing, how many rings do you have? He gets his first ring, Cap, first championship in Canada since 1993 for the Stanley Cup final. They're going to be talking about an all-time great.
And that was a massive comeback yesterday.
Is it okay as an American that I'm rooting for Edmonton? That I'm rooting for a Canadian team?
I guess from a betting standpoint, I like the Oilers. I think that it's hard to repeat, and I just think that Edmonton has enough stars that they can beat Florida. So it's okay for that.
I don't need
I'm
this.
rooting for history.
I don't need this team from Sunrise, Florida, that's just decided to spend their way here, winning another one.
That's what I told Cap. He goes, "It's the Miami market, kid." I'm like, "It's Sunrise, Florida." That's what it is.
It's the Miami market.
It is not the Miami. They couldn't care less about the Panther. It's Sunrise, Florida. Nobody cares down there. Take that. Against Edmonton. Big markets.
Hallandale.
Yeah, big markets. You don't see that about the NHL, though. Huh? They don't care about the markets there. They just care about good hockey, and it was, boy. Physical, quality
It was
hockey.
big-time hockey, man.
I really enjoyed the hell out of that yesterday. All right, we go around the NFL. Don't forget Jesse at 8:35. Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
But I love sex. Welcome to the Chicago White Sox newest affiliate, Vatican City. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox, celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV.
Apt, your number one destination for the home, is helping you make the most of the season with the latest LG tech. Experience the sights and sounds of summer like never before. From LG's brightest OLED G5 series TVs, powered by AI, to lightweight Gram AI laptops, to the portable, powerful sound of the new X-Boom Bounce speaker. Gamers, dive into the action with the world's first 5K 2K OLED gaming monitor for an ultra-immersive experience. For free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction. Shop where I shop. My favorite store in the world is Apt, app.com. Pleasing people since 1936.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to win the new White Sox City Connect swag package. This month's winner will receive a collection of exclusive City Connect merchandise, including a custom jersey, hat, and more. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Get ready. Woo! We are on tour, and we're doing it better than anybody else alive.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
And now it's time to go around the NFL right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. And our YouTube and Twitch stream is brought to you by...
That would be the historic Flossmoor Golf Club, where a buddy of mine played the other day and said it is in great shape. To inquire about membership, FlossmoorGolfClub.com.
Here's Shay Norling. It also is brought to you by BrandonMrFinance.com.
That's it. Let's go.
Here's Shay Norling.
Jim Harbaugh with the Chargers, he's doing something interesting. He's got these custom jersey patches he's putting on all of the players' practice jerseys to represent accomplishments they've had. If they're a Charger who's made the playoffs, they get a gold bolt. If they've won the Ed Block Courage Award, they get a patch recognizing that. He said he thought helmet stickers were a little collegiate. He wanted to do it, but it doesn't work in the pros. So he's going with these custom practice jersey patches. And he said players can take those jerseys with them and remember their accomplishments. He thinks it's very cool.
He's such an odd man. He's such an odd duck. Just, you know, I guess for him it just keeps everything interesting, keeps it loose. I understand that. But boy, I mean, he's so football-y. I mean, how about winning some more games, getting the playoffs a little deeper? But no, everyone's going to look like a NASCAR driver. That's what it's going to look like with all these patches.
Look, he's a hell of a football coach, man.
Weird.
He is. And I would think if I was a recruit, it'd be tough to turn him down.
Yes.
Like, he's cool in that way. Didn't like the Connor Stallions stuff that went on there. That knocked it down a peg in my book.
Mm-hmm.
But you cannot dispute the fact this man knows how to coach football.
These guys did it. These guys did it, man.
So can Sharon Moore.
Yeah.
I can hear it right now, Cap. What's that sound? The banner being snatched at
Correct.
Ann Arbor.
And the press conference.
Bam!
Yes, we'd like to announce we have fired Coach Sharon Moore. He will be the sacrificial lamb for Coach Harbaugh.
Let me have that banner. Bam! Right down to the ground. So long, Michigan. I'm looking at a guy that we know very well here.
Khalil Mack.
Khalil Mack. He looks like a NASCAR driver. All the things that he's accomplished. Look at all those patches.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With the UCLA patch that's the sponsor, that's 7 on the front of his jersey.
Can I just tell you, Shay? Let's take the under in the win total for the Chargers this year.
I can't do it. I'm really high on them, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, I was too until I saw these patches. It's going to weigh the players down. It's just too much weight. Sorry. So,
are they allowed to wear them on their game jersey?
I think it's practice jersey only. Harbaugh's quote was, "It's like a resume." Kind of reminds me how a military general has different patches. Someday they'll be able to put that jersey up in a frame, put it on a wall, say something really good about themselves. It will be what they accomplished as a pro football player. I like that.
I like that in this country. I like a military general. Oh, sorry. No rush. He's talking football. I apologize. I'm talking our EIB network.
Yeah, you used to do Monday Night Football. Rest in peace for you.
That's because Jim Harbaugh is desirous of a... Why did he say that, Cap? Why did he say it?
He's a weird guy. Why did he say a chicken is a nervous bird?
I don't know.
Like, why did he do that? He's a weird guy. But I kind of agree with Cap. Like, at the NFL level, at least, he just wins. And he wins immediately.
He's just a damn good football coach. He is.
Now, at Michigan, he got scummy because he couldn't win.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. It bothered. I like Jim. It bothered me greatly that they resorted to the Connor Stallion stuff. And when you start hearing some of the stuff that was going on, Connor, come stand with the offensive coordinator. Yep, here's the defense they're running. I got it all. Okay, now I go over with the defense. Here's the offense. And he got every play right. That's not right. It's no honor.
Harbaugh would have got the Bears 8 to 9 wins last year. Just saying.
He would have.
Would have got him to 9 wins. We have to worry about, Bill Walsh that's in Lake Forest right now. Shay?
Okay, let me ask you a quick question. If I told you I could drop Jim Harbaugh into the Bears right now and they're coming off a 9-win season, or you could have what it is right now with Ben Johnson and all the moves, what are you taking?
I'd probably take Ben Johnson because he's much younger.
He's ageless, Harbaugh.
I know.
What is
He's ageless.
What is he, 60?
Hey, he's fine. He's a weird man, but he's still like of sound mind of whatever that is. All I know, Shay, and listen, Cap can attest to this because we saw Harbaugh. The Harbaugh we see today was not the guy that was the quarterback for the Bears. I don't know what happened to him.
He was a wild man when he was here.
I don't know what that is today, but back then, I know he wasn't as strange.
You do know the story. He got in trouble on Rush Street at the bars.
Yeah.
Ran into, I want to say it was Shenanigans, one of those places.
Shenanigans, yeah.
Ran behind the bar, and there's a trap door. And they knew him. They lifted it up. He hid down there in the trap door as the police were chasing him. This is true. And the cops came in. One cop came right to the bar. He goes, lift it up. I know exactly where it is because I used to be a bouncer here. Lift it up, and there he was. Shine the light down. Let's go.
Bet. So that's why it's strange to see the way he is now because back then, not even close. Different guy.
He's also, like, I would accept Harbaugh as the head coach of the Bears. The problem is he's notoriously difficult to work with over a long period of time. He'll win, but you better win it in 4 years because he's not going to stick around past that. Michigan's the only place he did. And even there, he was looking for escape hatches every offseason.
I hear you, man. You don't have to worry about accountability with Harbaugh, though. That would not have been a storyline last year. 9 wins, maybe out of the playoffs. But this year, Harbaugh with Caleb, even better.
Here it is. Bears, this is a Tribune. Bears quarterback Jim Harbaugh was arrested on a disorderly conduct charge early Monday at a Rush Street Tavern. Remember they used to use the word tavern?
Yes.
After ignoring a police warning to stop yelling obscenities and leave the area, police said. Harbaugh was shouting obscenities to a crowd that included plainclothes police officers at Shenanigans, 16 West Division. The officers identified themselves, ordered him to leave the area. Police officers chased him back to Shenanigans, where he was arrested in the basement, where officers used necessary force to handcuff him. That was Jim Harbaugh.
That's unreal.
That's why a lot of Bears fans bring Jim back. He's wild. He's wild.
It's
All right.
hard to disturb the peace in an area where people are always loud, said the officer. He must have been really obnoxious. Evidently, he just got way out of line. Released at 6:30 on bond.
Here's Shay Norland.
Kirk Cousins is at minicamp for the Falcons and said that he's just there about moving forward, making the quarterback room the best it can be in 2025. This dude really going to be a $35 million backup in Atlanta? Pittsburgh's no longer a landing spot. Who's trading for him? Is Atlanta just stuck with a bag on a backup quarterback?
He's a Justin Turner of Atlanta. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, he's a $35 million backup.
He's not that much fun.
You mentioned the bag.
He's just certainly not that much fun, Cap.
No shot.
Not as fun as Justin Turner's bags?
No shot.
I can tell you Kirk Cousins is not walking around with prosthetic family jewels.
No, he's super religious, isn't he? He's not that guy out there being a man's man, I wouldn't think.
Well,
we saw the Netflix show. His wife was laying out his Target shirts for him before he'd go to his press conferences.
Wow. He uses Kohl's. He's a good man. Why do I believe that he'll start at some point for them if things don't go right? He'll be back. He'll be pressed back into service.
Boy, Michael Penix would have to be real bad.
Yeah.
Or somebody, God forbid, gets seriously injured in training camp, and they go, oh, God, make a call.
Nobody wants that deal. Nobody wants that contract, and nobody wants to deal with Kirk Cousins.
That's correct.
I think he'll play again, Cap, for Atlanta. Who has them going backwards? Is that you, or is it you, Shay? Somebody on the show said that Atlanta's going backwards this year.
I think Cap said they're winning the division.
I did. I said they're winning the division.
So it's you.
I don't have them going backwards necessarily. I think they're just kind of stagnant. I liked what I saw out of Penix at the end of last year.
No, well, you have them going backwards. Here's why. You like Tampa, but then you like Carolina.
I like Carolina. But that division's just bad. I don't think any of those teams win more than 9 games.
But you have Carolina being better. That means Atlanta's got to be somewhat worse. I'm not a believer in Penix. There, I said it. I don't think, and that goes back to college. I'm not sure what that is on the NFL level. I don't.
I was more that way, but I liked what I saw out of him last season. Then again, I got tricked by Anthony Richardson, so who knows? Because coming out of college, I was like, Anthony Richardson just stinks. Granted, he didn't achieve anything close to what Michael Penix did at Washington.
Well, all I can say for Penix is at least he didn't say, I need to take a rest. Take me out of the ball game. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
That was unbelievable.
You saw this with Richardson, right, Shay? Remember that last year? He goes, yeah, I just need to take a breather. Breather? You're the quarterback of the team. Get your ass back out. Oh, no. A little winded. Let me sit down, take a little rest. What? And they benched him.
And now he's hurt. Anthony Richardson, he's not at camp. He's injured.
That will show Cap.
He's back seeing the doctor that did his surgery.
Yeah.
That's not good.
That'll show Cap for listening to Alex Brown. All right, we will go now to.
I was not in on him. Alex Brown was. No.
That's a lie.
I was not an Anthony Richardson. No, I was not.
Oh, my God. Your revisionist history is unbelievable.
I wasn't an Anthony
Richardson. Pretty good, kid. A. Brown says.
That's what I said.
Yes.
A. Brown says.
And you went right along with A. Brown. I said, Cap, I watched him in college. He won't be very good. I don't know. A. Brown says.
I kept telling you what Alex Brown said.
And you went right along with him.
No, I
behind
did not.
Him. That's a lie.
And I told you that guy I met at the blackjack table said best quarterback in the draft, Anthony Richardson. That's what I told you.
And you believed him.
The one Florida alum who would say nice things about Anthony Richardson.
But you went right along with him,
Brown.
though.
I wouldn't have drafted him.
Because he did the same thing he always does with me, right? I have an opinion, but if someone used to play, that guy who used to play, his opinion's way more bigger than your partner. Because God forbid I have a sports opinion. I said he's no good, Cap. I don't know, kid. Don't be looking up stats. It's all over. Jesse, I'm going to type him in. No, he wasn't very good. Jesse Rogers next on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. That's why I go to Great Clips. I can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever I have time. They even send me a ready next text when it's time to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips save my haircut details in clip notes so I can get the same cut next time, no matter who I see. And the best part, Great Clips haircut prices are so affordable, I can look and feel great while still having money left over for all of those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
It's time to turn things up a notch this summer. Don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5 Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5hourenergyshot.com for full details and rules and enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025. Potsy.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Okay, it's about that time. You're tuned in to the Kap and J Hood Show.
Everything ain't hardcore, you know.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's a bad take. Come on, Jesse.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. I'd like to remind you that we're with you until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. It is Waddle Silvy at 2:30. White Sox baseball to take on the Texas Rangers at 6:30, Black and Dollar on the YouTube channel, youtube.com. We turn now to Jesse Rogers. He's on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
And he's brought to you by...
That'd be Atomatic. My great, great friends at Atomatic, Steve Stahorek and the guys. Their motto is, we make people comfortable. And last night, a little intense late, but we were comfortable leaving the ballpark with a 3-2 victory and a 5.5 game lead.
Good morning, Jesse. How are you?
Good morning, boys. I'm doing well. Yeah, it was a tight one at the end, and people might get a little freaky on the offense. But it's first game back after road trip. They haven't had a day off. You got to take into account a bunch of things, but mostly the wind blowing in and cool evening once again, which is crazy on June 12th or whatever it was. And that's helpful to Jamison Tyon. He has had the best pitching weather to pitch in this season. Every single start that I can remember, it's been wind blowing in, a little bit cooler, and once again he comes through. He's been a metronome out there lately.
He has been a metronome. That's a very good way to describe it. Just go through his routine, bam, bam, bam. He ran out of gas a little bit late, and then, of course, those of us that laid the run line, we have to have Keller hit a guy, walk a run in, and then the offense went to sleep late. That Pirate Club pitched well out of the bullpen. Jesse, I want to talk about looking at the opportunity ahead of them today. They're going to face Paul Skeens. They're going to run their guy out, who, by the way, is never getting traded for any type of package, Cade Horton today. Give me your thoughts on this matchup and this test.
Well, they've seen Skeens more than any other team. 5 games against the Cubs, 2.88 ERA. He's thrown 25 innings, 20 hits. That's a good number of hits against a guy like Skeens. 32 strikeouts and 25 innings pitched. That's about normal for Skeens as well. 12 walks, though. So the Cubs have gotten to him. His whip is 1.28 against the Chicago Cubs. So he's looked a little bit more pedestrian against them. Of course, his first 2 starts of his career were against them. So you got to take that all with a grain of salt. But he's great. And almost like the weekend when you had to have Cade Horton kind of match Jack Flaherty pitch for pitch, it didn't work out, and that was Jack Flaherty. You kind of got to expect similar here. You got to keep up with that other guy in the mound. And that's where we fast forward to things to October, and you start thinking that way. Our guys got to kind of match that guy pitch for pitch, because if you give up early runs in October, things can be a lot different than the way things go now. So that's what I'm looking at Cade Horton. Like, I'm not saying beat Paul Skeens, but you understand the other guy out there. Let's keep this team in the game for as long as you can, and then the Cubs can maybe get to the Pirates bullpen or maybe get to Skeens middle of the game. So that's the way I think about it against a star like him.
Jesse, I'd like to ask you about the end of the game for the Cubs and their victory against the Pirates 3-2. So Palencia comes out there in the 8th and says, okay, what is this? Is this a is this 6-out save? What do we got here? So Palencia comes in, gets the hold, and then all of a sudden,
well, it's 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to get ready. Now go, cat, go, but don't you.
So you get Presley coming in there with the save. So what does that say for Presley? That had to really raise his confidence that he got the ball in the 9th.
Yeah, slowly but surely that confidence is coming back, and I really mean slowly but surely. He really bottomed out after he had that horrendous inning about a month ago, and since then he hasn't given up a run, and he hasn't let an inherited runner score. So his confidence is sky high after being at its lowest. And it was simple. The Pirates don't have a deep lineup. The middle of their lineup is their strength. He used Palencia there, and then went to Presley. If that was the Phillies, I'm not sure he goes that route or whatever the case may be. But they felt comfortable with Presley and the Pirates' bottom of the lineup. Let's hear from Ryan Presley. He's very honest after the game about being humbled. You know what he did, and I've heard this once in a while. Obviously it probably happens more often, but he mentioned this last night. A few weeks ago, he had Ian Happ, one of the Cubs hitters, write a report out to him. How to beat me. Show me how hitters are beating me. What's your game plan if I'm pitching against you? And he took that report, and remember, you're going to be humble a little bit. You're going to hear and see some things you may not like. And he got texts from friends and former teammates giving him help as well. So he took all that advice, and he went to work, and he's done really well. Here's Ryan Presley after the game.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be humble in this game, or you're going to get humbled. And, I got humbled in front of the Cubby faithful and all of MLB. So, I mean, you just got to take that and try to be a little bit of humility and then just build off of it and try to, I guess build, a good sort of a routine so that you can build off it and be better.
And he has been better. And in general, guys, these numbers are incredible. Okay, no earned runs for him since that blow up a month ago, right? The 8 runs in an inning. Chris Flexen, 10 appearances, 0 ERA. Drew Pomeranz, 18 appearances, 0 ERA, 8 inherited runners, none have scored. That is insane. And then, of course, Palencia is sort of taking his steps as well. He's given up a few runs. But right now, their bullpen is spot on. Keller had a little bit of a blip. I think he had a rush to warm up yesterday. They walked in a run, but then got out of it on a huge pitch to O'Neal Cruz. So it's been pretty good in the back of the pen.
Hey, who's your Shingo and who's your Jinx here for your closers here for the season, Cap? Because you got a couple of guys. Who do you trust more?
Dustin Hermanson.
Shingo or
him too.
Yeah, Shingo or Jinx. Who do you trust more?
I probably, in terms of a high leverage situation, trust Palencia more simply because he's got more swing and miss stuff. I mean, last night, when they decided to make that move in the 8th inning, somebody in the bleachers with me said, "What do you think about this?" I said, "Well, if it doesn't work, I'm going to light Craig's ass up tomorrow. But if it does work, I'm going to give him all the credit in the world." You take a guy out of the routine you've built over the last 3 weeks, where he's been really good, and you stick him in the 8th inning, and then you look, you go, McCutchen, Reynolds, Horwitz. Okay. I don't know about the Horwitz kid, but he'll probably hit 4 homers today.
Jesse, where's the sound on Horowitz? Do we have any? You talk to him?
No, not really.
You don't know him? Okay.
Where's he from?
No.
Northbrook?
I guess I have to schlep to the plate. I guess I have to swing the bat.
But he's a good player, and so he goes out, he gets the job done there, and then Presley comes in, and there's no easy path to 25, 26, 27 outs, but he did the job last night. I give Craig a lot of credit for doing that.
Yeah, I think it was smart against that lineup. You may not do that against a tougher lineup 1 through 9, but I think it was smart in that moment. And Palencia now, to me, guys, is checking off all these boxes. 4-out saves or 4-out save opportunities at least. You're not going to get it. He hasn't been perfect, but he needs to go through these experiences so he's ready if he's going to be the guy in October. I still think they might go out and trade for a veteran one. But let's get him in the 8th if we have to. Let's get him in the 9th. They've got a little cushion now. St. Louis is fading. The Brewers are making a little bit of a move, still 5.5 out. We're checking games off in a tough month in terms of playing 26 out of 27 days. There's a lot to like about the Cubs, including PCA. I mean, first of all, Shea tried to trick you. He has 18 home runs, not 19 home runs. So when he's trying to get you to
it was
say
18.
Yeah, when he's trying to get you to say 40-40, he added a home run. He has 18.
You're better than that, Shea.
All right. We're going to ask Jesse.
Any Sox news?
And around the league as far as Major League Baseball this weekend. That is next on Kap and J Hood.
This is ESPN Chicago. Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports.
Every guy can bust.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tomorrow, 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhoffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhoffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhoffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer's here, and seasonal businesses are hiring everything from hiking guides to surf instructors and more. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, you need ZipRecruiter to find qualified candidates fast. ZipRecruiter's smart technology gets to work as soon as you post a job, diving in to find great matches and showing you top picks right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/USL to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in all the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Potsy.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
This is Kap and J Hood. They've beaten the traffic commute, so you don't have to.
No! Say it again. Say something else. Oh!
On ESPN Chicago.
Jesse Rogers with us every Monday, every Friday, right here on ESPN 1000 on the ESPN Chicago app here on Kap and J Hood.
Any Sacks news?
That's a tough series, losing 2 out of 3 against Houston. You're going to go through this all season, Jesse, where there's going to be some pop-up wins that come out of nowhere. But, again, the Sox just overmatched offensively against a good Houston team.
Yeah, but I think the big news would be something like, look at the run differential. A year ago at this time, it was minus 155 on this date, in fact.
Yeah.
It's minus 58 right now. That is the difference in the White Sox. The records are kind of similar, but 100 runs better than last season. There would have been many, instead of 4-3, it would have been 8-3 yesterday. So the amount of steps the offense and pitching staff are taking, just getting experience, is huge here, right? But now these are all players that could be here outside of Luis Robert in a year. You couldn't say that last year. And then all the pitchers basically could be here. In fact, I was talking to GM about the White Sox, and the phrase they were used in terms of the trade deadline was they've been picked over. You know what I mean? They've been picked over mostly last year, Luis Robert being the exception. And if he gets hot here again, we keep saying it, he's got a shot to be moved, probably moved either way. So this is kind of the team that's going to move forward this year, and there's going to be these good moments, and of course some moments where they go backwards, as we've talked about all season.
Yeah. So by the way, we got so what you love about baseball throughout a season, you're going to get debuts, and so Mizorowski was the starter for the Brewers yesterday, and the Brewers shut out the Cardinals 6-0. Mizorowski, he didn't give up a hit. He had leg cramps. He had to leave the game yesterday. But, from the Brewers' standpoint, here's a guy here they've been talking about for the last couple of seasons. He finally has his debut. Jesse, I guess the only problem is that his control's not great because he walks the ballpark, minor leagues and yesterday. But that might be a shot in the arm for Murphy and the Brewers.
The Brewers have a ton of pitching. They have a ton of pitching. It's getting healthy. You may have seen the story. Aaron Savali wants to be traded because they have too much pitching. He had to be moved to the bullpen.
Correct.
They've been waiting to get healthy. Brandon Woodruff still coming back, but now his setback wasn't an arm injury. He got, I think, hit by a line drive. They have a lot of pitching coming. A playoff pitcher from last year is in the minors right now. They're the one team that can push the Cubs. I said it from day one that they'd have a run. They may have started that run. They just finally passed the Cardinals. This kid was throwing gas. I watched a lot of it. Mm-hmm. In fact, it wasn't really a cramp. He went back on the mound after a pitch, and he twisted his ankle, it looked like. I guess they called it a cramp. So, to leave a no-hitter like that is kind of heartbreaking. Not that he would have finished, but that's the one team that has enough pitching and hitting to at least stay within distance of the Cubs. I don't think they'll ever catch them, though.
In terms of what the Cubs are doing now, I believe, I'm hearing this from a very good source, that the Cubs will have Shota Imanaga make his return to the rotation against the St. Louis Cardinals. Check that out, Jesse. But that's what I'm hearing. With the Cardinals series coming up, I am reporting this. It's not a prediction.
Oh.
He will return to the rotation against the St. Louis Cardinals, barring a hiccup as he continues his rehabs throwing. Getting him back, who steps out of the rotation? Is that Colin Ray? Or Ben Brown?
I would say it's probably Ben Brown.
And he goes to the pen, or he's part of a package in a trade?
Oh, he could be part of a package in trade, absolutely. I don't think Jed wants to trade from his major league team, but if he's forced to, that would be the guy.
He's not trading Cade Horton. Can we stop with that?
Yeah, it was a good question for Chris Sale, but I'll give you the other end of it. Chris Sale's not going to be available. Been making some calls. Even if they fall out of it even more, he's got that year left. The Braves think they can win next year. So it's become a moot point. I think it's a good debate. So, yeah, Cade Horton is probably not going anywhere. You probably have to give back some pitching if you're getting Alcantara, Gallen, Kelly. Ben Brown could be it. Or you could just find a package in the minors. You could find a package in the minors for the rental. Problem is if you're trying to get a guy that has more than 1 year, then it starts to be a bigger package. So, yeah. I'm in agreement with you. Horton isn't going anywhere because Sale isn't going anywhere.
White Sox. The White Sox, sorry to interrupt you. White Sox have a player that the Cubs could use, and the Cubs have prospects the White Sox could use. You wouldn't get a high-level prospect, but if I have to watch Brujan be the backup center fielder on a team trying to go win a World Series, I'm going to puke. That guy's not good enough out there. Go get Mike Tauchman. Why not?
Possible. I do think they're going to get a bench player. The big question, I brought this up with Carmen yesterday, do they get a right-hander and say goodbye to Justin Turner?
No shot.
Not his balls.
That would be
you can't get rid of balls.
They're not getting rid of him. He's very important in that room. No chance.
I agree it's important in that room, but important in the room doesn't get hits in October. And so it's something you have to think about. You want to improve your bench. I don't know if it's Bruhan or Turner, but I agree with you. You go out and get a hitter. I absolutely agree with you.
I'd go get Mike Tauchman. He can be a backup fourth outfielder.
They need a bench player. I wouldn't disagree with that. It's going to be somebody. They're going to go out and get someone. Tauchman fills that qualification for sure.
Give us a nugget, Jesse, that you only say for Buster Olney's podcast. Give us something that you haven't told anyone else yet.
Yeah,
that's in your phone.
Oh, okay.
Give us something.
I'll give you a name to keep an eye on for the Cubs that's not named Sandy Alcantara, though he's on the Marlins. And it's not necessarily a Game 2 October starter, but it would be a young starter for the future. Edward Cabrera. Mm-hmm. Not a sexy name, but you asked me to give you something in my phone. Edward Cabrera on the Marlins. Teams might line up for Sandy Alcantara. Jed might line up for this kid. Good live arm. Numbers aren't quite catching up to his arm, which is a good thing, so I don't think teams are gung-ho after him. If they don't get Alcantara, there could be another pitcher on the Marlins. His name's Edward Cabrera.
I'll take Alcantara's throwing the ball well the last couple weeks. So go get him and Tauchman.
Cabrera's 27.
I was talking to some GMs yesterday. They need to see more out of Alcantara, which is why we have another month. I don't think a lot's getting done between now and the deadline. There's always that one trade. But it's All-Star break to the deadline where most of this is going to happen.
See, I had to drag that out of you, Jesse. You were going to hold that back, but I got that out of you. See that? That's good information.
I was going to keep it exclusive for Waddle and Silvy after the game today, but you dragged it out of me.
Of course you would.
Look at that.
Wow.
Holding it back after the skiing start. No. The morning show, the power shift. We need that info.
That's why you're good. That's why you're so good at your job, Hoodie. You pull it out of me.
God bless.
Jesse, as always, we appreciate it, man. We'll talk Monday.
You got it. Have a great weekend, boys.
See you, Jesse.
There it is. Jesse Rogers with the information, and he's brought to you by
Automatic. That's right. They make people comfortable since 1945.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Kap J Hood, back in 2 minutes on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Kap J Hood. Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000. Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Like football, it comes down to the X's and O's. Hey, it's Jurko. You've spent your whole life working hard, saving for retirement, and now you need to trust Mitch Lyons Wealth to protect your money. Mitch is a former NFL player like me and knows how to create winning retirement strategies with a common-sense approach to help you protect and grow your wealth. To feel confident about your retirement, go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. That's Mitch, Lyons, Wealth.com. Mitch Lyons Wealth, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey, guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome back on Kap and J Hood. Shay is the pleasant voice that answers your calls at 312-332-3776. Our guy Smokey's at the controls. Hoodie and I, another hour before we hand it off to Clinton and friends, Carmen and Jurko, Waddle and Silvy, Black Abdallah, etc. Baseball. That is our night programming on a daily basis throughout the year. 312-332-3776. Hockey last night was amazing. Amazing game. You've got the NBA playoffs that are amazing. The whole playoff has been tremendous. And, Hoodie, now you've got the Pacers with a 2-1 lead in another game at home where that fan base is insane. They go up 3-1. Oh, my goodness. Which playoff has been better? They've both been incredible.
Yeah, I think we've been blessed to have solid NBA playoffs and NBA finals for sure. And I know that for some, it's like, oh, who are these teams? Who are these players? Well, you know what? You're going to get a star that emerges out of this, whether it's going to be SGA as the MVP or it's going to be Tyler Halliburton. But I think that this speaks to the others. It's more than just, well, who's the star? Who's the – you know why there's some that have a disconnect with his Cap is because there's no controversy. There is no hating on LeBron or hating on the Lakers or hating on whatever team that's the heel in this situation or Kevin Durant. It's not that. It's just basketball. It's for guys like you and I that like enjoy the sport, enjoy like the chess match between a veteran coach like Rick Carlisle and Mark Daigneault for Oklahoma City, young Daigneault. And so I just think that this is going to be a lot of fun. I think it has been a lot of fun. However, the Stanley Cup final, and it's always been said because it's become cliche now, oh, my God, you see the hockey last night. Oh, my God, you see the hockey last night. Well, let me tell you something. I really enjoyed what I saw yesterday. I was in the Hood Cave, and gentleman Jack stopped by. Jack was always great to always stop by and watch the hockey with me every spring. And Jack said to me, huh? And Jack told me, he says, Hoodie, this Stanley Cup Finals is pretty good, kid. And I said, you know what, Jack? You're absolutely right.
Pretty good, kid.
It's pretty good, Jack said. He was right next to me.
He does.
Yep, right there.
Nice full glass. Big round ice ball.
Hey, man, gentlemen, Jack enjoyed it. And so I enjoyed it as well. So I would lean toward the Stanley Cup final. You know, I'm a basketball head, and I enjoyed the league. But I really like what I saw yesterday because of the hard hitting. Here's why it's been unique. Cap, it's not just the pure one end of the ice, the other great skating and great hockey, because one of the games we saw a fight like it was a game in mid-January. So you got a little bit of everything in the Stanley Cup final so far. So I'm leaning that way so far. It's just been great. And we got a white guy named Leon that continues to come through. Boy, Leon Draisaitl.
Unbelievable.
Again, I challenge you to find those Leons in your life.
Not a lot of them. Leon Lett?
No, not Leon Lett. The bungling Dallas Cowboy.
Yes.
In a big spot with Don Beebe.
By the way, we have breaking White Sox news. Would you like it?
Is it breaking news?
It is.
Breaking news. All right.
I don't think you got to play the sound.
Go ahead, Smokey.
No, you don't need the sound.
Smokey, if you
it's
said...
not sounder worthy.
Well, you just...
It's breaking news. Let's go.
All right. Go ahead, Smokey. If it's in the system there. Now, he doesn't play that on Saturdays or Sundays with Chauncey. So if you can dig that out.
This is breaking news.
Was not on the Saturday weekend
for
page.
Sports, ESPN 1000.
We turn now to veteran observer David Kaplan. We're breaking news here on Kap and J Hood. David.
The Brewers have had a snag in their pitching rotation. Aaron Savale has been moved to the bullpen and has requested a trade. He is now a member of the Chicago White Sox. They have traded for Brewers starter Aaron Savale. The package has not been released yet. That's per John Heyman. John Heyman reporting Aaron Savale traded to the Chicago White Sox. Good veteran arm, man. You get him over the next month rolling really well. You either keep him or you flip him at the deadline and get something. That's a good aggressive move.
All right. So, Shay, call Jesse back. Call him back. Big news.
Any Sox news?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Surprised.
I'm a bit baffled.
Well, I don't understand why you're baffled. This is the Pope Ishbia era. We've turned the page, Cap. Thank you, Pope, for Savale. It's the Pope.
It is.
He's making the deals now. Here we go.
How about that?
We're on the way, Shay. Digging ourselves out of the basement, out of the tunnel. There we are.
How about the Brewers there? Oh, you want to trade? We got a trade for you, buddy.
Wow. I am stunned.
Yep. Here it is, Bob Nightingale.
Well,
Aaron Savali, he wanted out of Milwaukee, now traded to the White Sox.
Call Jesse. Go ahead. Give him the last 5 minutes of the segment. Shay, let's find out Jesse's thoughts about this deal, because that is a surprise. What about you?
I give Chris Getz a lot of credit. Guy asked to be traded. It's not like you went and picked up, a number one starter, but Aaron Savali's a quality arm. Mm-hmm. He is. And teams always need depth. And if you're going to trade, who's the kid they picked up or guy they picked up from Texas in the minors? Adrian Hauser.
Yeah.
Hauser's a flippable candidate. Savali, if he throws well, is a flippable candidate. We saw Sean Burke struggle. Some of these guys have never thrown 100 innings in their career.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it's only June 13th. We've got a long way to go. You're going to need depth arms. I give them a lot of credit. That is a really interesting move. I'm sure they didn't give up a lot to get him, but they gave up something. But I think that's a smart move by Chris Getz.
How about that?
There you go.
So what does that mean, Cap? I mean, that's one move. You got something else up your sleeve if you're the White Sox?
Yeah, I think you're going to wait, and you get closer to the deadline. Look, you're what, 15 games out? You're not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But if you get a guy like that, and you get Adrian Hauser, and maybe there's Mike Tauchman, maybe Luis Robert, like there's a bunch of dudes that you can get something for. When the Cubs traded Baez and Trevor Williams to the Mets, they asked for Brett Beatty. Jed said this on MLB Network the other day.
Mm-hmm.
The Mets said no. They asked for another really good player the Mets have. The Mets said no. All right, we'll take the injured kid. He's PCA.
Yes.
And they developed him. He went to the minors. He rehabbed. He got healthy. They trained him how they want him. And now the guy's going to probably start in center field in the All-Star game. You just keep getting candidates. That's how you turn a team around.
Yes.
I give them a lot of credit on that.
Yeah, I think that's pretty solid. Again, you know what the season is, but you make a move like that now, that's a shot in the arm for the organization. And again, not this huge, big move, but it's just a move that's a surprise. So,
I called Jesse on to see if he had Aaron Savali thoughts and heard this.
Wow.
Come on, Jess, you're better
He's
than
on
that.
his way to Wrigley.
You can't call from the car?
Jesse, call from the car. Come on, man.
This is his moment.
I mean,
all the times you call in, I got to get on, kid. Let's go. We need you.
Was this just like a FU from the Brewers? Like you demote him to the bullpen, and he asks for a trade, and you go, okay, go be a White Sox.
Yeah, well.
You're unhappy on a wild card team with a 5 ERA? Go be a White Sox.
What do you think of that?
Guess who the White Sox have traded? Jesse Rogers breaking this news right now. Who did they give up?
Oh, my goodness. Who did you make party?
Andrew Vaughn. See you later.
Who is it?
Andrew Vaughn.
Yeah! That's a good day.
Andrew Vaughn
Give me some
to the
Sox
Milwaukee
music.
Brewers for pitcher Aaron Savali.
Let's go. Let's go.
For Jesse Rogers, the little guy got it.
There we go, man.
How about that?
There we go. Andrew Vaughn couldn't make the big league team, Cap. They sent him down and said, that'll be all, Vaughn. How about that?
Yep.
There we go. Andrew Vaughn, out of my life.
Gone.
You had every opportunity to take it over, Cap.
Yep.
Every opportunity. You know what? So long, Vaughn. You and your crazy eyes can go right down to the minors.
That's it.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Jesse Rogers joins us here on the Kap J Hood Morning Show. Jesse, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, I mean, if we had stretched my report out a little bit longer, I would have gotten a text about this. Just crazy as I hung up with you guys. Savali wanted out. I mentioned that to you guys. Tons of depth there, and the White Sox were able to move on from Andrew Vaughn, which was probably the best thing for him. A change of scenery, go to a lineup that's a little bit more veteran. Maybe he can find it like Gavin Sheets did. But Savali, just a little bit more depth for a team that has young pitching. He's a good veteran pitcher. Have talked to him up close. Like, he'll be good for the group in there. Of course, he better start, or he may not be very happy, because that's what happened in Milwaukee. They moved him to the pen. But here we go. Vaughn's gone, and how far or will it take to get Luis Robert on the move? I think they want to see him get hot, as I mentioned, but it looked like, Vaughn's days were numbered once they sent him down.
Any Sachs news?
I'll tell you what, Jesse, I said to Hoodie before you came on that I give Chris Getz a lot of credit. Go out and get the guy, and then he becomes a flippable player if he throws well for them at the deadline. Or if he's really good, you go, you know what, we'll keep him. But to be able to flip him, Adrian Hauser, Mike Talkman, Luis Robert Jr., like there's a few, Benintendi. There are guys that the contenders might go, I'll take that dude right there.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And where were you going with Vaughn? I think I was asked that the day he got sent down by Waddle or someone, like, where are you going with Vaughn? And I said, the best you could do is, like Luis Robert, recoup some value, but this is recouping it in the minors. So it's not like you're going to get the other team's best prospect. You got a guy. You got a veteran. You got a body. And you're right. You package him with a few guys, maybe it turns into something. Look what happened with Adrian Hauser. I mean, this is what good front offices do in these situations where they're not necessarily trying to win. We're gathering all the talent we have, and some will stay and some will get flipped. So here's another example that it's too bad the third pick in the draft ends up in this situation, being traded for just a body, but it is what it is, and maybe the Brewers can get something out of them.
So what does this look like for Vaughn? First base, I mean, you got Rhys Hoskins there now. Is he just on the bench? You got Yelich as your DH. So how does he fit?
Yeah, that's a great question because right now I think he fits in the minors continuing to fix his game. I'm not sure he's going to sit on the bench. I'm not sure he's going to sit on the bench. I think if he gets fixed in the minors, now it's one of those good problems to have. The Brewers have underachieved at offense all year, underachieved on offense. Now, I think they're better than their numbers, so we'll see if they improve even without Vaughn. But it's a flyer. You're taking a flyer. You've got depth at DH and first base and even outfield if you need it. I don't think he jumps into any starting role there. But could he play himself into one? Certainly. Could he play himself into a bench role? Yes. I think the biggest thing is it's a change of scenery.
I just think it's great. I mean, I can see Vaughn's agents, hey, Andrew, I got a trade. Really? Brewers. Oh, yeah. Nashville Sound. He'll be in the minors. Nashville Sound. You mean I'm not going to Milwaukee? No, you're going to Nashville. Work out that swing, kid.
But guess what? I'm sure there's also a deep sigh of relief from him. Didn't work here. Good luck. I'm moving on. Fresh start.
Gotta be.
I don't want to hear that from you.
Fresh start.
Fresh start my ass. He was a bust here.
I don't disagree.
Horrible.
Fresh start. Fresh start, kid.
All right. Jesse, that's why we have you on, man. The breaking news.
Moved up about 30 games in the standings.
Okay. Not in the minors. He didn't move up.
Down in net.
Thank you, Jess.
Okay, boys. Take care.
Thanks. There he is. Jesse Rogers, always brought to you by Atomatic. Atomatic.com.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Got that bust out of my organization, Shea Norling. He had every opportunity. They were like, here you go, Vonnie. Here's first base. There's no one behind you. And he went to the minor leagues. I hope he enjoys Nashville. Because that's where he's going. I mean, just a huge disappointment for the White Sox. Huge. He was, and now he gets Savali. Just
third overall pick. And I went back and looked up his scouting report not too long ago. He was by far the number one bat in that draft when they drafted him at that spot.
Where does he rank among the greatest busts in Chicago sports history?
Oh, boy.
We got to go through some Bears first.
Well, Mitch Trubisky.
All right, let's not do that. It's not his fault.
A fact is a fact.
Well, it's not his fault.
You take a guy at 2, and he
Maserati Mitch.
Wow.
Right.
Well, I mean, Cap was right, except you parked the car. You didn't allow him to run, so it couldn't be Maserati Mitch.
Yeah, but again, in the end, you look at where he was drafted, you look at the production, he was a bust. Cade McNown, he was a bust because he was not a good player, and he was a jackass. Mitch was a good dude. He just wasn't a good enough player. Justin, good enough guy, good athlete, just not a good enough player. So, but
Patrick Williams or Andrew Vaughn?
Oh, wow.
Andrew Vaughn's a bigger bust.
I think that's fair.
At least he's not a $90 million black hole.
But he at least got the second contract. working on Monday, Justin?
I got tears in my eyes, man.
It's not what I meant.
We're black after this.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Rangers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing though. Gave her the buyout in 1991, and then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that hey, I wanted to create an increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped the series decider 4-3 Thursday night in Houston. Davis Martin took the loss, but he completed 6 innings for the 6th consecutive start. The Sox got a 9th-inning leadoff homer from Mike Tauchman to make it a 1-run game. Then Miguel Vargas doubled off the top of the wall and left with 2 outs, but Josh Hader fanned Austin Slater to end the game. Tonight, the Sox are at the Rangers at 7:05 Central. Be here on Friday, June 27th to see artist Flo Rida perform a post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola. After the White Sox host the San Francisco Giants at 6:40. Don't miss your chance for an up-close on-field experience. Exclusive on-field passes are on sale now with limited availability. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/concert. This has been your White Sox Minute.
At Coast Ivoni, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavoni and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4million.
Costa Ivoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
We'll open up the Friday folder coming up at 9:35 right here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Cap, Shay asked a question about the biggest busts in Chicago sports history. I mean, there's a litany of names for busts in Chicago sports history. I mean, I'm taking out on Andrew Vaughn because Andrew, the high draft pick, and had full autonomy at first base. It was your job, and you were sent to the minor leagues and never came back. They didn't even bring you back. Like, okay, you might be having struggles down there, but no, we'll go with Elko at first base. That says something.
That says a ton. That says a ton, but I give them credit. Go get I'm not telling you he's Chris Sale.
Yeah.
I'm telling you he's Aaron Savale, who has had success at the major league level, and everyone needs pitch depth. And when you have all these guys who do not have, go look at the career innings of Burke and Shane Smith and Jonathan Cannon and all these dudes. Go look. And then you're going to be like, well, how the heck are they going to be standing September 1st? Guess what? Aaron Savale will take the ball now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, somebody may call you up on July 26th and go, I just had another injury in my rotation. I need him.
Sure.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Then it's up to you to hit on it like the Cubs did with PCA or some of these teams. Remember when the Atlanta Braves traded a crafty veteran? He wasn't awesome.
Yeah.
Doyle Alexander.
Yeah, remember that.
And they took a Class A pitcher from the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah.
And guess who that was? John Smoltz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure your dad's told you that story, the Alexander for Smoltz deal. It was just so strange at the time. I'm like, Doyle Alexander. Like, oh. And
he's pretty good.
And who's John Smoltz? Now we know who he is, Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that stuff happens.
I'll just say, again, it's a long list of busts that come through this town. I mean, I always start with the Bears first, like the Rashawn Salams and the Curtis Enuses and the John Theories. And, I mean, it's a long list. But I'm just saying that for someone that was drafted that high, in which it was your job, and you couldn't get back to the big leagues, that says something. And I'm glad Jesse put that out there, the idea that, well, just because he's traded to the Brewers doesn't mean he's going to be with Pat Murphy. He'll be in Nashville. He'll go bus to bus, going from the White Sox affiliate to the Brewers affiliate.
Right.
That's something. I mean, by the way, Andrew Vaughn was never great. He was never great in the Sox uniform, but he was serviceable at a time. Decent at first base, but the power, somehow the water shut off on Andrew Vaughn. Could not hit the ball anymore.
Yeah, you wonder if he gets the phone call this morning, had a game, I'm sure, last night. Hello, Andrew. Yeah, this is Chris Getz. I want to thank you for everything. We just traded you to the Milwaukee Brewers organization. Fresh start for you. We wish you the best.
I don't like our team.
And then does he go, wow, I'm officially a bust? Or does he get out of bed, take a quick shower, grab a cup of coffee, and go, I'm starting my career over right now?
Yes, from now, after what happened now, 20 homers and 80 RBIs. Because he's no longer a White Sox. That's
Maybe.
what happens.
I question how people over there have said to me, we're not going to tell you he's lazy. He's just not locked in on his business. Now, maybe that was because of all the losing, getting beaten down, not playing well, the whole combination. If that's true.
Well, we read that tweet. There was the Sox minor leaguer who said when they were in Arizona, he'd show up and lift a few weights and then leave.
Yeah, he was not taking care of his business to the degree that they believed he should. So let's see. Let's see what happens. It's a fresh start in an organization renowned for good player development, the Brewers.
Yeah.
Hoodie, if I had told you in 2021 that just 4 short years later, Jose Abreu would be out of baseball and we'd have this trade, Andrew Vaughn, for a pitcher with a 5 ERA. How would you react?
No way.
And that Andrew Vaughn was in the minors when you did it.
And I saw Abreu's last home run in the big leagues. I was in Houston.
That's right. I remember that.
I saw him hit that home run. Remember I told you he was out there 2 hours before the game stretching, and the umpires had to tell him, Jose, it's a 1 o'clock start. It's 12:59. He's still out there with the trainer stretching out, just trying to get the limbs going. Jose, we got to go. You got to get off the field. Oh, okay. He had the big band. He's still trying to stretch out. It took him like an old war horse trying to stretch out, just trying to get the limbs ready.
He was done.
And so I actually saw his last home run. So Jose out, and then Andrew Vaughn out. So this is Elko's job. Is it not? Is this Tim Elko?
He'll get his shot. I don't know how much they think of him as a prospect. What is he, 26?
I mean, he's okay.
Most guys don't wait to be 26 to become a decent prospect.
I don't know if Vargas is everyday third or everyday first. I don't even know. I have no idea.
Now, could they say to Kyle Teal, we're going to make you the first baseman so that you hit every day for us? Maybe.
You'd rather not have two kids catching, right?
Right.
Because you got Teal and Carroll. You need one kid and a veteran.
Correct.
You'd like to have that, and so somebody's got to stretch out and play first. I'm fine with it. I'm just glad that that bus is out of my organization. He had every opportunity, and he squandered it.
They're just cleaning house, man. I give
fine.
Chris again, I can't say it more strongly. Chris there's a lot of credit. He wasn't ready to be a GM when the moment they handed him the keys and went, here, tear it apart. You got no money to spend. Tear it apart. Fix it.
Yeah.
And you see light at the end of the tunnel. I'm not telling you they're going to win 100 games, but he's done a nice job.
You got to squint, though, Cap. You got to squint. That light at the end of the tunnel, you got to really squint.
You do?
Potsy, just squint a little bit, and you could see 2032. You could see the Sox turning it around.
Right, but you look and you go, Shane Smith, the number 1 pick in the Rule 5, he's going to be an all-star.
All-star Shane Smith.
Really good. Really good. They've made some very good decisions. We'll see.
They got kids that I gave my top 5 of kids I like on the White Sox that are watchable for me. It's Mydroth. You know, I'm a big Mydroth guy. I think that when they're good, hopefully still with the organization when they're good. But the point is, though, is that right now he's very watchable for me. You saw him in person.
Yeah,
he's a gamer. I believe he's going to develop as a gamer.
Yeah, he's not going to be a top 5 player on your team if you're really good.
Yep.
But if he's your 8-hole hitter and playing really solid second base, what's wrong with that? He gets on base.
Yeah.
He plays with some passion. He's gutty. That guy that's uniform's always dirty. You're like,
yeah,
dude's always covered in dirt.
I like guys like that.
I do too.
And
you need them.
The Teals and or the Caros, guys like that. Miguel Vargas has some pop in his bat. There's a few guys I really like on the team. And again, they're so young, and when you don't spend money, this is what it looks like. But a good move, I think, by the White Sox by being able to do this with Andrew Vaughn today. The report coming from Jesse Rogers. That's something. And someone new in the bullpen, someone new in the rotation, Cap. Because Cannon's on the IL.
Cannon is on the IL,
yeah.
Correct.
So.
But just picking up a veteran arm, I give the Sox a lot of credit, man.
All right, we will have the Friday Folder coming up. And by the way, we should update people on the PGA.
When we come back, I'll give you the leaderboard.
Okay, we got to take a look at the leaderboard and the Friday Folder. That's coming up next on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
What can Brown do for you?
Are you tubing? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube.
Illinois born and nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care, because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything from installation to paperwork. That means no hassle, just brighter lights, lower bills, and real savings. And your utility provider may cover up to 70% of the project cost through available rebates. Call now or visit ulasaves.com to schedule your free lighting savings assessment. That's ulasaves.com.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. Users apply in app only.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Have I told you lately about the first place Schaumburg Boomers? Oh, man. Pondra, I don't know why your brother's not playing for the Boomers. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, man. Get his love back for baseball because the Schaumburg Boomers are back home this Father's Day weekend. Fireworks both Friday and Saturday night. Sunday is a special day game for Father's Day with a Boomers cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom. First place Boomers baseball this Father's Day weekend. Potsy.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Kap and J Hood are back.
We are back, baby. We are back. We are back. Classic.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Because it's Friday.
It's time for the Friday Folder.
And you ain't got shit to do.
On the Kap and J Hood Show.
It's time for the Friday Folder here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. And the Friday Folder brought to you by
Lou Malnati's. Go to LouMalnati's.com for a location near you and try their limited time offering of a Buffalo Chicken Pizza available in deep dish or thin crust. It's a collab with Frank's Red Hot. It's awesome. LouMalnati's.com. Would you like a U.S. Open update before we start the stories?
Yes, please.
J.J. Spawn tees off at 11:52. He will start his second round 4 under and 1 clear of Thriston Lawrence. He'll tee off at 1:20. Victor Hovland on the course right now. He's 3 under today, 2 under for the tournament. Siwoo Kim also 2 under. And of the big names, Koepka was all the way up to 3. He's gone all the way back to even. Morikawa is at even. John Rahm had climbed the leaderboard and now is 3 over for the day, 2 over for the tournament.
Friday Folder. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
All right, a lot to get to this week in the Friday Folder. We're going to start with Brian Wilson, frontman of the Beach Boys, who passed away. And I have seen so much on social media of Beach Boys songs, this song in particular, God only knows, and how much people appreciate it, Brian Wilson. So we say goodbye to the front man of the Beach Boys.
Fan of the Beach Boys growing up?
Yeah, I went to see them in concert. I had a good time with it. I did enjoy it. I think he lived in Chicago in the late 90s because he would be around Mark Grace and a lot of those guys, Brian Wilson. So I do think he spent some time here in town. But, yeah, I enjoyed the Beach Boys. I mean, I wouldn't say they're at the top of my, playlist, but I do like them.
I would just say that if you're looking for summertime music,
that's perfect.
It's a timeless classic. It's not like, oh, that thing's so old. No, it just gives you a good feeling when you turn it on.
Look, if it's a sunny, 92-degree day in Chicago and you're looking at the water and the Beach Boys are playing, it's probably a pretty good day.
I think that's pretty true. I think you can say that. A little Barbara Ann, a little Kokomo, a little Good Vibrations. Don't worry, baby. Fun, fun, fun. Surfing USA.
Yeah, outstanding. So he's gone. How old was he? 70-something? 75?
Was it Shay? His 80s?
Brian Wilson, 82.
Oh, 82.
Yeah.
So.
Also, we had another death in music.
We did. Sly Stone of Sly and the Family Stone. Not to be confused with Sylvester Stallone.
No, the original Sly Stone. So you think about, Cap, that era of Jimi Hendrix. Well, same thing with Sly Stone. You think about the funk, the rock, the soul, the psychedelic soul, the progressive soul of Sly and the Family Stone.
Mm-hmm.
You think about some of the great music that he had and that group that had. I mean, from A Whole New Thing to Dance to the Music, Life. I mean, you'd be hard-pressed not to hear a Sly and the Family Stone song in the Hood household when I was growing up as a kid. Again, it was an acquired taste because it was different than just your usual R&B or your Motown sound. Sly and the Family Stone had their own sound, and it was really, really good. Going back to the late 60s into the 70s, their music, again, stands the test of time.
I know Dance to the Music, you said, was their most famous song from 67.
Yeah.
I have one on my phone, Hot Fun in the Summertime. You remember that song?
Yep. Yep.
That was a great song. Find that one, Smokey. Hot Fun in the Summertime was awesome. That's another timeless. Like if you're sitting on the back porch having a cold one,
yeah,
and that song's on and it's hot and sunny, you're like, oh, pretty good. Pretty good day.
Hot Fun in the Summertime.
Yeah.
And, they appeared at Woodstock as well. And so, again, we talk about two legends in the business. Different genres, but still made a big impact.
Well, they were at Woodstock, huh?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
amazing.
Again, part of that same genre, Cap, of that psychedelic sound. Jimi Hendrix turning his guitar upside down and still made it hits. He's just very unique
Super
sound.
cool.
So that'll be what I'll be listening to in the car driving home. All right, what else did we miss this week?
All right, let's get to some of the nonsense. OnlyFans is debuting a safe-for-work pickleball reality show featuring some of reality TV's biggest stars, where they will compete in pickleball. This will take place streaming exclusively on OnlyFans, which is known for, it's a pornographic app. Let's just call it what it is.
Yes.
Imagine your wife looks at your phone, sees OnlyFans on your phone, and you tell her, honey, I only have it for this totally innocent pickleball show. Are you really getting away with that?
Well, is she hot?
Yeah, hot.
Your wife?
No, the pickleball lady. That's what playing pickleball.
Everybody, it's male and female on the show, and everybody is conventionally reality TV attractive.
Oh, that means Justin Turner has a shot. With his balls. He could be on there, right?
He could.
Yeah,
100%.
Got a little bit of that yesterday. With him bouncing around there. Why not?
Yeah, why not, Shay?
Yeah. Have a little Turner there. I think that you could tell your wife, hey, this is for work. Okay? We're going to break this down in the morning. She'll have no other.
Well, yeah,
she won't know any difference.
Because we do this for a living.
Yes.
There's always a way. Hey, hon, we have to go to this wedding this weekend. Yeah, no, I can't. I have to watch this game. Sorry.
Yes.
You have to go yourself. Or send a gift. Jeez.
My God.
But I hate weddings anyway. The average person can't get away with that. Could I get away with, My wife wouldn't. She has the password to my phone. There's nothing on there that she would have a problem with.
Same.
And if it was on, if I had that on there, and she said, well, "What is this?" We're doing this thing on this pickleball show on the show. She'd be like, "Whatever."
Should we recap the OnlyFans pickleball show each week?
Would you like that?
Sure, let's do it.
I got no problem with that.
I'm giving you both an excuse to put OnlyFans.
Sure.
Honey, it's for work,
Is
I swear.
OnlyFans an app, or you just go to the website?
I'm not actually sure.
It's
And can we invoice
I've
Danny
never
for
used
this?
it. I know what it is, but I've never used
Can we
it.
expense this on Danny's card?
I'll show you during the break how you use it, pal. I'll show it.
That'd be
I'll
great.
show you my account.
I have never been on OnlyFans.
I'll show you my account. It's all
Okay.
good.
All right. Let's go.
I like the idea of that being a thing on the show where we can break this down. And besides, when you turn on pickleball or tennis, you turn up the volume, it sounds like porn anyway. It does.
That's true. Pickleball. The loud smacking in pickleball and the grunting. Yeah.
It's like when
That's a good point. No wonder it's on OnlyFans.
When Monica Seles used to play, remember?
Yes. What are you watching in there? Coco Golf, of course.
Exactly.
Sorry. Shay?
What's going on with Craig Kimbrell?
What do you mean?
He got the Braves screwed him. They strung him along on this whole thing where he was hurt, and then they brought him back and had a real celebratory moment. And the next day, they DFA'd Craig Kimbrell, which I thought was like kind of nasty work by Atlanta. Then he signed a minor league deal with the Texas Rangers. And my question is, you're in your late 30s. You've been a Cy Young finalist.
Yes.
You've won a World Series. Go be with your family. What the hell are you signing a minor league deal for?
You know what? As you're talking about that, he's been in baseball since 2010. When I think about that, Cap, I wonder, is he okay financially?
He's made $150 million in his career in baseball.
I know he's had a daughter with, I believe, a heart issue. That was why when he left the Cubs and went to the White Sox, because her doctors were here. He did not want to be traded somewhere else. Now, why he's still playing and hanging on, he just doesn't want to give it up, I guess.
Who takes a minor league deal? That was crazy. I saw it. I'm like, I think I would just retire. If I had the career he's had, all the accomplishment, and I've made north of $150 million.
Some guys don't want to give it up.
It's always two things, Cap. It's pretty clear, right? Either it's a money issue or you don't like your family. When I go home, oh, God, I'd rather stay on the road. Some guys, as you well know, Cap, are just built for the road. It's true.
True.
This is how I feel about A.J. McCarron, too. Playing in the UFL. Enough.
It just doesn't.
You're not getting a call from an NFL team.
Okay,
Enough.
but who are you to tell a guy if that's what they want to do? They like being part of a team. They like being in the structure of being part of an organization. Who are you to tell them not to do it?
Well, no, it's like they can do what they want, just as anybody can do what they want. It's how I feel. If I lost this job, I'm not going to go be a board op in Des Moines, Iowa. If that's my only radio opportunity, I'm not going to go be a board op in Cedar Rapids.
Right.
I'm going to probably figure something else out.
Right, but there are other people that go, I just want to be around a show. I want to be part of whatever it is. I'll do whatever I got to do.
Well, good for Iowa, because New Orleans terrible on the board. So thank God.
Thank God, yeah, that's true.
Correct.
As a board op, he's a hell of a host. Because he's terrible where Bossy is
That's
right
true.
now. So you couldn't get a job doing that. I can do this. Oh,
Fair.
geez. Where's this court? All right. Where's the mic? Because there's no way you can do that job. You're done with the board.
No, you're a host. But what if you did get a big opportunity and then for whatever reason the station sold you, whatever, you're out? You might say, okay, Kinsey, let's try. I got offered a job in pick the small market. I'm going to do
Bozeman, Montana.
Yeah. And she says, I'm in. Let's go. And you go out there and you're like, yeah, I'm having fun doing what I'm doing. Like, you want to get up and sell pharmaceuticals tomorrow? I don't.
No, I don't.
I'm hearing Cap saying that we are going to sell the station. That's not true.
I wasn't talking about our station.
Oh,
Cap, I'm going to get Radio Pakistan. I'll get the opportunity you got.
Exactly.
You hear
Vince,
that?
you want to do radio in Islamabad?
Like, if I came home, hey, hon, I got offered a really good paying gig in Pakistan. My wife would be like, oh, I had a good time with you while we were together.
Hear that, Potsy? We're being sold. Hear that? So.
I wasn't talking about us.
We're not going to
I was
be
talking about
around.
where he went when he got I said he got hired to do a show on another station, and then for whatever reason it didn't work out. They sold the station, whatever happened.
Oh, no.
Not us.
I just want to make sure Craig heard you.
Take that, Craig.
So I'm hearing Kap say. So we don't want that to happen.
No.
All right. Can you squeeze in one more? I know we got to get to the cut of the day.
Yeah, I've talked about this before, but I want to bring it back up. There's an article written here. Your favorite AI chatbot is lying to you all the time.
Mm-hmm.
This article claims that whatever chatbot you're using, whether it's ChatGPT or whatever, it's a sociopath. It will say anything to keep you engaged. When you ask a question, it will take its best guess and then confidently deliver a streaming pile of bovine fecal matter. That's what the article says. The proof of this, judges in the United States are dealing with lawyers who are using ChatGPT instead of doing their legal research. One judge filed a critique on a lawyer's case and forced them to pay $15,000 in sanctions way back in March 2025 with the quote, "It is abundantly clear Mr. Ramirez did not make the requisite reasonable inquiry into the law. Had he expended even minimal effort to do so, he would have discovered the AI-generated cases do not exist." He fed the case to a chatbot looking for legal precedent. The chatbot made stuff up and gave it to him. He presented it to a judge. A lawyer.
Yeah, you know what? Listen, these shortcuts with GPT and just this AI
Yeah, I don't
stuff.
use that. I don't use it, so.
Cap, but this is the shortcut today. Imagine if we're in school, we're just asked, hey, I got to get this science project done or this math thing, and then you just hit one button, it's there.
Right.
But it's not always accurate,
Right.
though.
AI, do a research paper for me on Kurt Vonnegut. Bam. Here you go.
It's
Can you
not
turn
all-
that in.
See?
Remember that scene in Back to School?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Stopping payment on the check, Vonnegut. Whoever wrote this knows nothing about Kurt Vonnegut. Hi, I'm Kurt Vonnegut. Remember he wrote the paper?
Yeah, right.
It was
Exactly.
amazing.
There was also a story I saw. Goldman Sachs issued something because the people they're hiring from college are using ChatGPT to make their resumes and to like answer questions on the application in a way that it believes Goldman Sachs would like. So they issued a thing saying, don't use chatbots when you apply for jobs.
Cap?
Who? Goldman what?
Sachs. Gold, whatever the hell. I don't care. I'm not a financier.
But you do speak English. It's yes. Tell them what it is, Cap.
Goldman Sachs.
He
Yeah,
knows.
good for them.
I thought it was a new move by the White Sox.
Yeah, I thought Jerry had brought a new partner on. We've got Reinsdorf, Ishbia, and the Sox.
Yeah, Goldman Sachs. Yeah, come on in, Goldman.
The Goldman White Sox.
Go ahead. Tell them what you're going to do at the ball club. Go ahead, tell them. Goldman, go ahead, tell them. Well, I just hope that we can be able to win. That's my guy. He says we're going to win. I love his thoughts about the White Sox. It's very good. Goldman Sachs is here.
There you go.
We will have the Kap J Hood cut of the day right around the corner. Chicago's home for the White Sox. ESPN 1000.
Goldman.
This is Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying the inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work, and I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Tired of losing power? Feeling powerless? Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric today for a free estimate on a whole home standby generator. Never be without power again. Fully installed systems starting at just $99 a month. Power your sump pump, your fridge, your freezer, your garage doors, your heating and cooling so your home stays safe and comfortable. Four Seasons is the largest and most award-winning Generac dealer in Illinois.
Call 866-4Seasons.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
The Home Depot has fast, free delivery on the perfect gift to help Dad do more this Father's Day. Because Dad is more than just a dad. He's groundskeeper of the yard, the perfecter of the patio, and the cleaner of the clippings. Power Dad's doing with Ryobi cordless outdoor power tools from the Home Depot. Like the Ryobi 40-volt string trimmer kit for $159. For everything Dad is, find the perfect gift at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see homedepot.com/delivery for more details.
The peace lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Appreciate you guys. I listen to you streaming on the ESPN 1000 app.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
And now it's time for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
It's brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. It's on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River Smoky.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut!
Turner's Testicles Night, presented by Kap and J Hood. First 500 fans who go to the Cubs game receive a limited edition autographed ball sack.
I think that's a great idea. You go out there today and you tell me someone's going to have some kind of testicle thing.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be out there in the streets.
Yeah.
Turner's Testicles?
That's it.
Turner's Testicles, right here. I'll take two. How about that, Cliff Floyd?
Can you just hear the usher, the vendor guy walking up and down the sections?
Yeah, banging on the case, the metal box that keeps them warm.
Family jewels here.
Who wants family jewels?
Who wants the family jewels? Big balls here. Big balls. I'll take two. Thank you. Right over here.
And some hot mustard, please.
Yes, please. Go ahead. All right. You got your card? Beep.
And
Thank
it
you
has
very much.
Justin Turner's head on the side of the cart?
Yes.
Yes.
Balls? Turner's balls. Two, please.
Fried Midwest oysters here.
There we go.
That's what I'm telling you.
There we go.
Turner's Oysters.
And that's all, folks.
The Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. If the rain holds off, sit on the patio. Thank me later on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River.
I can see the guy with the little vendor there. Turner's balls right here. Here we go. It's got the little thing there making some noise.
Yeah, and you could give out maybe like an oversized Pez dispenser with Turner's head on it. You open it up, one of the balls falls out.
Oh, my God. Why is Marquis' logo on there? That's strange. They're only up to it now.
Sponsorship.
We thank you for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on Kap and J Hood. Our thanks to Shay and Potsy on the other side of the glass. You have a great Father's Day weekend.
You too. You have a wonderful Father's Day. Skyward point to our dads. And happy Father's Day, everybody out there. If you're in the bleachers, right field, see you this afternoon at 1:20. Bring your A game. Take that.
So long, everybody, from Chicago.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Tired of losing power? Feeling powerless? Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric today for a free estimate on a whole home standby generator. Never be without power again. Fully installed systems starting at just $99 a month. Power your sump pump, your fridge, your freezer, your garage doors, your heating and cooling so your home stays safe and comfortable. Four Seasons is the largest and most award-winning Generac dealer in Illinois.
Right reasons. Call it 664 Seasons.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Branch radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push. They know what the play was, or they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very posh. Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
Kap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone. With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Welcome back to Omaha, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and unfortunately, because I'm too stupid to work the machines, we are not on Watch ESPN right now. You do not get to see my lovely face wearing a trucker hat, staring at the field here in Omaha. Devin Kane is on the con. Sam is on the board. The whole crew is here, and I am watching 25 people do landscaping on a baseball field, which at my extended age, I realize now might be my favorite thing to watch on baseball fields. Baseball is one thing.
Your favorite, huh?
Landscaping is another. These guys are cutting diamonds into the outfield. They're pressing down the dirt. There are multiple rakes on the infield of different colors, and another guy is, of course, watering the track. This is AMSR. I believe I had that right. For me, that likes of what you just can't recreate. There's nobody else here in the park. I'm the only one in the press box, and these guys are out here getting after it on the lawn.
I mean,
this
listen,
is like a full-blown push lawnmower this guy's got.
If you want to, I mean, if you just want to yell down to the one, we can get him on as a guest and tell him the perfect rake. I'm sure the audience would love that.
Okay. All right, listen. Just because I enjoy the intimate facets of groundskeeping doesn't mean you have to make fun of me for liking the fact that these guys are
listen, what
hard.
You're passionate about, I'm passionate about, Clinton.
Look, all right. The bottom line is that the rakes are when I really lost it. I haven't seen a rake in a long time. Never mind Rake Forest, which is what they were calling themselves when they were here, Wake Forest, that is, at the tournament a couple years ago. But this is cool. This guy's got a push lawnmower. He's doing circles around the mound. The mound, of course, is covered because it always is. We got 4 guys with hoses out here. Another guy's dragging the dirt. And the guy who's cutting the lawn and the diamonds into the outfield, he's got an American flag on the back of that gator. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive protects your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, and RV. And you can save money. Visit Progressive.com. Best skate of the tournament happened last night. And by the tournament, I mean the series, Stanley Cup final. Los Petroleros beat Los Panteros 5-4 in Game 4 to tie that bad boy up at 2. This match was wild. So, okay. I told you guys before about how in the beginning of the playoffs, Stuart Skinner, who was the netminder for the Edmonton Oilers, he played in a game against the Kings, and he got so emotionally rattled because the crowd was yelling at him that he had to get pulled. In that skate, he gave up 5 goals. Last night, after 3, he got yanked again after the first period. Now, they were dominating. Matthew Tkachuk was all over the place. Now, if I have this right, and I believe this was just my casual observation, I don't know how much of the skate you watched, Evan, I feel like every single goal in this skate was near side net, like literally every single one. I mean, am I wrong on that? I'm like, every single goal was either near side or over the shoulder. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't think of one that beat a guy on the other side of the net.
That sounds right to me. I can look that up just to be sure. But
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
And it was weird. It was like, okay, if this is going to keep happening, maybe somebody should shut it down. Didn't happen for Skinner. He ends up getting taken out. And you're thinking, okay, we're in Sunrise. We're in Florida. The Panthers are in control. No. To quote the great Lee Corso, not so fast, my friend. The Oilers start checking back in. Oh. Next thing you know, you're in the third period and the skate's tied. Stuart Skinner only faced 17 shots before he got pulled. Pickard came in and stopped the first 18 he faced. Just to give you an idea of how much of a swing that was for the Oilers. Had a couple crucial saves. Clamped down on one where you thought, oh, man, this is going to be tough. The Panthers become the first team to blow a 3-goal first-period lead in Stanley Cup final history. Teams were 37 and zap before that. The Panthers are outscoring the Goalers 10-1 heading into the second period last night. It is impossible to overstate how vital a win this was for Edmonton last night. Didn't just save the game, didn't just save the series, didn't just save the season, might have saved the generation. You're back level now, Edmonton. You can feel decent about yourself. Let's hear what Chris Knobloch, the head coach of Los Petroleros, had to say about the fact that he had to change netminders mid-go.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Stu to be pulled there. Our team was flat. It was, didn't give him any opportunities. And again, taking 3 penalties in the first period, 2 high stickings, which I'm hating. But, unfortunate. We needed to change things up. The change was great, the way he played. Picks made some really big saves. I don't think there was many shots in the second period, but there was a couple of really good quality ones that he came up big with. It was great to see him make the saves when we needed them.
One of the great Canadian accents we have, regional accent of the week front runner, straight up Chris Knobloch from the Edmonton Oilers. I love the way that guy sounds. He's got what we call a polite Canadian accent. Now, the thing about this game that was really wild as well is a 6-goal swing like that ends in overtime with Leon Draisaitl getting quite frankly, a softie as far as I'm concerned. That puck should have never gone in. Just sort of a backhand flail that gets between 2 different guys' legs to get to the net. That can't happen in the Stanley Cup final if you're Florida. Taking nothing away from Draisaitl, who's been a fantastic skater this entire series. That could not have possibly been a softer goal as far as I'm concerned. But that's just me. That said, the Oilers are back in this thing in a way that, we've talked to various people from around the hockey world about what this would mean. Forget about Canada, but to the legacy of Connor McDavid that Draisaitl is kind of riding sidecar on for whatever reason, even though he's just as good a skater at this stage right now. If you lose that game in that way, if you're the Oilers, series is over. Completely over. Now we've got the swing. We've got a swing that, in my opinion, changes the psychological battle drastically if you're the Panthers. The simple sound of the crowd throughout that game was incredible to note as it developed. Loud AF period 1. So quiet at the end of overtime, dare I say, you could hear a rat doing his business on the ice, Devin. That's how quiet it was.
Did you see, beyond that, I don't know who took the video, but there's video of Connor McDavid after the first intermission talking to the team in the locker room. And I can't say what he said, but he was pleading with his team, everything you got, I need it right now. We can't go out like this. And so
this is kind of one of his bits now. He does this a lot.
Yeah, 100%. It was to the point where he was about to start getting very emotional. What is going on? And obviously he didn't have a goal last night, but he sent up a lot of goals.
Set up a couple goals, had a couple nice feeds in front of the net that led to scoring chances. He didn't play a bad game.
No, but what do you think in terms of, obviously, the momentum heading back to Edmonton is with the Oilers? Both of these teams have shown that they can come back from these types of games, but do you think, where do you think we're at? 2-2? Who has the moment? Who has the favorite in the series right now?
As I look out over this field, I'm going to say that I think Los Petroleros win the series. I want the Oilers to win. Sorry, I do.
Oh, me too.
I think it's better for the league. I think it's better for hockey as a game right now, especially because this is a rematch, and so you get the split, if you will, in the championship series in the Stanley Cup final. I think based on what I saw last night, look, you're on the mat, to use a different analogy from a different sport, is in boxing, and you get back up, and that happens. Winning it in overtime was especially wild because of how late that last goal came in the third. That was a backbreaker, Jack. Less than 20 seconds to go. You give up a goofball goal like that, and you still manage to keep it together through intermission to get a goal in overtime. Oilers showed tons of grit in a hostile situation. Let's hear what Kevin Weeks, my man Weeksy, had to say on SportsCenter about how, for the Panthers, not a big deal.
Concern, no. Missed opportunity, absolutely. But no concern. We were up in Edmonton last year when they blew that Game 6. And the Oilers absolutely put the boots to them. And after the game, I saw players from the Panthers coming out. You'd think they would have been dejected. They would have been in the dumps. Hey, Weeksy, what's up? Hey, what's happening? They believed that they were going to come back home on home ice and win Game 7, which they did. So, of course, they're disappointed. But they've got a lot of respect for the Edmonton Oilers. Make no mistake about it. It was a missed opportunity for the Panthers, but you have to tip your hat to the Oilers, who were down and out here in the swamps, in the Everglades, right across the street. And somehow they were able to rescue this game.
The Everglades is getting a shout out from Weeksy. Love a good local forestry shout out. Also, what did you get to see that video of what was happening? Because like in the middle of him talking, an incredibly dope guitar riff just dropped in from the highlight underneath that sounded incredible. It's like he had a live band with him. I love it when that happens. When guys are talking, all of a sudden it's like, I
mean, listen to
NHL talk.
Especially if you're making a good point, right? Like that just emphasizes your point with a nice little lick on the riff. Excuse me.
Netminder. Play that again, please. Let's hear Weeksy and wait for like 20 seconds in. All of a sudden, the Guitar Hero lick drops in and it's fantastic.
Concern, no. Missed opportunity, absolutely.
Wait for it.
But no concern. We were up in Edmonton last year when they blew that game 6.
Wait for
and the Oilers absolutely put the boots to them. And after the game, I saw players from the Panthers coming out. You'd think they would have been dejected. They would have been in the dumps. Hey, Weeksy, what's up? Hey, what's happening? They believed that they were going to come back home on home ice and win Game 7, which they did. So, of course, they're disappointed. But they've got a lot of respect for the Edmonton Oilers. Make no mistake about it. It was a missed opportunity for the Panthers, but you have to tip your hat to the Oilers, who were down and out here in the swamps, in the Everglades, right across the street. And somehow they were able to rescue this game.
Whoever the director was for that show, A+. That was perfect. Because Weeksy clearly felt it. You could hear his voice rise in excitement, talking about the Oilers coming back and winning that skate last night against the Panthers. We're rooting for Los Petroleros, and not because my cousin happens to live in Edmonton, but because I think the league needs them to win it. I think the Panthers, listen, the Panthers have done a great job with their identity, bringing Marchand and all that stuff, and him being a leader, and the way they've sort of retooled what they had after last year's win, I think is admirable. But good Lord, we know that Edmonton needs to win something. Let's hear what Draisaitl had to say, Leon, as he's known in my household, about the fact that they actually pulled this out.
I think that's, once again, tells you that our group never quits, right? Like, I think we believe that no matter how bad it is, if we get over that hump of adversity, we're going to keep pushing, we're going to keep coming, and eventually it'll break. And again, we don't want to be in these situations too many times, but when they happen, I think we're great at it.
Buccigross Overtime Challenge. Winner, Leon Draisaitl, not the first time. Coming up is Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight. A must-win or just pivotal, as Devin would say. We'll explain that after I tell you about Vivid Seats. Basketball and hockey are winding down. Baseball's heating up. Football's right around the corner, kiddos, so don't miss a second with Vivid Seats. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every exciting moment live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
The NBA Finals. The Dunks.
SGA 1-on-2. Goes up and slams it home.
The Dimes.
Nolan passes Siakam down the lane. Dunks with two hands.
The Daggers.
Halliburton does it again. How does he do it?
The Finals on ESPN Radio and on ABC. Presented by Indeed.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers are back home for Father's Day weekend. Friday night is Princess Night, topped off with post-game fireworks. Saturday is Alzheimer's Awareness Night, plus another dazzling fireworks show. Then celebrate Father's Day with a 1 p.m. Sunday game featuring a Boomers baseball cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom this Father's Day weekend.
Hey, this is David Kaplan for Apt, your #1 destination for the home. Get ready for summer's high heat. There's no better way to prepare for soaring temperatures than with a new air conditioner from Apt. Explore their collection of window ACs, wall units, portable and whole house central air units, or even ceiling fans that help to circulate air. Whatever the size, discover the right air conditioner for your space with help from Apt specialists. For free delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop Apt, ABT.com. Pleasing people since 1936.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Mama, what does the chicken say?
Chicken. Oh, okay.
And wolf?
Oh, a wolf.
Ooh! What about the tiny dog? Cat? Owl? Dolphin? What does the turkey say? Whale?
Yeah, whale sound.
Do the giraffe.
Giraffe, really? Okay. Giraffe. Giraffe.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right.
Visit NHTSA.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Chicago's home for sports is in your home through your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa or Google to play ESPN Chicago.
Said she tired, little money, need a big boy. Pull up 20-inch blades like I'm Lil Troy. Now it's everybody flocking, need a decoy. Shorty mixing up the vodka with the liquor.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Clinton and friends here on a Friday, live from Omaha, Nebraska, home of the Men's College World Series. NBA Finals resume tonight. Pacers versus Thunder. So last night, I went to dinner with two humans who have called Indiana high school basketball games. I don't know what's going on in the room next to me, pardon that noise, who have called Indiana high school basketball games. We spent a large part of the evening discussing various random intricacies of Indiana basketball and how it goes. This was not planned. This did not come up. I did not even know this about these two individuals that I was at dinner with. And then something came up that I have to discuss. I'm sorry if you guys are wanting me to chalk talk Pacers right now. We can do that in a second. But for all of the lore of Indiana basketball that we know well, we've discussed it very much on this show. I was alerted to the existence of something that might be the single coolest thing I've ever heard of for a radio dork like me. Apparently there is a program in Indiana in which on Friday nights and Saturday nights, not dissimilar to working back in the day at what we used to call the ag desk in newspapers, they have a literal call-in show where coaches just call in and give the stats of their game based on their players. And it's mega popular, and it's been running for like 35 years.
Get out of here.
I almost openly wept when I heard about it.
Get out of here. This is perfect. Honestly, at some point, we might need to get these guys on the show.
Get some cuts, brother.
We might need.
Can you imagine? What are we doing tonight, son? We're listening to the Indiana News Network. We need to know what happened in 85 high schools across the state.
Jimmy took 4 charges today? Get out of here. Listen, this brings me back because as part of a summer internship at a newspaper in my hometown, I did this. I took these calls. And I told you. It was the coaches. Obviously, I think the home team coach would call in is
responsible, yeah.
Yeah, for both teams. And so it would always be interesting if they had a devastating loss, or, you could tell, like, they're either very happy or very angry, but it's just like me jotting down the scores. Love that job.
I mean, this is like prime time material. Can you imagine sitting on Indiana Beach, listening to the scores roll in while the tide just babbles across the breeze? What a night. What a night. In all seriousness, though, the Pacers play the Thunder tonight. Pacers have the lead in the series 2-1. Some of us were wildly incorrect about how this series would go down. And by some of us, I mean me. They won buck 16 to 107 last game, and they outscored OKC 32-18 in the fourth quarter. OKC did not have it. Chet Holmgren, in my opinion, again, didn't have enough. That's just me. But Tyrese Halliburton actually got it done a little bit. Little bit in terms of the fact that he did not get completely off his game, and the Pacers still won that bad boy. He had 22 points and 11 assists in Game 3. Game 2 was a disaster for him. Bounce back ability was strong. Now, the man of the night, the last time they played, was Mathurin, the Canadian. Although if I say the Canadian, that's like 5 different guys in this series, so that doesn't matter. Sidebar, Benedict, interesting first name to go with. When you hear a guy named Ben, and you think of the extension of the name, you don't think Benedict. That's low on the totem pole. The medal stand, excuse me, for where you would think that was. I'd say Benjamin is pretty much it. Benedict is not where you think. Anyway, he had 27 points off the daggone bench in Game 3. Went 9 for 12. Ben Mathurin, who are you and where have you been? Oh, right, you were injured last year in the playoffs. TJ McConnell, the embodiment of Indiana basketball. Can you imagine TJ McConnell's high school coach calling in? TJ McConnell set 9 crisp screens. All his free throws were nothing but net.
In terms of, just playing defense, you want to get your hand in the face of the shooter. You don't want to give up the drive. Like, he has perfect triple threat position every time. He takes charges. He uses the baseline as an extra defender.
As a defender, yeah, got to do that.
And he does all the little things that you need to do in order for someone like him to be the player that he is for as long as he's been, in the NBA.
Embodies the ball you man lifestyle. That's TJ McConnell.
I think at some point TJ McConnell probably said, when in a passionate speech to his teammate, "I will die on this court for you."
Stop it. Indiana basketball calling into the radio and live listening to coaches giving ag stats is legitimately the most incredible thing I've ever heard in my life. I cannot explain how non-facetious I'm being right now. I would listen to this, and I might start literally all night long. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Greg, where in Indiana are you? And please tell me you love that show as much as I do.
Baby, I love that show as much as you do. And I am Fishers, Indiana, but I've been here all my life, been in Indianapolis. I'm telling you what, man, Bobby Leonard, Billy Keller, ABA, red, white, and blue ball, and you gotta pay attention to high school game in this territory, man. It's so amazing. It is so incredible. We follow it from day one to professional. It is absolutely amazing. We love it.
Thanks for the phone call. In case you guys haven't been on this journey with us, new Indiana listeners, we are well familiar and understand at a core level how important basketball is at a high school level in Indiana. That's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about is the levels of lore underneath the artichoke that have become incredibly fascinating to us. The fact that so many people in Indiana know offhand the capacity of their high school gym versus the population of the town, amazing. We've gotten some great mascot names here. The Speedway Spark Plugs. The Frankfurt Hot Dogs. Get out of here with that being incredible. But I learned about something last night from two of my friends I was eating dinner with. We're here for baseball separately. And we got off on Indiana basketball, and the conversation did not change. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mike in Indiana, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, CY? How are you, buddy?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good.
Just to add to the lore, I was a high school official for 25 years. I retired my whistle a couple years ago due to back and knee problems. The way they set up the playoffs here or state tournament, they start out in sectionals, and then it goes to regionals, semi-state, and state. They had 10,000 people at a semi-final sectional, not even the final for a sectional, at the Newcastle Fieldhouse, which is the largest gym in the country. I think it seats about 10,000. You go back to 1990, Damon Bailey playing in the state finals in what was then the Hoosier Dome. It's since been blown up, and they built Lucas Oil Stadium. But there was 41,000 people at the state finals for that game. So it is a little crazy here. Pacers
Let me ask you a
tonight.
question, Mike, quickly. What's the pressure like being an official in that situation? What's the respect level like? This is an honest question. You got that many people in the building. You got young kids. How do you handle it?
Parents are the worst part of scholastic sports, and it's you learn to tune that stuff out because you get called a lot of things. Loud environments, man, it's crazy. Some gyms are smaller, a little more intimate. They pack them in there, man. It's a lot of fun, but that whole phrase that you've been hearing with the Pacers in the playoff run, that it's in 49 states it's basketball, but this is Indiana. It's nuts here, dude. It's crazy.
Sure. Thanks for the phone call. We're not new to this. We're true to this. But a call-in show for ag stats that the coaches willingly participate in is legitimately one of the coolest things I've ever heard in my life. God bless Indiana. Tune in tonight for Game 4 of the NBA Finals as the Pacers host the Thunder, presented by Indeed. Coverage begins at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The Pacers hang on. They beat Oklahoma City 116-107 and have grabbed a 2-games-to-1 lead in the NBA Finals.
This is how we got to do it. We got to make it as hard as possible on them.
Joining us on the program right now is my buddy. You know his theme music when you hear it. Tim Bontemps, ESPN NBA reporter who has been covering the finals. Tim, I don't know if you heard what we were just talking about, but Indiana basketball being so serious at the core level that people calling in high school ag stats to a radio show is one of the most popular things ever on the air, and it's been on for like 30 years. I continue to be blown away by the lore of what is basketball in that state. You're there. You've been around basketball a long time in your life. Tell me your thoughts in general about the culture of basketball in Indiana.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, the the famous thing is in 49 states it's basketball, but it's different. But this is Indiana, and that is generally the way it should be approached and is talked about here. But what I will say is that is not always translated to the Pacers. And over the last 15, 20 years or so, it's always been I would say an okay place from a fan atmosphere standpoint to watch a game. But being at the game on Wednesday night and hearing how loud the place got, particularly as Indiana pulled ahead and went on to win in the fourth quarter, it was as loud as any arena I've been in a long time. And it really took me back to being a kid and watching the Reggie Miller teams at Market Square Arena 30 years ago playing against the Bulls and the Knicks in sort of the true heyday of the Pacers in the 90s. And, I think that's a credit to the way this team has resonated in this market. And it's a credit to the fact that for the first time in a quarter century, these guys are back in the finals. And I think people are fully back in on this team here. And, it sets up for what should be a pretty incredible atmosphere again tonight. Well, it's obviously a pivotal game for the series.
Everybody had the Thunder pretty much. By everybody, I'm being sort of, general in terms of pundits at Al.
No, I think it's accurate to say everybody had the Thunder.
Everybody had the Thunder. They're down now. The believability factor is one thing, but in terms of the actual basketball being played, Good Times, how do you think they've performed versus what we expected out of them in terms of actual ball, not just whether or not they just won or lost?
You're talking about OKC?
Yes, I am.
Look, obviously Halliburton hit the shot at the end of game one, but to the first two games of the series, the Thunder led for more than 94 of the 96 minutes, right? That is what you'd expect from a team that is the heavily favored team in the series. I did not think Indiana could do what they did in game three, which is dictate the terms of engagement for how the game was played. That game was played the way the Pacers want to play. Tyrese Halliburton, who had not really had a single good game against the Thunder going back a couple regular seasons and the first two games of the finals, has 22-11. Pacers are 20-1. He has 20-10 this season. They got their other guys involved. They got out in transition. Pascal Siakam is getting the mismatches in transition that he was getting against the Knicks, something I didn't think they were going to be able to do in this series, something they didn't do in the first two games. So they won a game against the Thunder where they didn't shoot the ball well from three. They went 9 for 27 from three in game three. I didn't think the Pacers had any chance of winning a game, particularly at home, if they made less threes than the Thunder. So coming out of that game, that was really the first time that I said to myself, they are good enough and able to actually beat the Thunder and win this series. And like I said, it's why tonight is going to be fascinating, because the two best games in a 7-game series, outside the obvious of just getting to a game 7, is a 2-1 series where the underdog is at home and has a chance to go up 3-1, and a 3-2 series where the underdog is at home and has a chance to close it out. And how does the favored team respond in those situations? And for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, a guy who's got a chance to have an all-time great resume, if he can win this series, and in particular win this series and win Finals MVP, this is the defining moment of his career, and let's see how he responds to it.
Tim Bontemps joins us here on Clinton and Friends. Literally, pardon that sound, somebody is washing the windows right in front of my face here in the press box at Omaha at the College World Series. And so that was the literal mop banging against the window frames. Let's switch gears here a little bit, Good Times. Look, the New York Knicks, I thought that firing Thibodeau was ridiculous. It seemed to me like, from a timeline standpoint, never mind a talent one, you're totally throwing off all of your developmental plans in terms of the different, steps you're trying to make to get to where you want to get. And now we've gotten almost comical with the search regarding the different people they're inquiring about. Why do you get rid of Tibbs if you don't have a plan for the next guy? Tim, explain this to me. I feel like an idiot.
Well, the basic answer is the Knicks decided they didn't want to deal with Tom Thibodeau anymore, and they didn't really have a plan for who they were going to deal with after that. And that's really what it comes down to. There's a lot of discussion about Tom's rotation decisions or different things like that. None of that is why the Knicks are looking for a new coach. Tom is a great coach and a really good guy who, tends to wear on people over time. And I think the safe answer is he wore on people in New York, and they were ready for a change. And again, like you said, the thing that's weird about that is it's not like it was the first time. It didn't come out of left field that he got fired. Like, there's a reason he got asked. Jalen Brunson got asked at the last question of his availability after Game 6 here in Indy. Do you think Tom is the right coach for the team going forward? Right? Jalen dismissed the question, but there were questions about what Tom's future was going to be going back to the start of the playoffs. So if you had at least been mulling over the idea of making a change for that long, you would think the Knicks would at least have had a coherent plan for what they were going to do. And so far, at least, it seems like they have not. Now, you could argue this search is reminiscent to when the Lakers eventually hired Frank Vogel back in 2019. And the result of that was the Lakers went on to win the title the next year. I'm not saying the Knicks are going to win the title next year, but the bottom line is whoever the Knicks eventually hire, if they get to the finals next year, it's not going to matter, right? This will all be a footnote in the future. But in the moment, right now, it's not a great look, and it certainly opens up a lot of questions as to what are the Knicks going to do and who are they going to wind up with, and what is the lingering after effect going to be of what's been obviously a very chaotic few days in New York.
Well, Tim, I would say on the flip side of that, if you make the finals, it doesn't matter. But the other side of that is if you don't make the finals, you're fired. Here's a set of steak knives. I mean, that's why this is so interesting to me, because what coach, and I'm not saying the Knicks is a bad job, but I have asked that question on this program, how good is that job when those are the stakes? I mean, I know that there's different candidates who've been out there. A lot of people have said no. Who, in your professional estimation, do you think is even a good fit, considering how tenuous the circumstances?
I'm genuinely not sure who a good fit is right now. And yeah, look, it is a very complicated job, right? The Knicks job is going to pay a lot of money, which is a pro. They have a very good roster, which is a pro. It is in the Eastern Conference, no disrespect to the Pacers, who very well may win the title, but there's not a team going into the next season with Jason Tatum's injury that's going to be seen as the prohibitive favorite in the East, at least as of right now. Right. And the Knicks are going to be right up there, probably with the Cavs and the Pacers. I would have the Pacers first, but the Knicks went 6 games with the Pacers. Now it's with the Pacers hitting a miracle shot, having a miracle come back to win Game 1, right? Things could have been way different if they win that game. So I would think if a coach took over the Knicks, they would think they could get to the finals next year. Like you said, the cons are there's obviously going to be an intense amount of pressure on you in the job, and there's also going to be, a real expectation that you get to the finals, and if you don't, it's going to be seen as a huge disappointment. So, we will see where this ultimately winds up. May take a while, we'll see, but it is certainly not a job for the faint of heart, but it is a job where between the money and the upside of the roster, the bottom line is if you're an NBA coach, there are just not a lot of jobs where you're going to walk into with this kind of talent on it. And so for the complications of the pressure and the weird, some of the difficulties of making this team defend well enough at the highest level, et cetera, it's a chance that most coaches, I think, would end up seeing as worth taking, because you're probably not going to get many opportunities with a roster better than this as an NBA head coach.
Fair enough. One last question, 30 seconds. Who wins tonight? Who you got, brother?
I'm going with the Thunder again in Game 4. They're a 68-win team for a reason. They have the best point differential of all time for a reason. Obviously, the Pacers were fantastic in Game 3. The Thunder also did throw away, I think, 4 or 5 inbounds passes. Ben Mathurin had 27 points. He's probably not doing that again. So I expect the Thunder to adjust, play well, and win, but it's going to be an absolute war. And I think you could very easily say whoever wins this game tonight will be the NBA champion.
He's Tim Bontemps. You can find his work at ESPN under the NBA tab. You can see him on SportsCenter with L. Duncan. I saw you, Playboy, on the big desk. And guess what? He's a Bonnie. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate you.
Love you, buddy. Talk soon.
Talk soon. Coming up, We saw a young pitcher on the mound dominate, and then it all went wrong. We'll talk about that more in Quick Hitters coming up. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is the NBA Finals.
Benedict Mathurin with 25 off the bench.
With the Pacers up 2-1 over the Thunder, we head to Game 4. Coverage begins today at 7:30 Eastern, with tip-off at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ABC. Presented by...
Stop by Sherwin-Williams and get 30% off select paints and stains June 13th through the 23rd. It's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Refresh your home inside and out with colors that make every space feel brand new. From cozy interiors to stunning exteriors, we've got the perfect shade for your next project. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. That's why I go to Great Clips. I can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever I have time. They even send me a ready next text when it's time to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips save my haircut details in clip notes so I can get the same cut next time, no matter who I see. And the best part, Great Clips haircut prices are so affordable, I can look and feel great while still having money left over for all of those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhaffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhaffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhaffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhaffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
The Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney continues. Hey, it's Shane Orling. Come out to Four Shadows on Ashland and Diversey in Chicago tomorrow night. Mick Ultra is the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and they're inviting us out to watch the Chicago Fire FC take on Nashville and play some foosball. Someone will win a messy Mick Ultra jersey, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Let's raise an ice-cold Mick Ultra at Four Shadows tomorrow night at 7. Please drink responsibly.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Each year, more than 23,000 kids experience cardiac arrest, and nearly 20% are infants.
You always say that I'm your whole heart. I believe you, and so does the American Heart Association. That's why this American Heart Month, they want to make sure that you and every other parent know CPR to make sure you are ready. Ready for when I come home? Ready as I grow?
ready to save my life when it matters most. Learn CPR today so you can be ready and become a part of a nation of lifesavers. Because no one, especially me, should face a life-changing moment alone.
Visit heart.org/nation to learn more.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Waddle and Silvy, now weekdays 2:30 to 6:30 on ESPN Chicago.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I have never been so embarrassed in my life. Now, Schuler said you would not take direction. He said you kept coming up with your own ideas, telling lousy jokes, not even relating to the audience.
Jack, I was just trying to show them a little bit of my personality.
According to Schuler, either you don't have one or the one you got sick.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Sometimes we like to move fast.
Oh, wow, gosh, that was fast.
So you better pay attention or you might miss something.
Oh, no, I missed it. Do it again.
It's time for Quick Hitters with Clinton and Friends.
All right, Devin. Me wading through all the tweets of people talking about Indiana sports talk and the guy who hosts it, Bob Lavelle. We got it. I know. We're marveling in the greatness. Not even remotely making fun of it. What we got, Devin?
All right, first up, Jacob Mizorowski, a top pitching prospect for the Brewers, made a sensational Major League debut last night against the St. Louis Cardinals. The 6'7" right-hander held the Cardinals hitless through 5 innings, striking out 5 and walking 3, while showcasing his elite velocity. His first 3 pitches all exceeded 100 miles per hour, and he threw at least 13 pitches at or above that speed. The Brewers led 6-0 when Mizorowski, left the game in the 6th inning after slipping awkwardly on the mound and twisting his ankle. I want to ask you maybe a two-parter here. Thoughts on that debut and him in particular, but also your thoughts on the speeds, especially that these young prospects are throwing right now.
Fun night at the Yard for Brewers fans who want to see a young guy dial it up. The baseball coach in me, though, I hate this guy's throwing motion. Violent action, falling off glove side while he's got all the torque on his arm side. Feels like a massive elbow injury waiting to happen every single pitch. Max velo, full pull every time. That to me is an embodiment of what the issue is with pitching in today's game. It is not about Jacob himself. Understand what I'm saying here. But I'll tell it in. I've been here at Omaha. I've seen a lot of pitchers who throw just like this. Every single pitch is the hardest pitch they've ever thrown in their life. That doesn't bode well for who you're supposed to be down the line. It's tough on the body. It's tough on the arm. You throw one last pitch and you both pull your quad and roll your ankle. That's not supposed to happen. I wish this kid well. But it feels like people have just been letting him fireball his whole life. And nobody's going to stop it now. Even though his arm slot changes pitch to pitch and it just doesn't appear that that's repeatable to me. However, good night for him. His mom was at the Yard. Glad that the Brewers fans got to see something exciting. What's next?
We talked about this a little bit earlier this week, but Christian Pulisic, the AC Milan and U.S. men's national team midfielder, has responded to criticism from former U.S. national team players most notably Landon Donovan over his decision to skip the summer's CONCACAF Gold Cup. Pulisic called the criticism, quote, way out of line, especially regarding questions about his commitment to the national team. He explained that after 2 consecutive seasons with Milan, playing over 50 matches each year, he needed rest to prepare for next year's FIFA World Cup. The decision was made in consultation with the U.S. soccer staff. Thoughts on this rebuttal by Pulisic?
I'm so over this. I got enough issues. I know I sound like a grumpy old man right now, and I'm sorry. It's okay. It's Friday. It's been a long week. I don't know how to work any of the technology. I am a grumpy old man. But that being said, I don't need U.S. men's national team current players and alums fighting on podcasts. By God. I was at SoFi when the U.S. played Panama and lost. You don't need to look much farther than who's in the crowd to let you know how much anything you're doing matters. Christian Pulisic is not some God's gift to soccer. He's an excellent player who is excelling overseas tremendously, who has done jack squat with the U.S. men's national team. Landon Donovan is the identity of a generation. Scored one of the greatest goals we'll ever see against Algeria in a World Cup. I almost jumped to the sky high enough to dunk in Indiana basketball when that happened. I remember it when it was yesterday. But I'll tell you who's better than both of those guys. End of story. And I will defend him until the end. But let's just say his name is very similar to mine. And by very similar, I mean exactly like it. His last name is Dempsey. His first name's Clinton. Anyway, I'm so over that, Devin. I don't know how much of a soccer fan you are, but I don't need these guys beefing in public when nobody's winning anything anyway.
Listen, I'm a casual fan, so yeah. I see where you're coming from, but when stuff like this happens, I'm always like, oh, okay, a little juice. It's the wrong kind of juice, but there's a little bit of juice, and I'm like, okay, maybe I'm more interested now.
Kristen Pulisic, great head of hair, though, unlike Clint and Landon. Just saying. Coming up, a friend of the show will join us. We'll talk a little hockey, kiddos. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, live from Omaha. I'm a grumpy old man. I'm just kidding. I'm a nice guy.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
White Sox fans looking for family fun that everyone can enjoy? Bring the whole crew to the ballpark with a family pack presented by ExxonMobil. Starting at just $19, each family member gets one ticket, hot dog, drink, chips, cookie, and a souvenir water bottle. Plus, every Sunday home game features family-friendly activities. Kids run the bases post-game and more with Family Sundays presented by Coca-Cola. Tickets starting at just $10, includes all fees. To get yours, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing. So many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose. Big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself, you cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Beckett's amazing. He's a miracle child. In the mornings, he'll wake up and he'll roll the shades up and, Dada, it's time to get up. It's a bright, beautiful day.
He started getting dizzy. At the first of the year, he started going, I have to sit down, I'm dizzy, Mommy. A month after his 3rd birthday, he got diagnosed with ATRT brain cancer. All you can think of is, the kid's not gonna live. The fact that St. Jude doesn't bill is a godsend. And the fact that we don't have to ask for help here makes things a lot easier to go through what we have to go through with Beckett. The fact that they are researching and they are saving these children, it's so important. We wouldn't be where we are without St. Jude, and in turn, we wouldn't be where we are without those people that have donated. They're the reason why my son's still alive.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, and they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very posh.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie! I haven't done that. Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates.
Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Welcome back to Omaha, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. We're on Watch ESPN, but you don't get to see my face. And if you did, you would see me looking through my binoculars, staring at the groundskeepers at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha, Nebraska, home of the Men's College World Series. These guys are getting after it on the third baseline right now. Lovely little swim moves with the dirt, evening out the soil. I'm obviously here to cover the tuna melt, and I'm watching these guys procure this lovely lawn known as Charles Schwab Field, as I mentioned earlier. God, I would love to be able to do that job. These dudes are just out here raking, chilling. One guy's got a coffee cup. He's directing people around. They've got the diamonds cut in the outfield in a pattern that I can only qualify as sexy. And the rest of what they're doing is necessary so that these young men of the 8 schools that are here to play can get after it. Arizona, Arkansas, Coastal Carolina, LSU, Louisville, Murray State, Oregon State, and the Bruins of UCLA. Those are your contestants. To start things off, Louisville will be playing this afternoon. UCLA plays Murray State to begin the proceedings. Needless to say, I'm extremely excited about it, but I will not be riding the Ferris wheel that sits out in right field. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Get a business insurance quote online in as little as 7 minutes. Visit progressivecommercial.com.
Clinton and Friends.
And he scores! And they score! It's a power play goal for Matthew Tkachuk.
Anton Lundell puts the Cats up 3 goose. Stuart Skinner out. Calvin Pickard in. Clinton, I think we got a dig the bleep in speech from an Oiler at intermission.
Cross-ice shot, and Nugent Hopkins scores. There's the drive, and he scores! Rebound score! Vasily Podkolzin!
Oilers have done the unthinkable, folks. We got a ball game. Big saves from both tendies in the third period, and then Ryan Nugent Hopkins takes on 3 Panthers behind the goal line.
One-timer score! Jake Wallman!
It might be the greatest secondary apple I've ever seen.
And Sam Reinhart ties the game!
But it wasn't enough for the Oilers in regulation. At this point, both fan bases are pretty much...
Why do you keep doing this to us?
A familiar hero for Edmonton.
Draisaitl to the net! Score! Leon Draisaitl!
Arda, Clinton, never tell Edmonton the odds. They won't listen anyway.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
Let's go. Matlack getting after it on the production per usual. Bravo, mon ami. Joining us now, my friend, my co-host of the Never Tell Me the Odds podcast. We just taped an episode yesterday. Arda Ocal, ESPN NHL commentator, is on the line. Before we get to the hockey, how much fun did you have yesterday doing that draft?
Buddy, it was a banger. It was so fun. That might have been our definitely top 3, but it felt like right afterwards, it felt like one of the most fun episodes we've ever done. It was so fun.
It was really fun. That is going to be in the hopper. That is a little bit of a preview and a professional tease. Last night, you're on the desk, Arda. After a team, the Oilers go down 3-0 in the first period, and they end up pulling their goalie. I mean, what are you guys thinking around the studio? Just what's the energy like in terms of the effort the Oilers put up in the first frame?
The first frame was a disaster for Edmonton, and we thought, honestly, that the series was over. We thought we did not understand how this could happen with McDavid and Draisaitl on this team. And Matlack alluded to it, a dig the F in speech. That's, of course, in reference to the Amazon documentary and Connor McDavid having that famous line in Game 7 or late in the series last year where the Oilers were struggling and they needed a jolt. There was a speech like that after the first period, and it came from one of their veterans, Corey Perry. Corey Perry's been in the league a long time, and actually he's been to the 5 of the last 6 Stanley Cup finals, and he's lost the last 4. Like that, he won a cup in 2007, very early in his career, and then he has this incredible streak where he's made multiple Stanley Cup finals back to back with different teams. He was there last year with the Oilers, almost pulling off the reverse sweep, and it was Corey Perry that spoke up after the first period and said, this is not Oilers hockey. He gave an impassioned speech. A bunch of players were mentioning it after the game, and apparently that woke them up because it was a completely different game in the second period.
The other thing that happened was they decided to change tendies, as Matt Lack would say, between Skinner getting yanked, obviously, and Picard coming in. I mean, what does that mean for the rest of the series with the Oilers between the pipes, technically?
If it were me, Clinton, I would start Calvin Pickard next game because I think he's shown enough now. He only let in one goal, and that one goal was a 6-on-5. They pulled the goalie with 20-odd seconds to go, and Sam Reinhart scores. Pickard made every save he was called upon to do, and now by the way, he's undefeated in the postseason. It's hilarious that he's in a situation where we haven't seen a goalie win a Stanley Cup final game in relief like Pickard did in about 10 years. Like, it's pretty rare in the Cup final that we would see that. I think he's earned that starting position next game, and I certainly think that this is a whole different series now. The Oilers could have been going home down 3-1, and it would have been a wrap. It just would have been an insurmountable mountain to climb.
Arda Ocal joins us here on Clinton and Friends, ESPN NHL commentator. Now, Draisaitl's finisher in overtime, obviously an important goal. Felt like it was a little bit of a softie, not going to lie. People are telling me it's a finesse goal, this and that. He nutmegged two guys on that. Overall, though, what do you think of his performance in these playoffs? The guy set an NHL playoff record for overtime winners.
Yeah, he's sublime. He has in this year, he has now set the overtime playoff goal mark that was his fourth overtime goal in the playoffs. He also set this regular season the overtime goal record with 6. So he's the only player ever across the regular season and playoffs to hit double digits in overtime winners in 1 year. That goal, there was a little bit of luck to it. Absolutely, sure. Clinton, I agree. Basically, he has a very unique stick. He has the longest allowable stick blade in the NHL. If it was a millimeter longer, it would be an illegal stick. Like, he loves, it's almost like a paddle. Like, it's not necessarily a curved stick. It's very flat. He like, on his one-timers, which is his patented shot, he scored like 45% of his goals like that in the NHL in his career. He kind of shuffles the puck. It's not like a traditional one-timer. So what he did was he had one hand on the stick, and he sort of like pushed it forward, almost like he shoveled it forward, and it hit a skate blade of the defender and just kind of squeaked by Bobrovsky. So in that lens, you could say Bobrovsky had a little bit of a challenge tracking the puck. But, yeah, it went right through his legs, so maybe a little bit of luck, but also a little bit of, being opportunistic in the moment as well. So, but you got to give him credit because he saw the opportunity and took it.
My friend Neil Greenberg, my old buddy from the Washington Post, calls that puck luck. Joins us here on Clinton and Friends talking about the Stanley Cup final. The Edmonton Oilers, Los Petroleros, as I like to call them, even things up with the Panthers. That said, the Panthers are a veteran squad that's seen a lot of things like this. How do you think they recover, in your opinion, going back to Edmonton after dropping a game like that in overtime?
It's crazy how much veteran presence there is on both sides and how much experience they have at the highest levels like this. Both teams, other than Game 3 in the third period where the Oilers really let their frustrations run over, but even after the game and the day after, they projected a completely calm demeanor, and that was by design. I imagine the Florida Panthers would be the exact same. That's how they were after this game. They were not fazed. They were not concerned. They are a calm and poised squad that have one goal, and that is to win in Edmonton, bring it back to Florida, and win Game 6 because they know it's a best-of-3 series. So, sure, they let this game slip away. They lost in overtime. It was close. They tied it up late. But on both sides, we've seen this now after crushing losses, that they are just very calm. And to his credit, among the people that are setting the tone in the locker room for the Florida Panthers, Brad Marchand, who, to me, Clinton, like, let's extrapolate it to sports. Like, he's having one of the best trade deadline mercenary player runs.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
In recent memory, like maybe ever.
All right, last thing I'll ask you, Arda, and this is a little bit off the board. You might have mentioned it a little bit. Who's been the best player in this series, in your opinion, straight up?
The best player in this series, Brad Marchand, is definitely up there. He's had a signature moment. Leon Draisaitl has scored 2 overtime winners now. He didn't score a goal last Stanley Cup final at all. Sam Bennett has to be in the conversation. I will say this. Last year we saw Connor McDavid win the Conn Smythe MVP of the playoffs in a losing effort. I do not believe that's going to happen this year. Whoever wins the Stanley Cup, the MVP will be chosen from the winning team. I think that there's enough quality players, high-producing players on both squads where one of those players will be selected. Maybe it's a Sam Bennett or a Brad Marchand for the Florida Panthers, or a Leon Draisaitl or a Connor McDavid on the other side. But whoever wins the Cup will have the MVP this year. I don't think we're going to see what we saw last year.
He's Arda Ocal. You can find him commentating on the NHL on ESPN. You can also listen to our podcast called Never Tell Me the Odds. And we had a great ship draft yesterday, sir. I'm very happy about this. Glad to have done it.
The Dark Falcon was not a cop-out, Clinton.
You know what? I deserve that. Thank you, Arda. Talk to you later.
You're the best, buddy.
Oh, man. Bringing up bits for things that have yet to be released. You will get that joke if you listen to Never Tell Us the Odds. Never Tell Me the Odds. Tune in to baseball action tomorrow night as the Diamondbacks host the Padres. It's presented by Progressive Insurance. Coverage begins at 6:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Coming up, friend of the program, Peter Burns. He's going to join us. He's here in Omaha with me. We're going to talk about college baseball and break it all down. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Tomorrow on ESPN Radio, it's a showdown in the National League West. The San Diego Padres at the Arizona Diamondbacks. Saturday is game day. Coverage begins tomorrow at 6:30 Eastern, with first pitch at 7:15 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Progressive Insurance.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
You've probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business? There is Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Simply select a time, and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you'd like to connect with and meet and greet people through back-to-back video calls starting as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
The Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney continues. Hey, it's Shane Orling. Come out to Four Shadows on Ashland and Diversey in Chicago tomorrow night. Mick Ultra is the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and they're inviting us out to watch the Chicago Fire FC take on Nashville and play some foosball. Someone will win a messy Mick Ultra jersey, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Let's raise an ice-cold Mick Ultra at Four Shadows tomorrow night at 7. Please drink responsibly.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
My fiance is a veteran. He was a combat medic in the Army.
I did tours in Korea, Germany, and Bosnia before I got injured.
There's been a lot of wear and tear on his body.
My knees are bone on bone from doing all those jumps and lugging my backpack and all that gear around. I was also exposed to toxins.
When Yusuf got out of the military, he needed help getting his disability benefits.
Luckily, DAV came to the rescue. They fought for me the same way that I fought for my country.
Every year, DAV provides life-changing support to more than 1 million veterans like Yusuf, helping them get the benefits they've earned so they can achieve victories, great and small.
Now Yusuf is paying it forward. DAV has been instrumental in helping him start 2 healthcare technology companies that are working to help veterans everywhere.
My victory is never giving up and finding more ways to serve.
He's pretty amazing.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I like it, yeah. Let's do it like just that. Just like that, baby. That's how I do it. Word up, you know? I rose dolo from state to state. Ha-ha. Word up, you know what I mean? Yeah. I just want to link up with those getting it like I get it. That's all.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Sam, you made your money today. You picked that blink. That is a clip from the movie Belly. That person you hear talking is Method Man, who is playing a character that is trying to get his hustle on. Where? In Omaha, Nebraska. Excellent work out of you. Clinton and Friends here live from the Men's College World Series. I have been regaling the lads in the studio with the very boring goings-on of the groundskeeper crew. Update on that. The tarp is off at the plate. The batter's boxes have been revealed. And we are currently pushing the backstop into place for pregame BP. Coastal Carolina is surveying the dugout. Arizona has yet to appear for game 1. This game is in 4 hours. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Dylan, what's up, dude? Thanks for hanging in.
There you are, CY. Just reaching enlightenment, one groundskeeper, landscaping beauty at a time. I'm proud of you. You got your saber pens ready. And we got DK. He's got toes in the sand, Indiana Beach. Next to TJ's dad is his coach, Devin. His dad was his high school coach. Just listen to those calls roll in like that beautiful Indiana Dunes waves rolling in. I love to have an Arda on. I'm a casual Bucks fan. The curiosity to me is everything he posts is basically it's the first time in 100 years something has happened. And later on down the line, I'd just like to know why. Why is the puck, why is hockey hitting all these never-been-done-before statistical anomalies? I understand in basketball there's a little more volatility with the three, but why is it happening on ice? I'm curious there. Tonight, I think tonight is the series. So whoever wins tonight, like Timmy Goodtime said, takes to Larry O'Brien. And the question I have is drivers at Dags, did he get up in the morning, did he look in the mirror and he said, hey, you know, I should go dub big. I made a mistake here.
Oh, no. Did we lose Dylan? We lost Dylan. Okay. Well, Dylan asked a really good question, which is about why are all these records being broken. And I'm sorry that got cut off. I think that what Dax is going to do this morning is going to get up and he's going to part his hair on the other side. That's just me. Joining us now, my friend and host of Best Week Ever, also on SEC Network. You can hear him every day. Peter Burns joins us here. You can find him on the internet at Peter Burns ESPN. Peter, I'm looking at the field right now. You've been in Omaha a couple days. You know how it goes. Summer camp for us baseball adults. How you feeling this morning, buddy?
I was going to say, I have felt better, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I'm glad we didn't do this interview at 6 o'clock in the morning, so I got a little time to get the cobwebs out. But, man, this is as pure of a sporting event that's out there. Like, everybody's been talking about, like, name, image, and likeness and transfer portal and the house settlement. And I'll be honest with you, now all of that is just kind of like just white noise. And I'm just like, I just want to enjoy college sports. And then you get to Omaha, and you're like, this is when it feels pure. Clinton, I mean, that's why you love it. That's why I love it. You see 8 different fan bases here. You see an unbelievable storyline like Murray State. You see LSU and their fans and the Jell-O shots. Like, it's got a little bit of everything in the heart of the United States of America, and it's baseball, man. I love it.
We got 8 new teams, and for the first time since 1957, that the 8 teams last year had no holdovers from the 8 teams this year. That's interesting for you because as an SEC Network guy, typically the SEC gets a lot of squads in. Had a lot of squads in the tournament, don't have a ton of squads in Omaha. What's the vibe like regionally for what that conference is doing for you?
Yeah, last year, it was 4 ACC, 4 SEC. This is the first time the SEC hasn't had more than 3 teams since Coastal Carolina won it back in 2016. And so, like, so much has been said, it's just in football, it's SEC and Big Ten and, all these power conferences. And I was like, well, wait a minute. Like, the transfer portal worked both ways, right? Like, yes, some of these schools like the SEC get good players, but then also some of those players decide that, hey, I want to be a star, I want to play somewhere else. And all these other schools have an opportunity as well, too. So, I mean, you see 6 different conferences that are represented this week. And I'll be honest with you, Clinton, I think this thing is wide open. Like, this is probably as wide open of a field that I've seen. And you cover college baseball. I mean, like, years prior, LSU looked like that was going to be the team. They had Dylan Cruz. They had Paul Skeens. They looked like the best team. They win it. Last year, Tennessee looked like the team that should win it all year long. And guess what they did? But I'm coming in this week, and, I mean, Arkansas might be that team, but I think this thing is wide open on both sides of the bracket.
Well, Dave Van Horn, head coach of Arkansas, is a guy that's come here before, literally had the championship on his glove. He's such a great story in terms of how long he's been there. I mean, we can talk about the Arkansas Triangle, but asked to a man, most people say they think Arkansas is going to win this tournament. How big do you think it would be for that fan base if they finally pulled it out?
You got to realize, now Arkansas baseball is huge, but this wouldn't be like, hey, the Cubbies finally getting over the Bartman deal or the Red Sox and Buckner, but it's pretty damn close. And, like, there's a bunch of listeners right now that don't understand the Arkansas Triangle, right? Like, we know it because we're, like, inside baseball that way, but, like, you got to explain. I want you to explain to everybody, like, what happened and how crazy is that ending was.
So in 2018, Arkansas was up a game on the Oregon State Beavers. Adley Rutschman was the catcher of that team. If you want some names for people, Stephen Kwan, who plays center field for the Guardians, was on that team as well. A ball got popped up in the 9th inning to the right side, in between first base and the dugout. The first baseman ranged kind of poorly to his left. The right fielder was screaming in, looking like he was going to be able to make a play on the ball coming downhill, which is technically the person who's supposed to make the play. Out of nowhere, the second baseman on a hop is screaming in, clearly calling for the ball, overruns the ball, drops it. Oregon State comes back, gets a hit and a homer, wins that game, then proceeds to win the next game. The 1,000-yard stare I saw from the first baseman in the press conference after that game was one of the most heartbreaking things of all time. I'm sure people still remember it in your neck of the woods, Peter.
Yeah. I mean, it's, again, like we talked about this last night at dinner. Like, when you go with Buckner, I think Buckner's play happened in Game 6, right? There was still another game, but you knew what was going to happen. I mean, I think even the Bartman thing was Game 6, where there still was a Game 7, and you knew who was going to win it. Like, so that's the demons that are trying to be exercised here. Their exorcism. Exercise is a whole different word. like they're in Omaha. So I think that's probably the biggest storyline right now. Like you could get Arkansas and Oregon State, which would be an unbelievable storyline. I think the storyline of LSU taking on Arizona, Jay Johnson left Arizona. That would be a great storyline. And I'm all in for this Murray State 4C. Their baseball field looks like Sandlot, basically. Like it fits like 800 people. Like the coach is the one like mowing the grass. Like,
no, it's not Peter. Peter, stop lying to America.
No.
He told people.
No, I don't care. I want to believe it, Clinton. I know it's not true, but I want to believe this. I want to believe that they like whittled their own like bats. Like they play wood bats. Like they found gloves in the garage somewhere. Like this, I want to believe that this is the bad news Bears. You're not going to give me. Don't let the facts get in the way of a good story, Clinton. Come on.
Fair point.
Seriously.
Fair point. Peter Burns, SEC Network and ESPN radio host, joins us here on the program. You mentioned LSU. You work with Todd Walker, a great guy, a great player. He was once the most outstanding player in Omaha. Tell me a little bit more about that team because they're always here. They got permanent residency in Omaha. What's that squad looking like from your standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, LSU, they're set up pretty good. They've got an ace in Kate Anderson, a lefty that's got major league stuff. I mean, he's not Paul Skeens-wise, but he has got, power-wise, but control-wise, he's 12 strikeouts a game. I mean, this guy might go 1-1 in a Major League Baseball draft. So he's solid. They got Anthony Ianson, another ace for him. So they're set up. But that's why this game coming up for LSU and Arkansas, which are probably the two biggest fan bases that are here, is so monstrous because you know the stats. Like, if you win game one, like out of the last 43 years, if you got 39 of those 43 years, the winner won game one. Like, if you go into the loser's bracket, you're virtually done. And so that's why that LSU, Zach Root versus Kate Anderson matchup on Saturday night is amazing. And again, it's, Jay Johnson is the guy that loves the sport. He is as college baseball gets right now. That game coming up on Saturday night between Arkansas and LSU is going to be a damn movie. Like, I'm so fired up for it right now.
Cannot wait. Last thing I'll ask you. So you know that there is a Ferris wheel in right field here at Charles Schwab Field. Have you ever been on that thing, and would you ever go on it? My answer is no. I'm scared of these things at this age of my life.
I'm not scared. I'm like, I got to do like a scouting report and see who's actually working the Ferris wheel. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, is this a legit, is it new, or is this like a 1970s, some guy like smoking like camel like on the side of it, like kind of like sketchy? If it's sketchy, I'm probably out of it. But I'll be honest with you. If you have enough Jello shots, you'll do anything here in Omaha.
He's Peter Burns. You can hear him on the SEC Network and on Best Week Ever on ESPN Radio. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate you getting up this morning.
You got it, buddy. See ya.
Later. Tune in to Baseball Action Sunday as the Dodgers host the Giants. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hello, sports fans.
With round-the-clock coverage from the worldwide leader.
Around the clock, sports all the time. That's never going to work.
Some takes need more explanation. It's time to sound off.
All right, now, sound off.
On Clinton and Friends.
We did the bit last night, Devin, where we took a picture and we sent it to Courtney Cronin because he co-hosts with Courtney. It's like a postcard from summer camp. That was fun. I like Peter. He's a good guy.
Courtney's out, based on her socials, it looks like she's out in Japan right
She's getting it done on the other side of the globe. Having a great time. So that's always fun. I like sending people postcards from different places. And by postcards, I mean pictures of me with people they know that we did not know where they were hanging out together. That's always a good time. Anyway, what do we got, sir?
All right, first up, Ron Manfred was on with Golic and Golic on FanDuel Sports Network talking about their new show. He's talking about transition to the ABS challenge system to the majors. Take a listen.
The one that I would like to get to next is the automated ball strike system. Consistency that this system would produce in terms of calling balls and strikes, I think will be helpful in terms of player performance. If you know where the pitch is going to be and there's real consistency to it, only the consistency that technology can produce, I think that's a good thing for the game. And I think particularly in high leverage situations, fans deserve to see a system where a bad call can be corrected. You hate to see a game decided based on a bad ball strike call, and the challenge system that we tested in spring training will correct that. So I think it holds real promise in terms of being appealing and important to our fans and making the game better.
Clinton, your thoughts?
I genuinely don't want to get my blood pressure up, so I will take this from an analytical matter without yelling and screaming. Number one, the idea of a consistency that only technology affords us, to me, is a terrifying thought about why we're playing these games to begin with. We do not live in a simulation. I do not know how many times I have to go over that. The fun part about sports is that humans make mistakes. That is literally why we watch. We were just discussing this with Peter Burns as to the variance and, randomization of errors and things like that in baseball and in sports are what makes it a thing. The other thing about that, too, is that when they tested this in spring training, it wasn't like everybody loved it. The polling came out and it was straight up 50-50. If you don't have an overwhelming response from the players and the individuals in baseball themselves that they want this, then why are you implementing it? And thirdly, this idea of, well, you should be able to change a call. Okay, but those are separate mechanisms from pitch to pitch, being able to tap your head and look at a replay. Being able to change a call as a matter of course in the context of umpiring is a different matter than the application of the ABS system. I will never like this. I have never liked it. And when I'm dead, I will still hate it. What's next?
Wow. That was, I just want to take a second. No, I know. I just want to take a second and just let that breathe. That was fantastic. Next up, Charles Barkley, NBA analyst. He was talking about the Knicks and their coaching search. Take a listen to this.
The Knicks got to be the stupidest damn people in the world. Like, you don't fire no good coach like that and don't have a plan. I mean, Tibbs did a hell of a job. Obviously, something's going on there, but you don't have a plan. And now, the three coaches turn you down. You got to have a plan, man. And they don't have a plan now. I mean, I don't know what the hell they're going to do.
I say this in jest, Devin. Sorry, quickly. Does that not sound like an echo? Have we not been saying this, Devin?
100%. And we're at the point now with all of these teams denying interviews with the knowns, the names. Obviously, Mike Malone is still out there. But are we at the point where the Knicks are going to have to go to an assistant coach and get in their first gig at this point?
I think so. Or they might have to break out old reliable, SpongeBob style, Mike Brown. Price is going up every day of the week, though, dog. The Knicks are idiots. We talked about this with Tim Bontemps earlier today. Don't fire a guy unless you got a guy. They better call Tyrone. What's next?
All right, next is our good friend Chris Mad Dog Russo. He was on Mad Dog Sports Radio. We got a couple mispronunciations from Chris. Take a listen to this first one.
June means summer's in full swing, and Total Wine and More is your go-to for beach days, barbecues, everything in between. Whether you're inviting friends over or just enjoying the sunshine, thousands of wine, spirits, and beers at the lowest prices. Mixing up mojitos, margaritas, and something totally new.
So that's the first one. Take a listen. When we're not done, there's more. Take a listen to this next one.
She didn't have to say that because, everybody said great things about her, including Obama, including LeBron, including Matthew McGahee. I mean, everybody said great things, and we don't need Goff in a press conference to talk about how hard it is at home. You just made $4 million hitting tennis balls.
So, obviously, he's talking about Coco Gauff and the criticism.
Hold on. Is he talking about Matthew McConaughey?
Sure is.
Okay.
So my question to you,
mojitos.
Yeah, which one's your favorite? Because we'll play the one you like better.
Play the first one is much funnier because he clearly was just ripping and reading. I know that life, but to mispronounce mojitos is hilarious. Let's hit that again.
June means summer's in full swing, and Total Wine and More is your go-to for beach days, barbecues, everything in between. Whether you're inviting friends over or just enjoying the sunshine, thousands of wine, spirits, and beers at the lowest prices. Mixing up mojitos, margaritas, and something totally new.
I think we should change the name.
Alter everything.
I think we should change the name.
Margaritas, beans, greens, tomatoes, potatoes. Like he was busting rhymes there.
Just incredible stuff out of
awesome.
Mad Dog.
God, I love that. That's a great job out of you, Dad. Yeah. What's next?
Moving on. Zach Taylor, Cincinnati Bengals head coach. He weighed in on the Shamar Stewart's contract negotiation, or lack thereof, as Shamar has now left minicamp. Take a listen.
There's education that happens with all the rookies that we do our best to educate them. Number one, we want to protect our team in our locker room. And so there's some things I understand when there's frustration there, but that's how he chose to do it, and that's his prerogative. And we look forward to getting him back in the fold.
Are you confident that he'll have his contract signed by the start of training camp?
I'm not going to make any predictions.
Did you talk to him following those comments he made the other day?
We've had good communication.
Is there any concern that this thing lingers? Even let's say he gets the deal done, given all of the back and forth before he's even signed, that lingers moving forward? How does that?
I think we have a great team right now. And so our focus is just keep this team moving forward. And when those situations work themselves out, we'll welcome those guys back on the field. But right now we have a great team that's made good progress, and we'll focus on that.
Clinton, I mean, Shamar Stewart, the rookie, has left minicamp. He's clearly digging in. Like, what side's going to blink first here?
I don't know, but Zach Taylor, that was an A-plus deflection job. I mean, he had those return winners locked and loaded about what was going on between those two people. I mean, I think that the tone there for me, not to be tone police, but I do it all the time, is please don't make me talk about this. We know how cheap this organization is. I really don't want to have to deal with this. I'm trying to coach football, and these jabrones who run my franchise can't even get my own draft picks on the field. I'd really rather not go there because I don't want to rip somebody's head off today. That was the vibe I got from him. You know what I'm saying? Like, it felt like he's like, yeah, I know. Enough already. Got it. Thanks. Put the fries in the bag. Goodbye. I actually kind of feel bad for him.
100%, because they have Trey Henderson. They're all everything defensive end is also in the contract dispute. They drafted Shamar Stewart. I'm guessing partly off of that, depending if they can't get it done. And now he's out. Yeah, if you're the coach of the Bengals, if you're a prospective coach, whenever Zach Taylor's done, this is something you actually have to factor in if you're not going to be able to get the guys you want.
This is something where you walk into somebody's office and you throw something around and you say, get your S together. What is going on? This is the National Football League. I mean, heck, I wish Hard Knocks is in Cincinnati right now. Like right now, at this second. But what do I know? Anyway, what's next?
Speaking of the National Football League, Dak Prescott, he's talking legacy again. Here we go. Take a listen.
Yeah, I want to win a championship. The legacy, the things, whatever comes after I finish playing will take care of itself. I want to win a championship. Be damned if it's just for my legacy or it's for this team, for my personal being, for my sanity. Yeah, the legacy will take care of itself. I have to stay with my feet on.
I see you, Clint. Go ahead.
Dakota has fully red-pilled himself. Legacy? What legacy? What are you even talking about? The guy before you who had a legacy is now in the booth. That's his legacy. The guy that mattered before that has 3 rings. Dakota has done, again, jack squat. What legacy are we even referring to? I don't understand why these people start drinking their own Kool-Aid and they believe that just because one network or another talks about them all day that it means they're any good on the football field. Dakota, hard worker, good story, decent individual. Also completely delulu, as the kids say, by the haze of the Cowboys. There is no legacy. Currently, you're just a part of the failing product that Jerry Jones has been putting on the field for 30 years. Goodness gracious. Anyway, coming up, it's time to head to the watering hole. Got a lot of news about Indiana basketball in the feed, kiddos. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I'm Kelsey Riggs Cup.
And I'm Tyler Fulgham. Today on SC Plus, streaming exclusively on Disney Plus.
We got another insane game in the Stanley Cup final.
The Mets use the power of Grimace to win their 6th in a row.
And we've got a fresh batch of not top 10 plays.
All that and more today on SC Plus.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. That's Hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
White Sox fans, a day at the ballpark is a classic summer activity, so grab your crew and take advantage of savings all summer long with our summer savings section presented by Wintrust. Now through the end of the season, enjoy select lower-level tickets for $20 on all weekday games and $25 on all weekend games while supplies last. Includes fees, some exclusions apply. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Poor Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Poor has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Poor has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text." Your hair would also like to add, "This cut rules." And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. We're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today. We're with Liam after his 4th military move, when being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays, when she misses home the most. We're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Costa Ivone.
Se acabó.
Never tell me the odds. There we go. Found it back. At Peter Burns, ESPN is where you can find him on the internet. Let's take a quick phone call. Ethan in Indiana, you've been on for a long time. Thanks for hanging in there, buddy. What you got?
Yeah, man, I love your show. And to be honest with you, I like it better than the one before. Hey, real quick, I live about a mile and a half from Cambridge Fieldhouse near east side of Indy, but I grew up in Martinsville, Indiana, which is the city of mineral water. They used to have these little underground mineral springs. People come to the spas and stuff. So our high school mascot is the Martinsville Artesians.
Yeah!
We were a well, man. It was just a well. We'd ring that thing, had a bell in it, man, you know. But
that's awesome.
What you may not know about Martinsville, Indiana, it is also the home of Jerry Seasting, a great Boston Celtic player with Larry Bird, and John Wooden. So,
how about that?
Our little county, Martinsville's county seat, we actually have the record for the most national college titles of basketball coaches, because Branch McCracken's also from a little town in Morgan County who coached IU. Speaking of IU, last great undefeated college basketball team in America. So, and I think somebody also mentioned Market Square Arena. You may not know about this. It was the last place that Elvis Presley had a concert. And if you're talking about Indiana Beach, you got to make sure you're talking about sand, a real beach. That's the dunes. Most people, when they hear Indiana Beach, they think of that little amusement park somebody talked about on Lake Shaver, which doesn't even hold sand to Holiday World down in Santa Claus, Indiana. And let me tell you, one last thing. The only reason they fired Coach Thibodeau is because he lost 2 times in a row to the Indiana Pacers. I don't even think that happened during the Reggie Miller days.
Thanks for the phone call. God, that was worth the wait. Branch McCracken?
Yeah. If you're not familiar,
what?
Let me give you a little facts about Branch. Emmett B. McCracken, aka Branch McCracken, born in
Quickly though. Let me tell you this, and Sam knows what I'm saying. If I met a man named Branch McCracken and I was in a time machine, it would not go well for me. I just want you to know how that name sounds. Go right ahead.
He was born in 1908. He was a standout player at Indiana University, where he led the team in scoring for 3 consecutive years and was named the Big Ten MVP in 1928. After a brief professional career, he became a highly successful coach, primarily at Indiana University, where he led the Hoosiers to the NCAA championships in 1940 and 1953. He was inducted into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. Listen.
Branch McCracken, you know who his roommate was in college? Foghorn Leghorn. Let's go to Watering Hole.
Time to check my social media, to see who loves me online.
Boy, I said, we gonna read some of these here tweets. The dulcet tones of Dustin Acui, where we take stock from Omaha. Among the freight trains, the Ferris wheels, and the stockyards of Nebraska, we will read some tweets. Happy David 67 says, the show is called Indiana Sports Talk. On Friday/Saturday nights during football and basketball season, Bob Lavelle, as the former coach, is the host. More than scores, but interviews with coaches as well. A very good show. Absolutely. There is no world in which I was making fun of this. I need you to understand that this was in full sincerity, that this came up out of nowhere at dinner, and it was all I talked about for 2 hours. Andrew Barnett at Fox Fur Hat picture is of him in a Fox fur hat. Shocker. At Clinton Yates. Indiana Sports Talk has been on the radio statewide for Friday and Saturday nights 35 years. The host is Bob Lavelle, former high school and college coach, and has also taught at IU Indy, formerly known as, say it together with me because it's fun to say, Ooey Pooey. Why they changed their name to IU Indy is so far beyond me. Walrus says, I've never heard the term retired my whistle. Yet another gift given by hashtag Indiana basketball. Oh, this is great. Jeff List 317 says, Matherin is the Maple Mamba. I don't love that nickname. That doesn't sound great. Richard Reeves says it's called Indiana Sports Talk. It's actually on the Indianapolis ESPN affiliate. Probably wouldn't be hard, Devin, to get him on if we tried. That is an excellent directive, and we will keep that in mind. And last, but of course not least, is Mardi Gras Bob, who I took a picture for specifically yesterday with that goofball tiger. He says, it will be an all-MGB adjacent Men's College World Series Finals. LSU versus Arizona. Book it. Fair enough. Wouldn't hate that. And with that, the circle of life is now closed. I'm almost burnt out, and we haven't played a pitch of baseball yet. I've been so fired up all week about watching the young men get after it here on the field in Omaha that I'm almost gassed out. But that's all right, because that's why baseball is such a rejuvenative force in my life. I was talking to Travis Rogers on the air. Travis Rogers, who hosts Travis and DeMarco here on ESPN 710 locally. And he straight up said he's been here once. That it's the best sporting event he's ever been to. Travis pitched at UCSB. He was here the last time UCSB was here. That would be Santa Barbara. That would be the Gauchos. That was his praise of it. A baseball human who played the game at this level. I am just a jabron with a microphone, as you all know. And I'm telling you, I just want to thank the town of Omaha, Nebraska for making the commitment 75 years ago to make this tournament what it is. No longer at Rosenblatt Stadium, which at the time was the biggest minor league park in the yard. Shouts to my man Piv at Stadium View across the street, one of the best memorabilia spots you have in the country, and he'll offer you a beer if you walk in there and say what up. But I'm telling you, there is nothing on earth like Omaha. God bless college baseball. Joe Q's coming up next. This is Clinton and Friends. I'll see you on the internet.
Carmen and Jurko coming up. We are wrapping the week. The Cubs win. They face Skeens today. PCA does it again. He's down to 8-1 for MVP. Can he actually do enough to catch Shohei? The White Sox trade their former third overall pick, Jurk, from just, 6 years ago. Andrew Vaughn. We hardly knew you.
He's gone. We hardly knew you.
He gone.
Two things I've seen today.
Okay.
A Cordell Stewart jersey.
Okay.
I don't know why, but he's going to Wrigley Field.
I want to hear about this.
And a guy with a Kent Tekulve jersey
Get
on.
out.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now that's awesome.
A beauty. Same bus.
That's awesome.
On Lakeshore Drive, heading north toward Wrigley Field.
We're keeping an eye on the U.S. Open, round 2. That course is just brutally tough. And there's some interesting NFL news that could pertain to the Bears and every other team in the league about second-round picks from this April. Loaded show coming up at noon.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ, that's JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Like football, it comes down to the X's and O's. Hey, it's Jurko. You've spent your whole life working hard, saving for retirement, and now you need to trust Mitch Lyons Wealth to protect your money. Mitch is a former NFL player like me and knows how to create winning retirement strategies with a common-sense approach to help you protect and grow your wealth. To feel confident about your retirement, go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. That's Mitch, Lyons, Wealth.com. Mitch Lyons Wealth, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Hey, it's Kap and Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hi, I'm Connie Britton, and I want to share with you the experience of Donna in Washington. She writes, I got injured about 5 years ago. I was let go when, because of the injury, I couldn't keep up with my schedule. I've tried to find other work, but I'm 68 now. No one wants to hire someone that old. This week is tough, though, because I had to get my tooth fixed. So I only have $10 in my checking account. But it will be okay. I at least have food because of this pantry. Millions of people face hunger. Some every day, just like Donna. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org. Feeding America, 200 food banks strong.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
That gets crushed right field. That's back, on its way, out of here. Pete Crow Armstrong, number 18, wind or no wind. He hammered it into the bleachers. Raised the roof. 2-0.
You got Heaney in Pittsburgh. He gets him here at Wrigley.
Wind blowing in, no problem. Low scoring game, obviously. 5 total runs, but a couple of home runs. One from PCA, one from Saya. Cubs win 3-2. They face Skeens today. PCA just keeps doing it. Welcome in. Happy Friday. It is Carmen and Jurk. We are happy to be with you. Happy Father's Day weekend. We're loaded. U.S. Open, Cubs, White Sox make a trade. Connor McKnight's going to join us, Jurk, at 2, our buddy. He's on the road with the White Sox right now.
I love it. Is he giving us something special today?
I don't think so.
McKnight at the movies?
No. Well, no McKnight at the movies. We're just going to talk about the Andrew Vaughn trade and his hair, which has become a popular topic around town.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. No. He's got the
doing something real nice
going right now.
Does
I
he?
think he looks handsome.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to check him out.
Connor will join us at 2. Mike North has the bonus play. We got a list in an hour. We got the lunch rush, crosstalk later on. NFL, baseball, Game 4 tonight. The Stanley Cup Finals tied at 2. This is glorious.
It's big. It's big.
And
you know what side I'm on tonight?
You're on the Oklahoma City Thunder
I think Oklahoma
tonight.
City comes back and with giving up 6.5. I think they respond. They were embarrassed. I think they respond. It's a must-win game, though.
It is.
It's a must-win game for the Pacers.
Oh, well,
it's a must-win game for the Pacers if they plan on winning the series. Yes.
Yeah, I kind of feel like you're right.
Must win if they plan on winning the series.
I think they need to
So the
get
Pacers are going to play with extreme desperation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because up 3-1, where they can go ahead and say, okay, Oklahoma City, do whatever you want. Now you make it 3-2.
Yeah.
Now we come back home and, the people, the Pacers, the Pacer power that's provided by the fans there, I think that takes them over the top. So must win, but I still think Oklahoma City gets it done.
I think they do, too. These series have been great. I think we knew the Stanley Cup final, and if you looked at the series price, you knew it was going to be tight and close. They went 7 games last year. A little weird how it happened. Edmonton was in an 0-3 hole and ripped off 3 in a row. But they went 7 last year. I think everybody assumed that this was going to be a little bit easier for Oklahoma City, and that has not been the case, Jurk. So we're being treated here in this 2-week stretch to 2 very good competitive series. And the hockey game last night was great. And just when it looked like, maybe this thing won't be as good as we thought, and Florida's going to go up 3-1, and they took an early 3-0 lead, and the goalie got pulled again. Stuart Skinner got pulled again.
They pulled a goalie.
Next thing you know, Edmonton comes storming back, even took a lead, and then the tying goal from Florida in the closing seconds, and then the overtime. 3 of the 4 games have gone to overtime. It's been thrilling.
I've been thrilled.
Absolutely thrilling. So we got Game 4 in the NBA tonight, Game 5 in the Stanley Cup Final tomorrow. What a Father's Day weekend it's going to be, plus the U.S. Open. And great. That course I was watching this morning, you guys. I was in early, we're doing Odds Couple. We tape there's a new Odds Couple up. Go check that out on the ESPN Chicago app. Mike and I record, of course, for you on Fridays. And I was in here early this morning doing some work before the show. I had the golf on. And I think, is Graham McDowell on the coverage, guys? Is that who that is? They were saying Graham. That's Graham McDowell?
Could be. Rocco Graham. It could be Rocco Graham.
I don't know who Rocco Graham is. Yeah. I don't know. Is there a
Rocco
Graham?
Mediate?
Who they were shooting the breeze about just this course. Might be, especially with the setup. When the USGA goes in there and they make it hard, they're like, this really could be the hardest golf course in the world. And they were having a conversation that was funny. They started talking about USGA indexes and handicap system, and it is one of the great things about golf, right?
Yeah.
That allows even the pros to go back with their friends, their buddies, and screw around and play a money game. Because, you can't, I guess you could do it in basketball. You could say, okay, I'll spot you at 10 points and we'll play to 11. I suppose there's ways to do this with everything. Like, it wouldn't be fair if SGA went back home with his friends and said, let's play 1-on-1, let's play 2-on-2.
Yeah.
And I guess there's a way to handicap everything. But in golf,
with golf, it's index and slope.
It's beautiful.
It's index and
slope, and it's right there. And these guys talk about it. They go back home. They play with their friends. They play to a +5.
Yeah.
They play to a +6.
At the club.
At the club. And they were saying, though, what would be great? And I totally agreed with them. That if, like, on the Monday at an event like this, at this golf course, they took a scratch golf, not a pro, okay? Because there is a difference.
A scratch golfer.
A scratch golfer, a 10 handicap, and a 20 handicap. And go out and play. The tees, all the way back.
The same.
And I was like, I'd be oddly fascinated in that.
To see what would happen.
I would be fascinated by it.
Did you see Riggs had a chance to play it from Barstool?
I don't think I did see
Barstool
that.
Golf, yeah. He had a chance to play it. And he's like a 4 or a 5. He shot 104.
Get
Yeah.
out.
And they had some of the shots that he failed
And he's
miserably
a
at.
4?
And he's a 4, yeah. And they had the shots.
There's a lot of online controversy about
is there?
how good of a golfer. Who'd you say? What's his name?
Riggs.
Yeah. There's a lot of chatter online because
Okay.
Is he
what
not a
you're
4?
pointing to is
Yeah.
they show in these spots and he
These
is
bad shots.
But it's like,
So he's not
have
a
you
4?
played before bad?
Well,
So
yeah,
wait a minute.
I mean,
who lies about their handicap?
Hold on, though.
But that's so
Many
dumb.
people.
That's
Many people
vanity
do.
handicap.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what we
vanity.
call
That's
that.
so dumb.
That's a vanity handicap. Yeah, people that want to be lower
Oh,
than they
people do.
actually are.
That's,
People
if
do.
anything,
Yeah.
you'd want to be higher.
Well, it's not. You want to be what you are.
Well, that's true.
That's
wanna
what
be
you
considered-
want to be.
If you have a low
You wanna be
handicap,
what
that
you are.
shows that you're good.
It's dumb because you cost yourself a chance.
Well, of course.
Maybe, but the point is that you need to record your scores.
Yes.
You record your score. I got guys that'll shoot 83 and it's below their hand and they won't post it.
Why? Because
Gotta-
they don't want
They
to.
don't want that score to
that
count.
score to count.
They do an average
bring
of
'em
20
down.
rounds.
Dude, you can't do that.
I
That's
agree wholeheartedly.
Come on, guys.
I shot my 80 at Glenwoody. I put it down. That's when I went to a 12-3.
Yeah,
I
like
shot an
there's-
83 at the North Course
There's
and an
different
80.
circumstances, right? Because Jurko plays in a lot of events where handicap matters.
Matters.
So you don't want to put in your lower scores, whereas guys like Chris and I don't do that. So, like, we want lower handicaps because it makes us better golfers, but we don't play in those style of events.
But you record all your
Of
scores.
course I do.
Yeah.
You guys put your
Record
scores
them
in.
all.
Of course I do.
That's
Yeah,
the
and
way
the
to
last
do
month
it.
hasn't
Because
been nice to me.
who am I
so
cheating?
it's
Myself.
Right, exactly. I want to honestly know, like, what it would be fun to like those different levels of golfers to see just what it's like and how good you have to be. And I don't know, and we're all right around the same. I mean, you guys play a hell of a lot more than me. If I played enough, I was best ever. I was about an 11 handicap.
Chris is better than me.
But
Adam might not be as good as me.
I think we're all
right
relatively
between.
close.
Yeah.
I think the four of us could play together and not have to even use the handicaps and just play a straight up match.
I kind
because
of
we're
agree
all
with Chris.
on different days. Any one of the four of us could have the better day.
And I think I think you'd struggle to shoot 125 out there, guys.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Right?
No doubt.
And like we're decent golfers. I think we'd struggle to shoot a $125. Like that's how hard it is. That's how
What
good
would
these
you
guys
say
are.
about that? There was a par 3. There's a 300
yard par 3.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, come on.
That is
300
nuts.
yard
Eighth
par
hole.
3.
It's the 8th hole.
I see any par 3 that's past 200, and I think to myself,
I'm like, oh my God.
All right, here we go.
What do I gotta? How am I gonna get to home now? I do the same thing. I'm like 210 part. I'm like, oh jeez.
All right, this is an up and down hole.
I don't want to have to pull driver on a par 3.
I know.
Like, what are we
It's
doing?
Crazy. It's just how good they are, man. It really is something. And I was
that
oddly
would be cool. To your idea, it would be cool to see the 10, the 20 handicap go out on Monday, and then they telecast it. Right?
That's what they were talking about. And I said I would watch that. Am I crazy? I would watch that. I would be oddly compelled by that.
Why? Just put him out there now.
Oh, come.
Like, no, I want to see that. Like,
you're going to kill a spectator.
That's why you yell. Well, listen, who did it last week? They almost killed. Was it Spieth?
I don't know. It might
I
have
think
been.
it was
I think
Spieth
might have
almost
been,
killed
actually.
someone.
I think Spieth almost did. I think you're right. You just you get it. And if you've ever been around these guys, whether it's practice round or watching them on the range or when you're at a live event, PGA Live when it comes back to town, you just get such an appreciation, right? And I think it's like that with all sports.
For how they hit the ball.
You sit courtside in an NBA game and you're in awe. You sit on the glass, you sit down low and you watch the speed of an NHL game. And especially if you don't know hockey that well, you're blown away, right? You're just like, you cannot believe the pace and the speed and the physicality. You're down close, you're on the sideline of an NFL game, and you see how fast it happens, how fast the game is moving, how fast all the players are, and just like how quick. And you're always amazed, and you get an appreciation when you see these golfers live in person, and you see how, like Jurko said, how far they hit it, the way the ball gets in the air, the sound it makes coming off their club. And I always joke, like, mine sounds like a little, like an old man passing gas.
Puff.
And they're just like, and it's just, you can't, like, that sound it makes when they hit it.
There's a sizzle.
Yes.
Yeah.
The sound it makes and the crispness of it. And I would imagine you get we were talking about the tennis match, and I said, I've never seen a professional tennis match live, obviously, but even that on TV, you can hear it. You can hear it. And I bet if you were there live watching the men and the women play, like, you could feel and hear, like,
appreciate
just
the
how
speed,
hard
yeah.
they're hitting it and the speed at which all these pros at their respective sports do it. I mean, it's really something. But this golf course is a monster. And I think there's 8 guys in red, and that's it. And Spawn hasn't gone off yet. He's still your leader. Burns has made a little bit of Burns played great today.
Let's see, what do we have?
He's 1 shot off the lead. This Ben Griffin kid who's had a real nice year, he's
7 guys in the red numbers.
7 guys.
7 guys in the red numbers. And 4 of those are yet to play.
Okay.
Thomas Dietrich, Ben Griffin, Siwoo Kim, and Thurston Lawrence III. The Spawn, J.J. Spawn, has just teed off.
Yeah. It's going to be a fun afternoon.
Yeah.
A fun weekend at Oakmont where, as you said yesterday, when this is over, don't be shocked if the winning score is even par or above, especially if the sun comes out there and dries out that course
they said
even
it's going to
more.
come out tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, it always comes out
That's
tomorrow.
what I heard.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Thank you.
somebody's saying about that.
Adam is in Wheaton. He wants to talk about the list so far. What's going on, Adam?
Hey, guys. Some of mine go back a couple lists ago just because I work nights and I can't call in. The show that needs to stop, Jersey Shore.
That's the one that jumped. We did the which ones have jumped the shark? Is that what we did?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jersey Shore.
Jersey Shore going on way too long.
Well, it went away and then they brought it back.
Oh, yeah. You can't be. I didn't even know
now they
that.
have like families.
No,
and,
come on.
Yeah.
It needs to go away.
Yeah, it needs to go away. You're right about that, Adam.
And then something about that the young kids now won't know.
Yes.
Is going to look to see if your school was canceled. And if you missed it, you have to wait for all the other schools to go back around.
Good point. Now you just get a text alert. That's true, Adam. Yeah, snow day. You get up, you put on Channel 9.
Channel 9, and you'd look for the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Going, come on, St. Andrews.
Let's
Cancel
go, St.
St.
Mary's Cell.
And then movie quotes, I got come on, Dorn, get in front of the ball.
That's a good one.
And then one of my favorite ones from Little Big League, got to do what you got to do, Junior.
All right. I like the Major League better than Little Big League. Adam, thanks. I loved the list yesterday. It was a hard one, though, man. Like, Adam just gave you a line from Major League. Come on, Dorn.
Yeah.
None of this Olay bull. Get in front of the damn ball. There's so many good lines from that movie. Like, we didn't even use any Euchre lines or Ed Harris.
Nope.
I'm trying to say Jesus Christ, can't hit a curveball. I mean, that's a wickedly good line.
That's the one you
right?
love.
I
Yeah,
love
that's
that
the one
line.
you love, Carm.
Jesus. I like him very much.
So I made an amendment. I hope this is okay. If not, I can change it back.
We've got an amendment.
I made an amendment to the lists of lists. I got rid of one list, and I substituted with a new list because...
Well, you're the king of the list.
Someone came up and said to me, I believe it was Shay. Shay said, have you added, is one of the lists best album covers?
Best album cover?
Oh.
And I said no. And then...
It was Shay.
I saw, then, like, unbeknownst to Shay, I don't know if he knows this or not, like 2 days ago, the Grammys announced that they're adding that category to the Grammys. So I, just like the Grammys, took off my least favorite list of the 100
and added
that
album
one.
Covers. Cool.
Yeah.
I hope we get to it. If not, it's on the list for next year.
Yeah, so we won't do favorite fruits.
Oh, yeah, we don't need favorite fruits, Adam.
Yeah,
you've made a good executive decision.
Yeah,
here.
You guys don't want to say blueberry, strawberry?
No, we don't need favorite fruits. No, dragon fruit, papaya. No.
Give me your top 10 berries, Carm.
Someone will say tomato.
It's the only reason you get poison.
No,
boysenberry.
Boysenberry, longanberry. I like this idea much better with the album covers. All right, let's talk a little bit more baseball when we come back. PCA doing it again. Cubs win again. They face Skeens today. The White Sox have made a trade. Aaron Savali just was demoted to the bullpen because the Brewers brought up one of their young phenoms, and he was not happy, and he asked for a trade, and he got it. So the Brewers and the Sox make a trade. We'll tell you about that. Connor will join us. Connor McKnight, our old buddy. We'll talk a little White Sox with Connor. He's on the road with them. Andrew Vaughn's been dealt. He'll join us at 2, but we're going to talk a little baseball coming up. 312-332-3776 for Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Rangers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance. With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie-cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers are back home for Father's Day weekend. Friday night is Princess Night, topped off with post-game fireworks. Saturday is Alzheimer's Awareness Night, plus another dazzling fireworks show. Then celebrate Father's Day with a 1 p.m. Sunday game, featuring a Boomers baseball cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom this Father's Day weekend.
At Progressive, we understand the bond you have with your boat. It's why people name theirs.
I was pretty hungry and looking at a menu when I named my boat Change Your Tuna. The backup names were Trick or Trout, I Salmonly Swear, and, oh, it gets worse, New Squid on the Block. It wasn't my best day.
Whatever you call your boat, protect it. And start with a quote from Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. #1 rating based on boat market share data from ratefilings.com.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Pete Crow Armstrong. I don't know. What do you say? It's just like Stop being surprised, right? This might be it. Like, this might be who he is, just a stud.
Yeah,
Flat
that
out stud.
ball was out of strike zone, too.
Well,
that he drove.
Dallas sent me a thing this morning. I think Kristen Adams sent me something.
That was
this
shoulder
morning.
high. He went up there and got it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The boys sent me something
What'd they
this morning.
send you this morning,
I
Carm?
might have accidentally
Deleted
allowed it
it
to get lost in the shuffle.
Did you delete it right away when you saw it?
I didn't delete it. Of course not.
If somebody sent me something and I thought it was great, I would definitely know exactly where it's at.
There. It's in our text chain. Forgive me. I did not read it. I let it get lost in the shuffle. It's actually something that Jesse wrote, but just the out of the zone home run and like just the coverage he has, like to your point too, the belief and ability that he can hit pretty much any pitch anywhere. I mean, it'll never probably lead to a high walk rate and a lot of walks, and it might always affect his on base percentage a little bit. Like if he figures that little piece out, I mean, the sky's the limit. It'd be the one thing you'd critique, I guess, in his game right now. He has a .554 slugging percentage, though, Yerk. He has 37 extra base hits. 37. He's trending for like 75 extra base hits. That's an incredible year. He leads the Cubs in home runs, stolen bases. He's tied for the team lead in RBIs, and he's second in doubles.
He's having a good year, Carm.
And, we know the base running, we know the defense as well. He's up to 4.1 baseball wins above replacement. The on-base percentage, though, is only .305. So if you're going to critique or nitpick something, that would be it. It's 13 walks to 72 strikeouts. But he's up there with the belief that no matter where the pitch is, he can hit it.
Yeah. And he's going for it.
And he's going for it,
And he's
man.
going for it.
And maybe as a young hitter, he still figures some things out in terms of how to be slightly more selective at the plate. Because I'm telling you, you're really talking about some kind of an elite offensive player. Like, think if this kid gets that on-base percentage someday up to 350.
Yeah.
Think about what you're talking about here. A guy that's going to slug 500 and, get that on-base percentage up, score more runs, use his wheels.
But if a guy does, say, have a 350 on-base percentage, that doesn't make him a better baseball player than PCA.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
I know, but you know how the Oakland Athletics, everything was important and it revolves around getting on base, right?
Right, yeah.
So would the Oakland Athletics look at PCA and say, we got to get rid of him because he doesn't get on base enough?
No, you're
Okay,
right.
But that's my theory.
Yeah.
So what your eyes tell you, you have to believe. You can't break it down into what Carmine says, some little computer program that tells you, well, he's a good player, but he's not really a good player because he doesn't get on base enough. That's where you throw OBP and you put it in the garbage because of the way he plays
I
the
think
game.
this kid's a great player with potential, superstardom all over.
But there are guys that stick to their guns about that and would say, hey, yeah, it's great and it's fantastic, but he'll never really be a complete player.
I'll take him.
Those guys that crunch the numbers.
I would love for it to be higher if you were, that's the only thing I'd be asking for. But, I'll take him any day of the week. I mean, the kid is he's an absolute stud. He's down to 8-1 for MVP. I don't know that anybody's catching Shohei in the National League. I know Abdallah's got a piece of PCA at 60-1.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler and Shea have a piece of PCA at 65 or 70-1. I told these guys, you might as well post it on PropSwap. Just see. I mean, he's at 8-1. You might as well. Now,
see what you can get?
Yeah. I mean, some buyers might look at it and go, it doesn't matter. It's Shohei. Barring injury, these awards seem to be locked in already. We're not even at July 1st. Because of what Shohei and Aaron Judge continue to do. I mean, they really are on different planets. As good as a bunch of these guys are, PCA, Corbin Carroll, Fernando Tatis, Freddie Freeman, Bobby Witt Jr., Cal Raleigh, all the guys that you'd say are in the mix with them. Side by side, you watch what Judge and Shohei are doing in their respective leagues, and it's just, I mean, Aaron Judge, I don't know what to say about Aaron Judge. I mean, he leads the league in WAR, runs, hits, RBIs. He's got 25 home runs. He leads the league in batting average, on base, slug, OPS, OPS plus, total bases. He's hitting 390, and he's got 25 bombs. It's just stupid. His on-base percentage is approaching, This is prime Bonds territory. It's at 488, Yerk. His on-base percentage is 488. It's a good slugging percentage for a lot of guys. So they're on other planets. I don't know, barring injury, if anybody's going to catch them. But not that matters for the Cubs. All they want is and their fans. PCA just has to continue to be awesome for them. And even on a night last night where pitching was good, the wind was blowing in, the Cubs do just enough, hit a couple of home runs. Let's not overlook the year Seiya's having either. I don't think we have, but man, Seiya's put together a pretty productive year here so far.
And remember, he was the question mark coming in. Would he want a DH?
Yeah.
Does he mind not playing in the field? All that stuff was out there.
That's right.
Yeah. And I guess he doesn't mind.
I guess not.
I guess it doesn't really bother him. I guess he's found a way to perform. And through the first, 70 games? Is that what they're through now?
That sounds about
right.
Through
the first 70 games of the season, he's not having any issues.
Yeah.
So good. Good for the Cub.
The White Sox made a trade. Aaron Savali had requested a trade from the Brewers after getting demoted to the bullpen, and the Brewers granted his wish, and they traded him to the White Sox. The Andrew Vaughn era is over. In 2019, Andrew Vaughn was the third overall pick after Adley Rutschman and Bobby Witt Jr. Ouch. And unfortunately, guys like Riley Green and C.J. Abrams and Corbin Carroll and George Kirby were all drafted after Yerk. That's like double ouch. You never had a chance at Bobby Witt, unfortunately, but you had a chance at any of those other guys. The White Sox took a player that they thought was safe, and what I've always heard is from people around baseball, the White Sox were not alone there. He was considered the most polished, best college hitter in that draft. And most people, because I've asked around about this a little bit over the years, thought, no, this was a no-brainer. Like, where the Sox failed, which they often do, is just in their development, unfortunately, of the player. And I don't know where it went wrong. I don't know how much COVID and the satellite camp and the short stint in the minors and all those other things had to do with it. Maybe a fresh start will be good for Vaughn. Had he gone to a different organization had he gone to Cleveland or Tampa, let's say, right? These organizations that are good at developing players, like, would it have been better for him? Maybe. He leaves the White Sox as a negative win player. He was the third pick in the draft. And he leaves the White Sox as a negative win player. He got sent to the minors this year. I mean, talk about humbling. He's played a few hundred games in the big leagues, and he was a third overall pick, and he got sent to the minors this year.
Do you think he gets the post-White Sox bump?
I don't know the answer to that, Yerk.
As long as you can get away from the White Sox, there's a chance you can be a good player.
Maybe. Different organizations see some things, and they're good up there with player development. So maybe this is the run of draft picks in the first round for the White Sox going back to 2015. You ready?
I'm listening.
And then I'm going to give you their wins above replacement. Okay?
Okay.
Carson Fulmer, negative 0.2. These are their first rounders.
Okay.
Zach Birdie, local kid. You hope the best for him, but he got hurt. And it just never hit, Yerk. Negative 0.8. Zach Collins, remember the catcher out of Miami?
Sure.
Negative 1.1. Big league career lasted all of 150 games. The best they did, and then they traded him, was Jake Berger. He has put up 3.9 wins above replacement. 2018, fourth overall pick, Nick Madrigal. Ouch.
Who was available after him?
3.2 wins above replacement. Andrew Vaughn, 2019, negative 0.4. So Fulmer to Birdie to Collins to Berger to Madrigal to Vaughn. That's why you stink.
Yeah, that's why you're bad.
2020, Garrett Crochet, 8.5 wins. But we can't keep him. No. We can't keep Garrett Crochet. Can't keep one of the best pitchers in the league. Now, I am very hopeful that at the very least, the positive thing that comes out of this is that they did well this time in the prospect package they got back from Boston. So far, the returns are encouraging. Mydroth, Teal, and the gem in it is hopefully is Braden Montgomery. And if he's as good as everybody thinks he's going to be, you might look back on it and say, hey, the Sox did pretty well. You know, we were talking yesterday about the Nationals trading Soto a few years ago and how well the Nationals have done. The Nationals got what appears to be 3 unbelievable studs for Juan Soto. A shortstop, a center fielder, and a front of the rotation pitcher. You can't do better than that. Abrams
that's pretty good.
Is good. James Wood looks like he's going to be an absolute stud. And then Mackenzie Gore. A lefty front of the rotation guy, it looks like here, if he continues to get better. If you say the White Sox did that, oh, all right.
You'd be happy.
Yeah, I'd be happy. I mean, I don't like the way I don't like the attitude of trading Crochet. Maybe they finally did well in this, but that run, Yerk, from 15 through 19, when none of your first rounders hit, when none of them hit, not one. I get it. It's hard, right? Baseball's hard.
Baseball's
not
difficult.
One of them hit. Fulmer, Birdie, Collins, Berger. Berger slightly the best out of the bunch, but he's not that good. He got sent back down to the minors this year, too. Madrigal, Vaughn. Not one of them really hit for you. Good luck to you. And let's hope it's finally turning the corner. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Yerk. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
All right, Abdallah, here's a stat for you. Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America, was founded in 1829. Baseball, 1839.
So before baseball, people were already drinking Yuengling?
Yep.
And in their free time, just standing around with a beer? No home runs, just vibes?
And clearly, 196 years later, Yuengling is still going strong, and baseball is still playing catch-up.
Chicago, next time you grab a Yuengling, remember, you're drinking history, literally.
And baseball, you're welcome for the inspiration.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, sit with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Feeling like you've lost a step? You're not alone. After 35, most men start losing free testosterone, the hormone that helps you stay lean, strong, and energized. But now there's a game-changing solution. Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster from the #1 brand in America. Nugenix Total T2 is packed with even more man-boosting power, and it works fast. With a powerful nitric oxide booster, it sends your energy and performance levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. That's right, just 3 hours to start feeling like your old self again. For limited limited time, you could try it for yourself absolutely free. Text now to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC. But that's not all. When you send us a text, we'll also include a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator ever. Feel stronger, leaner, more driven. Text ROCK to 369-369 now. That's ROCK to 369-369. Text ROCK to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
I understand there's some first take sound we have to play. Is that right, Chris?
Cutting edge stuff.
Yes.
Cutting edge stuff.
Of course.
I like it.
That's the only stuff we bring to the table here on the Carmen and Jurko show. Cutting edge stuff.
Are we going to play? Should I play the first one here?
No,
the long one?
I'll set it up for you. So,
Chris,
here's what you need to know going into this. They're talking about, I think, the Phoenix Suns. That's not important here. The sports side of this is not important whatsoever to this conversation. You guys are sitting at a desk right now where when you crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy, for the most part, the four of you are all facing one direction towards the cameras here in the studio.
Yes.
On first take, they sit at a table, and the cameras can be in front and behind you at all times, right? So because they have one shots of the individuals and they're sitting at a round table, you get a cross-section of a camera passing beyond someone's back towards someone's face.
Sure.
You see what I'm saying up
Yeah.
here? Keep that in mind while you listen to this clip. Here we go. First take moments ago on ESPN television.
But I will say this to you about Phoenix. You better make sure you get something for this.
That's the thing.
You cannot, this cannot be, I'm doing the star a favor who's looking to move. This is about you if you're Matt Ishbia and the Phoenix Suns. This is about you making sure that you get it right. You can't, because Devin Booker, listen, they give away Bradley Beal if they could. They can't because he's got no trade clause, okay? Can't get rid of him, so he's stuck with him, which is why KD is the only asset you have. You got to get. I can't, Molly. It's on vibrate. That's relax.
No, it's not that. You're just close it. Just trust me.
My phone?
Just close it all.
My phone?
Yeah, just put it all down.
That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Well, okay. Well, Stephen A., they're zooming in on it.
Okay, all right.
You can see your text messages, everything. I'm trying to help you out.
Text messages.
Stephen A., your computer. It's all on TV. Just close it. I'm looking out for you. Just keep it smooth. Jeez.
What a Friday show, guys. A nice peek behind the scenes. Back to the...
Stephen A.
I
was
wonder
not
what was
having
on it. I wonder what was on it.
You could tell his work email was up on the computer.
Yeah.
And his phone was propped up next to the computer, so you could see what was on his phone, too.
Oh, my God.
Not saying it's anything scandalous. It's just Molly's trying to help Stephen A. out.
It's private.
And he was not having it.
Only asset you have. You got to get. I can't, Molly. It's on vibrate. That's relax.
No, it's not that. You're just close it. Just trust me.
My phone?
Just close it all.
My phone?
Yeah, just put it all down.
That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Well, okay. Well, Stephen A., they're zooming in on it.
Okay, all right.
You can see your text messages, everything. I'm trying to help you out.
Text messages.
Stephen A., your computer. It's all on TV. Just close it. I'm looking out for you. Just keep it smooth. Jeez.
Like
Yeah,
Chris
you
is
see the
taking
video now.
Awful announcing posted this yet. I want to see the video.
Like Chris takes picture, does the pre-show selfie.
Yeah.
And like occasionally we'll have to be like, no, retake that, man. My work email was on the screen.
Oh my God.
Like I need to go to
Yeah, be
ESPN.com
careful, right?
and something like ambiguous. Not that there's anything salacious in my work email. It's just that, here's
but, like,
ESPN.com instead.
Stephen A. is sitting there going on a monologue with the camera essentially focused on his computer that's open with his work email there.
Yeah.
And Molly, because you're sitting at a desk, and maybe people don't know this, those desks have monitors built in.
Right.
So she's sitting there watching him talk, but she can see on the camera of their feed that they're just showing his email out there for everyone to look at. And Stephen A. is not having it. It's on vibrate. It's on vibrate.
Did he
My
say?
phone?
Did he close
My
it then
phone?
though? Did he realize?
Yeah, he did.
This is okay. I see what you're
did.
saying. I'm going to close.
Yes,
dude, that is absolutely.
Just close it. Just trust me.
My phone?
Just close it all.
My phone?
Yeah, just put it all down.
That's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, I'm looking out for
I'm
you.
looking out
Don't
for you.
tell me what
and it's
to
not
do.
like his phone started ringing or anything.
I'm Stephen A. Smith.
Like, that's what he thought. He thought his phone might have been,
Wanna
like,
run
ringing
for
or something.
president?
She just noticed
That might have been in the emails, Jurko.
She noticed on the feed that his computer screen was open and you could see it.
Right. Yeah.
Because they have shots from behind while people are talking.
Great. I love it. I can't wait to see the actual video of this. I want to see it. And you know,
phone.
people are like zooming in, they're
Yeah, of
screenshotting it
course.
and
Of
zooming
course.
in. What's Steven texting and what's he emailing?
What are those tabs on, huh? On your
Yeah, right.
on your laptop,
Right?
I
huh?
thought for a second when it started, I'm like, don't tell me. Like,
What are those tabs? Huh?
Oh my God. That's too funny.
Any back pages on there? Any hubs?
Any hubs?
Boy.
Any hubs on there?
OnlyFans? Any hubs?
Did you
Gotta be
hear this
careful.
morning? Did you
Gotta
hear
be
this
careful
morning?
with
Speaking
that.
of OnlyFans, Jurko was not here
Yeah.
for this because I told Carmen and Jesse about this specifically because it was about pickleball and how the OnlyFans pickleball. Hood and Shay and Kap and Potsy was in on this too. We're trying to figure out a way to expense OnlyFans for the pickleball matches.
Good luck.
Remember we talked about it, Jurko. If you don't know this, they're going to be showing an OnlyFans, a suggestive pickleball match.
Yeah.
Between you people, influencers, whatever you want to call them,
Right.
models,
Right.
creators, content creators on OnlyFans. And since it's a sport, they want to expense it to Good Karma Brands.
I promise you that won't get expensive.
Yeah.
And there's no way in the world you can go around trying to find a way to get that expense.
I can't expense my NFL ticket. Why would I write it off on my taxes at the end of the year? It's an item. It's an item. You know, it's a line item, right? Is that what they call those?
Yeah,
it's a
line
write-off.
item.
It's a
Line item
write-off,
veto.
Jerry.
A veto.
They write off everything, Jerry. Write it off what? But I couldn't go to Danny or Keith and say, expense my NFL ticket. They'd be like, no,
They'd tell you to get lost.
Of course they would.
They'd say, go take a flying blank.
I once tried to get the sports reference package filter expense because I was like, listen, everybody could use it. It's a great reference tool. And even that got shot down. They're like, no.
To be fair, Abdel and I once got expensed underwear.
I'm wearing them.
You did?
Your
I'm
mic's
wearing-
not on.
I know.
Well, what happened? How did you?
I said it out loud for just initially. I'm wearing my Brady underwear.
Well, see, but that makes sense. That's
for a bit.
That was a bit like that led to
and guess what?
Maybe they could argue it's a bit.
Content.
It's real comfortable on my bits.
I do remember when you guys did that.
I like them.
Yeah, they're good. No complaints.
Okay, but that's
I like
more. That's like directly led to content.
I get soups expensed. That was the best email I've ever sent. Is when I expensed the Super Week, and I expensed
Super Week,
the
yeah.
soups for Super Week, and then I got an email from corporate having to explain the bit, and
Which
I
is-
realized as I was typing it, this is the dumbest
No, but
thing
it's
in the world.
it's great content. It's great.
Yeah, it makes for content.
You should get that. And I guess their argument would be, well, this would provide content.
Yeah,
because we'd
talk about pickleball.
I mean,
and bouncing pickleballs.
Maybe they have something there.
I don't think so.
No?
No.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
God only knows what else they're going to look up while they're on OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
degenerates.
It's Cap.
Yeah. Not going to happen. I mean, I'm sitting here.
What do you think?
Not
Cap
only
would-
that, but as your
what do you-
union steward, that's not what I'm going to fight for.
Speaking of expensing stuff for bits, and bits, do you think we could get a little pair of bits and put on the owl like Justin Turner had on yesterday?
So Justin Turner got caught on the marquee cameras. Not caught. I mean, he's down. It's the cameras are prying. Justin Turner was down in the walkway.
He was down in the walkway.
Apparently, the Cubs are doing a thing now, at least this is what I would believe, is that when somebody hits a home run, was that his real sack or a fake sack?
I think he puts on a set
I don't think you
of-
can say that.
Yeah.
Say
I
bits.
can't
Let's
say
just
that?
say bits.
Okay,
Let's go with
I'm
bits.
sorry.
a-
Okay,
a
bits.
set of prosthetic
Yeah, bits.
Testicles.
Yeah.
And he was dancing around like
Well,
this.
listen,
and they're
the Mariners have the home run trident.
Hold on. If that was real,
No, I don't
could
think
you
it was, but
imagine the issues that would
hilarious.
take place
was
for
hilarious.
that?
Hilarious.
If it was a real pair that was
Whoa.
just
Chris,
flopping
I
out there?
mean, can you
Yeah.
So
imagine?
funny.
I was like, wait, is it? And it was so funny. And then Boog just went silent.
Yeah.
Boog didn't know what to say. Boog and JD just stopped.
Well, I don't blame him. It was a replay, right?
I think it was.
That piece was like fan of the game,
Right,
so
it
it's
was like
canned. So someone
Justin
had
Turner,
to have
yes.
edited that and put that for replay.
You're our fan of the game. And
So-
then Boog was like beside himself.
So, like, it's not like here's a live moment. Oh, we saw a pair.
First of all, I think it's like boys will be boys. We're so dumb. I mean, like,
yeah, it's literally it's a locker room full of dudes.
Have the Cubs released an official statement on this?
I don't think so.
I don't believe they have.
Do you know how dumb we
Clark
are?
still doesn't have pants.
How dumb boys are. That's still hilarious.
Of course it is.
I thought it was hilarious.
Oh, it's great. But my point is, can we get a little pair for the owl?
Right, for the owl.
I mean, Jesse's going to have to report on this today.
It's awesome. It's
an official statement.
Obviously.
He's going to have to get a statement from Marquis.
Well, something from Ricketts.
Right?
Maybe the whole Ricketts family.
When does Marquis release we're sorry that this appeared in a replay last night? I'm like, all right, so it happened.
Well, they did have a good idea this morning. If you want to afford Tucker, start selling them. Get a blue pair, get a red pair.
Who had that idea to catch?
Right.
Who did he say that?
Yeah, they said. Well, I think they said it's only a matter of time till someone is selling them.
That's awesome.
Hey, a white pair with a W on it for victories.
Yeah,
and
the
then
W.
the blue one with the white L on it for the loss.
Yep.
Yeah.
Could we be any more childish as men? And they're loving it. Like Turner and Say they're laughing and they're dancing in the dugout, and I'm laughing.
Not only that, but it crosses like internationally.
Dude, it's
that works.
so
That
good.
type of physical comedy is funny anywhere.
Okay,
It's
if
so
you had
good.
to bet, who brought them in?
I mean, I could see Justin Turner being the one. I mean, right?
Being
He's
the
jokester. He's been around the longest.
Veteran man.
The veteran man.
It's definitely not Tucker.
No, probably not Kyle Tucker. He seems a little bit more too reserved. I could see PCA doing it.
Yeah. I could definitely see PCA. You know, I mean, he's not back yet, but Shota's got a pretty good sense of humor.
Shota?
Shota
But he's not back yet,
Yeah,
so
but
it's
he's not back.
him.
I thought Shota's was only supposed to be a 15-day thing. What happened?
about
what happened?
It's a hammy, though, right? For Shota?
Yeah, I mean, what are we
those
doing
are
here?
He pitched the other day. He should be back by the end. Jesse said by the end of June.
A little behind the scenes, we talked about can we say this or whatnot, and then sending things at corporate. So I send out an email of the show rundown every single day to everyone in the company. How do I summarize what we've been talking about for the last 5 minutes? Justin Turner's
testicles in the dugout
have been flopping in the dugout, and the camera caught his
prosthetic junk.
His privates.
Prosthetic
junk. Put that on there. Prosthetic
junk. I'll go with that.
Just put the Cubs hang a little brain.
Exactly.
And that headline, either you're going to click it because you're intrigued, or you're just like, I don't care about this.
Yeah.
I watched it 10 times.
I'm not surprised.
Someone has a high resolution picture of it now too. It's great.
Right, you do have a lust for that kind of thing.
It's so funny. I just think and again, I just come back to I'm 48 years old and dumb crap like that still cracks me up. Like I'm a child. I just think it's freaking hilarious. 312-332-ESPN. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped the series decider 4-3 Thursday night in Houston. Davis Martin took the loss, but he completed 6 innings for the 6th consecutive start. The Sox got a 9th inning leadoff homer from Mike Tauchman to make it a 1-run game. Then Miguel Vargas doubled off the top of the wall and left with 2 outs, but Josh Hader fanned Austin Slater to end the game. Tonight, the Sox are at the Rangers at 7:05 Central. Be here on Friday, June 27th to see artist Flo Rida perform a post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola. After the White Sox host the San Francisco Giants at 6:40. Don't miss your chance for an up-close on-field experience. Exclusive on-field passes are on sale now with limited availability. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/concert. This has been your White Sox Minute.
The Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney continues. Hey, it's Shane Orling. Come out to Four Shadows on Ashland and Diversey in Chicago tomorrow night. Mick Ultra is the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and they're inviting us out to watch the Chicago Fire FC take on Nashville and play some foosball. Someone will win a messy Mick Ultra jersey, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Let's raise an ice-cold Mick Ultra at Four Shadows tomorrow night at 7. Please drink responsibly.
Hey guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhaffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhaffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhaffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhaffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, the most experienced FUE hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest. My patients are men, women, young and old with all hair types. I know what works for each individual, and when you see me, you will have exceptional natural results. Visit DrYatesHairScience.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
We got a list coming up just after 1. At 2, we're going to talk to our old friend Connor McKnight. No McKnight at the movies. We're just going to talk White Sox. He's been on the road with the Sox. I think he's still on the road trip.
Sure he has.
He was in Houston, working for Chizen.
Not surprised.
No. Love Connor. Talk about the Andrew Vaughn trade.
Yeah.
And
how good it will be for Andrew Vaughn to be away from the White Sox organization.
Somebody tweeted me and said, my fear is that he's going to hit some big home run that's going to hurt the Cubs. I wouldn't worry too much.
Yeah.
First of all, I wouldn't worry about what anybody else is doing in the division anyway. The Cubs are clearly the best team in the division. You're going to be fine.
They're going to win 90
Trust
plus
me,
games.
Cub fans. Yes,
I think you can feel pretty comfortable.
Absolutely.
Unless there's some sort of August collapse.
I don't even think it's that. I mean, like, it would have to be some sort of catastrophic, like, plague of injuries.
Oh, boy. Carmen, you
it
didn't
ain't
just
happening. Stop it. You'll be fine. Cubs have a 5.5 game lead on the Brew Crew.
I didn't say anything about injuries. You just brought it up. Oh, my heavens.
Well, but you know that's the only thing that's going to derail them.
I was just talking about something, in the heat of August that you may not play as well as you've been playing, which is far likely less to happen than a rash of injuries. Really? You wish that upon them?
Did I say that?
Did you put the Maloiks on them now?
No.
The Maloikia?
They'll be fine. The Cubs are going to win this division by...
Did you put the big Pittsburgh pepper on them? Is that what you did?
Big Pittsburgh pepper. What'd they lose the division by? 10 games last year?
Yeah, 10 games, yes.
They'll win it by 10 this year.
Do you believe that?
Yes.
83 victories last year for the Cubs. 93 for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yeah, you're right.
That's
Yeah.
I'm 100% correct. Right.
They'll win
It's
it by
not
10
even in
games.
front of me. I'm looking at Delmar's race schedule right now, so it's not even in front of me. But that's what it was: 93 and 83.
Right now, your number one seed in the national. It's a little early for number one seeds. I get it. We're not even halfway home, but we're close. The Mets. Right now, and the Cubs are 2. Cubs at 47. I'm sorry, at 42.
They'll host some
and
home games then.
27. Yeah, and they're plus 104, which is the best in the National League, trailing only the Yankees, who are a plus 107.
Beautiful.
Boy, I tell you, that Yankee team, man. Holy
It's something.
Sweet Lord.
I'm telling you.
And it was like, remember, Garrett Cole got hurt, and Stanton had has the elbow thing, and like coming out of spring training, it was like, oh, they got no Stanton, and Cole's hurt, and
they're all banged up.
Doesn't matter. They're just when you got Judge doing what he's doing, and the way Max Fried is pitched, pretty good.
Pretty good.
I want to talk to coming up during the 1 o'clock hour. We got some NFL stuff we're going to kick around. We'll do a list right after 1, and we'll do some NFL stuff, including a report from Bloomberg News about maybe the Bears selling some minority ownership. This goes back to the stakes in the team that Andy McKenna had owned.
Passed away in 83. 2023.
2 years ago. Yeah, Andy passed away a couple years ago.
The 2% that's out there?
Something like that.
Yeah.
So Bloomberg did a little reporting on that. The Bears have been communicative about the whole thing. Yeah. And so who knows what's really happening or what's going to go on. But Bloomberg was doing some reporting on maybe the Bears selling a minority stake in the team. Plus, there's something interesting that Pro Football Talk wrote about in terms of what's happening with a lot of the second-round draft picks. Bleck and Abdallah, I think, talked about this the other day.
Did they?
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting, intriguing, and a little head-scratching at the same time, and it might affect a bunch of second-round draft picks. Like, when do we ever say that? But there are a bunch that remain unsigned, including the Bears' 3 second-round picks.
Yep.
And maybe now we're starting to understand why. So we'll bring you that story coming up during the 1 o'clock hour. But we'll kick things off just after 1 with the list. We'll also have the lunch rush packed in there. So still a lot to do. Mike North's bonus play in about 50 minutes, and Connor McKnight will join us to talk White Sox baseball live in Texas as the road trip continues against the Rangers coming up at 2. If you want to join us, you can at 312-332-ESPN. It's Carmen and York back in 2 minutes.
This is Carmen and Jurko, making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Pour has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
Bub City Rosemont is raising a glass to number 14 bourbon, your whiskey of the month all June long. Taste the strength of bourbon, softened by the sweetness of real Vermont maple syrup. Sip on handcrafted cocktails like the Maple Old Fashioned and Blueberry Smash, or stop by Friday evenings for sampling events to explore the flavor firsthand. Plus, number 14 Bourbon is turning up the volume as the proud sponsor of select shows at Joe's Live this month. Come for number 14 Bourbon. Stay for the music at Bub City Rosemont.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hope everyone's having a great Friday. We sure are. It's Carmen and Jurk until 3. 2:35, we'll crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy. They'll get you home until 6:30, and then it's Meller's pregame for White Sox and Rangers from Globe Life as the road trip continues. You can watch us on YouTube, youtube.com/@Carmen and Jurko. And if you're watching there right now and you haven't already hit the like and subscribe buttons, please do that for us. Tell your family, tell your friends. And our YouTube and Twitch streams this week are brought to you by historic Flossmoor Golf Club, just a wonderful track on the south side, in the south suburbs of Chicago. But to inquire about memberships, visit flossmoorgolfclub.com. And if you are out at Flossmoor this Sunday, look for Johnny Handsome over here because he'll be playing Flossmoor.
Yeah, out there. Good crew going out there.
On Father's Day.
Yeah.
Good for you guys.
Love it.
Great course. Great.
A little bit of breakfast. Got
Anytime
a lunch
you want to take
afterwards.
me down there, you just let me know.
Yeah, not a problem.
You just let me know, my friend.
Not a problem. Take the fellas, too.
Let's take the fellas. Let's go.
It'll be fun.
Take Bleck and Abdallah. We
Have a
got to
good
do. We
time.
golfed once last year together. We got to make sure we do
We
that.
went to my place.
We went to Jurko's beautiful club.
My palatial country club.
We did.
Yeah.
We need to do that one more time. We got to make sure.
Nothing
we golf.
wrong with that. We can double dip and play 36 one day.
Well, I can't play 36.
Sure you can.
Of course you can. We're not walking the course.
You just have to want to play.
Yeah, it's all mental.
It's all
Yeah. Do you want to do it or don't you want to do it?
I don't know if I want to.
Yeah, that's what
Well,
we're
Jurko's got. What do you got?
Sorry.
Delmar? Which
Yeah, I got a race. No, I'm at Laurel right now.
At Laurel Park?
Yeah, I'm at Laurel. I'll turn the volume down. Sorry about that.
Or turn it off. I mean,
No.
doing a radio show.
Well, they
Hey,
got
just close it.
Yeah.
Just trust me.
My phone?
Just close it all.
Perfect.
My phone.
Yeah, just put it all down.
That's not going to happen.
Not going to happen, Carm. But I did turn the volume down. I mean, they're going everywhere. Gulfstream.
That could
they
not
got
have been
Churchill Downs.
more perfect.
They've got a lot of stuff happening around the
Jurko's
country.
like, I'll turn it down. Or, we're working and just don't watch.
Well,
pay
I'm
attention
ready-
and not watch the
I'm
race.
ready for the list. It's 1 o'clock hour.
Which
I
horse-
know when we do the list
Which
now.
horse you got in that race?
I got the one.
You got
He's
the
the
one.
fourth favorite going off.
Right.
Now he's tied for being. There's 3 horses, 3 to 1, 1 8 to 5. So I'm looking for the one and a long shot to come in.
Okay.
So I got bet the exacta. One all one. It's the way I like to do it, Carmen.
It's amazing. I'll turn it down.
I did. I turned it down.
They're in the starting gate, Jurk. I can see it.
They are getting the Maryland Jockey
Just
Club.
turn it off.
Yeah.
Where's Laurel Park, Jurk?
It's out in Maryland.
Maryland. That's right. Maryland. Yeah. All right, let's do a list. Go while Jurko's watching his race. Go ahead, Abdallah.
All
Spin the
right,
wheel.
we are 83 days away from the start of the NFL season. I cannot wait.
Spin, 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 spin,
Spin, spin, spin, spin, spin, spin, spin, spin, spin, spin, spin, spin, and it lands on number 80. Oh,
80.
this is gonna be tough.
Number 80. Another
this is
tough
a tough
one?
one. Yeah. Rock songs newer than 1990.
Rock songs newer. Our 5 favorite?
5 favorite rock songs newer than 1990. Don't bring me your Led Zeppelins. Don't bring me your Pink Floyds.
Alternative rock counts, right?
So any rock songs newer than 1990.
Okay, all right, okay.
That's not, I mean, Metallica can be a part of that, right?
Depends.
Don't give away
You
other
just have
lists.
to.
I don't know. I mean, depends. Not,
I mean, yeah,
I'm
not
not
all
giving-
Metallica.
not Master of Puppets.
Nope. Not anything. Not Ride the Lightning.
Not Ride the
one.
Lightning.
Is one afterwards?
I believe it is.
Yeah, I don't know, Adam. I don't know.
When's Justice? When's
Close.
Justice for All was, let's see, 88.
Yeah, I'll tell you what else is like no Guns N' Roses. No early anyway. No Appetite for Destruction. No.
I think
right?
about what you can put on the list
Okay,
instead
all right,
of thinking about
okay.
what you can't put on the
Okay.
list, okay?
All right. All right.
Yeah, Carmen,
Adam's
you've
right.
got to find a way to focus.
Adam's right. Okay. All right.
I mean, that's what you've got to do.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh me. Oh my.
Oh, I got one.
Holy cow.
It's tough, isn't it?
Oh, come on, man.
The silence is golden.
Yeah,
Just
it's-
play
it's bad.
the Molly Querum thing while we're all
hard.
thinking.
It's just too hard. It's too hard.
But I will say this to you about Phoenix.
That's great.
You better make sure you get something for
That's
this.
the thing.
You cannot. This cannot be. I'm doing the star favor who's looking to move. This is about you. If you're Matt Ishbia and the Phoenix Suns, this is about you making sure that you get it right. You can't, because Devin Booker, listen, they'd give away Bradley Beal if they could. They can't because he's got no trade clause, okay? Can't get rid of him, so he's stuck with him, which is why KD is the only asset you have. You got to get. I can't, Molly. It's on vibrate. That's
No, it's not that. You're just close it.
I love this. I can't
Just trust
concentrate
me.
with this going.
My phone?
Just close it all.
You're going to have to.
Phone.
Yeah, just put it all down.
That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Well, okay. Well,
so that-
Stephen A., they're zooming in on it.
Okay, all right.
You can see your text messages, everything. I'm trying to
There
help
are
you
no
out.
text messages. This
Stephen
is-
A., your computer. It's
Oh.
all on TV. Just close it. I'm looking out for you. Try to be smooth. Jeez.
What a Friday show, guys.
A nice peek behind the scenes.
She is
Back
totally
to the-
looking out for him. It's great.
I mean, he's like she's trying to tell him what to do. That's why he's a little bit put off.
I love it.
I get that.
I mean,
You're looking for it. I know what you're looking for.
Nobody ready?
I'm not ready yet.
Not yet.
This is a tough one for Adam.
Yeah, it is.
It depends what you consider a rock song.
Well, anything. Really,
All right,
anything.
I'll since no one else is ready, I'll fire away from the hip.
From the hip?
Here we go. I've got 5. Give me Alice in Chains, Down in a Hole.
Great one.
Great.
I will select, since Carmen septed my brain and mentioned Guns N' Roses, I will select Civil War.
Okay, good.
I will then take Metallica's Wherever I May Roam, because I like
That's
that
a great song. I
and I'm
love it.
guessing others will go with other selections from the Black Album.
And I love Wherever They May Roam. That's a good one, Chris.
I'm going to go with Stone Temple Pilots' Interstate Love Song.
Dude.
And my final
It's a good list by
selection,
Chris.
I will go with The Killers' Mr. Brightside.
That's a very
Yeah.
good one.
I like that. Very good,
Very
Mr.
good one.
Brightside.
There you go. There's my
About
list.
a cheating girlfriend? Is that that one? Am I thinking of the right
I
one?
don't think it's Cheating Girlfriend.
Oh,
I
it's
think
not?
it's, the video had Eric Roberts in it, and it was like she was a working girl going out with like
is that what it is?
Yeah, with some other guy.
Okay.
Yeah. And then she kind of got away with the guy that was singing.
We don't judge.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
judge.
No, not at
judgment
all.
here.
Make money,
We're all good.
Got to put food on the table.
I mean, we're expensing OnlyFans, aren't
Yeah,
we?
Right, exactly.
I've got the Black Crows, Hard to Handle, number 5.
good one.
Great
Black
one.
Crows.
Great one. Great one.
November Rain.
Oh, yeah.
Guns N'
Excellent.
Roses.
That's post 90, yeah.
Pearl Jam's Jeremy.
Good one. You like Jeremy?
1992.
Solid.
Smells Like Teen Spirit, 91.
Yeah.
And this one came out in 1990 and helped lead the show off for an extended period of time. Thunderstruck.
Thunderstruck came out in 1990?
1990 for Thunderstruck.
Whoa, I wouldn't have guessed that. That's
No,
an excellent
you wouldn't
call.
know. That's why it's on my list and it's number 1.
That's an
Boom.
excellent call.
Boom.
A lot of good songs out there, but
All
believe it or
right,
not,
I'm
there's
ready.
artists
I'm
out
ready.
there.
And remember, these are personal, so come at me if you want to. I don't care.
No, that's fine.
Number 5, I had to put the most popular song in the entire world. It is literally the most popular song in the entire world. It is Seven Nation Army by the White Stripes.
Yep.
That's good.
Yep,
You get
Chris
it.
knew it before I even said it. Number 4, Sugar We're Going Down by Fall Out Boy.
You like that one?
All right. It's one of my favorite songs ever. Number 3, I went low hanging fruit. I went Enter Sandman. I mean, the first
I have it
time
on my
I heard
list,
it,
and I'm thinking about bumping it. I'm not
I know,
sure,
but,
Adam.
yeah, but don't get cute. The first time I heard Enter Sandman, it was just different.
It's awesome.
You know
It's
what I
on
mean?
my list.
Number 2, The Day I Tried to Live by Soundgarden.
Okay.
And number 1, the band that has probably most of my musical taste and a lot of my humor is Damn It by Blink-182.
Great one.
Solid.
Good
I
list,
do
Adam.
regret that neither of us had any Rage on the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No Rage.
Killing
We'll
in the
save that
name.
for the best new metal songs when we do that.
No Rage.
Because I love Tom Morello.
I haven't heard any Red Hot Chili Peppers.
And you won't.
No, you won't.
That's the nicest way you could say that.
That's fine. I got no problem with that. Do whatever you want.
The Peppers had a
All
moment.
right.
They had a moment.
I just thought about putting some Tom Morello on there, some Rage on there, but because I think it's an excellent. I think there are a couple of excellent suggestions that could make the list, Chris. But all right, here I go. I'm going to stop overthinking it. Number 5, Enter Sandman.
Got it.
I'm with Adam. I mean, the first time you heard that song, you were like, "Come on now." Number 4, Black Hole Sun.
Great.
Number 3, I was trying to find like my favorite Pumpkin song because I can't not have some Pumpkins on here. I'll go Today. But there are a lot of good ones I can go. Number 2, I'll go Animal from 9 Inch Nails and one Alive from
I was
Pearl
going to say
Jam.
no Pearl Jam.
all right.
Okay,
Number one is Alive from Pearl Jam.
All right,
There's our list. What do you guys got for us? 312-332-3776.
We got Know Your Enemy from Rage Against the Machine.
You got to have some rage. That's good.
We got, a lot of, Smells Like Teen Spirit, obviously.
Yeah, I didn't put any
None of us
Nirvana,
had
like All Apologies.
I did.
I was going to.
Jurko did.
Yeah.
Jurko did, in fairness.
Let's see. We've got Losing My Religion.
Trying
REM.
to keep
All right.
an eye on you.
We've got. I almost put "Wait and Bleed" by Slipknot on mine. That was great. That's a good one.
That
That's
is
a
a
good
great
one.
song.
There's a couple Pantera songs. Effing Hostile. I'm Broken. Rockstar by Nickelback, which would be my karaoke song if we do karaoke songs as a list.
I'm a big Nickelback fan. I got to be honest. All right. But I also like
nothing
Coldplay,
wrong.
so it's to each his own. It's fine.
You didn't put any Coldplay songs on there.
I didn't. I don't know that I'd put. I mean, I like Coldplay. I don't have any problem with Coldplay, but I don't think any of them are like the 5 best.
No
songs.
STP. Someone put Vaseline by STP.
That's a good one.
That's a great
very
song.
good one. Yeah.
I love it. Yeah. What a song.
Yeah, great song. Great song. Great song.
It is pretty good.
Vaseline. Yeah. Not just for the kitchen, I say.
I don't even know what that means. Are you using Vaseline in the kitchen?
Yeah, who's using Vaseline in the kitchen?
Did you mean not just for the bedroom?
No,
I'm not even
not just
sure.
for the kitchen. I was intentionally being a smart
I don't even know.
because some would expect it to be the bathroom,
okay,
probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
312-332 ESPN.
That's
If you
great.
got a nomination for, it's got to be post 1990. Adam wanted to weed out any Beatles, Zeppelin.
Well, we did
The Who.
best rock
We did.
song
Yeah, we
last
did that.
year.
We did.
So
Yeah.
I wanted to make one that
Yeah.
I
No Pink
remember
Floyd.
listening to, and it was a lot of like classic rock.
Yeah.
So I wanted to weed out all that stuff.
I feel like
I think you did it.
It's
I think
tough.
you did
It's
it.
tough to winnow that down to just 5, man. John's in Hoffman Estates. Go ahead, John.
The one that I can't believe Jurko didn't mention because he used to mention a song all the time by Pearl Jam, and that's Yellow Ledbetter.
Yellow Ledbetter.
David
Good one.
Ledbetter.
Yeah,
Love it.
Johnny, thanks. Yellow Ledbetter's a good
That's
one.
my favorite song for golfers.
David Ledbetter?
David
That's
Ledbetter,
funny.
yeah.
You're a funny guy. I like
The
Yellow
former,
Ledbetter.
yeah, the former golf
golfer,
coach.
former
Yeah.
golf coach.
I remember that.
I
yeah.
like Yellow Ledbetter, but it's not like.
What's the one you like to sing all the time?
Well, we always used
That's
to joke
it, right?
me singing Yellow
Yeah.
Ledbetter because you don't know what the hell he's saying.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's probably like my 20th favorite Pearl Jam song.
Pearl Jam songs, 20th?
Yeah, it's not even
See,
not
this,
top 10.
this list is so difficult because who has like 5 specific favorite songs? You could maybe narrow down 5 favorite bands.
Right.
But it's hard. Like
But that is so challenging.
I don't know if I put any Aerosmith in there, but you had Aerosmith comeback albums coming out in the early 90s.
Yeah,
Well, the two with Alicia Silverstone in the videos were 90s songs.
Yes,
totally.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Absolutely.
yes.
And that absolutely was in the 90s.
And the one with Armageddon, the song they had in Armageddon.
Yeah, yes.
That was 1990s.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ed's in Plainfield. Go ahead, Eddie.
Oh, come on. That was Aerosmith's worst. I hate when people say I love their old stuff because the new stuff sucks, but Aerosmith is exhibit A of that very mantra. That stuff was written by hit makers. They didn't even write it. The early stuff, Toys in the Attic, with Perry and Tyler, great stuff, but that's weak. But I'm coming at you with Rage. You got to have freedom on there, boys. That riff is unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. You're right. I know. I kind of feel like we need
Freedom.
We need a little rage in there. So good, Eddie.
Oh, that's Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah,
Freedom.
We need a little
All right.
rage. You need a little rage in
Hey, and plus,
I love
Armageddon,
Tom
all I cared about then was Liv Tyler.
Liv Tyler.
I didn't care
Forget
about
it.
Steven Tyler. I was caring about Liv Tyler.
Preach.
You still get her and Renee Zellweger and Empire Records.
Zellweger, yeah.
Renee Zellweger, whatever her name is. Oh, man. The two of them.
Dude, forget it. I'm
And
so
that-
with you on Liv Tyler.
Yeah,
It's
and
not
they
even
played Little
funny.
Strumpets back in the day,
Whatever,
too,
like,
which is good for
When
them.
was the last time Liv Tyler did anything?
She didn't have to. She made some money and she got out of Dodge.
She was a elf in the Hobbitron movies.
Was she?
Yeah, wasn't she in Lord of the Rings?
I don't know.
Yeah, she was.
She always had the ears
She was
for
an
it.
elf.
She
Yeah.
did. She
She
did
was an
do.
elf.
She did do the Edward. Well, she was with Ed Norton in.
She was in,
Hulk.
I was
in
going to
the
say
Hulk.
she was in Hulk, yeah.
There you go.
That's been a while, guys. That
But
was.
that was like the
I
bad
know.
Hulk movie. That's the movie. That Hulk was so bad, they went and redid the Hulk and made him somebody else altogether. That's
was
like
in a
the
movie-
Fantastic Four that's coming out.
She was in Ad Astra with
I know the
Brad
movie.
Pitt.
Brad Pitt.
Brad
yeah,
Pitt, I never saw it.
and she's in the new Captain America.
Ad Astra is not terrible.
I haven't seen that.
I think you guys might enjoy it.
I think I remember you telling me that it
She's
wasn't
in
bad.
Brave New World, the new Captain America.
Dude, but like
It's
Liv
a
Tyler,
brave new world.
Liv Tyler in Armageddon is like, forget it. Oh, this is good. I can't believe I don't think any of us had anybody from any songs from this band. This is good. Mark in Lincoln Park. Go ahead, Mark.
What's going on, guys? Great show.
Thank you, buddy.
Carm, I love all the sports that are going on like you do. And in keeping with the sports theme, all I can think of are the Michael Jordan videos to My Hero by Foo Fighters.
Good
one. That song rocks, especially with slow motion Michael going to the hoop.
I
you
could
know.
pick out some good Foo Fighters. It's
There
a good
goes
call. We
My
had
Hero.
No Foo Fighters, Marky. Thanks, buddy. I
Yeah.
wouldn't go with that one particularly.
What would you go with Foo Fighters? No Blink 182 on this list?
I don't think we had any Blink 182.
No, there was no Blink 182.
Favorite song was Blink 182.
Adam
My
had
number one
Blink
song was Blink
182.
182.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Damn It.
Damn It, yeah.
My fault. My
Yeah.
fault. I apologize.
I love them. They're my guys.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I had to pick.
Speaking to the mic here, kid. You're getting
Well,
too.
I'm trying to think of like which Foo Fighter song I would go
I
with.
get it, but just say it into the mic as you're thinking.
Probably I'll Stick Around for me.
No, Everlong.
Everlong's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, let me see what I got on my phone.
That's
Now I
the,
got to look and feel like.
That's the Blue Chew theme song, Everlong.
All
Okay,
right.
just close it.
That was amazing.
Just trust me.
My phone?
Just close it all.
My phone.
Yeah, just put it all down.
That's not going to happen.
So he clanked it. He clanked it.
Or the other
I'm
one
going
could
through
be
my phone.
the other
Times
one-
like these, I love. I
Yeah.
love that song. I love when he does it acoustically.
The other one might be Thick as a Brick.
Come on, Jesse.
All right. I'm going through my Foo Fighters. And my
I'm just saying, since we're talking music.
Yes,
I just thought
correct.
I'd throw it out there,
Probably
I'm
Everlong.
feeling very musical.
The Pretender, Everlong, or is probably one of those.
Aqualung. What are you talking
Not
about?
Aqualung. Stop it. Lewis is in Lyle. Go ahead, Lewis.
Hey guys, loving the show so far. I think you guys put together a great list. I know. I can't believe you guys didn't put "Killing in the Name" by Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah, I like
and,
it.
Welcome to the Black Parade by My Chemical Romance. Those are two phenomenal. I mean, granted, those are early 2000s, or at least that was middle school for me. But come on, guys,
It's all right.
how are you forgetting those?
It's all good. Yeah. Fire away with the suggestions. I like both those. Those are good suggestions. I'm not a big Rob Zombie fan. Let's hear what John's got, though, in Kansas. Go ahead, John. Johnny boy.
Yo,
Yo,
Go ahead,
what's
buddy.
up?
Dead I am the rat, feed upon the cat. Little Dragula.
Dragula, yeah, from
From Rob Zombie.
Rob Zombie. Yeah.
Yeah, Johnny. It's all good.
I love this now. We're the next few callers for getting all the new metal guys. It's
That's
great.
fine.
We're going to get a Mudvayne guy on there.
It's good. We need it.
In the chat, I saw Mudvayne.
I'm upset I didn't put any System on my list. I just remembered.
I'm surprised, too.
Little System of a Down.
John in Edison Park. Go ahead, John.
Got to put some Green Day on there. American Idiot.
American Idiot.
That's Carmen's song.
Yeah, thank you. Good job, Johnny. I like Green Day.
He's so fast,
I
too.
know,
That's
right?
great.
Chris is in Yorkville. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, you guys just touched on one of them was Everlong, and then Hunger Strike by Temple of the Dog.
All right, Temple of the Dog's good. Nicely done, Chris.
Temple of the Dog.
Temple of the Dog is the one that was like the.
It was Vetter.
It was a super group.
It was the super group.
Yeah.
Right. It was
Yeah.
like, was it not Scott Weiland? Who was in that?
No. It was, what's his face? It was Soundgarden, right?
Yeah, was it Cornell?
I believe so, yeah. Let's see. I might be wrong. We're all Googling now.
No, you're right. It was Cornell.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It was Eddie. It was Cornell. It was a lot of the Pearl Jam guys too. Like they have it on. Like McCready was on there too. But yeah, it was Cornell and Vetter. That was good. Dan and Pilsen. Go ahead. We'll do two more. Go ahead, Dan.
I already yelled at Abdallah, but guys, I can't believe we forgot Nookie by Limp Bizkit. I know those guys are huge douchebags, but that song was a banger.
I did it all
That's
for
great,
the Nookie.
Dan.
The Nookie.
Good
Yeah.
call, Dan.
That
All right.
song was so popular here in the city, and when Chris and I were growing up, that I remember Q101 used to do the top 9 at 9, and they just played Nookie 9 times
That's
once.
great. We didn't have any Lincoln Park. They had some good stuff. All right, Wayne. Last one. Plainfield. Go.
All right, we got Creed, Higher,
Can't believe nobody mentioned that. And then also Sober by Tool.
By who?
Tool.
Oh, by Tool. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. Creedy.
All right. Here's the one I see in the chat
Wayne.
that we probably omitted. That Oasis. There's nothing from Oasis.
Nothing from Oasis.
That's probably a big
miss.
omission.
Yeah, you might be right about that.
Yeah, Champagne
like-
Supernova probably.
I feel like maybe an Oasis or Rage, like omissions were probably a little egregious on our part. But hey, I still think we had some killer songs on those lists. So there you go, another successful one. Talk a little NFL coming up, and then we have the lunch rush just after 1:30. What's going on with the second-round draft picks from April's draft in the NFL?
Crazy.
Yeah, we'll talk about that coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
All right, this spring and summer, Bub City is bringing the heat and the brunch. Get down to Bub for the brand new brunch menu every weekend. You get your favorite classic brunch staples, but then there's some new additions like the golden fluffy pancake, the breakfast tostadas, delicious. Plus, check out the whiskey of the month. It's Vermont Spirit's number 14 American bourbon. It's featured in the Maple Old Fashioned right now. They make great cocktails at Bub City. Reserve your spot now at bub-city.com.
The stock market has been all over the place, and if you're nearing or in retirement, it's probably got you nervous. Will you have enough to retire? Are you worried about running out of money? Are you sick of hearing, just ride it out? What can you do differently to ensure that you have enough to retire comfortably with an income that's guaranteed to last your lifetime? Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth, and I've got great news for you today. I'm a featured expert in a groundbreaking film called The Retirement Deception. This film reveals exactly how you can create a guaranteed income with your nest egg protected from market volatility. Wall Street may not want you to see this film, but I do want you to see it at no cost. That's right, it's absolutely free when you call today. I want you to know the truth about retirement. A secure retirement is achievable. Call today to speak with one of our retirement specialists to get your free copy of The Retirement Deception. Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for going to Great Clips for a haircut." The skilled stylists at Great Clips salons do millions of haircuts a year, but with Clip Notes, they save every detail of your hair, including the secret to taming that cowlick. Oh, and if your wallet could talk, it'd say the price looks pretty great too. Isn't it nice when everyone's happy? For the haircut you love for less, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute, hosted by Danny Ecker from Crane Chicago Business, is heard Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and is presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Off-season programs wrapping up across the NFL. And 7 weeks after the draft, most of the 257 draft picks have agreed to terms. Got some, I don't want to say ugly. I guess this Shamar Stewart thing's a little ugly in Cincinnati.
Yeah, it's a little ugly.
You got some first-rounders that haven't signed, but what's kind of curious, as of Wednesday anyway, Jurko, this week, 217 of the selections had signed their 4-year rookie deals. Of the 40 unsigned players, 30 were taken in round 2. So check my math on that, Jurk. That means 75% of the unsigned players are coming from one round. They're coming from round number 2.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And the problem comes from the fact that the first 2 players taken in the round receive fully guaranteed contracts.
Right.
An unprecedented development. It remains to be seen how deep into the round the full guarantees will go, which has kept any of the remaining second-rounders from signing. The first pick of the second round was Carson, was it Schwessinger? Is that how you say his name? The linebacker from UCLA, I think?
Schwessinger.
Who went to Cleveland. And then Jaden Higgins from Iowa State, the wide receiver, went to the Texans.
Right.
They got fully guaranteed deals. And now you've got 30 unsigned second-rounders, including 3 Bears. Luther Burden III, who missed all of the program.
And he's got a soft tissue.
Although, as the guys pointed out, like Ben Johnson sounded somewhat perturbed by the whole thing.
He did.
You know, Ozzie Trapillo. Ozzie was there, busting his hump, like getting ready. And Shamar Turner, who I feel like we didn't talk about much since the draft or during the OTA.
The defensive tackle.
Correct, out of A&M. So the Bears have 3 of them. The interesting thing is with, like, Burden, because one of the 2 guys that already signed these fully guaranteed deals was Jaden Higgins in Houston. So is Burden going to wait for the same thing? Will the Bears give him that treatment?
All 3 of them might be waiting for the same thing.
Every other player in this drafted in the second round might be. Are you a little surprised that those other 2 teams made a move like that? And are the other owners like, hey, what's going on? How are we fully guaranteeing?
Am I surprised that there's guaranteed contracts being given out in the NFL? Yes. Fully guaranteed contracts for draft choices?
The reporting here is...
Yes, I'm absolutely surprised.
They received, pick 33 and 34, received fully guaranteed 4-year contracts.
What happened when they gave a fully guaranteed contract to Deshaun Watson? What did the rest of the owners do?
Get pissed?
Did you see anybody go, oh, now we have to start giving out guaranteed contracts? No, you didn't. So I told you where their leverage lies. Nowhere. They don't have any. They don't sign their contract eventually with whatever they negotiate. They won't get paid.
And they won't start the clock on their
won't
NFL
start the
career.
clock.
I mean, those guys, this is not going to be like now everybody's going to get this. That's what you're saying. That's not going to happen.
I don't worry until August 1st. If August 1st comes around and they're not signed, then we've got a problem.
Yeah.
August 1st. It will be on what? Day what at that point? 47?
God, something like that.
Something like that?
Don't
Come
make it go
August
too
1st?
Don't make it go too fast, please.
Yeah.
Let's enjoy a little bit of summer. It's finally nice. It's finally warm.
Well, that's when I'm concerned. I'm not concerned right now.
Okay.
It doesn't bother me.
Interesting. We'll follow that.
It doesn't bother
development.
me that 2 teams decided they wanted to give them guaranteed contracts. Maybe they wanted them in. They want to get better. They decide, hey, it's worth it. It's not that much money comparatively speaking because they're rookies. So they decide to do it. Okay.
Yeah. No 5th-year option.
But now I think you'll get a little kickback, a little fight from other teams that'll say, nah, not really.
Okay. Also, the Bears could be undergoing a little bit of an ownership change, small, minority ownership. Bloomberg News reported the Bears are currently exploring the sale of the minority interest that was held by Andy McKenna, Sr., who did die in 2023. And the Bloomberg story notes that the McCaskey family and or team investor Pat Ryan likely hold a right of first refusal. I feel like we've heard that a million times before.
Right, that they can he can acquire it.
Yeah, however, with the franchise values mushrooming, the McKenna share could attract a number that can't or won't be matched. Last year, the NFL opened up the door for private equity investments in franchises. The Bears could pursue that avenue or look for an individual to purchase.
What are the Bears worth?
$6 billion, I believe.
That's what I have it. So that'd be $120 million, 2%.
2%. So
$120 million.
Schmill, that's a nice little, hey, we're going to build a stadium. We could use it.
Yeah.
It's a nice little investment.
Yeah, they probably put a premium on it for 2%. It's $150 million.
Yep. few teams have come in and taken some of the private equity money. I know the Eagles have, right? I think the Bills have. There's a handful of teams.
I don't think this does anything for you. $120 million. It's nice. Helps your coffers a little bit.
Right.
But $120 million is not going to be your share of what you're putting into the pie, right?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, how much do you have to put into the pie if you're going to get the stadium built where it's going to be built?
Oh, yeah, more than, I see what
So
you're
if they got to get $1 billion, looks to me like you need at least eight.
You need to sell
8 and change of this.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You
8
can
times
sell
that.
up to like 10. You could sell like up to 10%, right? Yeah. Oh, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're going to need.
Yeah, you need more.
You need more than that.
Yeah.
But it's something to follow that may happen here in the near future. And, yeah, Andy passed in like a year and a half ago. So something to keep an eye on, but a little extra cash infusion coming. But you're right about that. You're going to have to sell some more stakes somewhere, at least you would think. Coming up next, we'll do the lunch rush. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Welcome to the Chicago White Sox newest affiliate, Vatican City. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox, celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhoffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhoffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhoffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Crosstalk 1 hour from now. Waddle and Silvy will get you home today until 6:30 on this Friday, and then it's White Sox baseball weekend set against the Rangers. I don't think the Rangers have announced a starter, but Hauser's going for the Sox. He's been really good. I don't know how long that train's going to keep going. He's got a 1.48 ERA. Dookie.
Yeah.
Got a 1.48 ERA and 4 starts for the White Sox. Tomorrow they got to face DeGrom. Be a 3 o'clock game tomorrow here on your home for the Sox. Let's do the lunch rush. Abdallah.
What's up, gentlemen?
Fire away. Let's go.
All right, let's start in the NFL. Dak Prescott met the media yesterday, or a couple days ago, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is, he said, I need a Super Bowl, quote, for my sanity. So my question to you is, who needs a Super Bowl more for their sanity? Dak Prescott, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, or Lamar Jackson? Those are the 4 best quarterbacks that don't have a Super Bowl.
Yes, Joe. I would say Josh Allen. I don't know. It's between Lamar and Josh.
Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is who I'd go for.
It's tough to argue against that.
They've been a very good team.
It's tough to argue against that.
Yeah.
I guess what I'd say, if I were going to make the argument for Josh Allen, I don't think there has been a better quarterback in the playoffs the last 3 years than Josh Allen, and he's got nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have a Super Bowl appearance. Now, either does Lamar. I think it's got to be one of those two. And I would say, again, the argument for Allen is that I really believe he's been the best quarterback in the playoffs the last 3 years. I don't think anybody's played better, and he's got nothing to show for it. So it's definitely one of those two guys, though. Maybe one of them gets there this year finally. Even getting there would be big for one of those two.
Well, Dak has the easiest path, right? Being an NFC quarterback in the NFC?
I think so.
Those 3 guys have to face each other, right? And throwing Patrick Mahomes.
And Mahomes.
Yeah.
And Herbert. I know he hasn't produced much on the postseason stage, but, that's a gauntlet of quarterbacks in that conference. You're right.
I would almost answer Dak just for that reason.
Really?
Adam? If you at the end of the day, at the end of their careers, right?
But do we view Dak as being even as good as Josh Allen or Lamar?
No, but hear me out, okay?
Okay.
If Burrow, Allen, and Lamar all end up without a Super Bowl, all you have to say is Patrick Mahomes. They couldn't get over the hump. They just couldn't do it. And it's like teams that lost to Jordan. You can't beat Mahomes. Simple as that.
But that doesn't mean
Whereas
that
the
that
Cowboys, the NFC has been wide open for the entire time Mahomes has been quarterback. Any NFC team could have won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Whereas these 3 guys have to go against that dude every time.
I hear what you're
against
saying,
each other or whatever. You know
I hear
what
what you're saying, but I just don't think Dak is as. I don't think he's. And I am a big Dak Prescott fan.
Desperate.
I don't think he's close to being as good as Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen. I don't.
I mean, when he was healthy 2 years ago, he was almost an MVP.
Yeah, but he's not as good as those guys. He isn't.
I'm not saying he is, but he needs one.
I think it's one of those other two. But I get how you're trying to argue it and the way you frame it. I do. I just think it's Lamar or Allen. I'm oddly
I got Lamar.
Yeah, I'm oddly cheering for Josh Allen, and I'd like to see him with Lamar too. I'd like to see Lamar
Dallas
win.
bounces back. That's what I hope. I hope they bounce back and have a better year.
It can be insufferable listening to all the conversation around the Cowboys, but it probably is one of those things where when they're good, it's even is it one of those it's hard to make this league any better, but when the Cowboys are good, because maybe they take on a little of that villain role, right, Jurk? It's good for the league. The Cowboys are good.
The man with the black hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good.
Got to have somebody you don't like.
Yeah, it's good. All right, what else, Adam?
All right, yesterday, the Ohio State, not the university, the state of Ohio in their legislature, their spring legislature session ended, and they passed a $600 million public funding for the new Browns Stadium. This is going to be a $2.2 billion stadium. They still need to find another $600 million somehow. They're under couch cushions or whatever, I guess.
It's couch change.
But you got $600 million from the public for a new suburban stadium, which is what the Bears want as well.
The stadium's 20 years old, like Jurko said.
27 years old for that stadium this year.
Yeah.
27 years old, and all of a sudden the stadium can't exist.
It can't exist.
There's a problem with the stadium.
Yeah,
it's full of crap.
Yeah. And make the people pay for it.
Yeah. They're full of crap. That's what's happening right now in Ohio.
It's ludicrous.
People are full of crap.
This is the way it goes.
Yeah.
These owners, I'm telling you, they convinced people long ago. And this is just what happens. And I'm assuming something similar will happen here. I don't know how much it'll be, but we'll end up
thinking
putting
about
the bill for it for a little bit.
Opening a golf course, just making sure that the state pays for it all.
Yeah.
Then I get to reap the
Go
benefits.
build a building and have the state pay for it. Or have the people pay for it. Go build a building.
Nice clubhouse. It's not fancy enough. I'm a little bit upset. I want more money.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
They got
I'm not
one
a
over.
fan.
They got one over on us.
Tennessee, same thing. 99 was their first year. 27 years old. They're going to rebuild. But they're going to tear it down and rebuild it, or they're just going to rebuild it. Dumb.
We need more Joe Mansuetos. Now, his stadium is a soccer stadium, and it's small, and it's not going to cost $2 billion.
Smaller.
But he's paying for it.
Yeah.
What else, Adam?
Shams Charania is reporting that a deal for Kevin Durant could happen in the next few days. In the last 24 hours, the Suns' focus have been on the Rockets, the Heat, and the Timberwolves.
The Rockets?
The Heat.
The Heat. Hold on.
And the Timberwolves.
Rockets, Heat. I want to just think about it. Okay, Rockets. Şengün got to be in that deal?
Şengün.
Thompson got to be in that deal? Right? Got to be. Heat. What do you swap? I mean, like, what are they? Bam or Tyler, I guess. Jimmy's already gone. And then what happens with the T-Wolves? You don't trade Ant. So what does that look like? What does that look like,
This is
Chris?
Durant, right?
This is for Durant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the Durant to the Timberwolves thing that came out after the trade deadline. That was the spot that they were trying to move him for the trade deadline.
You're not swapping Ant.
Minnesota
though, right?
was trying to get him
They're
during.
trying to get him to pair with Ant.
Oh yeah. You wouldn't give up.
What do you?
I mean, I think you would be crazy even if you point to Houston. You'd be crazy to give up any of those young players for Kevin Durant.
You'd be
at this
crazy
point.
to give up Thompson for sure, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And I think
Şengün as
Şengün
well.
too.
I mean,
37 years old.
Like,
yeah.
I wouldn't. Şengün's like 22, 23.
Durant can score still, but he's not. He's no longer in the category of top 10 players.
No.
He's right on the edge. He's an all-time great Hall of Famer, one of the best scorers we've ever seen in the league.
Yep.
But you're not trading away young, good players for Durant at this point. This feels very New York Knicks.
I'm with
this
Chris.
feels like a team that's desperate and making moves, trying to get to the next level, and then they'll make this move and it'll backfire. That's how this feels.
I'm with you. Şengün is about to turn 23, you guys.
No, I think it'd be stupid for the
Alan
Rockets
Thompson
to do
is
it.
22.
Şengün.
He's another one. He's going to be 23 years old. He's not going to be 20. Thompson won't be 23 until January.
And Jabari Smith, no. Jalen Green, no.
Jalen Green, I might see.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't do it?
Jalen Green's a better player now. I wouldn't do that.
They're all so young. They're all so young in Houston. Like, why
It's
not?
fine, though.
Why not let them,
you
like,
build.
why not? That's what I'm saying. Like,
I mean, look at the league now.
Like,
the league is just young players playing together.
Yes,
Look at
like,
Indiana.
if
They're
you-
2 wins away.
if you're the Rockets, like, why are you forcing that? You've got like three
Silly.
like players that are under 24 years old. That
Listen,
like
that could be being put out there also by Durant's people.
Well, I don't think it's a secret that the Suns need to drastically change the shape of their roster. And
Drastically.
Durant's an obvious gun to hire for a season or two. And that's why, like, a team like the Knicks, you fire Tom Thibodeau, you really don't have a backup plan. Once they find whoever that sore sap to be the head coach to take over after Thibodeau and to fail, The next move they're going to make is they're going to sacrifice even more of what they have to then go and try and get someone like Durant.
We're going to try to get Durant.
And they don't even have first-round picks. So, like, what are you moving?
What are you
You're going to send Mikal Bridges back to Phoenix with Karl Anthony Towns?
Oh, my God.
Or, like, could you do a one-for-one, Towns for Durant?
I guess you could.
I don't know if you're better off with that. But there were rumors at the trade deadline that Minnesota was trying to land Durant.
Okay. All right, so Chums thinks it might happen in the next few days.
Next few days.
Interesting. Okay, anything else, Adam?
Yeah, Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight. The Pacers are 8-0 when Caitlin Clark is in the building. She's going to the game tonight. Just
8-0,
if you want to gamble. Just the trend is your friend.
8-0 when she's in the building.
8-0 in the playoffs when she's in the building.
Caitlin Clark's going to the game.
Boy, I feel like I'm on the wrong side of it then tonight. I'm going against.
You're on the wrong side of history.
I'm going against the trend. Did you guys see who was at the hockey game last night?
Oh, yeah.
You see Tay and Kelsey at the
I saw that,
at the hockey game last night.
They focused on him one time.
Taking in a little Stanley Cup final.
I also saw that since she's not touring this year, she's going to try to be at most, if not all of
Great.
the
I can't wait.
games.
It's going to be so exciting for me.
You guys.
Just letting you know.
Great.
You guys.
Any Russian hands and Roman fingers over there when they put the camera on them?
The old popcorn trick?
Yeah. Anything going on over there?
You never eat popcorn at a ball game?
Come on, Carm.
Popcorn at a hockey game? You guys, how dare you?
I just can't wait
The
for people
hockey's
to be
about shots on goals.
That's right.
People to be so mad when they show her on
Little
TV
dump and
again.
chase.
I don't know. Little dump and chase.
Oh, yeah.
Her lipstick matched his sweatshirt.
Oh, I'm glad you said that.
Is that intentional?
I don't know, but it matched perfectly. They're a handsome couple, Let's face it, they are.
I'd like to say lovely.
Lovely.
Men are handsome, women are beautiful.
Handsome. Yes. She's beautiful.
Handsome
Would you?
couple.
Yeah.
Would you?
Both.
Who?
Nah, not Travis, no. Taylor, yes.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
I thought you meant both. Like, would you both? I'm like, nah. Like, see, I'm with Jurko.
Yeah,
You got to have like a
absolutely.
Ronaldo type. If you're really going to go down that way, I mean, it's got to be like.
It's too rugged.
Yeah, not for me.
What if it was like a final boss situation? You had to go through one to get to the other.
I'll be honest. If like the list of 10 would not include Taylor Swift.
I
Really?
agree.
List of 10
I agree.
would never have.
I'm not
She would
saying-
never be on a list.
I
of
agree.
10.
No,
Oh, man.
no,
like,
but
she's Taylor Swift
But,
at this point.
ever.
But if we're
Really?
going out to a
Ever.
top 20, if we're expanding the tournament to a top 25,
78?
24,
Top 50.
78?
She's in my top 10.
Top
I'm
66.
sorry. I got to
78?
disagree with you guys.
First four in?
Yeah. well,
First four
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, she could
First
be.
four in.
Yeah, she could be.
She's playing on Tuesday
First-
night.
yeah,
She's on Tuesday night. Yeah.
First four in.
Precursor.
she gets a
On
chance
True
to play the
TV.
5 seed.
Yeah, she might not make it.
I'm
she
sorry.
might not make the tournament.
I think you guys are crazy. She's in there. I think she's in for me. It's Taylor Swift.
I will split the difference. I'm kind of with Carm. If they expand the tournament to 16, she's in.
She's in. All right.
What about the final boss situation, Abdal? Would you?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Not for you. Got to be in the top 5 for me to go
Yeah,
through a final boss situation.
I think so. I think so. I think it's got to be a top 5.
Didn't Dua Lipa just get engaged?
She's close. I love Dua Lipa. Oh my God. All right, coming up.
I've just found out there are Dua Lipas. Did you
Yeah.
know that? She's got a
Yeah.
sister.
I did
They look
not.
identical.
Dua Lipas.
I did not,
Identical.
but
You
I'll
don't
tell
even
you.
have to go for Dua Lipa. You can go for the
Dua.
other Lipa.
Dua Lipa.
She's Una Lipa.
Yeah, she's
The
Una
first
Lipa.
one.
She is
Una
something
Lipa.
too. She's on that. She's in that top 10. All right, coming up next, we got Mike North's bonus play. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tomorrow, 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
One moment, life is moving forward. The next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills pile up, work is put on hold, and the insurance companies start making excuses. It's frustrating, overwhelming, and unfair. That's where Postman Law steps in. They have recovered over $3 billion for injury victims, delivering speed, ease, and results when you need them most. Hurt in a crash? Injured on the job? Sidelined by a serious fall? No matter how it happened, they fight to get you the compensation you deserve so you can focus on healing while Postman Law handles the rest. No upfront fees, no red tape, just real results. Insurance companies have teams of lawyers looking out for them. You need a team looking out for you. At Postman Law, they take on the fight so you don't have to, guiding you through every step of the process and making sure your case gets the attention it deserves. Don't let someone else dictate your future. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Hi, I'm Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. And this is our biggest sale ever. Buy a new air conditioner or furnace and get 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Plus, Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000, guaranteed. Call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Your tee shots can use some straightening. Your chips can use more finesse. Your putts, let's not even go there. Help is around the corner. Golf Center Displays, a year-round automatic driving range with heaters and fans on all stations, a short game area, a 9-hole course that you can even play at night. This is one-stop shopping for any golfer who needs a little help. And don't we all? Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ, that's JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins and Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, new odds couple is up on the ESPN Chicago app, brought to you by Bet365. Make sure you check that out. Mike and I recorded this morning. Got some ponies from Jim Miller, Monmouth Park races this weekend for you. Gave you some best plays. A lot of good stuff from Luke Pergandy on some of the things available over at PropSwap. And with the Pacers being in this, it's a good time to buy and sell, so make sure you check that out. You can go to the ESPN Chicago app and you can get this week's episode of The Odds Couple. Let's get out to the Yuengling guest hotline and bring in Mike North because he always joins us on Fridays for a little added bonus. It's the bonus play. What's up, Mikey?
Oh, Carm, Jurko, it's great to talk to you guys. How you guys feeling today? You feeling ready? You feeling ready to win some money?
Yes.
Yes,
the answer is yes.
All right. Well, you know what? Last week, 1 and 2, we did get the over in the basketball game. Went 0-2 in baseball. It's going to happen. It's baseball. That's why, because there's no rhyme or reason. Sometimes it's been red hot in baseball, but every so often you're going to get tripped up. Well, we got a couple more games for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, listen to the odds couple today twice already. That's how good it was. So just make sure you give it a listen when you get a chance, folks. Carmen DeFalco, Cincinnati Reds, are playing the Detroit Tigers. Nick Martinez, 4-6, 3.70 against to be determined, and he's tough. I'm just going to tell you, I look at the odds here. I see that the Cincinnati Reds are plus 130 in this game. They have a record right now, and I talked to Carmen about this today of 35, 34, 1 over 500, while the Tigers are just rolling along at 20 above. Martinez has gone 6 innings, 6 out of his last 7 starts. The one start where he didn't, he pitched against a team on the road a lot like the Detroit Tigers called the Chicago Cubs, and they torched them. This is the same type of team. But they still don't know who's going to pitch for them tonight. I think Cincinnati's got a little roll going. They've started off their tough schedule very good. So start off tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Write it down. The Cincinnati Reds, plus whatever you can get on the money line to win the first game. So Cincinnati starts it off, Carm. Then we have the vagabonds of baseball, ladies and gentlemen, the Athletics.
Yes.
Okay, we don't know where they play. We don't know what city they're in. We just follow them. It says the Athletics. It doesn't even give a city anymore. It was supposed to be Sacramento. We don't know if they're in Oakland. Who knows? Anyway, Kansas City is playing them tonight, and they got a pretty good money line against them, minus 160. Kansas City's got Luis Severino going, a very paltry 1-6, 4.77 against Michael Wacha. And every time I bet this guy and I go with him, I lose. So I'm going to go against them tonight. I'm going to buy the 1.5 for minus 160. Okay, plus 1.5 at minus 160. Little price. You don't have to go the full 100 or whatever you do. You can cut it in half if you're worried about it. I wouldn't worry about it. I think they're gonna. If they lose, they'll be by a run. So take Oakland in that game. So you got the Oakland A's and the Cincinnati Reds, my friend.
Oakland and Cincinnati, a couple of road teams. Sounds good. I like the logic. Enjoy the weekend, Mike. We'll talk to you next week.
Without a teleprompter. See you later.
Beautiful. See you, buddy. There's Mike North. I mean, the A's. They were. You know, the A's were 20-16. You know what they are since?
No.
6-28.
Oh, struggling. They're on the bus, kid. 6-28.
6-28. I mean, I have them over 71 wins this year. When they were 20-16, I'm like, yeah, man, that lineup's good.
26 wins.
Yes.
26 and 30, 44.
26 and 44. They were 20-16. They are 6-28 since. 6-28.
That's
Worse
terrible.
than the White Sox Rockies S.
It's 200 baseball.
It's
almost
about 200
baseball. Like 210 maybe.
Brutal.
Sorry, kid.
Yeah, it doesn't
feel
look so
for
good
ya.
anymore.
Yeah.
Boy, the Reds are going to make me sweat it to the end. Like, they just are hovering around 500, you know? The whole time, like, 1 game over, back to 500. 2 games under, back to 500. 2 games over, you lose 2 in a row, back to 500. I need him to get to 80. It's going to be a grind. Connor McKnight's going to join us coming up after 2. Our old buddy Connor will talk White Sox with us. They traded Andrew Vaughn earlier. We'll catch up with Connor. We got crosstalk in about 35 minutes. It's Carmen and Jurko. We're back in 2.
Carmen, Jurko. Don't worry, they'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's home for sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Don't miss your chance to see iconic rapper, singer, and songwriter Flo Rida live at Rate Field this summer. Be here on Friday, June 27th as the White Sox take on the Giants at 6:40 p.m. Everyone with a game ticket will have the chance to enjoy Flo Rida perform a post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola. Want an up-close on-field experience? Well, exclusive Field Pass packages are on sale now with limited availability. To purchase your tickets, visit whitesox.com/concert.
Summer's coming fast. Don't let old windows wreck your comfort or your energy bill. Window Works has been Chicago's trusted expert for over 30 years with custom windows and doors built to fit your home, style, and budget. No shortcuts, just factory certified pros and flawless installs. Right now, buy 1 window, get 1 free. But hurry, the deal won't last long. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to lock in your free consultation. That's pound 250, keyword Waddle, and do it now.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Ankin.
Hey, what's wrong, Kap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt.
Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6 million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Cap's fault.
I need some new shoes. I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Enkin, our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hope everyone's having a great Friday. It's Carmen and Jurko wrapping the week. Crosstalk in 35 minutes. White Sox baseball on the air later tonight. Jeff Miller's got you a pregame show at 6:30. White Sox and Rangers, who have underwhelmed. They've been good at home, though, live at Globe Life. If you listen to the odds couple, I give out a play for that game tonight. There's a pretty interesting trend that we back for tonight. So make sure you download and listen. You know who's on the road with the White Sox right now?
Who?
On Chisholm.
With Chisholm?
It's our old friend.
Connor? Is it Connor
He's
McKnight?
still a friend. It is the one and only Connor McKnight, and he joins us live now to talk White Sox baseball, talk about the trade, talk about his hair. Connor is with us on the Yingling guest hotline. Everybody's talking about the hair, Connor. You know, I mean, it's
looking
Are
good.
they?
Yes.
Is everyone talking about the hair?
Everybody's talking about the hair. We've talked about it. Sylvie's talked about it. I saw... I was in Ella's Italian eatery in Western Springs in my hometown. I was picking up some food. Yeah, there's Connor on the TV, and somebody even said, "Look at Connor growing out his hair." Everybody saw he looks good.
Yeah. What do we think? Let's be honest. Let's not. You and I, we're all old friends here. I think we can take a bit of honesty. I'm not wild about it. It's a journey.
I like
it. It's something we're all going through together. I think I'll take any kind of advice you got.
I like it. I think it looks good.
All right.
What was the sort of genesis behind all of it exactly?
Well, I had the high and tight for a little while. You get a TV job, and all of a sudden you got two choices, right? I mean, you can kind of go the Joe Buck route and drive yourself insane with hair plugs. I decided I'll wait until after 40 for that. Just kind of a lot quicker than I care to admit. And the other one was, kind of grow things out a little bit. The thing of it is, fellas, and you know how this goes, my wife likes it. So from there, it's just kind of, all right, if
you're
she
doomed.
can do it, then
That's
the
it.
hell do I care?
Yeah.
You're
As long
doomed.
as if she likes it, you keep it. That's exactly right.
I mean, that's really the only person I'm trying to make smile at the end of the day.
That's it.
That and my daughter, and she doesn't seem to have much of a preference on my hair at this point.
Not at all. Yeah, keep the wife happy.
Yeah.
It's good
Yeah.
thinking. How are you doing? How are you enjoying the gig? It is great seeing you on TV. Are you liking it? Is it everything that you thought it was going to be?
It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. I tell most people it's two things. One, joining CHSN has been great because it's kind of like this startup energy, which is always fun and invigorating, except for the fact that everybody who works there, except for myself, is a 15-year Stone Cold pro with Emmys on their mantle. So like that's great. I just kind of do what everybody says, and for the most part, look in the right end of the camera. And 9 times out of 10, I have looked in the right end of the camera. So that's been, I think, a real plus.
That's a win.
It's cool to kind of cover the team. It's nice to have a little time here and there. It's great to learn from Brooke Fletcher and about how to do this job because she is incredible at what she does. And it's been a ton of fun. Plus the baseball is a hell of a lot better than it was last year. So that's been good to watch.
I don't like the fact that they lowered the bar so much that we're excited about a team that might win 60 games. But I think you just hit on something that is important. I mean, it looks so much more competent. The whole operation looks so much more competent. And that is, without a doubt, I think to any casual fan or diehard fan, very apparent at this point.
It really is, and I'll tell you two things. One, obviously, you guys know it, but it's a lot of fun to watch baseball players who've got a future, guys who are coming up through the system, guys like Kyle Teal and Edgar Caro and all the names like that's important. And even if you're in a ball game like the other night against the Astros where it's 10-2 and things get out of hand, you got an 8th inning at bat from Kyle Teal or Caro or Vargas, and it's like, all right, let's see what he does here. You get to learn a little bit about player depth, so that's a lot of fun. And the other thing too is, guys, I think Will Venable might be really good at his job. We're learning as we go here, and obviously a manager's only as good. I mean, listen, you ask Joe Madden, you ask Bruce Bochy, you ask the Hall of Famers, and you're only as good as your players at the end of the day, and that's what you got to have working for you in order to win baseball games, in order to win postseason games, in order to win World Series. But, man, the way Will and his coaching staff kind of attack this, the way they talk about the process, the development, the way they kind of enforce it along the way, the way he thinks the bullpen game through with what he's got, I think you may have a really good manager on your hands, and that is a ton of fun too.
I think that's an excellent point, and I think he might be really good at it too, and I think they finally got this one right. It could be a home run. Connor McKnight is our guest. It's Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. The Andrew Vaughn era is over. That's another reason we wanted to get you on, just to kind of talk about the trade and some of the other, what it does just to kind of clear the way for other young guys. I mean, obviously they sent him down. That had to be pretty humbling. He's played 500-600 games in the big league, so that had to be pretty humbling. When he was drafted 3rd overall in 2019, Connor, I don't think there was too much of a debate within baseball. Rushman went first. Bobby Witt went second. You'd love to have either one of those guys. And then it was Andrew Vaughn next, who was like the most polished, sort of accomplished hitter coming out of college and was almost big league ready. What happened? And I know that's sometimes not easy, right? Like, these are guys fail all the time in baseball. High draft picks fail all the time. But, like, how did this go so terribly wrong? Because he leaves the White Sox as a negative win player.
Yeah, it's tough. It's unfortunate. I think you're right. Looking back, any draft prospect is going to have his detractors, right? There's going to be plenty of scouting reports written up that say, I'm not sure that this is quite the player that everybody else thinks. But for the most part, Vaughn was regarded as a MLB ready or really close to it college bat, one of the most polished power bats who could walk a lot in that particular draft. One of the things that I think has really affected Andrew over the last 2-3 seasons has been the chase rate. I mean, this is a first base profile who could really work at bats and walk, and whether it's been the high fastball, something that's really flummoxed him, or whether it's been sliders away, he's chased outside the strike zone way more than his scouting profile, than even his first 2 years in the bigs would have told you that was going to happen. I think in 2019, not that Vaughn was there, obviously, but, we saw the super bouncy ball. We saw batted ball profiles look like you could go right center with right-handed power. And the White Sox are far from the only team. I mean, look at the Detroit Tigers, and the bounce back that Spencer Torkelson has had has been great. But when you're looking at, going oppo for pop, Torque was a guy that was supposed to have been able to do that, and a different baseball seems to have affected him too. And that's not to blame all this on outside influences, but when you start piling all of these things together, I think a lack of development time for Vaughn probably affected him. I've said this before to you guys. One of the things that Tony La Russa did, I think, as good as anything he did, was measuring Andrew Vaughn's playing time in Vaughn's first season and making sure he had the right at-bats, the right approach, the right matchups to get the best he could out of a player he knew, and the White Sox knew, was being pushed, to give them some offense. And you saw the success that Vaughn was able to have, and some of the failures along the way. That got done as best as possible, and yet he's still being pushed to a place that he, wasn't, I think, ready to be. You have the pandemic, you have the alt side, and all this other kind of stuff. We're still seeing players kind of bounce back from that. I think the other thing that, with Vaughn is, unfortunately, his size, kind of limits him defensively at first base. And, we heard Will Venable talk just last night, really all season long, about the importance of defense first for his ball club, for this new, kind of White Sox regime going forward. And, you look around the diamond, and with few exceptions, and there are some, but with few exceptions, these are guys that can handle either multiple spots and keep their heads above water, or play pretty well above MLB average at the one particular spot. And that wasn't working for Andrew Vaughn defensively at that point either in this season. So changes got made. He goes back to AAA. I was a little surprised that the move got made. Probably shouldn't have been, because once you go to AAA, that's all on the table. Once that move gets made, you kind of understand where things are at. I guess I kind of figured there'd be another shot for Andrew, even if it was going to be a little bit later on in the season. I know the organization. It's hard. You meet Andrew Vaughn, you like him. I mean, you just do. Yeah. I promise you that. And you root for the guy, but the White Sox are in a spot where they're ready to make moves and kind of shake some stuff around and get them through, and maybe more important than that rebound of a first base only kind of profile, a guy who had had his chances. Maybe more important is protecting the pitching that you've got, making sure that you've got something that might be able to. Aaron Savali's been traded each of the last 2 trade deadlines for something, for pieces. And that's a big deal to this White Sox team.
That's a very good point. He could do the exact same thing here. And Hauser looks like another guy that's fitting that bill. I mean, you talk about stumbling, I don't know what you call catching lightning in a bottle or what. I mean, he goes again tonight, but it's a sub 1.5 ERA right now. This is, look, if Chris Sale is going to become available, or if one of the Arizona guys becomes available, or Alcantara is definitely available, even though he's really struggled. You're not talking about the same pitcher with the same return, but what they have found in Hauser here is going to be a pretty valuable chip, I would think, if this continues for a couple of more starts.
I would hope so. You want to see the hard contact rate come down a little bit. His last start, he did get hit just a little bit in terms of velocity, exit velocity. You want to see a little bit. You want to see the swing and miss maintain. But for the most part, that velocity jump that he's gotten from his off-season work, staying on the backside and finding a power position a little bit better than he had in years prior, it's added the velo back. It's like, a tick and a half on the heater. It's 3 miles up on the slider, and, velocity speaks. Hauser's around the strike zone, which always helps. And this White Sox team preaches 2 out of 3 have got to be strikes, and Hauser's been able to do that. I would think that there's absolutely somebody who wants to move here too. And, in talking with some people around the White Sox front office, people who, kind of know where they're at in terms of trades, obviously the Vaughn trade speaks, right? They've already moved Matt Thaiss. They are not reticent to make early moves if the marketplace is out there. And maybe with starting pitching, you wait a little bit longer, just because you guys know that the prices kind of skyrocket on that as teams get desperate. But, perhaps that's something they can do sooner rather than later here to kind of jump the marketplace if, like you're talking about, this team that we're going to, this Diamondbacks team that we're going to see at home here in a couple of weeks is willing to make those moves on some bigger names.
I didn't really like the philosophy of the Crochet deal in the offseason because this is the one thing that this organization has done somewhat consistently well is draft and develop pitching. They've really struggled on the position player side, and it seemed like he seemed to check a lot of the boxes to me, Connor. And I think he could be dominant. I think we're seeing it right now. And I just didn't like that. Well, you got to trade him because we're not going to be good for a little while. That said, it looks like maybe they did quite well in this return. Now, to really be a grand slam, I suppose we got to wait for Braden Montgomery another couple years and see what that looks like. But walk us through just like that trade and how maybe there's some silver lining here because I don't know. My draw doesn't look like any shortstop I've ever seen, but the kid can flat out play, it looks like. So, is it possible that they've done quite well in that trade?
Yeah, so far so good, and I think a potential for a lot more here too, right? Like, I think it'll be fun to watch Kyle Teal's development. It's going to take a little bit longer, I think, to realize what all you have. I think both in him and Caro, because catchers have so much on their plate. They just do. Teal's 23, Caro's 22, and I know Caro's not in that deal, but just kind of grouping him in with the catchers, there's a lot of work to be done there. Maedras is a really fun player, and if he's on base, he's more than playable at shortstop and obviously a high-quality second baseman. His range at short grades out exceptionally well, which is not something that I had expected coming into the season. So credit to him and credit to Justin Jerschley for the work that they've done on increasing that range and his kind of work there. Let's go to Braden Montgomery, too. He had a walk-off dinger last night for the Winston-Salem Dash, won at 8-7. He's on a 5-game hitting streak, during which he's hitting over 450 and slugging something like 900. It's been really good. But what's cool about Montgomery is this. Obviously, he didn't play last year in the minor leagues with the Boston Red Sox because he busted his ankle in the College World Series on a slide home, right? He got into Canny, right, low A, absolutely demolished things, which everyone expected. He gets up to Winston-Salem. He goes nuts for 3 weeks, then struggles for a week and a half. I mean, like 1 for 26 kind of struggle. Then over this last 8 or 9 games, he's back to hitting with, the numbers I just told you about the 5-game hitting streak. What's cool about this, about prospect development, I think this town knows it as good as anybody over the last 10 years, it's not linear, but when you see struggles in the minor leagues, you want to see bounce backs. And Montgomery, who's probably better than the level he's playing at, but given his relative inexperience, he's there. He's had the huge success. He's had the struggle, the adjustment. He's clearly adjusted back. Being able to do that as a switch hitter from both sides of the plate says so much about the talent there. And Carmen, you're right. I mean, this White Sox team has not developed, this White Sox organization has not developed position players in some time. But Montgomery is the kind of player that's got 30 homer potential, that's got elite defense in either corner out there for him, and might be able to play a little bit of center field too. That's the guy that makes this trade really sparkle if he makes it. And I think he's got a real chance to. I mean, this is a high quality prospect that is going to jump up the top 100 in the next 4 months, and that's huge. It's exactly what they wanted in this deal.
Love it. Well said. All right, buddy. Keep up the good work, seriously, and it's fun catching up. Thanks for joining us today.
Always a pleasure. I'm going to get back to the end of the rock here in the hotel room. Just a horrible B movie, which is a ton of fun to watch. And it's right at the end here. The fighter pilots are coming in, and Nick Cage
green smoke. Yeah, amen to that.
He's doing the screaming. Oh yeah, the whole deal. And then he's gonna the green smoke's on the way. I don't know if that's like a. This is a Michael Bay, right? It's just nonsense.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Did Ed Harris
blowing up on the screen? I don't even know what it is.
Did Ed Harris have to die?
Well, yeah.
Eddie Harris is in this movie. Johnny C. McGinley, he's in this.
It's a great one. It is. It's one of those bad. It's one of those bad movies. That's a great rewatch. You're totally right. It's as simple as that.
Can't take your eyes off it.
Love it. All right, buddy. We'll talk to you later.
See
you, buddy. There's Connor McKnight on the Yingling guest hotline. I know that. And we've been talking about this a lot lately because the buzz is growing around him. And Connor just laid out, but he's still only at A-ball. But I heard from somebody in the White Sox who was
your people.
Yeah, just like they think they
got one.
They got one. Yeah, they think they really got one. And I know some people from Boston were unhappy to see him in that trade, or like
say goodbye,
that he was in that trade. So maybe they finally got one, and they haven't had many of them. Let's face it, and they've really struggled to develop these guys. But the belief within that organization right now is that they really got something in Brady Montgomery, who still is only at A-ball. So who the hell knows? But Connor kind of laid out. I thought he laid it out in a good way. Like, this is what you want to see from these guys. You get excited about prospects, and then you need to see certain things, and he's doing it. So we'll see. He's still only 22. He's a little bit of a ways away, obviously. Maybe, if all goes well, at some point at the end of next year or early. Who the hell knows post-lockout, but let's hope it's not too long after that. But I know that there's a pretty strong belief within the organization that they really got one. 312-332-3776 is the number for Carmen and Jurk. We got crosstalk in 15 minutes or so. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Rangers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
All right, if you've taken my advice, you know that the food scene in Elmwood Park is second to none. So many great places. Don't just take it from me. Mayor Skip Saviano will tell you himself. Elmwood Park is something special. It's more than just the great restaurants. It's the people. Neighbors who care, families that thrive, and businesses that succeed. And every time I visit Elmwood Park, I feel it. You will too. Mayor Skip always says, we hook you in with a meal. The next thing you know, you're moving in. And he's not wrong. So take it from me and from Mayor Skip. Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
History had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, then the tech boom. But right now, it's the Wi-Fi boom, and the Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Streaming, booming. Gaming, booming. Video calls, booming. Even when your boss schedules a meeting that definitely could have been an email. And now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in one all-in plan. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go. So your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. Now through June 23rd, new customers can get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data, and get one unlimited 5G mobile line included all in one plan, all for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, or panning for Wi-Fi Gold, one thing's for sure, Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees are extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing. So many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose. Big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself, you cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch, Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Progressive knows there are two things RV owners love: to travel and relax. And they like to take both nice and slow. Just like this commercial. And what's more relaxing than the peace of mind knowing their RV is protected by Progressive? Now here comes the best part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
I'm Dr. Yates, and I can help you with hair loss. I know the pain you feel. I've suffered from hair loss since my early 20s, and I did something about it. Don't get fooled by other hair restoration clinics. Imagine a more confident, younger-looking you. Start by visiting DrYatesHairScience.com.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
How many players are under par at the U.S. Open, did you say?
5.
5.
The 5 that are on this, well, maybe only 4 now.
Oh, my
2, 4, no, 5.
5 guys.
Hovland is -1 and he'll stay there.
Spawn is holding the lead right now.
Yep.
4 under, where he started. He's been joined by Thurston Lawrence. I don't even know who that is.
Yes, Thurston.
Boy, that's a golfer's name, isn't it?
He's on the DP Tour out in Europe.
The European Tour.
European Tour. He's won 4 times out there. So they know him in Europe.
That's why I don't know him, but they know him in Europe, obviously. Yes. So only 5 guys in red figures. This
Yes.
course is playing as tough as everybody imagined.
We were just saying that that par 3 that Bryson just attempted, 238 from the tee, and Bryson just put it past. He hit it on the green and then off the back.
Yeah, it cascaded.
You know what he used?
I don't even want to hear
an iron.
I mean,
Oh, it was an iron.
A 7-iron.
6
iron.
That's ridiculous.
6 iron.
238, and he went past the hole.
I hit a 6-iron, 238 yards. I don't understand it. I need a bazooka to hit it.
He just redid his irons, too.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gotten brand new irons for this thing. Maybe he's been hitting for a week and a half, 2 weeks. Used them in last week's live event. So
the good kid swears by the new technology because you upgraded everything. Your game's in good shape right now from what I saw the other day.
I just went and ordered a 4-iron today.
Really?
I'm going to tell you why.
For Scotland?
I've got a gap between my 3-wood and my 5-iron.
Mm-hmm.
My 5-iron, I can carry it 180.
Ooh, nice.
Like I did the other day.
That's
right?
nice.
I stroked it. But now I'm maximum 180 carry. It's more like 176, 175. I got a gap between that and the 3-wood. The 3-wood I can now hit 210.
Ooh.
That's too big of a
gap.
Too big of a gap for me. So I need something at like the 195 range.
Right.
And I got to have something.
I love you.
And so I called up my pro, Stephen Hosek, over at Lincolnshire Country Club, and he got me on the horn with the guy that did my clubs, and I felt a little bit like DeChambeau. Dietrich just put one in the hole.
Oh, yeah?
I felt a little like, from the fairway. I felt a little bit like DeChambeau, ordering up the specs on it, how many wraps I needed, medium grip, 4 wraps of tape, that kind of thing. So really, getting involved in the construction of the 4-iron. And I asked, I said, is there a chance I can get it before I go to
Scotland?
I don't know if you guys know, but I'm going to Scotland.
You're going to Scotland?
When?
Wow. That's cool, Jurk.
But if I can get it before
Are you playing
Tell us about it. Tell us about this trip. I haven't heard anything about it.
Nope.
Golfing?
Nope. I'm done. All I'm saying is, so I asked if I can get it before I go. That's all.
Can you?
There's a tremendous possibility that I can get in the bag.
Last night, Waddle and I, of course, had whiskey. Tyler was there. Slightly toasted.
I just saw Tyler slightly toasted
we had
in
a
there.
great time, and we had a Scot with us. We had a Scotsman with us.
Uh-huh.
And
What'd he say?
he said even he heard about your trip. That's how it's
I
over the
heard
pond there.
about it in Scotland already.
Stuart Buchanan was with us. He is Brown Forman's global brand ambassador for their Scotch, and their Scotch portfolio.
Sure. I'm big in Dundee.
Glenglissa.
Do you know that?
You're big in Dundee.
I'm big in Dundee, just north of Edinburgh.
Well, Stu was great, man. And he, the Scottish accent. And you know what he did? I'd never seen this before, I don't think. He brought some of the new make from, right when it comes off the still.
Right.
Before it goes in the barrel.
Sure.
He brought it like in spray bottle, like little spritzers. And he went out and everybody in the crowd got to spray some in their hands. And you do and you smell what that malted barley and those bready, fruity notes are like.
Everything that's in there.
Yeah, right off the still. It was pretty cool. And he was great. You could just listen to him talk,
all
with the
day,
accent. Oh my God,
all day.
He was great. We had a good time. Good crowd. Love Slightly Toasted. I don't know if I should say
something.
I'm gonna say it anyway. Like they just did a new Old Forester pick. Years ago, Old Forester went like they did with their single barrel program. They gave you barrel proof.
Right.
It used to be 90, I think. And then they said, no, man, let's do it right. Like, they gave you barrel proof. So they got a barrel proof pick that's coming in, I think, in a week or two, the guys were saying.
It's going to be very popular.
Dude, 132 proof. But we got a little sample of it last night.
It's going to be gas.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It was good. I'm like,
66% alcohol.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
Hello, how are you?
Unbelievably good. Just great oak and banana.
So you had a good time.
Oh, we had a great time.
Good time
Tyler, how was your first whiskey? Tyler, you like
get
it?
on the microphone. Say
Tyler
something.
liked it.
Find yourself a microphone. Describe it to me. How was the action last night?
Tremendous and educational.
Right?
Was it?
You learned something?
Mm-hmm.
See?
Learned a lot.
He's going to start drinking whiskey now. He's all grown up.
It's about time.
A little baby's all grown up.
Yeah, no walls to punch tonight, huh? Yeah,
wait till they
all
start
gone.
drinking that Old Forester 132.
Wait till these guys
next place.
They start hitting golf balls inside.
I mean, really, the way these
Bring
guys
the old
are.
driver out. Here's the stimulator.
I mean, my God. Shay and Tyler and Pottinger are going to get together and have some Old Forester. Next thing you know.
Absolutely.
They're going to wake up. It's going to be the hangover.
I know.
It's going to be a chicken walking around
I know Tommy got some coffee for the good kid.
The apartment.
Oh, look at him. 2 beers by 10, kid. Had the lead yesterday. Churchill Downs, Tommy's brother's horse ran.
I know.
Had the lead. Was at the front.
What happened?
Said a quarter at 23, and the next one was like 47. I thought he was going to get it. I thought he was going to bring it home.
Didn't happen.
No, another horse came next to him. He looked at him and goes, hey, buddy, we're running. Look at us. We're running.
That's the problem with the
and
horse.
And then the rest of everybody just went by him. Yeah, he finished third from last. That's what happened. So I forgot to bet him, and I got there in race 6, so I went and watched the replay. So it didn't hurt me as much, you know? Yeah. I missed it. If he would have won at 10-1 and paid $23, I'd have been livid.
Oh, God.
Livid.
How'd you do earlier today?
I missed.
The horse.
My horse finished 4th.
Okay. Well,
4th favorite, and he finished 4th.
Too bad, so sad.
What had $12, big deal. $12. I gave Sandwich Guy downstairs $20 the other day. I hadn't seen him in a while, you know? I came walking out of the parking lot, and I got hailed down. Hey, buddy! Hey, pal!
Sandwich
I
Guy.
turned around, he was there, and I said, all right, I'll get a cup of coffee. But I haven't seen him. You know, I just give him a couple bucks a day. I ain't seen him in 2-3 weeks.
So you gave him a 20?
I pulled out an Andrew Johnson. I slipped it to him, and I said, get yourself a good lunch today.
I think it's Jackson, but...
Who? No, it's Johnson.
I don't think so.
The vice president to Lincoln.
I don't think so.
Was that Jackson or Johnson?
That was
he clanked it. He clanked it.
Is it Lyndon Baines Johnson or Andrew Johnson?
There was both.
Both?
Yes, but on the 20 is Andrew Jackson.
That's Jackson?
I've never seen a play like that. No, that's unique.
Oh,
so I gave him a Bo Jackson.
It. You gave him a Bo Jackson. That's good.
Yeah.
Gave him a Bo.
Gave him a Bo.
Coming up next.
He was happy with me. I'll see him a couple of weeks from now, and he'll be back. Hey, buddy! Gotta turn around.
He sees Jurko. He knows it's
I'm telling you.
He's getting a lunch.
He goes to me. He goes, what happened to your black truck? I said, had me identified.
Out of
by
here.
Casing you.
Get out of here.
Well, he knows what's going on.
Oh, my God. He knows where his bread's buttered.
I said, Advantage dealer card, man. I go, what do you want me to do?
Advantage dealer group.
Advantage Chevrolet, baby.
Jurko's new truck, his new Chevy,
it's a bad boy.
Nice.
It's a bad boy.
It is sharp.
It'll be available at the end
No
of...
Defender, but it is sharp.
At the end of August, I'll take it back, Carmen, kind of like you do.
Yeah.
You know,
but
kind of like you do.
It's nice.
I'll take it back. That bad boy's going to be available. I have removed nothing from it. I treat that thing like it's a child.
Good.
I protect everything. I don't get close to nothing. I barely go 62 miles an hour on the highway. I'm driving like an old... I don't want to be offensive. Like an older person.
Like an old person.
Like an older person.
Like an octogenarian.
Yeah.
Just say that.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, we got...
See, I stopped myself from being offensive?
Yeah, I think everybody...
I didn't even realize it was going to be offensive.
Yeah, well...
But I can be, at times.
Coming up next...
I grew up in the area, you know, the Archie Bunker area. That time when you can say things and, you know, people weren't as easily offended as they are now.
Well, we got Crosstalk coming up next. Stephen A. Smith has the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word on Carmen and Jurko.
Just close it. Just trust me.
My phone?
Just close it all.
My phone?
Yeah, just put it all down.
That's not going to happen.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped the series decider 4-3 Thursday night in Houston. Davis Martin took the loss, but he completed 6 innings for the 6th consecutive start. The Sox got a 9th-inning leadoff homer from Mike Tauchman to make it a 1-run game. Then Miguel Vargas doubled off the top of the wall and left with 2 outs, but Josh Hader fanned Austin Slater to end the game. Tonight, the Sox are at the Rangers at 7:05 Central. Be here on Friday, June 27th to see artist Flo Rida perform a post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola. After the White Sox host the San Francisco Giants at 6:40. Don't miss your chance for an up-close on-field experience. Exclusive on-field passes are on sale now with limited availability. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/concert. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select a local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, sit with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Summers for the good kid are about golf, loving life, and low stress. If you want your retirement to feel this way, give my guy Mitch Lyons a call. Learn how his clients have the income they need to enjoy retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com or call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Thanks to Connor McKnight and Mike North for joining us today. Thanks for listening and calling into the show. And thanks to Black and Abdallah, of course. Happy Father's Day weekend, all of our dads out there.
That's right.
And it is time for
Happy
Crosstalk
Father's Day, guys.
with Waddle and Silvy. Brought to you by the Verdoliak Law Group, fighting insurance companies for over 60 years.
There's an SGA foul right there. So I was dribbling the basketball down to the garbage can where I had the piece of paper that I just
dribbling
crumbled
the
up.
basketball down.
And I threw myself in the Silvy and then called the foul and then
I
made
was
the
stationary,
shot.
minding my own business.
And
he
won.
called the foul on me.
Right, you got called for the foul because that's an SGA foul.
You're
That's
no
where he
SGA.
initiates the
No,
contact.
you're not SGA.
I ricocheted.
It was based on your reputation,
Yes,
Johnny.
I careened off of him and still made the layup.
Well, you are the MVP,
And I called the
so
foul.
they're definitely.
So I get the and one. And he goes, how's that a foul on me? The same way there's fouls against everybody that guards SGA. It's an absolute
I would
miracle.
say against all the great scorers in the history of the league. They've
Johnny,
all
can I
known
ask-
how to initiate contact.
Can I ask you a personal question?
You can.
Do you have did you ever buy a set of fake nuts to hang from your trailer?
I have never bought fake nuts to hang from my
me
trailer
neither.
hitch. No.
Me neither.
I've
you, Adam?
I've never towed anything in my life.
Okay.
So I've never towed a trailer, a boat.
TOWED. I was like,
towed.
where are you going?
TOWED.
You're getting creepy on me now.
I am not.
Yeah. Okay.
I loved it.
It was
I
so
couldn't.
funny.
I couldn't stop watching it. It's hilarious. I'm like, and boys will be boys. I'm like,
Yes.
we're so dumb.
We are dumb and
so
we are
childish.
immature.
and we're all laughing about it.
Giggled like a 10-year-old.
I did too.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's awesome.
I
That's
couldn't
hilarious.
believe it.
It's hilarious.
So at first, when someone sent it to me on Twitter, I watched it. I'm like, okay, that's cute. Like Justin Turner is and Saya, they got a playful banter. And then someone tweeted out and said, zoom in. And I'm like, oh.
Amazing. And Boog was beside himself.
Yeah.
He was silent.
I texted him. So I texted Boog and I said, were you A, silent because you were in disbelief, B, because you were laughing, or C, you were pissed? And he said at first...
D, all of above.
He said at first it was A, they were in disbelief, and then B, they were dying laughing.
Of course they were. Because we're children.
Yes.
And they think it's as funny as we do.
Yes.
Like Jurko said, it crosses international boundaries. You know,
right.
That's funny to all guys everywhere. We're idiots.
You don't have to speak a lick English.
No.
You know what the hell's going on.
Because we're a bunch of idiots.
Yes.
And it was so funny. Good times.
Here's hoping that, for Father's Day, a couple of fathers get that, as a gift.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
That's right. And I think
funny.
Kap and J Hood had some good stuff on it. I heard you compliment them earlier, too. They were also talking about, like, the vendors going around and selling them.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
That's how you pay for Kyle Tucker?
There you go.
Yeah.
Make a little extra money.
You're nuts here.
Yes, you're nuts.
And you paint them blue, so you have true blue balls. You know what I mean? Like, it's Cub colors.
With the white W on there for victory.
Right.
It's great.
Like,
You wear the other
whoever
one for the
thought
loss.
having blue balls would be a true W?
Well, yeah.
But it would not, if they're Cubby
Usually an L.
balls,
That's the
these
word,
are the
like-
special Cubby balls.
Remember the back of blue balls. Oh.
They need to do that now where the person, like, people dress up when you hit a home run.
Yeah.
And, like, you put on a fire hat, the fire helmet,
put on balls?
or a crown. Yes. That the guy gives high fives as the balls are hanging from his pants. How great would that be? Up and down.
I think it's a great celebration.
I think Major League Baseball might be a little upset. But
Didn't PCA too
so good, dude.
start the tap game with Saya?
Oh, did he?
I think so.
So as you walk down the
Bunch of
dugout,
idiots.
everyone's tapping.
Poor guy. Bunch of idiots. That's what I love about it. Boys will be
You
boys.
can keep your sword and your gladiator
right. We got-
helmet.
yeah, right.
We got fake knives.
Yes.
You got fake balls.
For the home run celebration.
There you go.
Either that or like for the MVP, instead of wearing the wrestling belt, you wear you wear the balls.
That's a good vibing clubhouse, you can tell. And when you're 42 and 27, whatever you are, like
And
it's
that-
going to be good
yeah,
vibing, right? And
absolutely.
but that's a good vibing clubhouse.
Yes.
You know, like that is
You
that's a
think
good
they're
sign.
You think they're breaking out the fake set of balls in the Pirates?
That's what I'm
dugout?
saying.
No.
And sometimes it feels a little forced.
I don't even
with
see
these
those guys
teams
high
and,
five
like,
each other.
You know,
They don't like each other.
They're a good vibing clubhouse right now, boys. I
think
love it.
that is right. The true barometer is: are you having fun with fake balls?
Yes. That's like a good
clubhouse.
That is a good vibing clubhouse.
The Bears last year, no fake balls.
No,
None.
Nothing.
They couldn't wait to get out of there.
Yeah, there wasn't even a
They didn't like the
handshake.
coaches, right?
They didn't like each other.
And it's good vibing when that's the kind of shenanigans that's going on. That's and I'm not even joking here. I'm being serious. That is a good sign for the Cubs and their fans. And you probably
Do you
knew,
think
like I
they
said,
add
it's a
on
good
to it?
vibing.
You think they add on to it?
Oh, who knows? God
Yeah.
only knows what they're doing where the cameras aren't on either. Let them go nuts.
Yeah,
And-
excuse me, literally.
Forgive me.
This will
Yeah,
be
pun
the day
intended.
we look back on. It's kind
the
of like the
balls.
day that the White Sox saying, "Don't stop believing," or like other teams had like a special moment. It was the Justin Turner fake balls.
Yes. This is it. It's where it all started. Just remember that.
I love it. Did you watch a hockey game last night, Carmen?
Well, we had it on at the bar, and then we did stay to the end.
Overtime thriller.
Well, you guys, I didn't realize even that the comeback was happening. Like we were, Waddle and I.
We did.
Well, Waddle and I were doing Whiskey.
You're
U.
not.
I had it on my
And
phone.
at one point, I knew it was 3-0. I'm like, and I was
It's all
mad.
bad because we didn't include you on our hockey text.
Yeah,
we should have
please.
done
We
that.
should have. And I was mad because I really want Edmonton here. I was like, son of a, that's it. The game's over. Next thing I know, it's 3-3.
People were leaving. They showed people leaving, I think, the stadium.
Then we watched that third period was exciting. They took the lead. Florida tied it again. The overtime a little fluky, but they don't ask
There
Kyle.
were
They ask
so
how
many chances. How many posts were hit in overtime? 2? Like one on each team?
Yeah, I think you're right. And now who do they start tomorrow night? Who does Edmonton start?
In goal?
Yeah. They go back to Skinner? He's been pulled in each of the last 2, you guys. And I'm not saying it's all on him.
Right.
When you're constantly
What would you do?
I break out the fake nuts to get everybody loose.
I think I go back to Skinner. I think you got to keep right with the guy that's. This is like the most pivotal game now. Game 5 in these best of 7s when it's tied. This is it. This is the pivotal game, you guys. I think you go back to Skinner. You ask Boyle. Pat Boyle would have a better answer than me. But I think you go back to Skinner. Let's see how they play it. What would you do?
I'm going back to Skinner. I am. What do you mean? You asked, I answered.
I'm going to Scott Darling.
Can you
Scott Darling?
Can you name the backup goalie?
No, I don't need to because I don't need a backup goalie. Some days you're on the winds at your back, Carmen. Other days the winds in your face.
I love the hockey show.
You're going with the guy.
Name one defenseman on Edmonton. Not you.
They don't have any. Have you seen as many goals as the Panthers have scored?
In every game.
Yeah.
Every game's an over. Every game's
What's
an over.
What's his name? The cat was here before. No, is he on Florida?
He's on Florida.
Yeah, my bad.
Seth Jones.
Just keep.
They've got 2 former Hawks. They've got Gustav Forsling too. 2 former Hawks D-men that they give up on Forsling probably a little too soon.
Who was the former Edmonton goalie that the Hawks had in 13? Who would play a lot? Wasn't it 13?
Former Edmonton goalie. So the backup in 13.
Andy Moog.
Andy Moog. You got to go to the 90s for Andy Moog. Hold on, Sylvie. A former Edmonton Grant Fuhr. No, I'm just kidding.
Was it maybe not
golfer.
Edmonton? Who
Grant
was their
Fuhr,
backup,
great
though?
golfer.
I'm trying to think. Wasn't Darling the backup in 13?
This was before Darling. Or maybe it was earlier than 13.
Hello, Darling.
Damn. Someone help me out.
Yeah, you've
It was a veteran goalie that they had.
No, Hobby Boone was Tampa.
That was before. And that he was sort of a bust, wasn't he?
Hobby Boone?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. They paid him too late. They got desperate and they just wanted to make a splash.
Yeah, they wanted to make a splash.
Geez, Sylvia.
Campbell was the better signing of the 2.
Oh, for sure.
I'm gonna go Blackhawks goalies.
Soupy was good. I mean, Soupy was a contributor.
And he helped hire the Bears coach, didn't he?
Remember that? That was the funniest thing ever. Soup Campbell. And Danny thought it was. I'm like, why would Brian Campbell, the hockey player, help hire a football coach?
We just want a fresh perspective is all.
That was great. Yeah, so I don't know what you're thinking of.
I'll look here. Okay. You guys continue.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
Well, I'm cheering hard for Edmonton. I'm excited. Tonight, Game 4. Tomorrow, Game 5. Basketball tonight, hockey tomorrow.
I didn't even see. What's
Ray Emery.
Ray Emery, good call, Sylvia.
Was he a
senator?
Yeah, wrong Canadian team.
I don't remember him in Edmonton.
When did Emery play? Because didn't they split a lot of time with Emery with some big games?
13. You might be right about that. Or maybe it wasn't one of the Cup years, Sylvia. It might have been one of the other years.
Well, look at the 2013.
Emery might have been like somewhere in 11 or 12 as one of the backups. I don't know.
Emery was there from 11 to 13.
Okay, so there you go. Yeah, Ray Emery, former senator. That's who I remember him with. What were you going to say? The odds?
I forgot. Yeah.
In the hockey or the basketball?
Basketball.
So the basketball, OKC's minus. You're talking for the series?
No, for tonight's game.
OKC's laying 6.
Wow.
They bounced back in almost every one of these games. I don't know if I'd pick them to cover tonight, but
can you imagine if the Pacers go up 3-1 in this series?
You're going to feel like this is pretty obvious. Like
they
have to
win.
if you're Indy and
if they're going to win the series.
You got to win tonight.
Yeah.
They lose
because you don't want to play Game 7 in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
You're right.
They lose tonight, they're not winning the series.
Yeah.
It's been
but it's been better than we thought, which is good. This is good.
Yeah, we got competitive basketball.
Despite the final score, which it got away from, they pulled away at the end. That was a great basketball
game. Yeah, like the lead was never really too far out. Right, it was never like 15, 20 points or anything like that. Like it was good. This is so much better.
Yeah.
Like that we've got to see in both these series that we're being able to enjoy. I know hockey's not for everybody, but hopefully we get to check it out a little bit.
Game 2 of the NBA Finals was kind of a dud, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oklahoma City just ran away.
A little bit.
But
man,
it's been fun.
They've made a habit of bouncing back.
3 of the 4 Stanley Cup final games have all been overtime.
It's been awesome. It's a great time.
Crazy.
Man. Oklahoma City's 18-2 straight up following a loss this year. Yeah, so pretty impressive. But, man, they're right on the road again. They're down in the series, and they're still a 6-point favorite. They're still minus 220 to win the series.
The Pacers, they hit some of the most difficult contested threes in crunch time. that I've seen a team hit in a long time.
Cold-blooded, man. Up and down.
They just like shots. They take a shot and you're
Cold-blooded.
like, that's not a good shot. Oh, yes, it was because it went in.
Almost 40% from distance in the postseason, best of any team in the playoffs.
Yeah. And they get after you.
What will Reggie be wearing tonight? The same getup? Do you go super sick?
That's a good question.
He took a lot of heat for that tucking in. He wore the sweatshirt, yellow sweatshirt, and then put the Pacers jersey over, then tucked it in the front.
Yeah. He should turn it around and wear it backwards tonight, just to say, you know what?
Is Larry Bird going to be in the house at any point or no?
Why don't Larry be there?
Well, because he coached
there. I mean, and
but Larry doesn't.
he's from there.
Larry doesn't.
He's an Indiana legend, though.
He doesn't ever go out. He's sitting in his cabin in
No,
French
he used to go to that bar Snickers. People would tell me.
What bar?
Here in Chicago.
Oh, that dive. The
Larry
dive bar.
Bird would be.
Yeah.
Larry Bird somehow, some way. I don't know if he had an apartment here, but the legend was Larry Legend. No pun intended. There is that he would come to Chicago and he would sit at the bar at Snickers,
Which is like on
by
stage
himself.
in Grand, maybe, or something.
And
yeah.
it's a dive bar.
Total dive bar.
And
It's
he'd
great.
sit at the bar and he'd drink.
Yeah.
Maybe there's one
He used to
of
do
the few
that.
places he felt like he could be like somewhat anonymous.
He had there was a place in Boston he used to do that at all the time as well. It was a place we would go every Sunday.
Like how?
Mary Ann's?
How?
No, not Mary Ann's.
How
He wouldn't hang out.
How recognizable still today do you think? Like Larry Bird goes out,
well,
people
first
know,
of all, he's
right?
6'9".
Right, exactly.
So-
And like you're going to see Larry Bird.
I bet not as much as you think.
You don't think so?
And he looks super old now, too.
Yeah. Well, guys, he is super.
Yeah.
You guys, you know, he came in the league in what 79?
I was going to say,
80?
he's got to be 65, isn't he, at least?
Got to be.
You know
older
who
than
looks
Michael?
good? Magic looks good.
Magic does look good.
Magic looks fantastic.
I saw him on Get Up the other day. I
Yes,
thought the
yes.
same thing, Sylvie. I'm like,
Larry
you know,
Bird
Magic-
is 68.
He's 68. I wonder, like, how much.
Almost. Nice.
I feel like Magic is still more of a presence, and so Magic's going to be pretty recognizable wherever he
he
goes.
always had that aura.
Exactly.
Bird would just be
Bird
like.
was more
When
like
was-
he's sitting at Snickers by himself. You know.
Yeah.
When
like,
was the last time you remember Larry Bird being at a game or
I
something?
don't know. I
recall.
was wondering if like he would be there for this because he's so deeply connected to the state, and like Sylvie said, he did coach them. He
I loved
coached
it.
them to a final.
Well, so I covered the 98 Eastern Conference Finals as a reporter down the dial. It was my last year there. And that's when they played the Pacers in the 7-game series.
Epic.
And it was still to the point where Larry Bird would meet the media with like pens down, microphones down in his office in the United Center visitor locker room. And I would just sit there and listen. Just sit there. You'd sit on the couch.
Yeah.
You've done that, right?
Oh, yeah, the coaches
But
used
this
to do
was
that.
in the Eastern Conference
Yeah.
Finals. Larry Bird, and I still believe that Larry Bird somehow, some way has become one of the most underrated players of all time. Because I don't think a lot of people put him on the GOAT picture or even discuss him anymore for that.
He should be. He should be in the conversation.
He was, and if he played in today's game where they were shooting volume threes, do you know how good he'd be?
Ridiculous. He shot like
He'd be
2
better
threes a
today
game,
than
you
he
guys.
was then.
Yes, of course,
With his
Sylvie.
passing
Of
and no
course.
defense,
Of course.
no hand checking.
No, you're so right. He took 2 threes a game, I think, you guys. Like, think
I can
about
tell
it.
you how many he averaged. He averaged 2.8 threes per game in his final year.
2.8.
So Matt on the north side has heard the same thing as me.
Is that right?
Yeah. Matt, what do you got?
Hey, yeah, so my buddy was opening the bar next door to Snickers a few years ago. I don't even remember. And we left my buddy's opening night at the bar and went right next door to Snickers to have some beers. All of a sudden, there's Larry Bird. He's with ex-NBA, ABA coach. I don't remember that gentleman's name, as well as a referee. And if I tell you they drank 30 Budweisers, maybe 50, and they wouldn't let the waitress take them, the empties. They built a pyramid on one of the tables
This is
and
epic.
acted the whole time that the pyramid wasn't there.
This is
And they
epic.
just kept on drinking the beer. It was was so hilarious.
You could take Larry Bird out of French Lick, but you can't take the French Lick out of Larry Bird.
And then on a side note, I was going to Harper College at the time, started a class. This girl sitting next to me, man, she looked like Larry Bird. And then in the getting to know you period in the class, the first day or something, we had to tell something about ourselves. It was Larry Bird's niece.
Oh, wow. So is that why he was in Chicago a lot? Like, there's some... don't know.
I wouldn't think so. But anyway, I asked her about, oh, my gosh, your family reunions, picnics had to be great. She told me a story that Larry doesn't attend the family get-togethers anymore because about 5 years prior to that, there was a little one-on-one tournament in the driveway, and Larry's brother beat Larry.
Oh, yeah?
Her dad beat Larry.
Oh, my God.
He wouldn't return.
Yeah, his brother played at Indiana State, too.
Yes,
It's when I was in school.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Oh, I didn't know that.
What was Larry's
All right.
brother's name? Larry and Harry Bird?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
I'll know it right when I hear it,
I
too.
don't know. That's great, Matt. I love it.
It's a great story.
Yeah.
See, I knew it. I didn't know if it was urban legend or not, but I've heard from a few different people that he would
This is amazing.
sit at the bar at Snickers.
Amazing.
Is it Eddie Bird?
Yes,
Eddie
Eddie
Bird.
Bird. Yes.
I think there may be a picture of him in the window at Snickers because I feel like at one time I was
really?
walking by and I saw a picture of him in the window and I was like, why the hell is this here? Like,
I don't even think I've been inside Snickers.
I've been in Snickers.
Oh, you have?
Oh, yeah, I've been in there.
Is it still around?
Yeah, Snickers is still open as far as I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still open.
Great dive. Right up the street from us.
Which
It's not even a mile away.
You wouldn't even think because of how Hubbard has changed, because isn't it basically State and Hubbard?
Yeah, it's maybe State and Hubbard. Yeah,
and
State
that you would have thought one of the newer bars would have like that, and it's great.
Great
You still
place.
got that character dive bar there.
It is a total dive. And you could go in there, and they're one of those bars that somehow, like, they're open at 9 o'clock. You could go in there and get a Budweiser, and there's a guy usually, they got a short order cook, right, Tyler? They got a guy making.
I've never been there, but I've walked by a number of times.
You could go in there and get bacon and eggs in a Budweiser. No wonder why Larry Bird liked it so much. It's classic.
You could tell by the nose, too, that he's been drinking a lot.
Oh, yeah.
That he's a drinker. He's got the Scotch nose.
I love it. All right, boys, what's up on the show?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Waddle knows.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We had some good Scotch last night.
It gets a red and a purple.
Oh, yeah. It's like a little purple hue.
Yeah.
We used to call it the Teddy Kennedy nose. I don't know.
Good,
We never
that's
called
good.
it the Larry Bird nose.
That's pretty good.
It was a Teddy Kennedy.
The Chappaquiddick nose.
I think the bar that Larry would hang out in Boston, I think it was the Cask and Flagon, something like that.
That sounds like a Boston
We
bar.
always like the your brush with fame stories. We good guy, bad guy. So if you want to weigh in on that, just off the cuff, because we're pretty loose today anyway. Not that we usually aren't. We were talking about bathroom stalls yesterday.
I know.
By the way, my buddy Jeff Baker, one of my college roommates, challenged Marvin Hagler to a fight in a bar downtown Boston.
Probably not a good idea.
His bodyguards, we were walking in, Bakes was all hammered. His bodyguards are like, get your guy.
Yeah,
and
come
just
on.
moving. They're
Not
laughing.
a good idea.
Baker's like the quietest guy you'll ever meet, and really jacked up and in good shape. But he's like, he wouldn't let it go.
Marvin Hagler was a beast.
No doubt. And he
One
was
of the
from
best
Brockton.
fights.
I believe Brockton. He was a local guy from Boston. Not a very big guy.
Yeah, well.
But not a guy that Bakes wanted to handle.
No.
So they
Like you
finally
would
took
believe.
him out. They took my college roommate
The
out.
Sugar Ray Marvin Hagler fight was one for the ages.
That middleweight class.
Yes, back in the
over
day.
the course
Marvin
of time.
Hagler, Thomas Hitman Hearn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Duran, Roberto
Roberto
Duran.
Good fight.
No mas.
No mas.
The best. That was for me. I know the heavyweights were the high ticket items, but that class and that stretch of time
Pretty
was
good.
my favorite.
You had all weights, though, too, like
you're right.
Alexis Arguello,
Yep.
Aaron Pryor. I mean, there was some boxing going on.
Yeah.
back
Yeah,
in
there was.
The mid-'80s, early
That's
80s.
when,
mid-'80s.
boxing was
Yeah.
still.
Now you're
was
watching
pretty
Jake
popular.
Paul.
CBS used to have
Jake Paul.
matches on, seemed like every week they had a match.
All right, so ring it up 332-3776. Justin Turner did have to either go on Amazon or somewhere online to buy those, the set of balls. What is the strangest thing you've ever purchased that you're willing to admit on the air today?
So good.
312-332-3776, whether it's to prank someone or you bought someone and sent it to their house. There's some good stories, so if you want to weigh in on that. We'll talk socks today, Carm, here, as they made a trade today. There's one of us who thinks the Sox didn't get enough, believe it.
Really?
Yeah. So we'll jump on that. Cubs, obviously, they're playing Pittsburgh right now. No score. We're on top of that. If you want to weigh in, we'll talk some Bears today as well. And we've got Jesse and Len Casper joining us.
Sounds
today.
great, guys. Have a wonderful show. Happy Father's Day, everybody. Have a great weekend. Waddle and Silvy will get you home next, and we'll see you on Monday.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago.
Tomorrow morning at 11.
Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Hey, everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. And that's why you got to go to Great Clips. You can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less when you have the time. Plus, their skilled salon stylists save your haircut details and clip notes so you can get the same great cut next time, no matter who you see. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4million.
The Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney continues. Hey, it's Shane Orling. Come out to Four Shadows on Ashland and Diversey in Chicago tomorrow night. Mick Ultra is the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and they're inviting us out to watch the Chicago Fire FC take on Nashville and play some foosball. Someone will win a messy Mick Ultra jersey, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Let's raise an ice-cold Mick Ultra at Four Shadows tomorrow night at 7. Please drink responsibly.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Love these guys.
Waddle's a chatty guy when he's dropping anchor.
I'm a chatty guy regardless.
Yeah.
I recognized your shoes as you were in the stall next to me, and I just casually said, Charlie, are you a Cubs fan?
I've heard a tale of the Waddle toilet conversations.
I don't like to go on a tandem mission. If I'm going to do some bombing myself, this is a solo mission.
Charlie, I apologize if I invaded your space.
I was really, if anything, I was honored.
I didn't reach under the stall or anything and tickle your feet. There was no tapping going on in my stall. I just recognized them because they look like shoes that my kids have.
Don't you have all girls?
Oh, that's Charlie. That looks like Charlie's feet.
I knew they were Charlie.
I'll ask him if he's a Cubs fan.
I sit next to Charlie in show meetings all the time, and usually his feet are right next to me. I noticed his shoes.
Colin Portage.
I was touring your studios about 15 years ago, maybe. Afterwards, I went upstairs to the 7th floor to use the restroom. Waddle comes in to use the urinal. I happened to be wearing very bright orange Adidas shoes that day. As soon as he walked in, he yelled, I know whose orange shoes those are. How you doing?
You know
I could just walk by you and scoff at you or give you a dirty look or just not interact with you.
No, you are chatty. Someone
I am
tweeted me
chatty.
today saying that this was not a bathroom story, but they had seen you at one of those tollway oases.
Oh, really?
Above the highway, and
Yeah.
that you were at a Burger King and chatting up a listener.
Really?
That's what the person said.
That's the last time I think I've been at a Burger King. No offense to Burger King. I just don't recall the last time I was in one. Maybe I was getting a Whopper.
I wonder if it was on one of our road trips, whether
Could've
it was
been.
to Canton or whether it was to
Could have been.
To Cleveland.
I'll tell you this as well. If you chat me up in a bathroom, I'll chat you back up. I'm not going to give you the cold shoulder.
No, you won't. Yeah. I guess I'll say something too, but I'm not looking for a conversation.
I'm not
That's
looking.
my time.
Fine. I'm not looking for a conversation.
Well, it
but-
sure seems like it.
No, I'm not asking.
Charlie, you a Cubs fan?
Well, that's different.
You're
again.
with Charlie how many hours of the day?
That's different. We're not at the metro station in a bathroom with somebody I don't know. It's Charlie.
I'm not arguing about who it is. I'm just saying that you are looking for a conversation.
I mean, just a quick conversation.
I can see you being a big bar bathroom chatter.
No.
Oh yeah, he makes
true.
it. This is where all the dicks hang out. That's what,
a dad joke. Like when we're at, we go on
still bar bathroom
Ah,
chatter.
it's
Yeah.
not
still
chatter.
does it. And everyone's like,
That's like when we're on remote. We do a show, at various locations, and some of the people that are there. That's all.
Yeah, it's good though. You'd rather be friendly than not friendly.
Yeah.
I'd rather have a
Hey, what's up, douche?
brag about my partner in that regard. Even though I think it's a little creepy, it's stall creeping.
I don't think it's creepy.
I don't think it's creepy, but
yeah,
it's
odd. I'm not asking you for anything. It's like not eyeballing you. Just
the shoes you are.
Yeah, that might be a little creepy, recognizing
That's
the
what I'm
shoes.
saying. Like, I don't have a desire to look to my left. If I'm like at the stall on the right, I'm not looking to the left to see whose shoes those are.
It's not that I'm not on a mission to find out who's there.
He's just got a database in his head of shoes to name.
We should do that right. I bet you he can identify more people based on their shoes than he could name names of people in the sales department.
Probably so.
Would not surprise me.
I know Anthony. I know his name and I know his shoes because he's usually wearing loafers. If I see
You
the
made
loafers,
that comment yesterday
Yeah.
at Whiskey U. You're like, Anthony, you don't have a pair of those nice loafers on
I
today.
did, didn't I?
He's looking at people's feet.
It may be a little creepier than Carm.
I'm not asking you to. I didn't say, hey, can you take your loafers off and peel your socks off? I need to get a look at that.
I'm going to call Waddle Dr. Scholes.
He just likes
That's
a good
fine.
ankle.
Hey, Dr. Scholes, what do you see over there?
You guys are just, you don't like people. That's fine. I like people. You guys are just, you're mean-spirited. You don't answer your phones. You don't have conversations
I've
with
changed
people.
my way. When I see,
I doubt it.
When I see your
doubt
phone
it.
call come up, I reach for that thing quickly.
Yeah, right.
Quickly.
And then you look at your phone.
You know what I got going? My phone's going crazy right now. We had hooked up yesterday. Finally, my new
OnlyFans?
No, my new bird feeder.
Oh.
I've got one of the Ring doorbell bird feeders.
I didn't know that existed.
Yes.
So when a bird lands on the birdhouse, you get a notice?
Yes. But there's a camera inside.
And I'm the weird one. And I'm the weird one.
And my wife bought it for me for the holidays, Christmas, Hanukkah. It's been sitting there. And finally, we set it up. And it's connected to solar energy. So, like...
Look at you. You're doing everything right.
Well, I don't think you could plug in a bird feeder.
Why not? Just run a line.
So this is the way these are made, and like not only can you see it from the window, some of the birds flying up, but it's got an internal camera where when a bird does approach it, like the Ring doorbell, and my phone keeps on buzzing all day today.
My Ring doorbell isn't powered by the sun. It actually, I charge it, and then when it runs out of a charge, I recharge it. That's how I do that. I just figured that's how you could also do your bird feeder, but cool.
But I
That's
think
great.
it's,
What kind
isn't
of
it-
birds are you getting so far?
So you know what I'm getting number one is squirrels.
Packers, woodpeckers.
No, the squirrels. The
Well,
squirrels.
I was going to say to you,
the squirrels have jumped in there eating all the bird food.
There is an art to where you place your bird feeder because it will be attacked by various other animals.
Where can I put it where the squirrels wouldn't be the issue? Because it is by a tree.
Well, you would. I would say you take it out on a fairly thin limb and then drop it down some so that
if you hung it instead.
Yeah, I mean, if the squirrel is trying to get it, he's going to have to be a trapeze artist or a flying squirrel. Good call, Jake. So I applaud you.
Yeah, it's fun. I like that stuff now.
You'll get tired of it.
I know
it's one
I
of
will.
those things.
I'm about to turn the alert off right now, matter of fact.
Yeah,
It
oh,
didn't
this
even
is
last
great.
12
This is
hours.
great. 6 hours later, you're trying to catch a nap and your thing rings. Oh,
Another damn squirrel. Crazy.
You got a squirrel feeder. You call it a bird feeder.
yeah.
What you got is a squirrel feeder.
312-332-3776. Whether you want to talk about the Andrew Vaughn deal today, they did trade Andrew Vaughn to the Brewers for Savale. Is that how you say it, Savale?
Aaron Savale, yeah.
Savale, Aaron Savale, who was just demoted from the Brewers, was not happy about it, so they quickly traded
Wanted
him.
to be in a rotation, right?
Yeah,
He
he's
wasn't
been
in a
on
rotation.
Cleveland before. He's had a couple decent years with Cleveland. We could get into that. The Cubs are playing there in their seventh, no score. Skeens has left the game. I do believe, too, that Cade Horton has left the game.
He has.
But, yeah, what ass would ever say that they would want to trade Cade Horton for Chris Sale?
That'd be me.
Me too.
I'm not moving.
But
I'm not moving off of that.
It was a nice bounce back after, he didn't have a terrible start over last weekend, but it wasn't great, and he certainly had a good one in the weather today. So we'll keep you updated on that. If you want to talk some NBA Finals or the Justin Turner story was glorious.
All I did is I turned to my right, and up on the board, I see cardboard penis written there. So I have no idea what Lewis is.
This was, you came up with the idea. You said, what's the weirdest thing?
Well, I was asking you. I mean, hey, have you ever bought a pair of prosthetic nuts as a joke? And then I asked you, what's the funniest or weirdest thing you've ever purchased as a prank or just to be a funny guy?
Yes.
Fake vomit,
yeah,
probably fake vomit.
The fake vomit, fake poop. When we were kids, we would always go to that Spencer store. There was a place called Magical Mystery Tours by our in Morton Grove when I was growing up.
Remember the canister that you would buy, and then you take the top off of it, and then
the worms would come out or the snakes, and it shook like it was full of nuts.
Yes, full of nuts.
Justin Turner had that yesterday. He had the full of nuts
Lots of
thing.
nuts.
But yeah, I just think there are other people who got guys get over it or that's not funny. I think that is good sophomoric humor. I
don't want to party with the people that think it's get over it. Those people stay on your side of the room.
The old the fart sound effect.
Love
I bought
the fart
that
sound
where
effect.
you had like a button and you would place it in the other side of the room.
Find it hilarious even
Yes.
to this day.
I still watch
Whoopee
those
cushions
videos.
still make me laugh.
Yes. So, I don't know if I'm sure you guys can come up with something more original or something that we've not heard about. What is the weirdest thing you've ever ordered for yourself or to prank someone with? Maybe you had something sent to someone else's house. You've given Waddle's World stories where you can buy, animal poop and have it sent to, an enemy.
Sure,
Isn't that the case?
Of course. You can do anything. You really can do anything you want.
Anything these days. All right, this is what Waddle was alluding to. Lewis and Lyle, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, afternoon, guys. Before I get into the most outrageous thing, guys, I've done that thing with the bird feeder, ran a copper wire down a tree branch to keep a squirrel from eating the bird seed. He just ran up to that wire, slid down it, and ate out of the bird feeder with one paw.
Wow.
But regarding, I know you guys are interested in that cardboard cutout penis.
What?
My roommate in college was a Packers fan.
I wouldn't go that
My
far.
roommate was a Packers fan in college, so I found out that you could buy these things. So I got him one. I bought one with a mustache on the shaft that said in gold, or not, it was a navy background in orange letters that said, "Packers can suck my dick, ka."
You're right.
I want to make sure you guys aren't getting in trouble.
Yes, right.
I want to make sure you guys don't get in trouble for poor enunciation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's quite that's quite
That was
the
for
thing.
Halloween? Is
Yes.
that what he was saying?
Yes.
Mike in River North, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Mikey?
How's it going, guys?
We're good.
So, yeah, the weirdest thing that I've ever purchased, so I had my bachelor party at WrestleMania, and I made everyone dress up. And so what me and my brother purchased were high-quality muscle skin suit prosthetics.
Oh.
So kind of like Justin Turner, but the kicker was my brother, unfortunately, didn't have the wherewithal to put it in his checked bag. So the shock on the TSA agent's face when he opened it up and basically a human torso plopped out like a fish was pretty amazing.
Yeah, what kind of questions were you guys asked?
We were basically just asked, what the hell is this?
Yeah, what'd you say?
Who did you skin?
Yeah.
It was a long detailed. We tried to be like, no, it's for WrestleMania. We're dressing up. And then the guy proceeded to basically show it to the entire Terminal 3
If you
security line.
were feeling really frisky, you should have just said, put the lotion in the basket.
Yeah, don't mess with that. By the way, that sounds like a great bachelor party. WrestleMania? What city was it in?
So it was in Philadelphia, and it was absolutely electric. It had 20 guys go dress up. It made for a pretty amazing photo. I will say I made a pretty good rock myself. So it was an absolute blast.
Mike, thanks. Good stuff. And it doesn't have to be R-rated or X-rated. It could just be like goofy stuff. Like getting to the prank portion, I've always told the story that back when in my single days and I was taking a longer weekend and I was flying to Miami, Waddle put a box cutter in my in my bag.
Yeah.
And
it wasn't a box cutter, it was like one of those tape guns.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah,
You're
one
right.
of those
You're right.
tape,
Sorry.
tape
Yeah.
devices
The
that had a
box cutter,
sharp
I
edge.
would have been thrown into jail.
Yeah, I would not have put a box cutter in you. That machete I put in his no, it was one of those tape guns.
It was it, but it had the long blade on it.
You did.
And I didn't get stopped, and I wish I would have, because then when I got to the hotel, I reached, and you put it on not on the inside of my suitcase, but the outside zipper.
Yes.
And so when I reached in to grab something out, I cut myself on there.
That made it even more
me.
funny.
Yeah, really good.
I can't believe you didn't get stopped. That was the essence of why I did it. I wanted you to be stuck in
way to go
in TSA.
Yeah, this is several years after 9/11. Like, come on, you thought I was going to get in trouble.
I did. That's why I did it.
I put on the no-flies list.
I don't know about that, but
Rod is in Lockport. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Rod?
Hey, boys. Hey, so I work for a bird feeder company.
Okay.
And I can send you a couple squirrel shields.
Oh.
That you put above and below the feeder so the squirrels can't get to your feeder. So give me an address and I'll send it to you.
Yeah, 190 North State Street, floor 7, and it's 60601.
4760601. All right, boys.
It's like old school radio right
That
there,
is.
giving out
Yeah.
the addresses.
Hey, now.
That's here at State Lake. Thank you, Rod. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you. Yep.
Send it in care of Dick Hertz. Mr. Richard Hertz is who it is. Tyler, what are you looking at me like that for?
It just sounded blue. Josh at Jefferson Park. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Josh?
Oh, what's up, guys? Yeah, I'm Josh, Jefferson Park. So kind of the craziest thing I bought somebody is every year for Christmas we do this, you put your name inside this website and a list of things you want and whatnot. And I've been getting my cousin for the last 2 years for whatever reason. And, this is when Justin Fields was on the Bears. I went to one of those stores and bought him a Justin Fields poster. And then the other thing I bought him was, if you go on Amazon actually sells teeny tiny condoms. So when he opened his gift, right, first thing he pulled out was a box of teeny tiny condoms.
That's great. That's awesome. That's a good one. Yeah.
Good.
Josh's phone was a little.
Jeff Meller is very good at these pranks as well. While he was one of the culprits for drawing penises on my dirty back windshield, he took it to another level and actually ordered off of Amazon a bulk quantity of tire caps in the shape of penises.
Yeah, UPS Dave wanted to know about that.
And then Meller would go. When he would leave, he would take my tire caps off and replace them with tire cap penises. So I was driving around town with tire cap or my tire, your pressure, whatever they are, with penises on my tire.
I don't think anyone would notice that even.
I didn't notice it for like a week. And then my wife pointed it out one day, I think. It was like, what was this?
That makes it funnier. That makes it funnier. 1 year.
And then I found out who it was because when we were downstairs, he used to sit his bag on the chair. And I saw his bag was open, and he tried to, I didn't do it, and nobody could tell who did it. There was a bag of tire cap penises in his backpack.
Oh, busted.
Yeah.
Busted.
Yeah.
Kelly.
Dirty SOB.
In Durango, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Kelly?
Hey, so funny gag gift I got into the habit of buying some gag gifts at work, and one was this little squeaker toy, but it was a giant pig. And I walked around all day just asking, my coworkers, like, hey, would you like to squeeze my hog?
Here we go. Welcome to Friday.
Sounds like an HR violation.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah,
you better leave now, Eric. It's going to get worse.
Eric Ostrowski's just walking out.
Hey, listen, this is what you get when the whole 7th floor is empty. This is what you get, right?
Well, this is what you get when Justin Turner does something fun like that. I do think that was outstanding.
I do too.
It was
just having fun.
Outstanding.
Again, what are the Mariners? What do they put on when somebody hits a home run? It's like a trident, right?
Yeah.
Or somebody's got a trident, a home run trident.
Didn't the
Cubs got a set of home run nuts?
They used to do a cape, didn't they?
I think they did. Yeah, they had something.
Yeah,
there's a Viking helmet that one of the teams would wear.
Someone said to me it's based off of Clark the Cub with no pants.
Excellent.
So it would be perfect that every home run hitter walks up and down the dugout and everyone taps it as he celebrates the home run.
I love it. Way to go.
Do you think Tom Ricketts would stop them from doing that? If they said,
I think up 5 games in the division and on pace to win 95 games, I think Tom would tell them to keep having fun, guys. That's what I would think.
Rod is in.
And by the way, okay, this was more about the camera sought them out. Like Justin Turner.
No, he did nothing wrong.
No, he was down in the dugout well.
He was in the tunnel that leads from the clubhouse to the dugout. And they caught it on camera. And the funny part about it is just like when I watched it the first time, whoever was editing it in the truck, well, you tell me if they did or didn't notice, because some would say maybe they did notice and they still thought it was funny to put it on there. But I would think no one noticed it. And that's how it got cleared. It wasn't like that was a live shot.
Right.
They saw that, they ran it, and they queued it up. It was for the fan of the game.
Turner wasn't running back and forth even in the dugout. He was down in the well.
Right.
So, you could never be mad at him.
He seems like such a fun guy. That's why I wanted to contribute here and there, because I want him on the team, where he's more than just a fun guy in the clubhouse these days. Rod's in Frankfield. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Rod?
Yes, I've got a solution for your squirrel and the bird feeder. We did the same thing. We bought one of these digital bird feeders to share pictures with our grandkids, and the squirrels were immediately in it. You can buy squirrel-proof bird feed. I got some off of Amazon. It's basically spiced up bird seed with cayenne pepper, spices, and the squirrels won't touch it. So
what does it do to the birds?
Yeah, do the birds like it?
No, the birds eat it. The birds don't know any different because they can't taste or smell. At least they can probably taste. But it's foolproof. No squirrels.
Yeah, because not only do I feel,
I would think then they're crapping all over your lawn furniture because you just gave them something that probably doesn't sit well.
Do you
with
think
their
they
stomach.
stay around for a crap then after that? Like
you?
What do they say? You don't crap where you eat.
No, I'm saying when they leave the bird feeder, you've just had some spicy bird feed. You probably are prone to dive bomb your lawn furniture and maybe leave a little bit of a prize for you.
It's that quick of a turnaround?
If the bird's anything like me. The birds in my house are like that.
All right, so that was a fun way to start the show on a Friday.
Jason, we can't take your call, Jason. Thanks for contributing, but we can't go there.
We can't use that D word.
Have you seen, though, I don't know, you're usually on fight videos and other strange stuff on TikTok or whatever it is.
Prank videos and fight videos.
Have you ever seen the golf prank where they have the fake snake?
Oh, yeah, those are the best.
Okay, like that
I laugh. There's that one guy who takes a tumble and he's screaming like a child.
Yes.
That was me. I did that.
What's that?
That was me.
Did you do that?
I totally ran from the snake.
Oh, yeah. Oh, are you a snake? You're not a snake guy?
No, I jumped.
Who is really?
I jumped so fast.
I don't mind them. There's 2 snakes in my house. There's one in the front flower bed and there's one in the side.
And you don't mind?
See them all the time. They're part of the ecosystem.
Right.
If you get rid of them or try to displace them, then you may have
they pests.
They clean some stuff up. And they're not poisonous. They're just garter snakes.
Right. But like on a golf course in Arizona, I'd be a little more scared.
Yeah, it doesn't have a rattle at the end of its tail. It's just like a 4-foot little garden snake.
4 feet's pretty big.
Yeah, it's gotten big over the year.
I have not seen one in the burbs yet.
No?
And it's been 10 years since I've lived in the burbs.
Never seen a snake in the suburbs.
Nope.
I get 2 at my house if you want to come by and check it out.
Maybe. All right, so coming up next, I was surprised by this, so you'll take it. It's not from me. There was someone in our group who said the White Sox didn't get enough for Andrew Vaughn. The Andrew Vaughn who is sub-WAR for, I believe, his career even, and is in the minor leagues right now. We'll discuss the White Sox trade coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Rangers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Going to be a nice weekend. The sun should come back out tomorrow. Temperatures in the 70s. Perfect for opening up those windows, unless your windows aren't working properly like mine were. And finally, I called Window Nation a couple of years ago at 866-90-NATION. I got a great deal. I met a friend of mine now, Alan Favada, who's a Chicago guy who knows this stuff on what it takes and what you need and what you don't need when it comes to buying new windows from Window Nation. You can check them all out at windownation.com. Right now, you can still get in on their semi-annual sale. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. 8 windows for the price of 4. Plus, when you buy a house full of windows, they'll even throw in a free entry door. No payments at all through 2027. So think about all the money you're going to save with no interest over the next couple of years as you pay it off. You don't have to put any money down either. So call them today. What are you waiting for? Are your windows foggy? Do they not open and close properly? When it's a rainy day like today, do they leak? 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or windownation.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Bub City Rosemont is raising a glass to number 14 bourbon, your whiskey of the month all June long. Taste the strength of bourbon, softened by the sweetness of real Vermont maple syrup. Sip on handcrafted cocktails like the Maple Old Fashioned and Blueberry Smash. Or stop by Friday evenings for sampling events to explore the flavor firsthand. Plus, number 14 Bourbon is turning up the volume as the proud sponsor of select shows at Joe's Live this month. Come for number 14 Bourbon. Stay for the music at Bub City Rosemont.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to win the new White Sox City Connect swag package. This month's winner will receive a collection of exclusive City Connect merchandise, including a custom jersey, hat, and more. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
You've probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business? There is Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Simply select a time and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you'd like to connect with and meet great people through back-to-back video calls starting as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Didn't take long for Chris Getz to trade Andrew Vaughn. He was dealt today to the Brewers. Aaron Savalier is now a member of the White Sox. And he's a veteran pitcher. And there's one of us who I was surprised by this. Tyler, you care to set the table?
Yeah, I just don't understand why this was the prospect that or player that the White Sox gave up in this trade. Like, this is a trade that if you're going to trade for Aaron Savalier, who has requested, demanded, I don't know what the exact verbiage was there.
His time in Milwaukee is
because he was demoted from the starting rotation to the bullpen, so he asked out of Milwaukee. If you're getting a guy who's asking out of a place and is demanding a trade, and who knows, maybe gets DFA'd in a couple of days. If you're doing that, why are you giving up someone who's played in the big leagues before, who has high pedigree? And I get that. Listen, I'm not here to stick up for Andrew Vaughn by any stretch. He's been terrible. He's been one of the biggest disappointments of the last 5 years with the White Sox, and a big reason why this never reached the heights that it could have gotten to. But if you're going to acquire Aaron Savalier, you should not be giving up someone with pedigree, someone who you drafted very highly not too long ago. You should be giving up some no-name single-A guy who's probably not going to make it, not a guy who is a reclamation project.
I was pleasantly surprised they got a every fifth-day starter, albeit whether he's replacement level at this point. He has had some good. He's still only 30. I think the Sox pitching, the way they have overseen their pitching development these days, has been successful under Getz in the last year to 2 years. Last year, they flipped guys at the deadline. I think with Hauser, like they got a guy who was DFA'd and now is a sub-2 ERA. And I feel like at least they got a guy that if he does well every fifth day with the Sox, or when they do trade someone who steps in, that they can ultimately flip again. Like they're just looking to turn him, and they felt like Vaughn right now was at his lowest. that I don't think anyone was going to give you up anything of substance. Like when you were saying the minor league players, I was thinking at best you're going to get a low-level, unproven minor league player who's not a top prospect on another team if you're going to go that route. At least they've got a guy who's a major league player right now for a guy who is an absolute zero in your organization.
Kind of wild, though, to think, though, that you make this deal thinking that if you are going to flip someone, you're going to get more for Silvy versus Vaughn.
Vaughn's not coming back,
No,
though.
I know. I mean, it's just, I'm saying, like, if you go back even 2 months ago, the thought that this is actually what your move was, it's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, like, and I know what you're saying. Like, if you go back to the when they drafted him, Tyler, like, it was a very rough go for him. Like, and who knows if it's different if he comes up in a different time. He was drafted, and right away, he had no minor leagues, right? He had to go take part in that satellite camp.
Yeah.
So his first year in professional baseball as a guy that they thought could quickly come up, who was a natural-born hitter in college, that he got no season his first season, right? Didn't he, in essence, sit out a whole year?
Effectively, yeah.
Like, that's a rough start. I'm not telling you that if this was a normal year and he was able to go to Double-A and start playing right away, that he would have developed better habits, because the Sox haven't developed a lot of guys. It's been one of their bugaboos. But one thing that I do find that they're doing well these days is pitching behind Bannister. I think they've set up a pretty good front office in that regard, or whatever they're doing, it's working pretty well with reclamation projects.
I mean, if you're a Brewers fan, like, you're totally fine with this deal. I mean, you don't have high expectations for Vaughn, but what if he just needed a change of scenery and somebody else to look at him and work with him?
He's one of the guys, too, who I always thought change of scenery would benefit him the most out of a lot of these White Sox guys.
I agree with you.
We could see it maybe with Milwaukee. I'm not guaranteeing he's going to go out there and be awesome for them or even make it to the major leagues with them. And I'm not anti-trading for Aaron Silvy. I think it was actually a good – when I saw that the White Sox were the ones that got him, I was a little surprised in a good way because I didn't think that would be something those Sox would be interested in. But they've done a good job at rehabbing a number of guys. Adrian Hauser, Eric Fetty last year.
Yeah, like exactly.
They've had a good track record of this. And that's why I'm still pro acquiring Silvy. I just don't think the White Sox got the better flyer here.
Well, think about it, too. To go back, I mean, again, and we're in 2025. We're not in 2024 or 2023. Last 3 years, Vaughn has hit 19 home runs, 21 home runs, 17 home runs. He's driven in 220-some runs over the last 3 years. Like, if you're the Brewers, I understand why you made this deal. Like,
it's worth a try for them, but I don't look at this and say, boy, because what's the value now? Yeah, we can go back. It's like, what's Patrick Williams' value now? Same type of deal. Drafted very high. Weren't they drafted almost at the same spot, number 4?
4, yeah.
So I think same ownership during COVID. Both of them were drafted with the 4th overall pick.
Vaughn was 3, but yeah.
Vaughn was 3. So, like, what can you get for Patrick Williams these days? Probably not a lot. He'd have to be in a. I just feel like
that's a good question. Who has the better Chicago career? I would say it's Andrew Vaughn versus Patrick Williams.
Yeah, I would agree. Well, but
I'm not surprised by this. It's just what's surprising to me, and it kind of catches me off guard, is just how precipitous the fall. And I'm not suggesting he was ever at a very high height, but what you invested in him, as you mentioned, a 4th pick overall. And a guy who did average almost 20 home runs a year the last 3 years. This is what you got for him.
What was his WAR, though, for his career? Was it a minus?
He was a minus 1.6 this year.
Right. And what about
the
for
year
his
before,
career?
It was minus 0.4 for his career.
Yeah.
So
1.6 has all come from this year.
Yeah.
So think about that. This is a below replacement level player at this point that you got a starting pitcher for. So
is he a starting pitcher? We'll see.
Well, the Sox staff is actually pretty good, isn't it?
The Sox staff is, but that doesn't mean Aaron Silvy automatically is a starting pitcher.
Yeah, I think they'll need, and they're going to trade some of these guys, whether Silvy has some good outings and, you're able to get something for him if he pitches well. He's pitched in the division before. Or if you do trade, you're going to probably trade Hauser, and you'd want to do that sooner rather than later. You got him on a DFA. Like, how long is this going to continue? So I think he's just going to step in and
I think overall, on Monday we'll completely forget about this.
Yeah.
This isn't the demise of the White Sox.
No, I know. But it is. It's a reason. But it kind of leads me to one of the questions you asked earlier, I think, Tyler, I don't know who asked it, but in the pre-show fist fight, which disappointment or which player's fall from grace was the most surprising from that entire crew?
And what went wrong? When you guys go back, when Sox fans go back, and now you're hoping to do it again.
Yeah.
Because they did do point A to point B well.
Pretty damn well.
They flipped guys. They made some good trades on paper, and those guys flashed early. Enough where they arrived in the COVID year, made the playoffs, lost to Oakland, and then you were really, really good in 2021. But then you only won one game against Houston, and then it went downhill from there.
Was it Eloy? I don't even know where Eloy's now. Was it Moncada? I don't know where he is right now. Is it Robert, who obviously is still in center field for this team? Is it Giolito? Is it Vaughn?
Is it the biggest disappointment?
Yeah. Is it T.A.?
What about Kopech?
When you go back and that's why, again, the Vaughn deal is one that, again, probably we'll forget about or won't talk a lot about as of the start of next week. But it's just another reminder, isn't it, that crew, which we all thought was poised for a nice run, is just completely been obliterated.
Yeah, and what lessons can you learn from that? Why did it all fail? Why did everyone get bad? I think the biggest disappointment for me is Luis Robert, because he flashed and he had the highest ceiling, I believe, of the bunch.
He's still playing a very good defensive center field and stealing bases, but he is not the offensive player that
he was supposed to be a perennial MVP candidate.
Yeah.
I remember we did a poll question one time where we asked which guy is next to really blossom. And we did not include Luis Robert. And a Sox fan got mad, of course. And I said, well, because we already feel he has arrived.
Right.
That, Patrick Williams was on that poll along with a couple of other players. And they're like, where's the love for Luis Robert? And I'm like, I feel like he's already good and he could compete for an MVP.
Luis Robert, don't forget, in 2023 hit 38 bombs.
Yeah.
Had a 5.1 WAR.
Yeah. A 5-WAR guy.
A 5-WAR guy.
At what, 24 years old?
Yeah.
23 years old? With that speed and that defense? That, to me, is the guy. Or Tim Anderson, who was really the poster child for that team.
Yeah.
For the new, what was the motto back in the day?
Change the game.
Change the game. Remember, change the game? They changed the game all right.
Yeah.
I would probably go TA, because I almost look at him kind of how I bet a lot of Cubs fans look at Bryant. That should have been a White Sox guy for life. And he's not even 32 yet.
And he's out of the game, right? He was DFA'd,
Pretty much,
right?
yeah,
I
by the
mean,
Angels.
Robert is not the player you wanted him to be, but at least he's still a major league player who is doing some good things.
It'll be interesting to see what they get for him.
Yeah.
Especially if he doesn't get hot. Everyone keeps saying, when he gets hot, they'll trade him and there'll be interest, but will that happen?
I will say something I have noticed with him, it just feels like even though the results at the plate aren't necessarily there, you see the hustle from a lot of these guys now. There was a ball last night late in the game, and I can't remember if they scored off of this play or not, but he hustled it out and beat out the double play, and it was we didn't see this out of these White Sox from the past couple of years.
Well, they were told not to run.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, and I still contend, and I'm sure people will not agree. There will be some. I didn't agree with it in the real time, and I don't agree with it now. Who knows if they get A.J. Hinch instead of Tony La Russa? And I know they won in 2021, but it was in spite of Tony La Russa. And I don't know if there was ever anybody developed. He wasn't qualified at that stage of his career for the job because he was out of baseball for 11 years and he was so old. Maybe better habits would have been developed if you had a more hands-on guy and a better staff.
It's to think about how that whole thing imploded is quite jarring. It really is.
Yep.
Like
the number of guys.
If you think about it, if this team has A.J. Hinch instead of Tony La Russa, are they what the Tigers are? Because that team had way more talent than what this current iteration of the Tigers have.
No, you're right. And look, I think I would go with you as well with T.A. T.A. was one of the faces of baseball. He won back-to-back batting titles, right? Like, and like I said, Robert's still in the game. He's not the player we all thought he was going to be. Maybe higher ceiling than T.A. T.A.'s not even in the game.
No.
Like,
Lloyd, really not. Is he at the major league level? He's still in the, where is it, Miami?
Tampa.
He's still making what, like 13, 14, 15 million a year? Whatever happened to Moncada?
He's with the Angels.
Still playing?
He got hurt early in the year, too. I wouldn't. If I was a team who was looking to win, there'd be no way I would ever bring Moncada into my clubhouse. Ever.
No.
So, Sox fans, what'd you make of the Vaughn deal? Like, I was surprised when Tyler said, oh, that wasn't a good deal. 312-332-3776. I thought it was fine for a player who basically had zero value to your own team at this point. And then what went wrong that they need to learn as they look to turn the corner here? They are a lot more competitive. I heard a stat from Carmen today and Jesse that really sell this the best. Like, even though their records are similar, the best stat that you can throw out about how much more competitive the White Sox are, we'll bring that to you coming up. And if you want to talk Cubs, NBA Finals, Bears, anything on your mind on this rainy Friday, 332-3776.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tomorrow, 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, speaking on behalf of my great friends at Fat Pour Tap Works. They've got 3 locations. One's in Lincolnwood. Been to that one with the family. It's beautiful. It's new. The food is great. The beer is cold. There's TV screens everywhere. Same thing in Wicker Park, and there's a spot in McCormick Place also. This is your place to gather with friends and family to watch, whether it's a baseball game, the basketball playoffs, and certainly during the football season. Fat Pour Tap Works is going to be your spot. Has to be. Dozens of beers on tap, made from scratch menu items that are going to be better than anything you're going to have or get anywhere else. Everything about this joint is outstanding. Again, check them out. Friends and family, fatpourtapworks.com.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money, so I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. But it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
We expect our information in real time. U.S. Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. U.S. Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Waddle and Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
We have John Greenberg weighing in on our conversation about the Sox.
I'm sure it's very snarky.
No, it's not. I was surprised, too, that it was not snarky.
Wow.
And then it was on topic,
Is he
too.
okay?
You
want to do a well-being check on John?
Maybe his son took it. Gabe has the phone right now. He's weighing in. But John says he voted for Eloy on which Sox player that you had high hopes for that really was the biggest disappointment. Like Eloy, you had the component of being the former Cub and the thanks Cubs thing from Benetti, and he hurt the Cubs early in one of those series where the Cubs were on their way down and you thought the Sox were on their way up. But I don't like, as good as he was, we identified early, and I think the Cubs identified it as to the willingness to trade him is because of the injury factor.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as he did do good stuff here, he would also get hurt by doing weird things, whether it was he got hurt once in a celebration, he would jump for the baseball in the net, and he would get trapped. He was a very clumsy player. Wasn't he very clumsy?
Yeah, he was.
And then you couldn't even play him in left anymore.
His first year in a Sox uniform was pretty impressive. Played 122 games, hit 31 bombs, drove in 79. Look, this is the sad reality is that you could pick 5 different guys and make a case for all of them.
Yeah, because it did at one time look like to be a really good team for many years.
On paper, go back in time and go around that infield and outfield and tell me that team wasn't built to be a a winning squad for years.
Well, if Kopech would have blossomed, you had Kopech in the starting rotation. You had Cease in the starting rotation. Who else am I?
Rodon.
Think about
may
this.
have been the best of them all.
Yeah, I mean, that's the
He's
thing.
back on track this year, isn't he?
You had pitching and hitting.
Yes.
And then you just ended up winning,
Nothing.
like 2 playoff games.
Isn't that kind of a warning for the Cubs right now, too? Like, this thing can turn so quickly.
I think even the last era of Cubs baseball was a good example of that. Like, the Cubs players did fade, too.
Yeah.
We're going to have a discussion later about Jed. Like, what's Jed's best move since he's taken over solo with the Cubs? I think it's pretty obvious. We'll get to that 312-332-3776. Lewis is in Hyde Park. You're on ESPN, Lewis. What's up?
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
Everything's good.
Yeah, I just want to say the Vaughn trade was necessary. He moves on, get an opportunity, change of scenery. The Sox get back a decent player, a quality player. I think maybe they could flip later for prospects. I'm not sure. But I'm okay with it. I know they had a small window when they were competing. But it was some fun times then, especially that Field of Dreams game that they had.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, it did not end well for a lot of players. But it seems like everything is up and up. They're moving in the right direction. They're competitive. They're not winning, but they're competitive. And the coach seems good. So I'm positive moving forward.
Yeah, and that's the point that I was going to bring up, too. I think it was Jesse or Carmen, I believe Jesse, who said this morning about the Cubs, the White Sox run differential. Their record is, I think just by the eyeballs, you watch Sox games and you know they're better.
They're more competent.
But
they're much more competent.
Even though they're still only on pace for 54 wins or whatever it is at this point, 52 wins, and I believe they'll exceed that. But their run differential, I heard Jesse say, is a difference of 100. Like, I don't even, what
they're
are they?
minus 58 right now.
That, like, for a really bad team with their record, minus 58 isn't terrible. And I know our bar is very low at this point.
The Washington Nationals are 30-38 and have a minus 58 run differential.
Yeah, exactly. And they always gauge that for the good teams, too, saying, what's your run differential? Like, a lot of pretenders may have a good record, but a really bad run differential or only like 10 over, plus 10, and then you say, oh, well, they're not for real.
Listen, they get blown out every now and again, but they also play some very close games, too. I know it's kind of like a roller coaster ride. They'll be beaten 10-2, but then they'll play a 5-4 game, a 4-3 game. They're just a more competent organization this year than they were last year.
All right, the Cubs are in extra innings. It's tied at 1 against the Pirates. 312-332-3776 if you want to talk about that or the White Sox, whatever's on your mind with the Bears. We want to get to the NBA and how realistic of a chance do you give now the Pacers to win the title? And today is a great anniversary locally because that's all we have these days when it comes to the Bulls. We'll play it for you next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Guys, Steinhoffel's Buy More, Save More sale is happening right now. You can take 10% off store-wide, then get an extra $100 off every $9.99 you spend. You can use Steinhoffel's 18-month 0% financing to make your new room more affordable. Plus, today through Sunday, can take an extra 5, 10, or 15% off. They're already low clearance center prices. Check them out today. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. The only place we shop for all of our furniture. 6 Chicagoland locations and soon a 7th in Maryville. Shop in-store at steinhoffels.com. Shop Steinhoffels today.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
White Sox fans looking for family fun that everyone can enjoy? Bring the whole crew to the ballpark with a family pack presented by ExxonMobil. Starting at just $19, each family member gets one ticket, hot dog, drink, chips, cookie, and a souvenir water bottle. Plus, every Sunday home game features family-friendly activities. Kids run the bases post-game and more with Family Sundays presented by Coca-Cola. Tickets starting at just $10, includes all fees. To get yours, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Jewelry is a gift that says more than any other. It tells the recipient that they're extra special. This is Courtney Cronin for Rogers & Hollins Jewelers. For over 100 years, Rogers & Hollins has been Chicagoland's trusted family-owned jeweler. They have always offered meaningful pieces at a great value, and their expert guidance when buying and hands-on service with repairs will make you a customer for life. Visit online at rogersandhollins.com or stop in a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC. HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Scottie Pippen looking for Michael Jordan. Checks the clock, 5 on the 24. Here's Jordan. Did not have the shot. Curved up. 5 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. The Jazz take a timeout. 5 seconds remaining in regulation. The inbound. Pippen rolls it to Kukoc. Their 5th championship in the last 7 years.
Oh, happy anniversary, happy anniversary, happy anniversary, happy anniversary. On this date in 1997, the Bulls won their 5th championship. And I would argue, I was in the building that night covering the game as a reporter down the dial. I would argue that the back-to-back games from Game 5 to Game 6 in the 97 season was as thrilling as any two in the Bulls dynasty era, because Game 5 was the flu game. That was when Michael had the flu. Whether it was pizza, whether it was boozing, even though Tim Grover told us it was not boozing, whatever it was, he had that game and dropped, I think, 45 or something like that.
Does it feel like that was almost 30 years ago to you?
None of it does. None of it. It's sickening.
It's 28 years.
Like, it is. You could understand how it is so long ago when you go through everything that has happened with the Bulls and all the years. But
Tyler wasn't alive.
I was going to ask him, too, in the meeting, and I stopped myself. Do you have any recollection of the 97
championship. And then I started doing the math, and I'm like, no, he wasn't alive. That was I was 28 years ago, like you said.
3 months old at that point. Not even.
What is your first great Chicago sports memory?
Great?
Yes.
Cubs World Series.
I mean,
like that you could still remember, you could still visualize, and look, it could be a game. It does like just a great moment, a good moment.
I would say, like, I remember them in the Cubs in 03, and I know it didn't end great, but like when you get to the NLCS, that's a good season. Like that's the first thing that comes to mind.
Don't forget in 03, it was the first year that the Cubs had won a series. So it was a huge deal when they beat Atlanta. Like the journey to get there was amazing.
I remember the Tribune did like all those player posters, and I would cut them out every single day and like hang them on my wall. I had like, what was it, like Grudzalonic up there? Like they had every player. So like I had all those guys on my wall.
I was 12 years old when the Bulls won.
Now you're not from here, Jake.
Not,
That's Jake who's on the show. But so were you a Bulls fan growing up? Where were you in San Diego?
San Diego. There was no NBA team, and we hated the Lakers. So I was a diehard Bulls fan, had Jordan jersey. It was a great time. I totally remember it. All my friends were Bulls fans because of Jordan. So from somebody in California, like the Bulls were our team.
I always remember, like,
but they were America's team. I mean, in large part,
they were the Beatles.
Yeah,
it was unlike anything we'll ever see, no matter how good the Bears will get.
I had the No Bull poster on my wall with the 3, Rodman, Pippen, and him, and the Wings poster on
the
my
way
wall.
I like that was
the
one
Wings
of the
posters. Amazing.
The first thing that I bought for my oldest son was the Wings.
Yeah.
Now what is it? It's not even a poster. What are they like? More like a fathead. It's not cut out, but it just sticks to the wall. You don't need tape anymore. Remember, we would thumbtack our posters up or tape our posters up.
But it was a young Jordan. He had the gold chain around the neck. It was awesome.
Yeah, like and that sound of that United Center. And there were I think there were 3 championships that the Bulls won at home of the 6. 92 against the Trailblazers. They came back from 15 down in Game 6. Never a Game 7, by the way. Father's Day of 96. Michael comes back. His dad, James Jordan, had been murdered when he was in retirement. So to win it again for the first time since his dad's death on Father's Day was quite the emotional moment for Michael. And then 97 when Steve Kerr hit it, and it was pretty cool because yes, there were many Jordan buzzer beaters and Jordan championship clinchers like the following year, but there were also big shots from John Paxson in 93 at the end of the game. Very similar. The 93 and 97 Game 6s were very similar, where it was another person hitting the shot and they needed a defensive stand at the end to basically finish them off. Just great memories.
I mean, you just go back in time and realize how lucky and fortunate you were to experience that.
Every day. I think about it. I've got all my stuff hanging up in my basement. And, like, again, I always believe that the harder you work, the luckier you get. But to also get your start covering a historically great team.
Yeah.
Like a team that many consider to be one of the best all-time sports teams ever is...
Well, think about it's, some teams win, but they don't win in exciting or elaborate fashion. That team had the best player of all time. You had Rodman for 3 of them. Mm-hmm. There was so much pomp and circumstance with that organization over that course of time. It was something else. It'll never be repeated, I don't think.
If you want to talk to us, 312-332-3776. Cubs trail in the 10th, 2-1. We'll keep you posted if they win or lose this game.
Pomerantz gave up his first run as a Cubs pitcher. 38 years old, right?
Does he get
It's not an earned run.
Yeah, because he doesn't get charged. It's the runner started at second. That wasn't his run.
Okay, but is it just who gets the run then? Nobody.
It's just an unearned run.
But does he? I know it's unearned.
The run, I think, goes on
to the
his
team.
Yeah.
That's why I asked you.
Okay, so technically he still hasn't given up an earned run in
Correct.
7. This was 17 and a third innings that he's pitched now as a Cub?
It was bases loaded, nobody out, and he got out of it with just 1 run given up.
Yes.
So that was a pretty good job. And it's why I asked you guys like a week or two ago when PCA was the ghost runner to start the inning and he had a stolen base and then he scored, like, if those stats go down. Because the stats don't go up against for Pomerantz because he didn't allow the runner on, but the stats count for the base runner. Isn't it? It's odd with what counts and what doesn't count.
I guess it's kind of... I understand why the pitcher shouldn't be really penalized, but because you've got a runner in scoring position to start the inning. But then if you want to be a hard ass just to get him out, you did give it up.
Yeah, but like if a guy gets on an error,
it's unearned.
It's unearned. So
that's true. Get it out. That's all you got to do is get it out, right?
Yeah, I know, but it's tough. What's the percentage of runners with nobody out starting at second base in Major League Baseball?
Depends on the team.
Yeah, that's true. I guess with all 30 teams, when you calculate that, I bet you it's 50-50, isn't it? Or do you think it's lower than 50-50 of them scoring?
I think it's high.
I would guess it's higher.
Yeah.
Really?
50-50.
Although I did see, I forget, it may have been Marquee, it may have been a Dodger game the other day. They were showing the stats of, because you'd think the home team would be at a major advantage in these situations because you know how much you need to score. And if you do shut them out in the top half, it changes the strategy in the bottom half.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess the winning percentage for home teams in general in baseball, I think, is about like 57%. But in extra innings, it's like 52%.
I don't mind it. I know Waddle always... You used to hate it. I don't know if you hate it anymore.
I don't hate a lot anymore. I'm old and tired, so I don't really get agitated about a ton of stuff.
I feel like that's why you hate things more, because you're old and tired.
I go the other way. I think it's gimmicky. I really do.
It is. I mean, but like it's now part of the game, and it's a quick way to get in and out of extra innings.
Yeah, I'm not going to rage against it for sure. I mean, it's not a circus. It doesn't demean the game in a horrible way.
Right.
It's just, it's a gimmick. It's gimmick.
Well, and it goes away in the postseason, too.
Yeah.
Which is great. Same thing with hockey.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't have a shootout.
We always compare it to that.
Yes.
Jimmy is on the north side. Then I want to ask you about the Pacers tonight against the Thunder. What's up, Jimmy?
How's it going, fella?
Jimmy.
Everything's good. What's on your mind?
Happy Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to chime in on this White Sox stuff because, the decline of that team was unbelievably epic. No doubt about it. Yohan Moncada and Eloy Jimenez disappointed me the most because they didn't stretch and they didn't hit batting practice. And you know what that is? That's a problem with a franchise that doesn't know how to win and do it the right way from top to bottom.
Yes.
So let that be a warning to the Chicago Cubs, to the Chicago Bears, and I heard Hoodie talking about it. Yeah, it's great. Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, PCA. Let's see the wins at the end of the day because this city has sucked at sports for years. We're desperate and we suck. It's just time for go get the defensive end from the Bengals. Go get Sale. You know what I mean, guys?
Yeah, no, I think it's right. And listen, I think you make a great point, Jimmy, too, about whether it was Moncada or Eloy, because effort was an issue. Effort hasn't been an issue with Robert. He's stealing bases. He's playing, Gold Glove caliber center field. He's hustling, as you said.
Does Robert put in the work off the field that he's supposed to?
Maybe not. I don't know.
And I don't know the answer to that either. I'm asking.
But on the field, his effort is 10 times what we used to see from Eloy and from Moncada.
Well, those guys did not stretch before baseball games and got multiple leg injuries over the course of 2 years. I mean, what are we doing here, guys?
Moncada's out now for the Angels with knee swelling. Yeah.
I bought tickets to the Angels game just so I could razz him right next to the on-deck circle. That guy drove me nuts with his electric pink batting gloves and, inability to run out a ball at first base. Give me a break. Yeah. Silvy, you're right. I never want that guy on your roster.
Never. I don't care how desperate I am for a third baseman. I'll find one somewhere else. If they would give me Moncada, right, I would not want him.
I'll play third base for you, bud. I mean, we don't need that nonsense.
Man, you're more of a basketball player, aren't you?
I played baseball in college.
Oh, that's right. I forgot
And
that.
I'm currently manager of an 8U team that's headed to the playoffs.
Oh, right.
Very good.
Jimmy.
Glencoe Wet Bandits, guys. Serious franchise on the rise.
You guys are the Wet Bandits?
Yeah, that's right.
That's
we have
nice.
2 teams.
That's very good.
Yeah, it's good stuff. But, strategy's my thing now, guys. So keep an eye out.
Well, good luck in the postseason.
Jimmy in the he's in the northern suburbs, not north side, but he kept his name through all these years, now that he's a dad and he's managing. But yeah, that's the other thing that you remember about those Sox teams is the lack of effort and the lack of even running to first base.
Yeah,
Like
they were told at one
preached
point,
it.
they were told, to pace yourself.
Yeah, because no one could figure out their soft tissue injuries. Cubs do lose. So it is a final now, Cubs fans. 312-332-3776. This was one of those frustrating games that you had another runner thrown out of the plate in Hap. You didn't even advance. Like the runner on second in this 10th inning.
Didn't even get to third.
He didn't even get to third with a heart of the order.
Yeah, I was
up.
just going to say, you went Hap, you went Tucker, you went Suzuki.
And these are the games. This is the extra at bat that I talk about and I preach about. And I know Hap's been better. This is not an anti-Hap thing.
No, it's a good point.
If it's late in the game, if it's a 9th inning or the 10th, and there's a runner on second, who do I want up for the extra at bat? Do I want Ian Happ or do I want PCA?
You want PCA.
And I will always. I even if Ian Happ is a better on base guy. Quote, he fits the leadoff description in the conventional way a little bit better. The Cubs have 2 dynamic bats. 2. And if you want to say, like, Sale, when he's going well, can be pretty dynamic with his power
He's
this year.
dynamic so far this year.
Yeah. But those 2 in Tucker and PCA are at a different level. And if you're not getting to PCA because he's lower in the order, I think that's a failure. I do, and I also put it on the players that those guys, Hap, Tucker, and then Seiya could not get the run in either.
This is the second time, too, with the Rocky game that went to extra innings, they had 1, 2, 3 up, and they didn't push a run across then either.
And was PCA on deck both times?
I don't remember where PCA was.
He may have been.
Now, they ended up winning that Rockies game, but still,
Sometimes it's dumb luck, and PCA will be left on deck no matter where he's hitting. But when it is a math game, and obviously the guys who hit at the top of the order will always mathematically come up more in a season, this is a game that I hate having PCA in the on-deck circle.
This was one of those games. This was a kick in the real nuts today if you're a Cubs fan.
Yeah, there's no joking nuts today.
No joking nuts. This was a kick in the real balls.
Yeah. So, Cubs fans, if you want to weigh in, and do you agree with me on that? Like, it just can't happen anymore. And I'm not saying this to second guess. This has been I've been on this from, as soon as PCA started to turn things. Your best player should hit at the top of the order, period. Tucker's a perfect 2-hitter. Put PCA at 1. I don't care if he is struggling with the on-base percentage. He just makes stuff happen. And I don't want to leave him on base. I know someone's...
Left him in the on-deck circle
put Randy
today.
on. Randy and I usually disagree on stuff. He's more of a Cap dude.
You think he's choosing favorites for his sports perspectives?
I bet you here. Randy, if you do your ESPN 1000 power rankings of personalities, how far down do you go to get to me? Randy?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Never heard the intro.
Okay, so
how far down?
Yeah, so if you're doing it, you're a big listener in Seattle, you're from here, you've met some of the guys here. If you do your power rankings of ESPN personalities, how far down do you have to go to get to me? I bet you pretty far.
Not necessarily, Silly, because you alternate between brilliance and annoyance. Honestly.
I'll take that as a compliment.
What's he sporting today, Randy?
Well, in any given show, he's usually a combination of both.
That's right. I am what I am, right?
You is what you is,
Yeah,
so
I like that.
no question.
All right, so give it to me. Why do you not want PCA at the top of the lineup?
All right, quick scenario for you. Okay, your number one hitter is a 250 prototypical leadoff guy. Your second hitter is a 250 prototypical 2 guy. Your third hitter is a 300 hitting 3 guy with gap power, maybe some long ball. In the course of 162 games, Silvy, you and Tommy can take a guess. How many more hits will you generate from the 1 spot if you batted your number 3 guy there the entire season?
How many
more
more
hits
at
will
bats?
generate from that
hits
position?
Or at bats?
I can give you either answer, but I want you to tell me how many hits you'll generate.
Well, okay, so I believe there's like 60 or 70 more at bats. So if I go on a 25% basis there, then I'll say 15.
The answer is 1.8.
In a year?
Yes, sir. Because you have to start with the premise that if the number 1 and 2 guy do not make the final out of a game, then the number 3 guy is hitting exactly as many times, correct?
Yes. That would
okay.
Yes.
All right. If you assume an equal distribution of final outs of a game over a 162 game season, each batting position is going to make 18 final outs of a game. It's 162, 9 times 18. That means the leadoff hitter is going to bat 36 more times than the number 3 hitter. In 36 at-bats, a 250 hitter is going to get 9 hits. He hits 1 at every 4. A 300 hitter in 36 at-bats is going to hit 10.8.
Yeah, but you're not figuring in the times that batter doesn't come to the plate because you don't flip the lineup over enough. Like, that's my premise. I think. No. Go ahead.
Silvy, let me clarify. Again, if the number 1 and 2 hitters do not make the final out, the number 3 hitter has hit just as many times.
I had a bunch of scotch last night and got up at 5 this morning. My head, I'm trying to do the math, and my head's about to explode.
I'm not going to. Randy, thank you.
I think in just general terms, I think I subscribe to the theory without having the mathematical evidence to back this up. I would want my better players getting more at bats. And again, I mean, I don't know what the math tells you with that.
Well, like my math, I took intermediate algebra for my college course credit. That tells you where I am. I suck at math. I display that every day on the show. But I've always been led to believe that they calculate this, that the number 1 hitter gets like 60 or so more at bats on the year than a guy further down in the lineup. And then it gets, the lower you go, then it's like 50 at bats and then 45 at bats. That it's just by virtue of turning the lineup over and not getting to the 4th or 5th time. Doesn't
Where's
the top
Carmen
hitter,
when you need him? Mr. Analytics. Baseball.
Where's
Carmen,
Miller?
if you're listening.
Miller or Carmen, call into the show and explain
Miller's
this.
probably in the back, isn't he?
Like, Randy could be right. I'm not disputing that. Tyler, did you follow it?
I don't know if I buy the numbers that he was selling there.
1.8?
Yeah, that seemed way, way, way too low.
And I know what he was saying, that if the first and second hitters don't make the last out, but sometimes they do.
Right.
Let me ask you a question.
No matter how good they are.
Where do they bat Shohei?
Leadoff. Tatis, leadoff.
Thank you, Jake.
Why wouldn't I agree with you? Why wouldn't you just get your best guy?
Yeah, I mean,
most at bats you possibly can.
That's the premise, the simplest premise I'm working on. And even though he's not getting on base like at a hap clip, he's more dynamic and he could steal you a base late in the game. So if he gets on,
he's getting the second minimum.
Hap doesn't do that anymore.
To be honest, I wouldn't be opposed to batting Tucker leadoff. Under that premise, it's not like he doesn't steal bases.
That's fine too.
Yeah.
Like, I need Tucker and I need PCA getting the most at bats on the Chicago Cubs. No matter how good Seiya is, no matter how good Hap is, those 2 guys need to get to the game. Get to the plate sooner at the end of the game than the other dude.
And by the way, Tucker has the highest on-base percentage on this roster by a large margin.
Yeah, and he takes some of the best at-bats that we see, too, out of – and Hap takes good at
He
bats,
does,
but
too.
he doesn't have the same level of production
No, you're
as
right.
Tucker.
You're right. Hap's in a sweet spot right now. He's done some really nice things. He had he had 2 really good at bats his first 2 times he faced Skeens today. But, that's a really small sample. It's a tiny sample size. I can subscribe to the concept of my best hitters need to get the most opportunities.
That's it. It's pretty simple, and I believe that for the last few years, the way baseball has changed. Scott and Elgin, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Scotty?
Hey, happy Friday, boys.
Happy Friday.
Yeah, we made it. All right, so I know Waddle's hungover still.
Not really.
Sylvy's on a tangent, but I agree with Silvy here. We do need to get PCA some more at-bats, especially late in games. I wouldn't bat him lead off. I'd put him in the 2-hole. You want to know who was hitting 2-hole in Game 7 of the World Series? Kyle freaking Schwarber. So, yes, your best hitter should be hitting somewhere between 1 to 3. And PCA has protection in this lineup with Tucker and Seiya, so you can put him at 2, put people around him, and he's still got protection.
Yeah.
I just don't want to get rid of his power hitting him first, and then he's batting lead off and hitting solo bombs. But, yeah, I like it, and I'll hang up and listen.
It's
Have
good
a
enough.
weekend, guys.
Thanks, you too. It's good enough for the Dodgers with Shohei hitting lead off. It's good enough for Tatis, as Jake was saying with the Padres. I just the best guys should be getting the most chances.
Yeah,
That's just the way. That's why your best shooters take the most shots in basketball.
Exactly.
Yeah,
they
you're
get
trying
the
to get
most
the ball. The guys in football, you're getting the most touches to, are the guys that are the most talented.
That's it.
Doesn't mean other guys can't contribute, but
it's like I said. I equate this to what I said to Vinny Del Negro, that fateful interview back in 08 or 09, when I said D Rose at the end of the game. He had Thabo Cephalosha in the game and not D Rose. Oh, you think he's ready? I'm like, well, this is how he learns. I want PCA up at the plate sooner than anybody except Tucker. If you want to put Tucker 1, PCA 2, sell that to me. But I don't need Seiya up or Hap before him. And look, I somehow get the reputation of being a whiner on the show. I don't know how.
I think it's disgraceful that people say that.
Unbelievable. You. It's not like my voice sounds whiny or anything, or nasally.
People suck.
But this is not based on this result. This isn't outcome bias. This has been something that I've been preaching for most of the year.
Yeah.
312-332-3776. Waddle's World is next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
WindowWorks has been the trusted choice for Chicago homeowners for over 30 years, delivering custom windows and doors that fit your style, home, and budget. No cookie-cutter installs, just factory-certified pros and top-quality results that you can count on. And with summer heating up, now's the perfect time to upgrade. Act fast. Buy one window, get one free. That's happening now. All you have to do is dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to schedule your free consultation and estimate. That's pound 250, keyword Waddle. Call them now.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. It's important to know what you want, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make applications for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You've heard me profess love for my 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports. And right now is your opportunity to buy your Defender at pre-tariff prices. For my travel to the draft in Green Bay, to my weekends with my son's travel baseball team, every trip is an adventure, and the Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you expect from Land Rover. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 25 Defenders. At current prices, these are sure to move quickly. So visit them today just off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at Orloff.com.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August, and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
This is the next phase in my therapeutic work.
Nicole Kidman returns for the Hulu original 9 Perfect Strangers Season 2.
Breathe in, breathe out.
This is safe?
We take you back to a core trauma. Breathe in, breathe out.
She is manipulating us.
Breathe in, breathe out. While you're resisting.
Is it too late to get a refund? The all-new season of 9 Perfect Strangers is now streaming on Hulu and Disney+. New episodes Wednesdays.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
Was Ronnie on that 94 team quaking in his boots, thinking that the Bears were rolling into town after a playoff win against the Vikings?
Oh, you're talking about the video from the 94 game?
Was Ronnie on that team?
I bet you he was retired.
Was.
Oh, you think he was still?
I bet he wasn't. No, I don't know.
All right, double check. But it was Mitch and Bartlett sent me that video. It was the 1994 intro.
Oh, he was not with the 49ers at that point. I believe he went to the Jets and was with the Jets in 93-94. So no. So Ronnie didn't have to deal with this. Got the day off.
It was the introduction of the 94 and was this the NFC, this second round of the playoffs?
Second round, because we had
the divisional round?
Yeah. And they spent, 35, 40 seconds just playing highlights, and rightfully so, because that was a glorious 49ers team.
Steve Young was the quarterback. Yes. Jerry Rice was still there. Deion Sanders was on that team. Charles Haley was probably on that team.
Yes, he was.
They had all these great players, and it was Dick Stockton doing the game in the intro. And he's like, this is where it's David versus Goliath, and these are the 49ers are the Goliaths. And then he transitioned, and he's like, and the first David they face is Dave Wanstead. You know, they play on words. And then they go, this Chicago Bears team doesn't have a true star. And as they say that, they're showing Waddle stretching. It's a close-up of Waddle stretching as he is saying this Bears team doesn't have any stars.
Glorious head of hair, though, wasn't it, guys? Just unbelievable. By the way, that Cowboys team, they won the Super Bowl 49-26. They beat San Diego senseless.
Yeah.
They beat the Cowboys 38-28 in the NFC title game. They beat us 44-15 in that game. I'm trying to see kind of what the stats were in that game.
It was still supposed to be a taking off point for the Bears, and that they would build on that in 95. And while their offense was great in 95,
give me some stats on that game, can you, Tyler? Yeah, not good.
I bet you had two catches for 13 yards.
I think I just pulled a muscle. Oh. I had no catches the week before against the Vikings. You know what I did? You know how proud I am of that accomplishment. Recovered an onside kick to seal the deal.
Hands team,
that's right. I could barely drag my right leg along the field at that point. I don't know what they had us completely bottled up from the opening snap. It was not even close.
That team was a fun team, though, the Bears, because you guys did overachieve that year and to beat the Vikings after losing to them twice in the regular season. And I hated Chris Carter then.
Chris Carter, one of the best receivers that ever play the game, my friend.
He would let you know about it too.
Yeah, he would. We were down 30-3 at the half. I wet myself. 30-3 at the half was the halftime score of that game. We scored 12 points in the final 15 minutes of play.
Oh, look at this! Look at this! What a game you had! You led the Chicago Bears in receiving that day. Tom Waddle, how many catches, how many yards?
3 catches for 32 yards.
What was the final score in this game?
He led them in receiving, and remember, they had Curtis Conway and Jeff Graham on this team. 44-15 was the final score in San Francisco.
Didn't we also, who was our tight end? Kid from
Ryan Wetnight? Keith Jennings?
No. I believe it was, he came from the Patriots. He played at Iowa. He was a great guy. Marv...
I don't think he played in this game. I know who you're talking about. He was hurt a lot. Marv Cook.
Was he not in the game?
I don't see him. I see Eric Kramer.
Keith Jennings was in this game because Keith, I think, had a touchdown catch against the Vikings the week before. So what kind of monster tally did we have?
I'm going to guess you had 5 catches, 42 yards.
No chance. Dion was across from me all afternoon.
He had 3 catches, 49 yards.
Whoa, yes!
A long of 20.
That's 15 yards plus per catch.
And I bet you, I will give you 4 chances, and I bet you won't tell me who the second leading receiver was on that for that
Terry
game.
Obi.
Terry Obi did not scratch the stat sheet.
I'm going to go with Johnny Bailey.
Johnny Bailey, I don't see on this team either. Were you on this team?
I don't remember.
It was Mark Green.
Really?
Yes. Robert Green, I mean. Robert Green.
Yeah, different.
He was a running back, right?
Yes, he was. I was trying to think of the running backs we had.
He had 5 catches for 43 yards. And then Jeff Graham was held to 4 catches for 33 yards. Conway had 3 catches for 25 yards. I thought this was very interesting, too. Lewis Tillman was one of your running backs. Remember, he was a free agent that they loved from the Giants? Guess how many yards Lewis Tillman rushed for in this game?
11.
In a playoff game.
11.
You're close.
10.
You're closer.
14. 9.
You're closer.
8.
You're closer.
7.
You're closer.
6.
You're
5. 4.
5 yards.
5 yards.
6 carries, 5 yards for Lewis Tillman, a big free agent signing.
Listen, the 49ers won the Super Bowl that year. They were great on both sides of the ball. What do you want?
Raymond Harris added 8 carries for 26 yards on the ground game.
Sounds like somebody I know probably had the best day of any Bear.
You did. And that was your last game as a Bear.
That was the last game I played ever.
That's not a bad look. How many people can say my last game with the Chicago Bears, I led the team in receiving?
With my
playoff
game,
yeah. With my hamstring wrapped, and Dion absolutely shutting me down every time I came off the line of scrimmage.
Doesn't sound like he shut you down.
That's true. Eric Davis probably on that team too.
Yeah, Eric Davis, Tim
Fantastic.
McDonald,
Yeah,
Tim Cook,
now you're
Ken
talking,
Norton,
Jake.
Gary Plummer.
Yes, they couldn't hold me down.
Yeah, they were Bryant Young, Dennis Stubblefield.
Great players.
So good.
Dude, so do you remember me just giving you guys hell that game?
I'm not going to lie, no.
No, I teed. I put it on the tee for you, didn't I?
Yeah.
Put it on the tee for you. That team, guess how many Pro Bowlers the 49ers had that year?
8. 7 or 8.
Wrong.
More. 9.
Wrong.
It can't be 10.
10.
They had 10 Pro Bowlers?
Merton Hanks, Brent Jones, Tim McDonald, Bart Oates, Jerry Rice, Deion Sanders, Jesse Sapolu, Dana Stubblefield, Ricky Waters, Steve Young. You think we were going to beat that team? No. Nobody beat that team.
How many years do you have to go back currently for the Bears to have 10 Pro Bowlers? Like, not in 1 year, to a total of 10 from 2024 going backwards.
Oh, you've got to go all the way back to Olin and Urlacher and
No, I bet
Peanut.
you could get to 18.
No,
Right?
yeah,
No.
2018. Like 10 total, I'm saying.
Not in a single season.
Not in
You're
a single
saying, like-
season.
so,
Going
like-
back from working your way
I know.
backwards from
I got
2025. We had what this year? Jalen Johnson, right? That was the only one?
I believe so,
The
yeah.
year before that, it was Montez Sweat and Jalen Johnson. That's 3. So then, so on and so forth.
Well, don't give me so on and so
Did
forth. Give me-
Roquan make a Pro Bowl?
Probably.
Khalil Mack probably made a Pro Bowl.
Okay.
Trubisky
Probably
made
made a few.
a Pro Bowl. Kyle Long made
Eddie
some Pro Bowls.
Jackson.
Yeah. I think back.
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know how we didn't win many Super Bowls with all those Pro Bowlers, guys.
Well, listen, getting to 10 and having to go to like 2018 is still not great.
That's what, 8 seasons?
Yeah.
I didn't even know how we got into this rabbit hole.
Because of the intro to Waddle's World, and then you brought up the video that I sent you from Mitch and Bartlett.
A Sam's Club outlet had to destroy more than $10,500 worth of Spam and Vienna sausage after a 70-year-old man urinated on 2 pallets of the canned foods.
That's a felony.
Florida
I don't care
police
if he's 70.
allege.
Why is he doing that?
Well, I mean, if you take a look at his mugshot, I'm not sure he knew what was going on. Just don't.
I don't know. That looks like your typical 70-year-old Florida dude.
Yeah, right. Sure. He's not your typical guy.
So this didn't make Florida or Ohio. It must mean we have a good one.
By the way, did you see this from earlier? Florida, Ohio, another Florida story. Antonio Brown sought on attempted murder charge. Authorities in Miami-Dade County seeking to arrest former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown on a charge of attempted murder stemming from a shooting at a celebrity boxing event in May, according to a warrant reviewed by the Washington Post.
I remember reading about it back then, and then
Do you remember seeing the video from it?
I think so, yes. And I always say to myself, as I'm reading something about AB, about Antonio Brown, none of this surprises me. Like,
Unfortunately.
The Antonio Brown story is going to end very poorly. Well, there are many ways I believe it can end, but it's just terrible.
Here's a story that I don't believe is accurate. Science proves Americans really do have the filthiest mouths in the online world. I don't believe that to be true. I don't know why.
As far as like swearing,
Americans use vulgar language online more than any other English-speaking country at a rate of roughly 1 in every 2,800 words.
So are you counting like Englishmen who use those words as standard words? Like there are a couple that I'm thinking of.
I bet you if you're hanging out in Ireland or Great Britain, the C word is used like, and I'm not talking chalk.
Yeah, this is one of the words I was thinking of, and they use that word all the time in
Mobland?
Mobland, which I'm catching up on. I'm starting to
I
get
find
through
it hard to believe that we're the sweariest country on the planet.
I don't
English
find it
speaking.
hard to believe, though.
Really?
Oh, there's a lot of vitriol.
Yeah, I feel like Americans are more likely to double up.
Oh, really? So
like bleep and bleep.
Really?
Whereas like
okay,
Europeans,
I never
they may
really
go
thought
like,
about
they
that.
May go
That's
like
not their style.
Bloody something.
Okay,
And don't
That's
we?
fair.
Isn't it more of an American tradition? I'm sure soccer fans do this though too. But with all the different sports leagues that we have, I feel like most sports fans swear while they're describing a game.
Probably, yeah. There's also more sports here
That's
that
what
we
I'm
consume.
saying. Yeah, because it's not. Well, they have soccer, we have football. Then there's baseball. Then there's the NBA. Then there's the NHL.
Right, and then there's college.
Yes, they don't have any of that.
All right. Maybe you've convinced me. An avocado a day can bring excellent sleep your way.
Not true.
Researchers discover unexpected connection between eating one avocado daily and improved sleep health, even as overall heart scores remain unchanged.
I am a person who eats an avocado every single day.
You're an outlier. Eating one avocado daily for 26 weeks improved sleep health scores by 3.2 points, along with diet quality and blood lipid levels. Now I'm talking medical stuff.
I had a gummy last night, and I was still up at 4 a.m.
That's not an avocado. That's a gummy.
No, but I have a gummy I have an avocado every day. Every morning I have an avocado.
Then you're the outlier. Because right here on this very computer, it says an avocado a day will help you sleep better. I'm not sure why you're a exception to that rule. What? Woman, I love these stories. Woman declared dead by a coroner, moved to her coffin, and turns out she was alive.
This again, another story like this.
Happens not all the time, but happens more frequently than it should. A woman in the Czech Republic showed signs of life in her coffin after paramedics and coroners confirmed her death. How is that possible?
I don't know.
I have this story happen once a month, and every time after I read it, I go, how is that possible?
Keep reading. They say it's called the Lazarus effect.
A woman declared dead by the coroner after her husband found her unresponsive in bed, was being placed in a coffin when morticians made a startling discovery. She was very much alive. I'm going to the, I don't see where they call it the Lazarus.
So, what's the first thing they put you in after you die? Do they put you in a body bag?
Probably.
Can you breathe through that if you were to wake up? Like, to get to the coffin stage of this seems like a long time past.
You've been terribly ignored. Like, nobody's watching you.
What is the Lazarus effect that you're talking about?
Rising from the dead.
Correct.
Yeah. I don't. Coroner also confirmed the woman's death, and undertakers were called to move the body into a coffin.
I think that's that story. They put her in a coffin first.
Yeah.
Ugh.
And then she was alive. A Swiss man buried in snow for 2 hours breaks a world record.
Oh, he did this on purpose?
The Swiss man put his cold and endurance to the test and broke a Guinness World Record by spending more than 2 hours buried in the snow while wearing only his swimming trunks.
So was he buried above his head or just like to his chest?
I don't have any pictures of this. But I believe it was over his face as well. Elias Meyer, a competitive powerlifter, said he decided to take on the title for the longest time spent in direct full-body contact with snow after discovering no one had yet cracked the 2-hour mark. So full body.
Pretty incredible.
Couple of things that leave me terrified.
Yeah.
Being buried in snow and being in a coffin.
Back-to-back stories.
When we come back, we'll do a little something we call Florida or Ohio.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. And that's why you got to go to Great Clips. You can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever you have time. They even send you a ready next text when it's time for you to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips save your haircut details in clip notes so you can get the same great cut next time you're in, no matter who you see. And the best part, Great Clips haircut prices are so affordable, you can look and feel great while still saving money left over for all those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Tired of losing power? Feeling powerless? Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric today for a free estimate on a whole home standby generator. Never be without power again. Fully installed systems starting at just $99 a month. Power your sump pump, your fridge, your freezer, your garage doors, your heating and cooling so your home stays safe and comfortable. Four Seasons is the largest and most award-winning Generac dealer in Illinois.
Call it 664 Seasons.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
Watching Clorox cleanup spray dissolve tough grime in the shower feels like...
Wait, this really just happened? I'm shocked. Underwear and everything?
It feels like being able to zip up your overpacked suitcase on the first try.
Smooth.
With Clorox, clean feels satisfying. Clean feels good. Use as directed.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Look for Mirafast at Walmart today. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ, that's JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
After a baseball game yesterday, a bunch of kids came over to the house. Mason and Braxton's friends, what'd they do? Went outside into the driveway and they played basketball. Brand new hoop from my guys over at FenceWorks. You can check them out at theguyon41.com. All sorts of selections on the hoops. I got the one that lowers to 6 feet and goes as high as NBA size at 10 feet. Anything in between, whatever you want. The kids can do it. It's that easy to move. and it's got the NBA-sized backboard as well. If you don't need one with all those features, they've got other options to fit your budget. They've got custom-built play sets, nothing out of the box, no middleman. They'll do it and be very hands-on with you. Best customer service out there with FenceWorks. It's why they've been in business for over 58 years now. Family-owned, third generation. The guy on 41.com, the safest and best trampoline on the market. And FenceWorks, it's in the name. They've got the best fences on the market as well. They'll custom build all of that with whatever material and look that you're looking for. Find them today at theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com.
Get ready to play the game that's sweeping the nation. Public drunkenness. Exotic animals. Dumb criminals. Random stabbings. Or maybe just some good old-fashioned debauchery. Everything's on the table. It's the Sunshine State versus the Buckeye State as we play Florida or Ohio. And as always, listeners, feel free to play along at home.
Florida or Ohio is brought to you by Universal Lighting. Upgrade your building's lighting to energy-saving LEDs. Go to ULASaves.com. That's ULASaves.com. What do you got, Tyler?
Man charged after cops say he locked himself in a Walmart bathroom to enjoy stolen beer and tuna.
It's a combo, isn't it?
You can get tuna in Walmart?
Quite the meal.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, canned tuna? Yeah, definitely.
I think that's probably a go-to thing, even if it's not a super Walmart. You probably got an aisle with tuna in it. Canned tuna.
Really? I haven't had canned tuna since I lived in Cincinnati in high school.
Oh, I used to eat it back in the day, years ago here at the station. I would open it up, and at one time
they can open, or was it one of those with the?
It was the
like
bag.
The soda top.
It was the bag where you'd rip it open when Starkist Tuna started making it there, and it would stink up the whole joint. People
tuna in a bag, huh?
Tuna in a bag.
Doesn't sound very good.
So you were the tuna guy in the office.
I was the tuna guy back in the day in the office. Made me fart like hell though, and I stopped.
Walmart loss prevention worker reported earlier this June that he approached a man on the sales floor due to him having previously been banned from the store, but the man walked into the family bathroom and locked himself in there with items he had selected. He said the man was refusing to exit and believed to be enjoying a meal of tuna and beer.
Yeah, he was having a party in the bathroom. Who wouldn't want to do that?
What kind of beer?
He was surrounded by empty beer bottles and a bottle of Bailey's Irish Cream.
I think the beer was Schaefer's.
Did not specify the beer.
Bailey's, huh? So he had like a little dessert, a little creamy drink. I used to drink Bailey's at the end of the night. Have a glass of Bailey's on the rocks.
Bailey's at the end of the night, Vinny.
Bailey's on the rocks.
This sounds very benign. I'll go Cleveland.
I'm going to go Florida on this one. Yeah, this is Panhandle of Florida.
Jake?
I'm going to go Ohio.
It took place in South Euclid, Ohio.
That's Cleveland.
A little closest to the pin for you.
I made it. That was an ace. That was a ball and hole right there. South Euclid is a Cleveland suburb, my friend.
Not the one.
Somebody's got a dynamite stick if you're in Florida in there. Like you don't just have tuna and beer.
And he's not really. He bought the stuff too. He did steal it.
No, he stole it.
Oh, he did steal it. Okay.
He was banned from the store previously.
Banned from the store.
I mean, if you're in Florida, you also have a machete and 2 sticks of dynamite.
Have you ever been banned from anywhere?
I don't think so.
When you were a young delinquent at BC, you guys didn't get banned?
No, I don't think we've ever been banned. We were told to leave a couple of times, but never banned. There's a huge difference between that. They appreciated our patronage.
All right, coming up next, Jesse's going to join us. Cubs lose today in extra innings. Is this a major problem? Not only were we talking about the lineup at PCA and he didn't get another at-bat before. Seiya got one, so did Happ. Tucker did as well. But what about the Cubs against good pitching? And it's one thing, yes, to not score as many runs against great pitching, but the Cubs aren't scoring anything against great pitching. We'll investigate this coming up next.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Welcome to the Chicago White Sox newest affiliate, Vatican City. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox, celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV.
I was just telling you about all the kids over at my house yesterday. They all had baseball games. Afterwards, they all came to our house. They played hoops. And then they were eating. And one of the kids opened up the freezer for dessert, and he noticed the Connie's frozen pizza. And he said, just like you talk about on the radio, this is my friend Brian's son, Jonas Rubin. And he was like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. See? Right there in the freezer, there's the Connie's frozen pizza.
Right next to the bag of tuna.
No bag of tuna in the freezer, no. And we don't carry tuna anymore in the Silverman house. It's Friday. It's rainy. You don't want to go out. You don't want to cook. So get yourself some Connie's frozen pizza at the grocery store. Have yourself a weekend. Don't lock yourself in the bathroom and eat pizza and drink beer. But just enjoy Connie's frozen pizza tonight. It's Chicago-style, thin, crispy. I cut it into squares just like they do at the shop. Connie's frozen pizzas are classic thin pies made with that same cornmeal crust that Connie's has been serving for over 60 years. They're perfectly cheesy and saucy, and they're exactly what you want on hand when you're craving pizza. So do what we do. The kids even notice. Get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's frozen pizza. Born right here in Chicago. Enjoyed everywhere. Available at your local grocer's freezer.
Summer's coming fast. Don't let old windows wreck your comfort or your energy bill. Window Works has been Chicago's trusted expert for over 30 years with custom windows and doors built to fit your home, style, and budget. No shortcuts, just factory certified pros and flawless installs. Right now, buy one window, get one free. But hurry, the deal won't last long. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to lock in your free consultation. That's pound 250, keyword Waddle, and do it now.
White Sox fans, a day at the ballpark is a classic summer activity, so grab your crew and take advantage of savings all summer long with our summer savings section presented by Wintrust. Now through the end of the season, enjoy select lower-level tickets for $20 on all weekday games and $25 on all weekend games while supplies last. Includes fees, some exclusions apply. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. Use apply in app only.
The Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney continues. Hey, it's Shane Orling. Come out to Four Shadows on Ashland and Diversey in Chicago tomorrow night. Mick Ultra is the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and they're inviting us out to watch the Chicago Fire FC take on Nashville and play some foosball. Someone will win a messy Mick Ultra jersey, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Let's raise an ice-cold Mick Ultra at Four Shadows tomorrow night at 7. Please drink responsibly.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Harry Douglas here. Picture this. You're staying at a hotel, about to take an important video call, but the Wi-Fi is slower than 1997 dial-up. You struggle with your phone's hotspot as clients complain about your connection. These stressful situations don't have to happen, folks. When you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you get free, high-speed Wi-Fi to handle critical emails, join meetings on time, and even unwind with your favorite shows. No more worrying about spotty connections. Enjoy stress-free stays with reliable Wi-Fi. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, a couple headlines from today. The Cubs lose in extras 2-1 in 10. The Pirates had bases loaded, nobody out against Drew Pomerantz in the 10th inning. Pomerantz limited it to only 1 run. That's pretty good. Runner on second starts the inning, bases got loaded, and they only scored 1. And the Cubs then down 1 as the home team had the heart of the order up, and it went Happ, Tucker, Seiya all out. They didn't even get the runner over to third. I've been complaining to Jesse about this for a while now, that to me, PCA's got to be higher in the order so he comes up for an extra time later in the game. Like, I've seen some people on Twitter, and I'll give you the stats behind this, too. We were debating about the analytics on this. Randy from Seattle called. These are the numbers that I remember most. Meller sent these to us. I tweeted about them if you want to take a look at it. This goes back to the 2023 season. I would assume that they're pretty similar for 2024. But the number one hitter usually would, in 2023, got 750 plate appearances. So we get to the plate 750 times. When the number 2 hitter comes, he gets 733 total at-bats. So it's like 17 at-bats less. Batting second to third, you lose another like 19 at-bats at 714. So now the difference between the first hitter and his plate appearances versus the third hitter is 750 versus 714. So now we're getting into some substantial numbers. And then the fourth hitter where PCA's batting right now, he gets 698 plate appearances a year. That's 52 appearances less than the leadoff hitter.
Which is significant.
Yeah, or even if he hits second, like if you want to put Tucker first and PCA second. I need my best hitters. Well, I understand he doesn't walk. I understand he could strike out, but he is your best or second best hitter, offensive weapon. And I want my offensive weapons getting the most plate appearances, period. And I think that's what baseball has gone to these days. Let's bring in Jesse Rogers, who joins us on the Yingling guest hotline. And he's brought to you by our guys over at Toyota. Just saw Shane from Toyota at our golf outing, who runs the entire region. He is spectacular. Chicagoland Toyota Dealer Association, Toyota, let's go places. Jesse, we've discussed this, so this isn't like a second guess based on what happened today. You can vouch for me that I have been on this, worrying about PCA again, standing in the leadoff, standing in the on deck circle while others get at bats before him.
Yeah, as soon as it happened today, I knew I was screwed when I came on because I've been advocating the other way around, Waddle. I mean, fourth isn't good enough for him, Waddle. Fourth isn't good enough. He needs to keep on going up, and you're right about the at-bats. I'm on that more than anybody. Like, the extra bats are the key, not even lefty-righty, lefty-right. Or get your better hitters up at the top. He's 182 off lefties, 213 on base against lefties, although the slug, he's hit 4 homers off him. I don't think he wants him leading off against lefties. And then if you're going to move him down against lefties and keep him up against righties, now everybody's moving around. I think Happ's pretty solid there. His power came back a little bit. We saw him back-to-back days, lefty homer, righty homer. He walks more than PCA. I'm not going to say you're wrong because he is probably the second best hitter, if not the best hitter in the last 2 months on the team. But I'm not going to fret over those 4 being in the order that they're in. Those are 4 good hitters at the top of the lineup.
The other thing we've talked about, Jesse, is the Cubs struggling against some of the better pitchers in Major League Baseball. I think Tyler has put together some of those numbers. We've talked about it all week. And again, Skeens today goes, 6 innings of runless baseball. I think in his last 8 starts now, Skeens has only given up 6 earned runs. So Tyler, do you have those numbers? Jesse, you probably have them too. But
yeah, so I went over the last month. And I found 64 and a third innings of work that they've gone up against. They have a .150 opponent batting average. These pitchers have a .73 whip, a 1.12 ERA. They've scored only 8 runs against them.
What are we to make of that, Jess? Is that just too small a sample size and everyone struggles against good pitching, or something to be concerned with?
No, I'd say that. I'd say it's just one of those things. And yes, you're going to have your moments against good pitching. A lot of it is when you face them, where you face them, all that kind of stuff. I've been on with you guys for over a decade. I'm always talking about how I'm a schedule guy. This is a bad spot right now. 26 in 27 days, but specifically now 3 cities, no day off, come back, night game, day game. When they get to Monday's off day, they can reset. And in the middle of all that is Scooble, is Wheeler, is Paul Skeens. Not an excuse, but facts are facts. And every team goes through those moments in the schedule where it looks a little wonky. And maybe it'd be more meaningful if Tyler did even more research. Again, what do the Phillies do against those sorts of pitchers over the same amount of time? Like we need,
or maybe your baseball guy does it. Yeah,
we need to compare.
You
it to
deserve
other
that,
teams.
Jesse, after taking a shot at Tyler.
That's our
there.
guy, right?
But 2 more things on this. First of all, they have really good at bats against Scooble. It just didn't work out. Same thing today. The 77 pitches thrown by Paul Skeens in 4 innings was the most this season through the first 4 innings of a game for him. Now, that doesn't win you things like, who cares about these ancillary stats, but there is some meaning behind it. They're not getting blown away every time an ace is on the mound. I think we all realize this is a good offense that, like any team, is going to have its ups and downs, especially against the better pitchers. Now, I think that as we head towards October, you still start to think about these things. Can we win in different ways? Maybe he should have bunted in the 10th inning, though it's the top of the order. Use your speed a little bit more on days like today, where, again, the weather, man, just not cooperating. Not as bad as some other days recently here, but the wind is now technically blown in 23 games so far this season, out in 4 and a crosswind in 4. Wasn't bad today, but when it blows in, it really sort of mitigates the talent difference between teams. In any case, it's just been a struggle on offense lately, and I think it's all that stuff combined.
I had very little problem with them not bunting. Like, those are your best hitters. Have at it. You're chasing a run. Go try and win it and score a couple there. And Jesse, let's get to Cade Horton. I said only a bunch of asses would ask ever for the Cubs to trade Cade Horton for Chris Sale right now.
Hee-haw! Hee-haw!
I'm joking about that, but he went out there today and looked great.
He really did. I mean, he's got the fastball, changeup, sweeper / slider going really well. Once you get into that groove and every pitch seems like you could throw it at any count, that's where he is. His last batter was real interesting. Scoreless game, man on third. He's facing a lefty, less than 2 outs. Got to get a strikeout or a pop-up. He starts with 2 fastballs. I think he surprised the hitter. Then, went outside the zone, tried to get him to chase, but didn't use his best pitch, an off-speed curve or sweeper until he wanted that strikeout, until that when he needed it and he got a strikeout. That was his final batter. Like everything about him, he just lacks experience right now, right? Like he went up against Jack Flaherty and didn't pitch as well. Here, he kind of matched Paul Skeens pitch for pitch, left the game without giving up a run. So, like everything about him, and I think it's a moot point. I don't think they're trading Cade Horton. Mostly, I don't think that Chris Sale is going to be available. And in talking to people these last few days, one way or another, the Braves are going to compete next year, if not this year. And Sale is under contract for 1 more year. So I think that's out the window.
Yeah.
But, and if we could talk more about trades, other possibilities obviously out there, but we're still literally a month away from things getting real serious.
That's what I was going to follow up with you, Jesse. That caught my ear when you just said what you said earlier today with Kap and Hoodie. So your intel says that the Braves are uninterested in trading Chris Sale.
Yep, that's what I'm hearing.
Not
things
a
always
surprise.
change, but I don't think that will change, to be honest.
Maybe if they hear some names, things do change. Because they could certainly get a lot for Chris Sale, but they also know they can get a great year out of him when they're ready to win it all next year.
Yeah, it'd be different if that team was ready to be ripped apart, but it's Acuna, it's Albies, it's Strider. They're a ready-made team. They just got off to a terrible start, in part because Strider and Acuna were out. So all signs point to keeping them. In talking to people the last few days, again, the sellers haven't completely emerged. And one thing about the ones that are certainly sellers, teams don't like many of the players. I mean, Alcantara is not, garnering a lot of interest just yet. Now, he started to turn around his season. I'm talking about Sandy Alcantara in Miami. But the GMs I talked to are like, there's not a lot out there we like. Now, if the Diamondbacks fall out of it, if the Rangers fall out of it, different story. But we really aren't going to know that for at least a month. Post All-Star break is when we're going to know all that stuff. So we always start this conversation early, but it really is premature because of the third wild card. It's become a premature argument or debate every year because so many teams think they're in it in June, and they might think that all the way till July 25th, 26th, 27th, and that's when things will happen.
Jess, when are we going to see Shota?
Very soon, very soon. So he pitches tomorrow in Arizona, kind of a controlled environment, I think up to 50 pitches. Then it's basically 5 or 6 days later, he'll go to AAA. Everything works out. I think it's one rehab outing there. And then he's back at probably in St. Louis or wherever they play the Cardinals. I think it's in St. Louis. So 10 days from tomorrow, 12 days, something like that, if they want to give him an extra day here or there. The light's there at the end of the tunnel. And I've said on the air already, I think this is going to be a blessing in disguise. They didn't lose much ground without him. Now, they didn't go 10 games up because, you know what I mean? Like, if they had him, maybe they'd be 10 up. But the wear and tear on a guy that they're going to really rely on, I think, saved 6 weeks on his arm, right? It wasn't an arm injury. It was a leg injury. I think this is actually going to be a blessing in disguise because I'm not sure they're going to go out and get that ace. Not because they don't want to. I just don't know if that ace is going to be available, which means Imanaga is the guy in Game 1, Game 4, maybe out of the pen in Game 7 if they get, if we want to fast forward it. So really going to need him, and I think the time away is actually going to be a good thing.
Jesse Rogers joining us, Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. Jesse joining us on the Yingling Guest Hotline. So you could give us an update on Porter Hodge because he's included on the poll question that I want you to answer as well. And the question is, who will be the Cubs closer during the pennant race? So as we advance and these games get even bigger, who will be, and I gave 4 options, Jesse. I gave Porter Hodge, Daniel Palencia, Ryan Presley, or he's not on the Cubs yet.
You want my vote?
Yeah.
I would say not on the Cubs yet.
Closer.
Yeah, I would say not on the Cubs yet, and I'm only using 2016 as my roadmap. They had a better closer than anyone here, and I'm talking about Hector Rondon. I think you probably felt better about Rondon than any of the guys you just mentioned. No, Palencia is moving up. I don't deny that. And still they replaced Rondon with an experienced October closer. I love Daniel Palencia and his arm and everything he brings to the table. I don't trust him in October. Now, maybe 3 months from now I will, but I don't today. And the problem is you can't make a trade in August. You can't make a trade in September. To me, the Cubs are World Series serious if they go out and get whatever experienced closer they can find on the market. That really tells me they're going for it. I just don't trust what they have when it comes to the 9th inning in October.
Who may be available out there that fits that role?
Yeah, I mean, the joke is Aroldis Chapman could be available again 9 years later, right? That would be interesting. Kenley Jansen. Not all these guys are having magical years. Now, there's time. Kenley Jansen, Aroldis Chapman, Kyle Finnegan, a little bit more experienced on the Nationals, not necessarily October experienced.
Rob Dibble, is he on that list too?
Who?
Rob Dibble. I mean, we're going to go way back.
You want to get Craig Kimbrell? He just signed with the Rangers.
I saw that. Yeah.
So at the end of the day, Palencia might be your best option. But I just would like to see someone that's done it in October that at least has a couple-month run left in the tank. So it remains to be seen who that name is. I don't deny there's not an obvious name that that should be on this team. But that's what I'd vote. I'd vote he's not on this team just yet, but I could be wrong. It could certainly be Palencia, because that would be my choice over the other two.
I saw this from our buddy Patrick Norton on the CHGO newsletter today on Ryan Presley. He gave one against and one for Ryan Presley. He says Presley's game log is an interesting one to get lost in for a while. Listen to this. In 28 appearances this season, he has struck out just 16 batters and retired every batter he's faced only 7 times. Guys get on, and he doesn't strike guys out. And then on the flip side, but he's also allowed an earned run in just 3 appearances. One was that really bad one.
Yeah, where he gave up 8 or 9.
Yeah, his ERA exploded to 7.62 after allowing 8 runs without recording an out in an outing last month, but he hasn't allowed a run since, lowering his ERA back down to 3.81. Without that blemish from May 6th, he'd have a 1.04 ERA. That's easy to do. That's the Wanstead mentality, but I get what he's saying. It is interesting, Jesse, because he's bounced back nicely. He had the save yesterday, but without that strikeout ability, it really worries me from a closer.
100%. That's it. You have to ignore all those other things because part of that ERA that has come down is playing mid-season games against crappy teams. I'm sure he got some good players out, but let's fast forward this to Presley versus Kyle Schwarber, and you need a strikeout. It's not happening more than likely. So it's those first numbers you reeled off that are more important than anything else he's done. I give him a ton of credit. He stood up last night in front of the media and had a good outing, but then talked about all the problems he had and the vulnerability that he was being vulnerable about it all. And he asked Ian Happ to write up a report telling him, where am I vulnerable? Where am I bad? Where can hitters get to me? And he did all that. He did all that work. I think he's fine for middle innings. I just don't trust him in the 9th, and I told you guys that 2 days after the trade. The numbers don't bear it out. You need flamethrowers late in games. That's why Palencia is getting the chance more than anything. He just needs the experience.
Hey, did Turner keep the fake set in the locker today?
I don't know if Turner was avoiding the media, but I didn't see him much today. So I think maybe he just didn't want to talk about it. I would love for that thing to go away. No pun intended, that thing to go away. But, yeah, it was pretty funny. Everybody had a laugh around here about it.
Jess,
I want to expand on it, though. Jesse, I pitched the idea that after every Cub hits a home run, that, sometimes they get a hat, sometimes they get a cape, sometimes they get a sword. The Cubs should let the player hit the home run,
wear
take
the
a
fake
lap.
nuts?
Yeah, wear the fake nuts and take a lap in the dugout. And everyone,
I got a better one because they always give something to the home run guy, but big nuts is like for the relievers. How about Drew Pomeranz getting a pair of nuts?
That's
How about
good.
the
He
relievers?
should go to the mound with him, Jess.
Seriously, the guy he gave up a run, the ghost runner, 0 ERA now still, and anything else that would have scored in that 10th inning would have been on him. Still has a 0 ERA because that ghost runner's not on him. That's some big cojones. I think you give it to the relievers.
I'm fine with it all the way around, but I think they need to lead into it instead of avoid it.
I will pass that on to Justin Turner, but I think he'd like not to talk about it.
And then we were even saying
Wasn't his fault.
Kap J Hood were talking about it earlier today. And if for those who missed it, this is what happened on Marquee yesterday. Here's the audio, then I'll explain the visual.
Our fan of the game brought to you by Mike's Hard Lemonade for the love of lemonade, and it's you, Justin Turner. You are our fan of the game.
Listen for the silence. Ball's hit.
Baseball.
That's the first.
That's
about
a good
dead air.
20 to that's a Hawk Harrelson when the opponent gets the game-winning hit. Silence. And I texted Boog, and Boog said when he finally realized that he was in disbelief, and then they started cracking up. And when Justin Turner was down in the tunnel on the way to the dugout, so he was not in the dugout with this. And the camera shows him as the fan of the game cheering on Seiya. Seiya's looking at him. He's looking at Seiya, and he's wearing the fake cojones jumping up and down with his hands above his head, up and down, and they're flipping and flopping.
Supposed to be an inside joke. Obviously, they got caught on camera.
Yes.
I'm going to ask my sources at Marquee if they got a lot of phone calls about that one.
And Kap and J Hood were talking about how the Cubs should sell this. Like, think about the marketing opportunities, Jesse, with the Cubs colors, like buy your blue balls. Like, very rarely is blue balls a good thing, but this is a good thing. Your Cubby blue balls.
There's definitely an obvious shirt you can make out of that somehow. Put them on the front or the back.
Get your nuts here. Get your nuts here. Of course. How
stuff.
juvenile are we? I mean, I'm 58
Very.
years old, and this just tickles me to death.
Well, I was at the game yesterday, pregame, and I open up my X feed, my Twitter feed. I see Silvy's poll question, and I just put my head in my hand. How juvenile are we?
Oh, yeah.
That was the one about going to the bathroom and noticing the person next to you that you might know.
Yeah, well, I mean, what's wrong with that, Jess? I know you're a very friendly guy. Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Are you a stall talker?
Oh, I'll strike up a conversation.
Yes, thank you, Jess. I'm not surprised.
Pass the time with my buddy next door, absolutely.
Absolutely. Jess is, you know what? Because Jesse's a friendly guy who likes communication is part of who we are.
Yeah, him and Seafood Dennis sitting next to each other, both doing their business. Dennis talking about the fresh fish that just arrived at O'Hare.
Maybe so. We weren't talking about food. I asked somebody whether or not they were a Cub fan.
Hey, how's your pickleball game going?
There you go. That's a better conversation.
Oh, and you'd be talking on that for hours. However long you're in there, I'll talk.
You
pickleball.
don't think Jess would walk into a bathroom and start up a chat about pickleball with whoever was in there? Get out of here.
During the offseason, Jesse, especially because you've gotten so big, you need to do a pickleball. Like, nothing makes you happier these days than pickleball. You need to do a charity pickleball event and have, like, a bunch of Major League players come to this. I think we can make this big.
100%. And the thing is, by the way, I keep using Kyle Hendricks' old saying, 100%, 100%. That's what he used to say when he'd agree with you. So many coaches and executives in the game play that it would be a big thing because they love it. Players are a little bit reticent because of the injury factor, but there's a few players that play.
The first ACL tear will be the end of it.
And they can blame Jesse.
Yeah.
And I'll be the first one to have it probably.
Yeah. All right, any other notes or nuggets?
Well, I mean, I know there's been Kyle Tucker debates still and PCA debates. Nothing happening contract extension-wise. If you want my two seconds on Kyle Tucker,
Yes.
I really haven't wavered. I really think at some point the Cubs will do the math and take emotion out of it, just like they did with Shohei Ohtani, and come up with a number, come up with an offer, and present it to him. And it could be right before free agency. I would assume it would be. And if he wants to stay here and take that number, he will. But if he gets to free agency, I truly believe, just like most free agents, the numbers are going to start to get astronomical, and the Cubs won't be involved. So I do think but they're not going to be emotional about it. You know, they tapped out with Ohtani. They will tap out here, but they will come up with a number. Whether they offer it at the All-Star break or October 30th, I don't know. But I still think PCA is the better chance to sign up. And even he is going to cost a lot. I mean, we're getting now to Bobby Witt type numbers. Bobby Witt is guaranteed $288 million. Now, I'm not saying that's what PCA is going to cost, but it's jumped from 75 to 130 to probably closer to 200 or more when you add it all up. So can they sign them both in the next 12 months? I have my doubts, but PCA probably to me is the more likely candidate.
All right, Jesse, good stuff.
Okay, boys.
Thanks, Jess. Have a good weekend.
You too.
See you, Jesse. There's Jesse Rogers, brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. Len Casper's going to join us next. They've got a game tonight, White Sox and Rangers. We want to talk to him about the trade that the White Sox made. Do you like it? Do you not like it? And I want him to, too, like, who is he most stunned about that didn't turn out from the rebuild? Because he was there at the height. Mm-hmm. Len's call of the Yankee game at the Field of Dreams was at its height, and who would have foreseen what happened to the White Sox after that? So we'll get to Len Casper, then what to watch for. It's all coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Spring has sprung, and you all know what that means. It's officially moving season, a time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving into your new home is make sure that the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park that moving truck. Then you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those stinking boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make the right and easy move with Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August of 2024.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform, having served over 5 million people globally with over 35,000 therapists. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
How much is the Chicago Bears franchise actually worth? For the first time in recent memory, that calculation is in the works. That's because the estate of late Chicago investor Andy McKenna is exploring a sale of his minority stake in the team. McKenna, who died in 2023, had combined with Aon founder Pat Ryan back in 1990 to buy an almost 20% share of the Bears. Bloomberg reported Ryan likely has a right of first refusal to acquire the stake of his longtime partner. But pricing that interest calls for a valuation of what the entire team is worth. That's an important data point for the McCaskey family as it navigates succession following Virginia McCaskey's death and considers selling an interest in the team to private equity investors to help raise money for a new stadium. Industry publication Sportico last year pegged the Bears' valuation at $6.4 billion. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X, like the dynamic X3 designed for ultimate exploration, the X5 with effortless precision and performance, or the X7 where comfort meets a commanding presence. All proudly assembled in BMW's largest plant worldwide in Spartanburg, South Carolina. For those who demand more from every mile, BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
This Father's Day, help Dad be all he can be with a gift from the Home Depot, because he's not just Dad, he's the handyman of the house, the plumber in a pinch, and the emergency mechanic. Upgrade his gear this Father's Day with the Husky Mechanics 270-piece tool set from the Home Depot. Now on special buy for $119, a $695 value. For every kind of dad, find the perfect gift this Father's Day at the Home Depot.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Right, Waddle saw I did a wardrobe change during the break. Going out tonight.
Wondered where your gold chain was.
Wait, do I look like I'm dressed from the 70s or something?
No, he just had you got a little wide collar and the two buttons showing a little chest meat.
A lot of chest meat.
Where's Carm? The two of you? What were the two guys?
Oh, from
Chris Kattan and
Night
Will
at the
Ferrell.
Roxbury.
Yeah, where are you guys going?
I'm not going.
Going to the underground?
Last week we went out with Carmen and I went out and going out with Burger and CBD Bob.
Woo! Look out!
I haven't seen my friend CPD Bob in like a year. It's been a year. So we're going out tonight. We're going to Joe's Prime.
That's just warm up. Where's the night end up at?
That's all I do these days.
Okay.
Oh, the bars hate to see Joey Crawford coming through their doors.
Woo! I tell you, that's a club shirt right there, isn't it? I mean, the buttons are down low, the collar's out a little wide. Yes, sir.
All right, let's talk to Len Casper.
Yeah, he doesn't want to listen to this nonsense.
What's that? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Well, Len's brought to you by my good friends at Window Works. Window Works is the company your neighbors trust. Not the guy with the shirt that looks like he's going to the disco.
Tyler was frantically pointing at Waddle, and I'm like, what? We're talking to Len, right? We're not talking to Waddle. You scared me.
If you want to interview me, I'm here for you.
Len, things haven't changed much. How have you been?
I've been great. Good to talk to you guys. At first, I thought you said you're CBD, buddy. You meant CPD? You said?
Yeah, did I say CBD?
No,
you
I
may have
CBD, and I thought, well, that sounds like a lot of
That's probably accurate as well, Len. I think that the two of them.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm great. Good to hear you guys and speak with you as always.
Sox and Rangers. I want to ask you, though, first about the Vaughn deal. Mm-hmm. I thought it was... For a guy whose days are past and unfortunately never turned out to be the player that they wanted, I thought the Sox did okay. Tyler and I had a debate about it. What do you make of the trade?
Well, they definitely needed starting pitching with all these young pitchers, and I think Shane Smith's right at the top. At some point, Smith might end up in that Garrett Crochet mode from last year, where they might have to shorten his outings, give him a little extra rest, which they're doing again, by the way. He was supposed to start Sunday, and he'll go Tuesday instead. And Aaron Savali will take the ball on Sunday. So they brought in Adrian Hauser. Obviously, Martin Perez was here when the season started, but he got injured. And I think every club deals with this around the league. The Rangers are going to have openers tonight and Sunday. They've got Jacob deGrom tomorrow. So it's just kind of the way it goes these days in baseball, that you never have enough starting pitching. And I think if you look at Savali, down the road, if he does what Adrian Hauser's done here the first few starts, maybe there's also trade value down the road. But, yeah, I think in Vaughn's case, because the numbers have not really been good enough at first base, the trade value probably wasn't great, and just so happened that the Brewers ended up putting Savali in the bullpen, and he said, I would rather start. So that deal probably came together pretty fast.
Len, you've been here for a while now, so you know the inner workings of this organization. What do you see in the last year, led by Chris Getz, with a pitching support system that they've gotten more out of guys that they've brought in, and they've been able to resuscitate their careers? You mentioned Hauser. He's another good example. They had a few guys last year to do the same thing. What are they tangibly doing differently in the last year or two that maybe they weren't doing in prior years?
Well, obviously scouting is really important. I think the focus for Chris when he took over was, we're going to really dig in hard on the pitching side of it, and the hitting stuff will get there. And when you look at what they had on the roster when Chris took over, they still had Moncada, Eloy, Vaughn. Tim Anderson was kind of here at the end when Chris took over. So they kind of were locked into some guys. Andrew Benintendi in the middle of a long contract, Luis Robert Jr. But the pitching side, they had that was the area where I think they could really dig in and try to change things up. I think the addition of Brian Bannister has been huge. He and Ethan Katz have done some great work here. They took Hagen Smith, first-round pick last year. He and Noah Schultz might be the two top left-handed prospects in baseball. And then the two Rule 5 kids, man, they've been the two best pitchers on this roster, and it almost never happens that way. I can't think of another example of someone going in the Rule 5 draft and immediately joins a starting rotation to begin the year, and Shane Smith will likely be an all-star. So that is a big win for the White Sox, and it starts to now make you think that Grant Taylor, who throws 102, they might not need him to be a starter down the road. It's possible he could do it, but he could end up being the next Mason Miller in the ninth inning.
Len, we always talk about the importance of managers and just what kind of impact they have on a team over the course of a season. I'll ask you that about Will Venable. What impact has he had on this White Sox team in his first year as their manager?
Well, it's been huge. I just talked to him today about he was with the Cubs, then he was with Boston, then he went to Texas, and now he's with the White Sox. And that's all happened over the last 6 seasons. So, you know, he brings in a lot of outside knowledge from not only where he has been, but also back to his playing days in the major leagues. I knew Will when he was a coach on Joe Madden's staff, and I thought he would do a good job. But until that person, even if he's your best friend, until they have that job, you just don't know how it's going to go because it's not easy. He has far overachieved already, in my opinion. He's very curious. He understands the things they need to fix. And I told him this the other day, and I think it was in an interview he did with James Fegan. This is Will Venable in a nutshell. You ask him a question about something that maybe didn't go right the day before, and his answer is, yep, we messed it up. And by the end of the sentence, he says, and we're going to fix it, right? So there's a realism that he has, that he understood coming in that there was stuff that needed to be fixed. But his job and the staff's job is to fix it. And I think anyone who's watched this team with any regularity can see that this team plays a much better brand of baseball than they did last year. The addition of Mydroth and Caro and Miguel Vargas has just blossomed personality-wise and is having a really good year on both ends defensively and certainly with the bat. So you're starting to see a little bit of that core developing here, and it's been really fun. Kyle Teal is off to an interesting start, too. Real energetics, taking a lot of walks, and he's in there again tonight.
Yeah, the great Len Casper joining us. It's Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. And that's what I was going to say. Like, some may be listening to this who aren't really in on the White Sox or haven't watched them on a daily basis or listened to you guys, and they say, well, the record, I mean.
The record's bad.
Yeah,
the record is bad, but they're 4-17 in one-run games. So. Yeah. That's also part of it, right? They've been in way more games than they were last year.
And that's what I was going to ask you, Len. You've had your eyes on it for every single out of the year. So what do you see, like, other than what you just said about those players that you mentioned? We love Mydroth, too. But, like, how far have they come, and how much further do they still need to go to become, you know, a solid team?
Right. Well, I think they have come a long way, and they do have a long way to go. I think everybody here acknowledges that, and I think the next wave, right, is you've got Colson Montgomery, who hasn't gotten here yet. You would hope he would be here at some point this season. Braden Montgomery is a switch-hitting outfielder, another acquisition in the Garrett Crochet trade. So 2 more position players, and then kind of see how it looks around the diamond. And then the 2 left-handed fireballers, Schultz and Hagen Smith. That really changes the math. And I don't know when they're all going to get here, but I would hope by this time next year that this team is even more competitive than it is this season. I don't think I'm speaking out of line by not promising anything the next couple of years, but you definitely see that the trajectory is up. And White Sox fans who watch this team a lot say it. I had this anecdote, and they're like 13.5 out of the wild card. It's not on the table, right? But a fan said, I actually looked at the wild card standings because we're playing so well. And so when you hear stuff like that, it just feels a little different, right?
Yeah, no doubt. We always kind of dwell on the past as well, Len. You know, that's how we work here. We had this conversation a little bit earlier in the show, looking back at some of the guys that ultimately didn't pan out because of the trade of Vaughn. When you look back, Len, which guy didn't pan out? Which situation surprises you most that it didn't work out long term? Is it TA? Is it Eloy? Who would it be?
Tom, it's not even close. It's Tim Anderson. I don't know how you can go, and there might be some injury stuff that to this day Tim has not talked about. I don't know if mechanically he got messed up or what. But to go from an all-star, one of the most exciting players in the game, Joe Buck, I heard before the break you mentioned the Iowa game. Joe Buck basically said Tim Anderson should be the face of baseball. Yeah. This is 4 years ago, and he can't get a job right now. I've never seen that sort of change. A guy who won a batting title. So for me, it's Tim, Moncada, and Eloy. It's very injury driven. I just don't know that they were healthy enough to really kind of get the best out of them for long enough, even though they had their spurts. Andrew Vaughn, I think I love everything about Andrew, but he just didn't hit, right? Mm-hmm. You talk to hitting coaches, they love his game plan, his approach, the fact that he hits the ball hard on a line, but it just didn't translate into enough numbers, and maybe a change of scenery will do him a world of good.
You know, your power ranking as far as where you are as compared to other broadcasters in baseball was always very high. We always had you towards the top. But for the way you have not allowed Jeff Meller to bring down the broadcast, yes. I think you reached
up a couple notches.
Up a couple more notches. How'd you do it?
Yeah, he's a bucking bronco in the booth, I got to tell you. I mean, a lot of elbows flying. Let me get at it. Let me get at that microphone. So, we do our best. I've got a former big leaguer and Darren Jackson who helps me out. But, yeah, we've kept him under wraps for the most part.
We had to touch base with Darren because we didn't understand one of his references. And he was oh so kind and generous with his time to fill us in on what exactly he was saying.
What was the reference?
Do you remember the reference?
It was you gotta be...
Oh, horning me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Instead of...
Did you know what the reference meant before?
Oh, no. I don't know half of what he's talking about. It's just something he says.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what does Yakatow baby mean? I just love the phrase. I don't care. I don't need a definition.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's just a Darrenism, and he's sitting next to me laughing.
I love that. He's the best. You guys are the best. I mean, as entertaining as ever, and we appreciate your time. Thanks, Len.
Thanks, Len.
Thanks, guys. As always, have a great weekend.
You got it. There he is. Len Casper is awesome. DJ is awesome as well. And
this team gets better. It's time to reunite with the booth, I think it is.
Except Connor's. No more Connor.
What?
He didn't even respond to you the other day.
He did eventually.
Oh,
maybe he was being a good father. He was taking care of his child. Or maybe he was getting that hair moosed up or, whatever he's got going on.
I think he used some more mousse.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, what to watch for. Some great shows now coming back out. We'll get to all of that. I had a weird experience, too, with the show that I recommended last night. So I'll bring that up if you can understand all of that. It's coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's summer vacation season, finally. And it's time to swing into action with Toyota's 2025 lineup. I drive the Sequoia. We've got baseball all weekend. Father's Day. What do you got planned for Father's Day? Getting a Toyota that you love. Leading off the RAV4, a utility all-star that delivers in the clutch. On deck, the spacious Grand Highlander, followed by the fuel-savvy Corolla. Next up, the Slugger, the Tacoma, bringing upper deck power every at-bat and rounding out the lineup, the playmaking all-hybrid Camry. Check out the full Toyota lineup at Toyota.com or do what I did. Visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text." Your hair would also like to add, "This cut rules." And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Guys, you have a plumbing emergency, you got to call my friends over at Four Seasons. An electrical emergency, call Four Seasons. Heating or cooling not working, you know who to call. Four Seasons. Can get that AC tuned up too. Need a new hot water tank installed today? Call Four Seasons. You think about a whole home generator, Four Seasons have you covered. And this is the best part because it's Friday, you're heading into the weekend. It's Father's Day this weekend. What if something goes down? At Four Seasons, they guarantee same-day installation for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical, and generator needs with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. That's peace of mind with Four Seasons. So for all the right reasons, call them today. 866, the number 4 Seasons. That's 866-4-SEASONS.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Waddle and Silvy get you set for your weekend viewing with What to Watch For.
That's right. What to Watch For is brought to you by Connie's Frozen Pizza. Get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Be caller 10 right now to win free pizza from Connie's. 332-3776, caller 10 now wins. I had a weird experience last week when you weren't here, Waddle. I gave out 9 perfect strangers. Remember
that was a really weird show. I watched it, but it was really weird.
I think it's off to a very good start. I'm like 3 episodes in or so. It's got a White Lotus vibe where there's a lot of weirdness and there's a lot of drugs involved. You know, that's what she does. And this one's like in Norway or somewhere like that. But anyway, since I've been getting into the gummies to look for some sleep.
Isn't she on the run in that show? No?
I don't know if she is, but she's in somewhere different, right?
Okay.
And
so everyone's on drugs, you and them.
So she's been served. I was watching a scene last night, and the guys from Ivy Hall gave me a pack of gummies the other day that are a little bit stronger. And these really, like, they get you there in about an hour. But, like, you go from not feeling that high feeling to all of a sudden feeling it. And I was watching a scene last night in 9 Perfect Strangers where they were high and I was high and none of it was making sense.
Really?
And I said to myself, I go, now's a good time that I should probably go to sleep.
Did you go to sleep?
And I did, yeah. I did. But it was wild. It was quite the experience.
Did you stay asleep?
I did not, no. It keeps me relaxed, though, more so. It turns my brain off, but I still woke up at 4 in the morning.
Yeah, you delivered a little bit of a bomb the other day in the meeting when you were like, I took a gummy last night.
Yeah.
You were all like, whoa.
Yeah. It was a little stronger than the ones I was trying the other day, too, the ones from Ivy Hall. I don't know. There's like 10 of THC, 10 milligrams. Is that what it is? And then there's CBN, and then there's CBD.
Weed's not my thing, so I have no idea.
Me neither, yeah.
No
Trying
clue.
to learn.
No clue.
All right, what are you watching for?
I'm a little thin on shows now. I'm going to have to get back into the show you're talking about. But the last one I saw to its conclusion was The Better Sister. It's a show with Jessica Biel and Elizabeth Banks. A New York lawyer is murdered, and you go through the process of learning who actually was responsible for the murder. And Jessica Biel and Elizabeth Banks are estranged sisters who haven't seen each other, been around each other for quite some time, but they're drawn together again because of the death of this attorney. So The Better Sister is my recommendation. You'll like it.
Okay. Did I tell you about this? I believe it was one day when you were out. I think Dion gave this. I'm not sure if this was the one that she gave, but have you heard about the Sherry Papini story?
Excuse me?
I've explained this before. Sherry Papini was the woman who was married younger. She had a couple kids, and she faked her kidnapping with her ex-boyfriend. So she was out for a run. She got kidnapped, and it was supposedly staged, and she served time in jail for it.
Good.
And they did a documentary on that. There is a new documentary out that I've already finished. My wife and I have finished. This is now from her side of view, where she explains why and what really happened with the kind of shades of gray of the lie. So that is now out. I think it's on Amazon Prime or Hulu. But it's the new version of Sherry Papini. And she's interviewed. She goes into details. She takes a lie detector test on the documentary. It's a very interesting story. It's very captivating. So check that out.
For me, I will be watching the carnage at the U.S. Open.
That's a good one.
It has gotten disastrous out there. So if you want to see a couple dead bodies, watch the U.S. Open this weekend. And then I'm about halfway, maybe 3/4 of the way through Your Friends and Neighbors. Big fan.
It's great.
Big fan. Oh,
I think it's one of the highlights of the first half of the television viewing season.
It was the best show of the year by far.
Yeah, it's been one of my favorite things that I've watched this year for sure.
And a great cast. And every time you think you know their formula, they throw you off again.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Season 2 has already been...
Yeah, it's been greenlit.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I think they've been filming.
John Hamm's one of the better actors out there these days.
For sure, yeah.
All right, Jake, what do you got?
All right, have you guys ever heard of Somebody Feed Phil on Netflix with Phil Rosenthal?
No.
This isn't the Tribune writer. This is the guy who's the food
He's the
critic.
foodie,
Yeah.
and he's a travel guy. He was the writer, one of the original writers for Everybody Loves Raymond. Season 8 is coming out this Father's Day. They're going to Amsterdam, Vegas, Guatemala, Boston. I highly recommend this. He's just a quirky, funny guy. goes all over the world, and it's just one of the better Netflix docu-series
I
I've
got to
ever
be
seen.
honest, Jake, and
It's
I'm a
so good.
television-aholic. I've never heard of it.
It's so good. And it's
7 seasons.
This is about to be its 8th.
Wow.
They're quick. They're like 25-minute shows. 25
And
30-minute
that's
shows.
great. Like sometimes that's all you need before
Yeah.
bed. You don't need like a whole hour drama where you're all of a sudden start dozing off. You need a short 25-minute show that's going to entertain you and you go to bed.
No, it's good. I highly recommend it.
All right, there's Jake. All right, we'll recap everything that's gone on in the day in Aki's A-list. There was a White Sox trade. There was a Cubs loss. We were debating the Cubs batting order. If Craig Counsell needs to mix it up, there's the NBA Finals. The Stanley Cup final last night was outstanding. So much to get after, and it's an Aki's A-list next.
This is Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Rangers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here with a solid solution for you. Get your family, get your friends together, and do everyone a favor and head on out to Fat Pour Tap Works. They've got 3 locations for you, okay? Lincolnwood, been there. It's beautiful. It's new. It's fantastic. Wicker Park, been there. That place has got a great vibe. It's fantastic. And McCormick Place, haven't been there yet, but I will be there sooner rather than later. When you're there, there's flat screens everywhere. Listen, if you love cold beer and great food and sports, Fat Pour Tap Works is going to be your spot because you can watch a baseball game there, you can watch the basketball playoffs, and eventually during the football season, you're going to want to head out to Fat Pour Tap Works. Dozens of beers on tap, made from scratch, menu items that are better than anything you're going to have in town. It's all outstanding. And as I said, the sports are on everywhere throughout the place. Check them out, fatpourtapworks.com.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything from installation to paperwork. That means no hassle, just brighter lights, lower bills, and real savings. And your utility provider may cover up to 70% of the project cost through available rebates. Call now or visit ulasaves.com to schedule your free lighting savings assessment. That's ulasaves.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, and I can help you with hair loss. I know the pain you feel. I've suffered from hair loss since my early 20s, and I did something about it. Let me assist you in doing something about your hair loss. Start by visiting DrYatesHairScience.com. Our team has the experience and expertise to help you look younger. Don't get fooled by other hair restoration clinics and their low prices or gimmicks. Imagine a more confident, younger-looking you. DrYatesHairScience.com.
On the golf course, do you use words like mulligan, do-over, worm burner? Then you are like millions of golfers who can use a bit more practice. Imagine a driving range where you're protected from the elements and you don't have to bend down to put a new ball on the tee. Now imagine a section where you can practice your short game and add to that a 9-hole course you can play day or night. It's real and it's spectacular. Golf Center Des Plaines, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
The Home Depot has fast, free delivery on the perfect gift to help Dad do more this Father's Day. Because Dad is more than just a dad. He's groundskeeper of the yard, the perfecter of the patio, and the cleaner of the clippings. Power Dad's doing with Ryobi cordless outdoor power tools from the Home Depot. Like the Ryobi 40-volt string trimmer kit for $159. For everything Dad is, find the perfect gift at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see homedepot.com/delivery for more details.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ, that's JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
All right, Cubs lose today in 10 innings, 2-1 to the Pirates. Rainy day over at Wrigley Field. Good pitching, though, from Skeens and Cade Horton. So that was good news for the Cubs with Cade Horton having a very good outing and not allowing a run. But the Cubs weren't able to muster anything in the 10th inning, and they left PCA in the on-deck circle. Hap came up, who continues to lead off, and it's been good. I just have been an advocate of moving PCA up in the top two of the lineup with your two best hitters in Tucker and in PCA. So it was one of the things that we talked about. The White Sox traded Andrew Vaughn to the Brewers today, and this portion of Waddle and Silvy brought to you by Steinhoffels. Last night was an OT thriller with Edmonton coming back from a 3-0 deficit and then a 4-3 deficit, forcing overtime and then winning it in overtime, it was a great overtime with lots of chances.
3 of the 4 Stanley Cup final games have been overtime games.
It's great. And then the NBA Finals, which I'm sure Tyler's got some stuff on. It's really, I didn't think we'd get as much drama at all in however long it would go as we've gotten so far. Let's see where this goes. I still think Oklahoma City is the better team, but Indiana, it's tough to bet against them these days.
They just keep finding ways to win. They make some of the most difficult contested shots from behind the arc. I mean, it's unbelievable. I know they shot the 3 all year, right? I mean, the whole team was good. But some shots they've made in clutch situations in this series have been great.
They were singing the praises today on all the shows on ESPN about Rick Carlisle.
Yeah.
You know, won one in Dallas, and he could win another one here. He's had himself a great coaching career.
He has.
All right, let's get to Aki's A-List.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Aki's A-List is always brought to you by Mr. Finance. Check him out today at BrandonMrFinance.com. That's BrandonMrFinance.com. He's the millionaire maker, and he's going to turn you on to making money. What do you got, Tyler?
All right, let's start with the NBA Finals that you were talking about there, as they're back on tonight. It's one of the rare instances we get only one night of separation, which I think has bothered a lot of basketball fans, that the way that the schedule has kind of spaced out. It's like you're waiting 2 nights or you're waiting 3 nights. And, why don't we have a game on a Saturday night or something like that?
I enjoy it this way, where it's every other night. One night there's hockey, the next night there's basketball.
Same. And if you want to give 2 nights when it's a travel in between, that's fine by me. But as we look at the Pacers here, they were 66-1 in the preseason to win the NBA Finals. They were 80-1 to win the Finals at the beginning of the playoffs. And now
what? Wait. They had better odds before the season than before the playoffs.
Yes. This is all according to BetMGM. And then as you look at even the start of this series, they were about a 5-1 to win the series itself. So on a scale of 1 to 10, the shock factor if the Pacers could pull this off would be what for you?
To me, it's not. I mean, again, you guys have probably watched more basketball than me. I know that Oklahoma City was the best team in the NBA this year. I get that. But I've watched a lot of Pacers basketball over the last month or so. And I mean, I know it's going to be, because I know that the Thunder were minus 750 to start the series. I'm not going to be shocked if the Pacers win. I'm not. Am I stupid?
I will. No, you're not stupid, but because there are a lot of people who are like you that if you look at their record since January, they have been one of the best teams in the league. This is not and that's why it surprises me before the postseason with as many games as they won in the new year. They've been outstanding, but I think we all thought after a very exhausting New York series against that Oklahoma City team that they would not even win 2 games, and now they're up 2-1. So it's still a big surprise. They've surprised me in the way they've won games, where they've been trailing by 7 with 30 seconds left, trailing by this with a minute left.
They did that all throughout the postseason.
Yes, that's why there's so many levels to the level of surprise that I feel.
What about from a season-long standpoint? Like at the beginning of the season, nobody would have picked the Pacers.
No.
Everyone thought it was the Boston Invitational.
Right. Yeah. That's what it was being called right before the postseason started. And I don't think if we would have gone around the room and say, who are the true contenders in the NBA, anyone would have mentioned Indiana.
I don't think you could have, if we went around the room at the beginning of the year or even at the beginning of the playoffs and said, pick 6 to 8 teams that could win the finals this year, I don't know if anyone would have taken Indiana.
The Pacers weren't they in the Eastern Conference Finals last year?
They were, but I felt like no one really took them seriously because they were there, but they just got run off the floor by Boston.
Well, it's still not the biggest surprise of the season. The biggest surprise of the NBA season has been the Luka trade. That was still what I will remember the 24-25 season most for. It's the shocker of Luka getting dealt.
And you know what? I remember I saw I think it was on Pat McAfee, Shams said this is going to be one of, if not the craziest offseason in NBA history. So that, on top of the potential for the Pacers to win the finals, plus the Luka trade in the season, plus all the coaches that got fired with like a handful of games left despite their teams going to the playoffs, it was just one of the weirdest NBA seasons, regardless of who wins the finals, that I feel like I've ever watched.
Side note on Shams, too. Did you see he's gotten beaten up a little bit after especially Giannis tweeted? Because he keeps talking about Giannis being dealt and what are the possibilities. And Giannis tweeted, I guess, right after that, he's like, does anyone miss Woj? You know?
Wow.
Yeah. And this was out right before the NBA Finals, and like a lot of Bucks fans are like, he has not even met with the Bucks requesting a deal. But here's what I'll tell you about Shams, and it's not just because we have a great relationship and he also went to my junior high. He was getting
definitely several years after you.
Several years, decades after. He was getting beaten up by Jimmy's camp. I don't know if you remember this mid-season when he kept saying that Jimmy wants to go to Golden State. They watch Golden State, and this is where Jimmy wants to go. And his agent was going after him on social media.
Where did he go?
And what happened?
He went to Golden
Like,
State.
Shams isn't just making stuff up. So, to be continued.
Yeah, like if you want to get on Shams for, what was it, the FanDuel stuff back in the day when he was tweeting stuff out like, oh, this person's going to be the number, I think it was the Banchero draft. And he was saying it's Jabari Smith, and he was being endorsed by FanDuel, and all of a sudden, rug got pulled out from underneath, and that was a big deal. However,
I don't even remember
I think
that.
the reporting stuff has been pretty lock solid everywhere else.
Okay.
Cubs did lose today, but I do want to talk about last night's game because there was an interesting wrinkle that Craig Counsell employed, and that was how he handled the bullpen last night. He went to Palencia in the 8th, followed by Presley in the 9th, which is a flip of what he's been doing pretty much since that Giants blow-up that Presley had. And then Palencia did go out for one of the big leverage spots in the 9th inning today. So what did you make of the way that Craig Counsell handled the bullpen? And do you think it says anything about what could be coming down the road here?
The way I interpreted it was more about Palencia and less about Presley. While Presley's been good, I think he's doing what he's done with some of his players in the batting order with Palencia. Palencia had that outing where he didn't strike anyone out. There was a lot of contact. What was that, in Philly?
That was against Philly. They lost 4-3 in extra innings.
I don't think he struck anybody out.
No.
I think he's looking to get Palencia's footing back and to have him have a couple successes before he puts him back in a closer situation. But I think they understand, Tyler, that while Presley can still help, that I don't think they're in a great situation if he's closing games.
Yeah, I think it's, this is going to take some feel. Palencia's got great stuff, but he hasn't proven that he has the mettle to be a closer at this particular time. Presley's the opposite. He doesn't have the electric stuff, but has been a closer in the past, right? I think that, again, I think it's something that probably Council plays by ear. I don't think it's a bad thing.
What do you make of it, Tyler? You're a big Presley guy.
I'm not saying,
Sometimes, too, are you a believer that sometimes the closer goes in the 8th inning and not the 9th inning because you need the 8th inning performance even more so than the 9th inning?
Yeah, but I don't know if that was the case last night because you knew you were probably going to get to the 9th and have a lead or it'd be close still. I just thought it was strange. There's no really other way to put it. And, the way that Palencia's pitched, I think now you could say, all right, Palencia probably should be the closer. It makes me a little uneasy that he's tinkering with the bullpen, especially a position that is so much between the ears, and you're moving him around like that. It was very odd to me. I don't.
He's done that with the lineup though too.
Yeah.
Dansby could be moved all the way down. Dansby could be hitting 4th or 5th.
But I think that's a little different with the lineup as opposed to the bullpen, where it's your preparation as a bullpen arm. It can be so different between whether you're an 8th inning guy or a 9th inning guy or a 6th inning guy. It can fluctuate so much, and when you're moving those guys around, I just found it a little odd.
How much do you think,
especially since both were used too?
Inside their building, they're saying, look, it's June. Palencia's never done this. So we're going to give him some spot situations here and there.
That's what I believe.
And when we get to the second half of the season, we'll be more specific and more set in who we're going to put out there.
But wouldn't you say it's June? I want to give him this spot. It's the Pirates, too.
Well, I think they recognize some flaws, and they're like, look, get back on the horse, and then you'll get an opportunity here in a week. And don't forget when Porter Hodge comes back, let's see how healthy he is, because he was showing a lot of great characteristics, too. He had one of those bad outings, I think, that inflated his ERA.
Yeah.
But I think it will be interesting the way they figure out Hodge, Presley, Palencia, what their roles are going to be and what they need at the trade deadline.
I wanted to bring up your poll question too that you put out there.
Yeah.
You laid it out with Jesse. How would you answer your own poll question? And what was it? It was who will be the Cubs closer in October?
Yeah,
or in a pennant race.
In the pennant race.
Yeah.
So basically after the trade deadline.
So
August, September, and on.
The options are Palencia, Porter Hodge. Did you put Presley on there?
Yes.
Presley, and then someone not on the roster.
Or he's not on the team. Mm-hmm. Jesse went with he's not on the team.
I wouldn't go there.
I don't know who that guy is, though. So I'm going to say Porter Hodge. Does that surprise you? And I think he's getting the least amount of votes. But he really had a great second half last year. If he comes back healthy, I think he's got the metal. He's got the stuff. He's like a combo between the two guys.
Yeah, he's got more experience than Palencia.
That's true. I would probably go Palencia.
Okay.
But because even if they were to trade for a Chapman, I don't necessarily know if Chapman's going to be the 9th inning guy.
When's the last time on a good team he's been the closer? It's been a while, hasn't it?
It has, but I don't think that always matters, too. If you can close games, you can close games. Because especially because if you're a closer on a bad team, it usually means the defense isn't very good behind you either.
How old do you think Aroldis is?
38.
I was 37. I was going to say older.
Yeah, I was going to say 38, 39.
Yeah.
And he's still filling up 100.
He could be, and he could be older. He came from Cuba, right? I mean, you never know.
Yeah, no, because some of these other options out there, Jesse also mentioned Kyle Finnegan, which that one would actually make me mad as a Cubs fan. Not that I think he's a bad player, but that's a guy you could have signed.
Right, and I hate that too, Tyler.
I know, that's one of your philosophies.
You don't have to give up a prospect for him. Just sign him.
Mm-hmm. And I don't even think he went for that much. If you're willing to go $66 million for Tanner Scott, who's been a disaster, by the way, I'm not saying you're going to go $66 million for Kyle Finnegan, but how you're clearly willing to spend on a closer.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, Tanner Scott's another example of how just unpredictable the bullpen is. What'd they give him? How much money did they give him?
He got $72 million for 4 years.
Are you glad that signing didn't take place at this point?
Well, I mean, as of now, but yet, like you say, it could
in the second half
turn.
of the season, yeah, it could.
It could turn, and he's signed for 4 years, or it may never turn. By the way, this portion of Waddle and Silvy brought to you by Steinhoffels. This is usually when we crosstalk. 6 Chicagoland locations, including the newest one soon open in Maryville, so Northwest Indiana. Get ready. Do you have any more, Tyler?
Yeah, I got one more quick one for you here. The U.S. Open currently taking place right now, and if you've seen some of the scores that have been posted today or even yesterday or some of the videos that have come out from this event, it has been an absolute death march for a lot of these guys. Bryson DeChambeau not going to make the cut. He was 10 over, and he is not alone. Like, Shane Lowry's going to miss the cut as
There's
well.
There's 3 guys under par after today's second round.
Yeah, like usually, even at the most difficult of courses, you're still seeing probably about 10 to 15, sometimes even 20 guys under par at the U.S. Open at the cut line. But
what was the difference between today and yesterday?
I think it really just was when people teed off yesterday, because the afternoon was very difficult. The morning was a little bit easier for some of these guys, but the afternoon, that's when the course really showed its teeth.
Things
dried out a little bit. The rough is still the rough.
Yeah.
And it just kind of depends, like, who was going out at certain times.
And it can wear on you mentally, too. Like, some of these guys are really mentally strong, and some of them aren't. And like, I think Bryson's an example. The course got him today.
Yeah.
Like, he was talking to himself the entire round.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's kind of his personality anyway. But he completely convinced himself that today was going to be a disaster.
Yeah.
And it was.
But Justin Thomas brought this up, and I don't think it's a novel concept, but I wanted to run it by you guys. If they were to do the Monday after this particular U.S. Open, and you have a scratch golfer, a 10 handicap, and a 20 handicap, and they televised it, just to give you context to what these
show
people
how
would
hard
shoot.
it is?
You go from those tees, you play the exact same rules as a U.S. Open. Would you watch it?
No.
I would. As a diehard golf fan, I wouldn't want to watch it every week. But for that one day,
would you get bored after a few holes?
No,
once it sets in and you see
I'd still
just
like
how
to see
bad
it.
the 10 and 20 handicap guy are.
I think I could invest 4 hours in it as a novelty. I wouldn't want to do it every week, but I would like to see it. And I think the point that Justin Thomas is making is you guys have no idea how hard this course is.
Even if you ever play a course who has hosted a professional championship, and if you have caddies in the group, just ask them to bring you back to where the pros shoot from.
Yeah.
And you'll
it's
you'll
ridiculous.
be walking and walking
and Tyler,
walking.
to add
it's like 100
to that,
yards a hole.
To add to that, if it's a course from, let's say, 10 years ago, they've probably added space to put it, like they've cleared places out.
Yeah.
Because they can't make courses long enough these days.
No.
So, like, if you looked at where they play, I don't know when the last time they played it at Medina, a U.S. Open or a PGA or whatever it is, I can guarantee you the tees are significantly further back now for a major than they were 10 years ago.
Was it Olympia Fields that got beaten up years ago because it was too easy for a U.S. Open? Which course was it in the Chicago area?
Was it Conway?
No,
Conway
never had a
Olympia Fields
major.
is the real old one, right?
Yes.
It wasn't COG, but I think it was Olympia Fields. Google that. Because I think, like, a lot of people were upset how easy it played for a U.S. Open.
And this was a U.S. Open?
I think, unless I'm misremembering. If there's a golfer out there
I
who
would
remembers.
imagine it would have been a U.S. Open. Because, like, people don't really get mad about a PGA championship because it's considered that fourth of the majors.
And I think they were going to do a renovation to make it harder.
Olympia Fields was Jim Furyk. He won in 2003, and he won at 8 under par.
Okay, maybe it wasn't that one then. I gotta double check. Jim Furyk won, huh?
Yeah, he won a U.S. Open.
All right. Any more, Tyler?
I've got more if you want more, or if you've got something else you want to get to.
Well, let me take John, and then I got some sound, and if we need something before Sox, you can pipe back in. John, I wanted to weigh in on the closer conversation. John's in Deerfield, my neck of the woods. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, Tyler. I just wanted you to ask if you incorporated which hitters came up in the eighth inning in your analysis.
If I'm remembering correctly, I believe Palencia got the bottom part of the order. He may have gotten a leadoff hitter, but I think Presley got like 2, 3, 4 in the line.
I just had
I'd
this.
have to look it up.
I just had it, pulled it up.
2, 3, 4 was the eighth inning, right?
Oh, I believe it was the ninth. Let me double check.
2, 3, 4 was the 8th inning, I think, if you check. And that's, I think, why Counsell did the switch of closers.
So I have it here in the 8th inning. I've got Palencia facing McCutchen, Reynolds, and Horwitz.
Okay, so you got 2, 3, 4. But
2, 3, 4, yeah.
So you think he was going high leverage with his best guy there? Is that what you're saying, John?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Isn't that the smart play?
I mean, that's the essence of maybe the 8th inning's the time to put your best guy in, depending on who's coming to the dish.
Well, let's not act like that's some murderer's row there.
No, that's true.
Well,
but it's the best that they have.
For Pittsburgh, it's the closest they've got.
Yeah, it's a good point.
I like it, John. Thank you.
It's worth thinking. I went back to look at it, and I was looking for the same thing, and then got sidetracked. But it's an interesting point. I think that's isn't it kind of what we've learned about Counsell? There's really no set in stone way that he does things on a daily basis.
Exactly.
He kind of does it by feel, regardless of whether or not it's batting order or his use of bullpen arms.
Yes.
So expect the unexpected.
I have a couple more things. Here's a quiz for you guys before we leave, and then I got a soundbite. Caitlin Clark's returning this weekend. She's been out, I think, about 3 weeks. How much has WNBA games nationally been down or up since she's been out?
Down 50% viewership.
Tyler, Jake?
I'll go 55.
Jake?
I'll go down 40%.
You nailed it, Tyler. WNBA nationally televised games have been down 55% since Caitlin Clark was injured. The Fever games are down 53%, so very similar. She is the league. People tune in for Caitlin Clark whether they like it or not. They can bellyache all they want. People tune to the W for Caitlin Clark, at least more people. Here's Brian Schottenheimer. I thought this was very interesting. In case you don't know, Brian Schottenheimer is the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know how many people know that. And so
When's the last time you didn't know who the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys was? I guess in recent years.
There was one recently, one year that they were on Hard Knocks. Not this last time, but 2 times ago.
Was it Dave Campo?
Yes, Dave Campo. Where I don't think anyone can remember Dave Campo being the head coach of the Cowboys. That last a year or 2?
Yeah, not long.
Really quick
here. The Dave
here.
Campo era was not long.
This is Brian Schottenheimer, how good they're going to be.
We're going to win. And when we win, our coaching staff is going to get rated, and people are going to come after our coaches because we're going to win.
All I can assure Brian Schottenheimer on is he's going to keep his defensive coordinator for as long as he wants.
Yeah, that was kind of silly.
Matt Eberflus isn't getting rated from anybody.
See, this is why I like our coach. Have you heard anything like that?
No, but the old boisterous over the top.
Yeah, I mean, just keeping it real. That's all. Not when we're going to win, and when we do, everyone's getting hired and getting a big contract.
Thanks to Jake and Tyler. Thank you to Len and Jesse. For Waddle Silvy, Sox Baseball next. Have yourself a great weekend. It's ESPN 1000.
Waddle, he's gone.
Really excited. That was a big thrill. Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is